Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 4329 to Chapter 4411. Ninth Layer Emperor God Realm cultivators were much stronger than them. Most importantly, they were not ordinary Ninth Layer Emperor God Realm cultivators. Any one of them from the heavenly human tribe had at least 2 stars of fighting strength. These 6 strong men had reached the Ninth Layer Emperor God Realm at such a young age. How could they only have 2 stars of fighting strength? This was a combat strength that they could not resist. Do you think you can survive by hiding in the crossing adversity airship? How naive. Break! Break! The 6 experts from the heavenly human tribe shouted and attacked at the same time. Some of them held spears, some held swords. 6 attacks were launched at Lu Ming and the others at the same time. All of them have mastered the strongest heavenly force. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's faces turned solemn. These 6 strong men were obviously the geniuses of the heavenly human tribe. They had mastered one of the 4 strongest heavenly forces of the heavenly human tribe. Some of them had mastered the heavenly punishment force, while others had mastered the heavenly punishment force. Although their mastery of the heavenly human tribe was not very high, it was enough to make their fighting strength terrifying. Lu Ming and Yi Ling were well aware that the 2 of them were definitely not a match for any one of them. They would be killed in seconds. Boom! Boom, boom. The attacks from the 6 of them hit the barrier of the crossing adversity airship, causing it to shake violently. The barrier of the crossing adversity airship was distorted as if it was going to collapse at any time. Oh no, we can't block them. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's hearts sank. The main function of the crossing adversity airship was to block the black fog outside and to deter the crossing adversity ghosts. Although it had defensive strength, it was not strong. Its defensive power was limited against the attacks of other living beings. Ordinary experts could naturally defend against it. However, the 6 experts from the heavenly human tribe were too strong. The crossing adversity airship's defense could not block them at all. However, Lu Ming did not give up. He continued to control the crossing adversity airship and flew rapidly in a direction. Lu Ming flew in that direction because he remembered that there was a crossing adversity ghost in that direction. As long as they encountered the disaster-avoiding ghost, the 6 robust celestial race men would definitely not dare to continue attacking and would be scared off. However, the attacks of the 6 top powers from the heavenly human tribe rained down like a torrential storm. The crossing adversity airship shook even more violently and cracks appeared on the surrounding barrier. He was about to be unable to hold on any longer. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's bodies were tense. They were ready to fight at any moment. Creak creak creak, an ear-piercing sound came from the front, causing Lu Ming and Yi Ling's eyes to light up. However, the 6 heavenly human tribe elites' expressions changed drastically. The ghost of disaster averting, this voice was emitted by the crossing disaster ghost. In the past, Lu Ming hated this kind of sound, but now, he was incomparably happy. Lu Ming looked behind him and saw a huge avoiding disaster ghost wandering around. When it saw Lu Ming and the others, it flew towards them. Hurry up and destroy their crossing adversity airship. A brawny heavenly human tribe man roared as he pushed his battle prowess to the extreme. The 6 brawny heavenly human tribe men unleashed their strongest attack at the same time. They even burned a portion of their heavenly force. Boom boom boom, this time, the 6 attacks were even more terrifying. They bombarded the barrier of the crossing adversity airship at the same time. Most importantly, the 6 attacks were still bombarding the same spot. The pressure caused was too strong. Crack, this time, the barrier of the crossing adversity airship could no longer withstand the attacks and collapsed directly. Oh no, Lu Ming and Yi Ling were shocked. Lu Ming used all his strength to control the crossing adversity airship that had no barrier and continued to fly towards the crossing disaster ghost. Die. Kill. The 6 heavenly human tribe elites naturally knew that this was a critical moment. If Lu Ming and Yi Ling were to get close to the crossing disaster ghost in the crossing adversity airship, the situation would change. Therefore, the 6 heavenly human tribe elites attacked with all their might. 6 terrifying attacks were directed at Lu Ming and Yi Ling, trying to kill the 2 of them in one fell swoop. In the face of such terrifying attacks, Lu Ming and Yi Ling found it difficult to block them. At the critical moment, Lu Ming controlled the crossing adversity airship to tilt over and protect the 2 of them. Dang dang dang. The 6 attacks all bombarded the crossing adversity airship. The crossing adversity airship shook violently. Cracks appeared on the surface of the crossing adversity airship. The crossing adversity airship was originally made up of 9 different parts. These cracks were the gaps between the 9 parts. At this moment, after being attacked violently, the parts where the parts were glued together began to crack and were about to separate. Finally, with a bang, a few parts could no longer be glued together and were sent flying by the powerful force. Lu Ming and Yi Ling hurriedly attacked, trying to grab hold of these parts. However, the 6 heavenly human tribe elites also attacked. Although Lu Ming and Yi Ling were closer to these parts, one of the parts still fell into the hands of the heavenly human tribe. At this moment, they were very close to the crossing disaster ghost. Squeak squeak squeak, the crossing disaster ghost shrieked and let out an ear-piercing sound. It emitted a terrifying aura that made Lu Ming, Yi Ling, and the 6 heavenly human tribe elites shiver. Especially the 6 heavenly human tribe elites. They did not have any treasures that could intimidate the crossing disaster ghost. On the other hand, Lu Ming and the other half of the broken crossing adversity airship were still shining brightly. The crossing disaster ghost looked at the 6 heavenly human tribe elites with a ferocious gaze. Its huge body pounced on them directly. Oh no, quickly retreat to the crossing adversity airship. Their crossing adversity airship is no longer complete. One of the parts has fallen into our hands. Their crossing adversity airship will soon disintegrate. When that time comes, only death will await us. The 6 heavenly human tribe elites quickly exchanged a few words. Then, they quickly retreated and rushed back to their crossing adversity airship. As for their crossing adversity airship, they quickly rushed over. Before the crossing disaster ghost pounced on them, the 6 heavenly human tribe elites had already returned to the crossing adversity airship. Anyway, one of the parts of Lu Ming's crossing adversity airship had already fallen into their hands. Soon, their crossing adversity airship would disintegrate. The crossing disaster ghost approached the crossing adversity airship of the heavenly human tribe. It was afraid of the light emitted by the crossing adversity airship. After circling it a few times, it screeched a few times. Then, it turned around and rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. At this moment, Lu Ming's crossing adversity airship was indeed disintegrating. Piece by piece, the parts flew out and were caught by Lu Ming and Yi Ling. As for the calamity-avoiding ghost, it quickly flew toward Lu Ming and the rest. The 2 of them looked extremely grim. The crossing disaster ghost was extremely terrifying. If they were caught by it, only death would await them. Although the 2 of them tried their best to fly, the crossing disaster ghost was faster and was rapidly approaching them. Let's see how they'll die. On the 3 crossing adversity airships, the heavenly human tribe members sneered. Now, they were no longer in a hurry. They controlled the crossing adversity airship unhurriedly and followed from a distance. They wanted to enjoy the fear on Lu Ming and Yi Ling's faces. The avoiding disaster ghost quickly approached Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Its cold and terrifying aura gave them goosebumps. Their muscles tensed up involuntarily. This was a natural reaction when encountering a terrifying danger. Use the parts of the crossing disaster airship before it completely fades away, Lu Ming shouted softly. He grabbed a part of the crossing disaster airship and threw it at the avoiding disaster ghost. The crossing disaster airship had just disintegrated. The parts of the crossing disaster airship were still emitting a mysterious light and had not completely dissipated. They should still have a restraining effect on the avoiding disaster ghost. If the mysterious light on these parts completely dissipated, they would no longer have any restraining effect on the avoiding disaster ghost. Then they would be in real danger. Swoosh, a part of the crossing disaster airship flew toward the avoiding disaster ghost. Sure enough, the avoiding disaster ghost showed a look of fear. It did not dare to charge straight at them. Instead, it flew horizontally, changed directions, and charged at them again. Lu Ming and Yi Ling grabbed the remaining parts and threw them all out. They filled a large area and completely blocked the avoiding disaster ghost's path. Then the 2 of them took the opportunity to speed up to the maximum and charged into the distance. Lu Ming used the greater extreme light skill and his speed was astonishing. However, Yi Ling's speed was not slow either. He flew through the air like a beam of sword light. The 2 of them flashed a few times and disappeared into the thick black fog. Damn it, Chase. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. On the three-headed crossing disaster airship, a member of the heavenly human tribe shouted angrily. He controlled the crossing disaster airship and charged in the direction that Lu Ming and Yi Ling had escaped. The avoiding disaster ghost sensed the light on the crossing disaster airship and showed a look of fear. It did not dare to stop them and hurriedly moved aside. The heavenly human tribe's crossing disaster airship rushed past and collected all the parts of Lu Ming's crossing disaster airship. They rushed in the direction that Lu Ming and Yi Ling had escaped at the fastest speed. Unfortunately, after chasing for some time, they could not find any trace of Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Damn it, let's split up and chase. They can't have gone far. A burly heavenly human tribe man shouted angrily. The three crossing adversity airships spread out and searched along the way. However, after a few hours, there was still no sign of Lu Ming and his companion. The three tribulation crossing airships gathered at the same place. The heavenly human tribe cultivators on the airships all had dark expressions on their faces. They don't have the crossing adversity ferryboat, so they're dead for sure. It's a pity that we can't bring Lu Ming's body back. A muscular man from the heavenly human race sighed. Without the protection of the Calamity Crossing airship, one would definitely die in the Calamity Crossing sea. They did not doubt this. However, they lacked Lu Ming's corpse, so they couldn't bring it back to claim credit. If they did, their contributions would be greatly reduced. That was why many Celestial clan members sighed. No matter what, Lu Ming died because he was hunted down by us. This is also meritorious service. If we split the credit equally, we can also obtain a lot of benefits. Another heavenly human said. Only then did everyone feel a little better. Let's go back. Then, the three adversity crossing airships left and headed towards the core area. Some time after the three adversity crossing airships left, two figures appeared in a pile of rocks in a certain area. They were Lu Ming and Yi Ling. The power that the two of them controlled was not to be underestimated. Although the surrounding black mist was corrosive, the two of them had no problem holding out for about a day. However, the two of them did not look good. Even if the two of them could hold out for a day, it was simply not enough. They were still very far away from the core area. Even if the two of them flew at full speed, they would need at least 2 days to reach the core area. There was simply not enough time. As for retreating, it was simply impossible. They would have to retreat even further. This was under the condition that they had not encountered the Calamity Crossing ghost. If they encountered the Calamity Crossing ghost, it would be even more dangerous. However, the two of them had no way out. Now, they had to bite the bullet and fly towards the core area. They could only take one step at a time. Let's go, Lu Ming said. The two of them nodded and flew towards the core area together. Of course, they could also avoid the direction that the heavenly human race was heading in and go in another direction. Chi-chi. The black mist between heaven and earth seemed to have a mind of its own as it constantly surged towards Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Lu Ming used the forbidden power to lay down layers of defense around his body. When the black mist came into contact with the forbidden power, it made a sizzling sound. Even though the taboo power was able to keep the black fog at bay, it was being consumed at an alarming rate. The power that Yi Ling controlled was not as strong as the forbidden power. However, his cultivation was one level higher than Lu Ming's and the difficulty of blocking it was about the same as Lu Ming's. After a few hours, the two of them felt that a large portion of the power in their bodies had been consumed. They had been hiding for a few hours and flying for a few more hours. They felt that they could hold out for another 20 hours or so at most. After 20 hours, their power would be exhausted and they would be corroded by the black mist. Chi-chi-chi, suddenly, a piercing sound came from the right side of Lu Ming and Yi Ling. When they heard this sound, the two of them had a drastic change in expression and became very ugly. The Calamity Crossing ghost, this was the voice of the Calamity Crossing ghost. What one did not want to see had happened. Whoosh whoosh, to their right, the black mist churned, and a colossal being appeared. It was the Calamity Crossing ghost. The Calamity Crossing ghost looked at Lu Ming and Yi Ling with a ferocious gaze. It let out a piercing shriek and pounced on Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Let's go. The two of them immediately flew to the left. This was because the distance between them was the furthest in this direction. If they flew in other directions, the distance would be closer. Behind them, the Calamity Crossing ghost chased after Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Its speed was faster than Lu Ming and Yi Ling. The distance between them was constantly closing. "We're in trouble." Their hearts began to sink. A few minutes later, the distance between them was even closer. At this rate, they would be caught in a few minutes. Damn it. Let's see if it works. At this time, Yi Ling took out a disc array and activated it. He wanted to see if it could deal with the Calamity Crossing ghost. This aura. It seems to be a treasure from the previous era. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the Grand Supreme Immortal City, the divine weapons and treasures from the primitive universe could not be used. However, the disc array in Yi Ling's hand did not seem to be a treasure from the primitive universe. I obtained this disc array from a certain ruin in the universe. It should be an item from the previous era and is not restricted by the restrictions here, Yi Ling explained. The disc array shone and the light shone on the Calamity Crossing ghost. The Calamity Crossing ghost's eyes began to flicker a few times. Then, it continued to charge over and knocked the disc array away. It was useless, it was completely useless. Yi Ling's face turned even uglier. He originally wanted to try an item from the previous era to see if it could restrain the Calamity Crossing ghost. In the end, it was useless. The distance between the avoiding disaster ghost and Lu Ming was getting closer and closer. The terrifying and cold aura made the two of them tense up. They felt a chill in their hearts, as if an extremely cold blade was cutting into their skin. The sense of danger was getting stronger and stronger. Let's try using the purple copper coffin, Lu Ming thought to himself. In the Grand Supreme Immortal City, the treasures of the primitive universe could not be used. However, the purple copper coffin was different from other divine weapons. Lu Ming took out the purple copper coffin not to activate the power of the purple copper coffin itself, but to open it and let the primitive divine spirit inside deal with the avoiding disaster ghost. However, there was a crucial point, and that was that the primitive divine spirit in the purple copper coffin had a cultivation realm far above that of an emperor god. It was likely to be a master god level primitive divine spirit. Would it be suppressed by the laws of the Supreme Immortal City? After all, beings above the emperor god level could not enter the second level of the Grand Supreme Immortal City. Therefore, Lu Ming did not take out the purple copper coffin because he was not sure if it would work. If it did not, it would be a waste of time. However, at this time, Lu Ming had no choice but to take it out and give it a try. There's a forest in front. Let's go in and take a look, Yi Ling said at this time. Lu Ming saw it too. There was a forest in front of them. The forest was so vast that they could not see the end of it. In the forest, there were all kinds of pitch-black trees. These trees were extremely huge. Each of them was more than 10,000 meters tall. Whether it was the branches or the leaves, they were all pitch black. The branches were twisted into strange shapes and looked extremely strange. Moreover, the two of them vaguely felt a dangerous aura from the forest. However, no matter how dangerous it was, could it be more dangerous than the avoiding disaster ghost? Perhaps the danger in the forest could help them escape. Lu Ming temporarily suppressed the idea of taking out the purple copper coffin. He and Yi Ling flew toward the forest at full speed and plunged into the forest. Squeak squeak squeak, the avoiding disaster ghost screeched and stopped. It looked hesitant but did not rush into the forest in the end. The danger of the avoiding disaster ghost was resolved. However, Lu Ming and Yi Ling were still worried. To be able to make the calamity-avoiding ghost stop in its tracks, and even cause it to be afraid of it, this forest was definitely not to be underestimated. Could there be something even more terrifying than the calamity-avoiding ghost? Hiss. As if in response to Lu Ming and Yi Ling's worries, a faint sound came from the forest. The two of them focused their attention and looked towards the source of the sound. Then, a huge monster appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. It was a giant snake. The giant snake was pitch black and incomparably huge. However, on the body of the giant snake, there were snake tails that looked like tentacles. It looked ferocious and terrifying. The most terrifying thing was the face of the giant snake. It was also a human face, but it was filled with a twisted horror. Just looking at it would make one's hair stand on end and a chill run down their spine. Disaster-avoiding ghost, another disaster-avoiding ghost. There was actually a disaster-avoiding ghost in this forest, and it was different from the species that Lu Ming and the others had encountered before. The aura of this disaster-avoiding ghost seemed to be even more terrifying than the one outside. It was no wonder that the one outside did not dare to charge in. Let's go. The two of them did not hesitate and rushed towards the other side of the forest. Hiss, this snake-like disaster-avoiding ghost let out a snake-like cry. Its body twisted and rushed towards Lu Ming and Yi Ling at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming and Yi Ling used their movement skills and went around the huge trees, rushing towards the other side of the forest. They wanted to rush out from the other side of the forest to avoid the two disaster-avoiding ghosts outside and inside the forest. However, they did not run far before their faces turned even uglier. That was because a faint sound came from a pitch-black tree beside them. Then, a snake-like disaster-avoiding ghost circled around the tree and slithered downwards. The eyes of the forest were fixed on Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Another one, the two of them were shocked. There were actually two snake-like disaster-avoiding ghosts in this forest. Without any hesitation, the two of them changed directions and rushed forward. However, after running a few steps, the two of them stopped. Their faces were pale. That was because another disaster-avoiding ghost had appeared in front of them. Hiss, it was not just in front of them, but also on their left and right. Then, snake-like disaster-avoiding ghosts slithered over. Lu Ming and the others were surrounded. Lu Ming swept his gaze over and saw at least 8 disaster-avoiding ghosts. There were disaster-avoiding ghosts in all directions, surrounding them tightly. We're done for. Yi Ling smiled bitterly. Even though he was a peerless demon who had experienced all kinds of situations and various life and death situations, he could not help but show a trace of despair at this moment. One disaster-avoiding ghost was not something they could fight against. If they were caught, they would definitely die. And now, there were a total of 8 disaster-avoiding ghosts surrounding them. They had no chance at all. Even if the Master God was here, he would probably die, let alone them. We've barged into the lair of a disaster-avoiding ghost. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. At the same time, the purple copper coffin appeared in his hand. At this moment, he could only use the purple copper coffin to try his luck. Yi Ling's gaze fell on the purple copper coffin and he was looking forward to it. The taboo body had great luck. It should not die just like that, right? Now, he could only rely on Lu Ming. Crack, Lu Ming did not hesitate. He pushed the lid of the purple copper coffin and a crack appeared on the purple copper coffin. A terrifying aura filled the air. Crack, Lu Ming continued to push and the crack on the purple copper coffin became bigger. Hiss, at this moment, the 8 disaster-avoiding ghosts pounced on Lu Ming. Roar, a roar came from the purple copper coffin and it shook the entire forest. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He could tell that this was the roar of the primordial divine spirit. This roar seemed to have shocked the disaster-avoiding ghosts. They could not help but stop and look at the purple copper coffin. Roars came from the purple copper coffin continuously. Then, 2 arms covered in scales reached out from the crack. Following that, a head popped out as well. It was the primordial divine spirit that had appeared before. It was a Lord God-level primordial divine spirit. The primordial divine spirit's arms pushed against the sides of the purple copper coffin. He pushed with all his might and wanted to rush out of the purple copper coffin. But at this moment, something strange happened. In the void, a ray of light suddenly spread out. A circle of light appeared and pressed down on the primordial divine spirit. This light gave off a feeling of supremacy and eternity, as if it could suppress everything. It was as if all living beings and all things had to bow before this ray of light. The light pressed down on the primordial divine spirit. Roar, the primordial divine spirit roared and struggled with all its might, as if it wanted to break through the suppression of the light and rush out of the purple copper coffin. However, the light was too strong. No matter how hard the primordial divine spirit tried, it did not budge. Instead, it continued to press down. The primordial divine spirit seemed to be unable to withstand it and was slowly pushed back into the purple copper coffin. At first, it was its head, then its arms. Slowly, it returned to the purple copper coffin and disappeared. Lu Ming and Yi Ling were dumbfounded. In particular, Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil. He was extremely shocked. He knew how powerful the primordial divine spirit was. It was an over-god-level primordial divine spirit, which was equivalent to the origin realm. It had once fought a fierce battle with the heavenly lord of the heavenly palace. Such a powerful existence had been pushed back into the purple copper coffin by a ray of light. It could not even come out. This ray of light was too terrifying. Was this the profundity of the Taishang Immortal City? The second level of the Taishang Immortal City did not allow beings above the Emperor God level to enter. Indeed, the primordial divine spirit could not come out of the purple copper coffin. Hiss, after the evil spirits saw the primordial divine spirit disappear, they screamed again. Their eyes were cold as they pounced on Lu Ming and Yi Ling. This is troublesome. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Even the purple copper coffin had lost its effect. He had no other means to deal with the current situation. If he were to face these evil spirits with his own strength, he would definitely die. Yi Ling, let's fight. Lu Ming said. Alright, let's fight. Yi Ling nodded. They were not people who would admit defeat easily. Even if they knew they were no match for them, they would still fight. Falling in a great battle was the final destination of a cultivator, not dying in a cowardly manner. However, at this moment, there was a change in the situation. At this moment, the primordial divine spirit's aura in the purple copper coffin suddenly disappeared without a trace. Immediately, another aura appeared. It was a new aura, one that Lu Ming had never felt before. What surprised Lu Ming and Yi Ling was that this aura was similar to the light that had suppressed the primordial god spirit. They were both supreme, eternal, and unfathomable. As soon as this aura rushed out, it spread in all directions. Being struck by this aura, the bodies of the 8 disaster-avoiding ghosts abruptly stiffened. Furthermore, their bodies began to tremble and their eyes were filled with fear. After shrieking a few times, the 8 tribulation-avoiding ghosts turned around and fled, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming and Yi Ling were dumbfounded. Especially Yi Ling. His mouth was wide open enough to fit a goose egg. Lu Ming, what else is in your bronze coffin other than a primordial divine spirit? Yi Ling could not help but ask. The fact that there was a terrifying primordial god in the purple copper coffin had already shocked Yi Ling. However, there seemed to be something else inside that was even more mysterious and terrifying. It was hard to guess what it was. Just an aura was enough to make the 8 crossing disaster ghosts disappear without a trace. I don't know either. Lu Ming said as he shook his head. He really did not know. Although he had obtained the purple copper coffin for a long time, he had always been unable to understand its mysteries. He always felt that the more he understood, the more mysterious it became. In the past, he had always thought that the purple copper coffin was the burial place of a primordial god spirit after it had fallen. However, the primordial god spirit that had appeared later was clearly not dead and was still alive. Moreover, there was a silk thread connected to the back of the primordial god spirit's head. It gave off a feeling that it was being controlled. Later on, the purple copper coffin had sucked Lu Ming's past body into it. There was still no news of it. Lu Ming could only sense that the past body was not dead and was still alive. Now, a new aura was emitted from the purple copper coffin. It was an aura that was somewhat similar to the one that had suppressed the primordial god spirit. There were more and more secrets about the purple copper coffin, and it was becoming more and more difficult to guess. That aura is very similar to that ray of light. That ray of light was formed by the ultimacy of the Grand Supreme Immortal City. The Grand Supreme Immortal City was left behind from the last era. Could your purple copper coffin also be a treasure from the last era? Yi Ling said. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His words had awakened him from his dream. Yi Ling was right. Was the purple copper coffin really a treasure left behind from the last era? Was there an elite from the last era buried in it? However, what was the deal with the primordial god spirit? Why did it suck the past body into it? Lu Ming had more doubts in his heart. Let's not talk about it. Let's get out of here first. Lu Ming said, suppressing the doubts in his heart. It was not wise to stay in this place for long. Let's go. Yi Ling also nodded. This forest was obviously the nest of the disaster-avoiding ghost. The two of them rushed out of the forest. Soon, the two of them rushed out of the forest. However, as soon as the two of them rushed out of the forest, they heard a piercing scream. The disaster-avoiding ghost that had chased after them earlier appeared again and pounced on the two of them. This disaster-avoiding ghost had not left and had been wandering around the forest. As soon as Lu Ming and Yi Ling rushed out of the forest, they were sensed. However, Lu Ming had been holding the purple copper coffin in his hand, and the lid of the coffin was not closed. Lu Ming stared at the disaster-avoiding ghost and did not run away. This time, would the mysterious and unfathomable aura from the purple copper coffin appear again? The result did not disappoint Lu Ming. When the disaster-avoiding ghost approached Lu Ming and Yi Ling, the aura from the purple copper coffin spread out again. After being hit by the aura, the disaster-avoiding ghost revealed a look of horror. Then, it turned and ran, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming and Yi Ling looked at each other and then burst out laughing at the same time. Awesome, this is awesome. This copper coffin can actually scare the disaster-avoiding ghost away. In this disaster-avoiding sea, we don't have to be afraid of the disaster-avoiding ghost anymore. Yi Ling laughed heartily. He was extremely happy. Let's hurry up and set off, Lu Ming said. Although the purple copper coffin could scare the disaster-avoiding ghost away, their crisis was not over yet. They were still in the disaster-avoiding sea. The black fog was still corroding them. As long as they were in the disaster-avoiding sea, they would be in danger. The two of them did not say much. They used their movement techniques and flew in the direction of the core area. They had to get to the core area as soon as possible. They could not hold on for much longer. Lu Ming closed the lid of the purple copper coffin again. However, he did not put it away. Instead, he held it in his hand and kept his guard up at all times. Soon, another 5 to 6 hours had passed. The two of them looked more and more terrible. Their energy had been severely depleted. However, they did not know how far they were from the core area. If this continued, they would not be able to hold on for much longer. Luckily, they still had a lot of desolation pills. Before they left, each of them had paid 20,000 desolation pills. They had received 4 million desolation pills, 2 million for each person. They could absorb desolation pills to replenish their energy. However, Lu Ming needed at least 12 million desolation pills to break through from the 5th to the 6th layer of the Emperor Supreme God realm. 2 million desolation pills was not a lot. It might not be enough for them to cross the disaster-avoiding ocean. Therefore, they could only try to save as much as possible and increase their speed. They would not give up until the last step. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. The two of them squinted their eyes and looked ahead. There was a huge shadow in front of them. At first glance, they thought it was a mountain. However, after taking a closer look, it was not a mountain, but a tree. A gigantic tree. The tree's crown reached into the clouds, covering the sky and the sun. In the next moment, a trace of shock appeared on their faces. Because they saw a shocking scene. On the branches of this tree, there were actually some ghosts that could avert disaster. Yes, disaster-avoiding ghosts. At a glance, there were at least a dozen disaster-avoiding ghosts on the branches. They seemed to be resting. However, this time, the disaster-avoiding ghosts seemed to have sensed something. They opened their eyes at the same time and looked at Lu Ming and the others coldly. In the next moment, the disaster-avoiding ghost charged at Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Gotcha! Lu Ming did not hesitate and opened the purple copper coffin. Just like the previous encounter with the calamity-avoiding ghosts, a mysterious aura emanated from the purple copper coffin. More than 10 calamity-avoiding ghosts screamed and turned to run. They ran to the branches of the tree and lay down on the branches, trembling. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. There seems to be some seeds on the tree. Yi Ling pointed at the tree. Lu Ming looked over. True enough, he saw some seeds hanging on the branches. The seeds were black and the size of a fist. They gave off a hazy glow and there were about 5 or 6 of them. The black fog from all directions gathered and was eventually absorbed by the black seeds. At this moment, one of the black seeds fell to the ground. When the black seed landed on the ground, it immediately took root and sprouted, growing into a small tree. Then the small tree grew quickly, and the surrounding black mist began to gather towards the small tree. That is, Lu Ming and Yi Ling's eyes widened. The reason for that was because, as the little tree grew, some of its branches actually had disaster-avoiding ghosts. In the beginning, the crossing disaster ghost was still relatively small. However, as the small tree rapidly grew, the crossing disaster ghost also became larger. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Could it be that the ghost was born from this kind of tree? Soon, the small tree grew to a height of 100 meters, but it was still far from the big tree. At this moment, tree roots suddenly extended from the bottom of the big tree. More than a dozen roots, like a few long snakes, wrapped around the small tree, pulled it up by the roots, and pulled the small tree into the trunk of the big tree. The small tree quickly withered and finally merged into the roots of the big tree and disappeared. Lu Ming and Yi Ling realized that the big tree's glow seemed to be brighter. The two of them were dumbfounded. This big tree actually relied on devouring the small tree to improve itself. The seeds that it produced fell to the ground, sprouted rapidly, and grew rapidly. Before it was fully mature, it was devoured by the big tree. What was the principle behind this? The two of them were confused. At this moment, another seed fell to the ground. Just like before, the seed sprouted and grew rapidly. When it grew to about 100 meters, it was devoured by the big tree again. This seed is not to be underestimated. Not only can it grow rapidly, but it can also produce disaster-avoiding ghosts. If we can control it, it can become a powerful weapon. Lu Ming said. You're right. If we enter the core area, this seed can also grow rapidly and can indeed become a powerful weapon. However, this tree is not to be underestimated, Yi Ling said. He had the same thought as Lu Ming. Lu Ming, since this seed can absorb the black mist here, if you can hold this seed, it might be able to isolate you from the black mist outside and prevent you from being corroded by the black mist. At this moment, the Bone Demon's voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. Since entering the Grand Supreme Immortal City, the Bone Demon seemed to have been suppressed by the profound laws of the Grand Supreme Immortal City. It could only hide in Lu Ming's mind and could not come out. It has such an effect? Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he seemed to be tempted. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming whispered and finally decided to give it a try. He had the purple copper coffin, so he might be able to give it a try. Not to mention whether they could enter the core area. Even if they could, there were many experts in the core area. The strongest geniuses of the heavenly human tribe and the other powerful tribes had already entered the core area. There were also some young men in their prime who had cultivated for many years. Some of them had reached the 8th layer of the Divine God realm, and some had even reached the 9th layer of the Divine God realm. With their strength, even if they entered the core area, they would most likely be targeted and would not be able to gain a foothold. However, if they had this seed, they would have a powerful weapon. Brother Yi, hold the fort for me. After saying that, Lu Ming dragged the purple copper coffin and rushed towards the crown of the tree. Now, there were a total of 3 seeds on the crown of the tree. Lu Ming rushed towards one of the seeds. However, just as Lu Ming approached the seed, tree roots extended from the bottom of the tree. They were like tentacles that swept towards Lu Ming. The tree roots waved and a strong wind whistled, bringing with it a thick black mist. Without hesitation, Lu Ming pushed the purple copper coffin open. That mysterious aura appeared again and spread out in all directions. The tree's roots came to a sudden stop upon being hit by this aura. They danced wildly on the spot, emitting a feeling of fear. This tree is indeed intelligent. It can feel fear. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He stepped forward and approached the tree roots with the purple copper coffin. The roots of the big tree danced crazily, and that feeling of fear became even more intense. Then, with a swish, it shrunk back. Lu Ming continued to rush towards the crown of the tree. On the branches, the evil spirits opened their eyes and stared at Lu Ming. They wanted to rush towards Lu Ming and kill Lu Ming. However, when they saw the purple copper coffin in Lu Ming's hand, they did not dare to do so. They could only watch. The next moment, Lu Ming approached one of the seeds. He waved his hand and a wave of energy swept out and plucked the seed. After plucking the first seed, Lu Ming stored it in his storage ring and proceeded to pluck the second one. Soon, all 3 seeds were stored in Lu Ming's storage ring. The big tree struggled continuously. Its roots waved wildly as it struggled in a frenzy. It seemed to be extremely furious. The crossing disaster ghosts on the branches were also extremely irritable. They screamed continuously and stared coldly at Lu Ming. If they were not afraid of the purple copper coffin's aura, they would have pounced on Lu Ming and torn Lu Ming to pieces. However, with the suppression of the purple copper coffin, they did not dare to do so. After Lu Ming plucked the 3 seeds, he retreated to Yi Ling's side. Bone Demon, how should I use it? Lu Ming secretly asked Bone Demon. There was a thick black mist on the seeds. Even if they obtained them, they could not use them because the mist would harm them. Drip a drop of blood on it and try. Bone Demon said. Lu Ming nodded. With a thought, a seed flew out of his storage ring. Lu Ming wrapped it with his forbidden power and suspended it in the air. The surrounding black fog was constantly gathering and being absorbed by the seed. Similarly, the black fog would also permeate the seed and constantly corrode the taboo power, causing Lu Ming's taboo power to be depleted rapidly. Lu Ming's expression changed. If he could not control the seed, holding it would increase the consumption of his power. Immediately, Lu Ming followed Bone Demon's suggestion. He squeezed out a drop of blood and flew it toward the seed. When the drop of blood approached the seed produced a suction force and absorbed the drop of blood. It entered the seed and merged with the seed. All of a sudden, Lu Ming had a strange feeling. It was as if the seed was already under his control. With a thought, the black fog on the surface of the seed vanished. It no longer corroded Lu Ming's forbidden energy. Moreover, the seed continued to absorb the black fog outside. Thus, the black fog around Lu Ming's body was absorbed, forming a vacuum around Lu Ming without any black fog. Lu Ming immediately felt the pressure lessen. The black fog was no longer a threat to him. It really works. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Yi Ling was also overjoyed. As long as the danger of the black fog was resolved, they would be able to move freely in the adversity avoiding sea without any danger. Yi Ling, here. Lu Ming waved his hand and a seed flew towards Yi Ling. Yi Ling followed Lu Ming's instructions. First, he used his power to envelop the seed. Then, he squeezed out a drop of blood and flew it towards the seed. When the blood and the seed fused, Yi Ling controlled the seed. The black fog was no longer a threat to them. Then, Lu Ming used the same method to control the second seed. After that, the two of them used their movement techniques and continued to rush towards the core area. However, their state of mind was completely different from before. Previously, they had been under a lot of pressure. There was a strong sense of danger that constantly suppressed them. They had to keep moving forward and reach the core area as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would die. But now, although their speed was still very fast, they were very relaxed and didn't feel anxious at all. After that, they did not encounter any danger. Even if they encountered the adversity-avoiding ghost, it was scared away by the purple copper coffin. After a few days, they finally passed through the adversity-avoiding sea and arrived at a new land. The aura here was no different from the outer area. The only difference was that the desolation chi was much thicker. The desolation chi here is indeed much thicker than the outer area. Lu Ming sighed. This is just the ordinary area. The core area has ley lines. If we can find a ley line, the speed of condensing the desolation elixir will increase greatly. Yi Ling said. However, there is no black mist here like in the adversity-avoiding sea. I don't know if that seed will work. Lu Ming said. In the adversity-avoiding sea, they saw that the seed grew quickly and absorbed the black mist. However, the core area did not have that kind of black mist for them to absorb. Could the seed grow quickly? If the seed could not grow quickly, it would not be able to become their weapon of mass destruction. If they encountered the invincible powerhouses from the Heavenly Palace, Lu Ming and the rest would not be a match for them. Let's find a place to try it. Yi Ling said. That's the only way. Lu Ming nodded. Fortunately, they had 3 seeds in their hands. Even if they wasted one, it would not be a big deal. The two of them flew towards the depths of the core area at an extremely fast speed. Soon, the two of them arrived at a mountain kernel. Let's try it here. Lu Ming said. After that, Lu Ming took out a seed. With a wave of his hand, the seed flew towards the mountain col and landed on the ground. When the seed landed on the ground, it took root and sprouted at an astonishing speed. Then, it grew rapidly. This is, absorbing the black mist. Lu Ming and Yi Ling were shocked. They could clearly feel that there were wisps of black mist flying towards them from the void. They were absorbed by the seed and grew rapidly. They were already very far away from the adversity-avoiding sea. However, the seed could still absorb the black mist. The black mist seemed to have broken through the void. It was really amazing. The seed took root and sprouted, turning into a small tree. The small tree continued to grow rapidly at an astonishing speed. In less than a minute, the small tree became a towering tree. They could clearly see that there were more than 10 adversity-avoiding ghosts on the branches of the tree. They were lying on the branches and seemed to be in a deep sleep. Lu Ming, give it a try. See if you can control this big tree. Yi Ling said. Lu Ming nodded and focused his mind. The next moment, he felt a connection between his mind and the tree. Everything about the tree seemed to be under his control. Attack! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he gave an order. Suddenly, the soil on the ground churned. The roots of the tree stretched out from the ground and waved like long snakes. They whipped the air and there were violent explosions. The power was terrifying. One of the roots lashed out at a nearby mountain peak, causing the mountain peak to explode. This is really amazing. Even a 9th-level Emperor God would not be able to withstand such an attack. Lu Ming thought to himself. He was very satisfied. Adversity-avoiding ghosts. With another thought, the more than 10 adversity-avoiding ghosts who were lying on the branches suddenly opened their eyes. There was a ferocious murderous intent in their eyes. They flew out from the branches and danced in the air. However, they did not fly towards Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Because everything was under Lu Ming's control. Great! Yi Ling cheered from the side. Lu Ming also smiled. This seed was really a great weapon. As long as this kind of seed was planted, it would quickly grow into a towering tree. Moreover, it would have an extremely shocking attack power. Moreover, the tree branches would give birth to evil spirits, which were the most terrifying. Once this tree was planted, the surrounding area would be completely under Lu Ming's control. If the people from the Heavenly Palace came, they would die. What a pity, we wasted a seed. We should have found the ley vein occupied by the Heavenly Palace and planted the seed there. That way, that ley vein would be under our control. Lu Ming sighed. Indeed. It was a mistake. Yi Ling also shook his head and sighed. With the effect of this seed, 1 seed could occupy an ley vein. 3 seeds could occupy 3 ley veins. Now, they had wasted a seed, which was equivalent to wasting an ley vein. They felt their hearts bleeding. It's all right. 2 ley veins are enough. Once our cultivation improves, why would we need to rely on this seed? Lu Ming smiled and quickly recovered. He was full of confidence. Now, he had lost because of his low cultivation. Once his cultivation improved, he would not be afraid of anyone. With his own strength, he could occupy other ley veins. Why would he need a seed? What they needed most was to establish a foothold in the beginning. With the seed, once they established a foothold in the beginning, there would be no problem. Let's go look for ley veins. Lu Ming said. Then, the 2 of them left to look for ley veins. In the core area, ley veins were not everywhere. In fact, there were not many ley veins. The ley veins in the core area were mainly divided into 2 levels, ordinary ley veins and advanced ley veins. Obviously, the concentration of desolation qi in the advanced ley veins was much higher than in the ordinary ley veins. Of course, the concentration of desolation qi in the ordinary ley veins was also much higher than in the outer area. Lu Ming and the rest had entered the core area relatively late. He reckoned that most of the Earth meridians had been occupied by others. Some people had entered the core area for a few years. No one knew what level their cultivation had reached. No matter what level their cultivation had reached, what Lu Ming needed to do now was to occupy the ley veins, condense desolation pills, and catch up with their cultivation. The core region was extremely vast, even larger than the outer regions. After searching for half a day, they finally found an earth vein. Up ahead, a mountain range stretched across the land. From afar, it looked like a huge dragon. Mist filled the air above the mountain range. That was clearly the dense desolate qi that could not be dispersed. What a dense desolate qi. Let's go. Yiling's eyes lit up as the two of them flew towards the mountain range. Soon, the two of them approached the mountain range. Who is it? This is the territory of my Sun clan, you two should leave. Several voices came from the mountain range. Then, several figures shot up into the sky and stood in front of Lu Ming and Yiling. There were more than 20 people in total, and all of them wore long golden robes. A layer of golden flames danced on their bodies, giving off a scorching aura. So it's people from the Sun clan. The two of them were startled. The solar race was ranked 31st on the Great Desolate 10,000 Races ranking. It could be considered a strong race. However, it was naturally much weaker than the top 10 races. Lu Ming and Yiling did not feel much pressure. This is the territory of your Sun clan? Isn't that ridiculous? The Taisheng Immortal City is an ownerless place. Anyone can come here. Now, we're going to refine the desolate pills on this mountain range. Everyone, please make way. Lu Ming said. Our Sun clan has occupied it first, so it's our territory. You two should leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. A muscular man from the Sun clan said coldly. Lu Ming glanced at them. There were more than 20 people from the Sun clan. 5 of them were younger while the rest were in their prime. Among them, many of them had reached the 6th layer of the Emperor God realm. 2 of them had even reached the 7th layer of the Emperor God realm. The Sun clan had such high cultivations among their prime. It was evident that these people had gained a lot from this place. We're going to meditate on this mountain range. Yiling said. You're courting death. A muscular man from the Sun clan shouted coldly. Why are you wasting your breath on them? These two brats don't know what's good for them. Just kill them. That's right. Kill them. The people from the Sun clan were enraged. Each of them was filled with cold murderous intent. They were like suns, emitting a scorching aura. Boom. Boom. Boom, these people moved. They were like suns, charging towards Lu Ming and the others. Clang, Yiling moved. He unsheathed his sword and the sword light shone brightly. A few rays of sword light slashed towards the suns. Several suns were directly split in half by the sword light, and the people inside were also directly killed. Among them, there was a 7th layer of the Emperor God realm. Even though the strong man of the 7th Great Supreme God layer from the Sun clan was 1 level higher than Yiling, his fighting strength hadn't reached 6 stars yet, it was only 3 stars. Yiling's battle strength was close to 10 stars. The difference was too great. The Sun clan was not the Heavenly Human clan. The muscular men from the Heavenly Human clan that Lu Ming and the others had encountered previously had battle strengths of 5 stars, 6 stars, or even 7 stars. The young geniuses were even more terrifying. Some of them even had battle strength of 8 stars. However, they were from the Heavenly Human clan. The Sun clan was not even close to the top 10 clans, let alone the Heavenly Human clan. In the Sun clan, there were very few people who had battle strength of 4 stars. How could these people be a match for Lu Ming and Yiling when their cultivation was not much higher? When Yiling attacked, Lu Ming attacked as well. Spear light burst forth, and the suns were extinguished one by one. In just a few breaths, only 2 of the 20 Sun clan members were left. The rest were all killed. Oh no, let's leave. Let's go. There were still some people from the Sun clan in the mountain range. They had not attacked previously. Instead, they were guarding the pill furnaces and refining the desolate pills. Leave the pill furnaces before you go. Yiling said coldly. He turned into a ray of sword light and rushed over. The people guarding the pill furnaces were not even as strong as the previous batch. They were no match for Yiling. After a few of them were killed, the others were terrified. They threw out their pill furnaces and ran for their lives. Soon, Yiling flew over with a smile on his face. Not bad. There are 30 pill furnaces with a diameter of 1 meter. Unfortunately, there are no large pill furnaces with a diameter of 3 meters. Yiling said. Not bad. Lu Ming also smiled. The majority of the pill furnaces were definitely in the hands of the Heavenly Human clan or the top 10 clans. It was already a very good harvest for the Sun clan to be able to obtain 30 pill furnaces. The two of them split it equally. Each of them had 15 pill furnaces. The two of you, tell me about the current situation in the core area. Tell me everything you know. Lu Ming asked coldly as he looked at the two young men from the Sun clan. The two young men of the Sun tribe did not dare to hide anything. They immediately told Qin Nan everything they knew. Besides, it was not a big secret. There was nothing to hide. According to the two young men from the Sun tribe, Lu Ming and Yiling had a rough understanding of the core area. There were a total of 96 earth veins in the vast land of the core area. There were 73 ordinary earth veins and 23 advanced earth veins. Each of the top 10 races occupied a high-grade earth vein. The Heavenly Human tribe occupied a total of 13 high-grade earth veins. As for the other smaller tribes, they occupied the ordinary earth veins. Of course, there were also people from the smaller tribes who entered, but they were not strong enough to occupy the earth veins. Almost all the advanced earth veins have been occupied. However, did the Heaven Destroyer not occupy a single advanced earth vein? Lu Ming pondered. Perhaps the people of the Sky Exterminating Army had secretly occupied some small earth veins. Or perhaps, the people of the Heavenly Extermination Army in this astral palace were not strong enough. The second level of the Taishang Immortal City was divided into 36 astral palaces, which meant that it was divided into 36 different areas. When everyone entered the Taishang Immortal City, they would be automatically assigned to one of the 36 astral palaces. Naturally, some astral palaces would be stronger, while others would be weaker. Perhaps the members of the Heaven Exterminating Army in this star palace were weaker. We have a simple map here. I'll give it to you now. Please let us go. A young man from the Sun tribe said. Then, he took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the jade talisman and inserted a strand of energy. The jade talisman immediately lit up and a map appeared in the air. On this map, there were lines and dots of light. There were a total of 96 light spots. Among them, 23 were the brightest. Obviously, these light spots represented the earth veins. 23 light spots represented 23 advanced earth veins. Furthermore, there were words on every single dot of light, indicating which race it was occupied by. It was clear at a glance. This would be very helpful for Lu Ming and the others. Can we go now? The two Sun race members looked at Lu Ming with hopeful eyes. Lu Ming casually waved his hand. The two Sun race youths were overjoyed and flew away. However, a few sword lights flashed, and the two Sun race youths' vital signs disappeared. Their corpses fell into the mountain range. Lu Ming was expressionless, as if he had expected this. Let's see how fast this ordinary earth vein can condense the great desolate pill. Lu Ming said. After that, the two of them landed in the middle of the mountain range and chose a relatively good location. They took out a few pill furnaces with a diameter of 1 meter and began to activate them to refine pills. A day later, they had a rough idea of what was going on. 240. In one day, a low-grade pill furnace could refine 2 batches of great desolate pills. Each batch contained 120 pills, for a total of 240 pills. This speed was 10 times faster than in the outer regions. Lu Ming and Yiling's eyes were extremely bright. Even their breathing became heavy. 10 times the speed, this was too shocking. This was just an ordinary earth vein. How fast would those high-grade earth veins condense the great desolate pill? Let's occupy a high-grade earth vein first. The two of them looked at each other and had the same idea. They did not plan to stay in this ordinary earth vein for long. Instead, they planned to occupy a high-grade earth vein. With the black seed, anything was possible. Without the seed, they could only wait in this ordinary earth vein. They might even be hunted down by the elites of the Heavenly Palace. Now, they were full of ambition and had no fear. The nearest high-grade earth vein is occupied by the Heavenly Human tribe. Let's choose this earth vein. Lu Ming said. Yiling naturally had no objections. Then, the two of them set off and flew toward the nearest earth vein. This place was not too far away from the high-grade earth vein. In less than a day, the two of them arrived. It was a huge mountain range. It was 10 times bigger than the previous one. Dense fog filled the air. It was like a fairyland. Even from afar, he could feel an ancient aura surging toward him. A high-grade earth vein is indeed extraordinary. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, they stepped into the air and flew toward the center of the mountain range. The mountain range was continuous. The two sides were slightly shorter. The center was the highest. Obviously, it was also the place with the densest desolate aura. Heavenly human tribe, I'll give you 3 breaths time to get lost. Otherwise, you'll be killed. Before the two of them got close, a cold voice came from the mountain range. Heavenly human tribe? Very well, I'll give you 5 minutes to get lost. Otherwise, you'll be killed. Lu Ming replied. His voice spread throughout the mountain range. In the mountain range, all the heavenly human tribe members heard it. Where did this idiot come from? He's courting death. How dare he? Kill him. His entire family should be executed. In the mountain range, voices filled with killing intent came out. Go, and see which blind thing came from. Bring his head to me. In the mountain range, a heavenly human tribe member passed down the order. Yes. Someone accepted the order. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. At least 10 figures broke through the air and flew toward Lu Ming and Yi Ling. In front of Lu Ming and Yi Ling, more than 10 figures appeared. They were all heavenly human tribe members. When these heavenly human tribe members saw Lu Ming and Yi Ling, some of them could not help but widen their eyes. Mu Yun, it's Mu Yun. Someone yelled. Among the many people, a few of them had chased after Lu Ming in the Adversity Crossing flying boat in the Adversity Crossing sea. They recognized Lu Ming immediately. What? Mu Yun? He actually dares to come to us? In the mountain range, the remaining heavenly human tribe members were shocked. Many heavenly human tribe members who were too lazy to make a move put down what they were doing and flew into the sky. Everyone wanted to kill Lu Ming. As long as they killed him, they would have a meteoric rise in the future. Even those who were at the critical moment of breaking through stopped cultivating and rushed toward Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Let's go. At this moment, Lu Ming and Yi Ling rushed to the side and to a corner of the mountain range. Don't let him escape. Chase. At first, more than 10 heavenly human tribe members chased after Lu Ming. Behind them, there was a group of people who were all heavenly human tribe members. There were more than 100 of them. Lu Ming and Yi Ling could not be bothered. They sped up and rushed toward the mountain range. They were not far from the mountain range. In a few flashes, they arrived. Once they reached the mountain range, Lu Ming waved his hand and a black seed flew out and landed in the mountain range. Once the black seed landed in the mountain range, it took root and sprouted, growing rapidly. The black seed began to grow rapidly. Soon, it grew into a towering tree. Lu Ming and Yi Ling dashed to the bottom of the big tree. They turned around and looked coldly at the heavenly human clan experts who were dashing toward them. The strong cultivators of the heavenly human tribe were astonished when they saw the tree. They were even more astonished when they saw the disaster-avoiding ghosts on the tree. Die. Lu Ming said coldly. All of a sudden, the dozen or so crossing disaster ghosts on the tree branches opened their eyes and charged toward the heavenly human tribe experts. I don't believe it. Are they really disaster-avoiding ghosts? How can disaster-avoiding ghosts appear here? They're just illusions. Destroy them. The experts of the celestial race shouted coldly. They erupted with powerful auras and unleashed killing moves. All sorts of attacks bombarded the crossing disaster ghost. However, when the attacks landed on the disaster-avoiding ghosts, they only made the disaster-avoiding ghosts tremble. Then, they continued attacking the strong cultivators of the heavenly human tribe as if nothing had happened. Oh no! Shouted the strong cultivators of the heavenly human tribe. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. One of the disaster-avoiding ghosts rushed into the body of a strong cultivator of the heavenly human tribe. The strong cultivator of the heavenly human tribe gave a horrible shriek and his face became distorted. What was even more terrifying was that his body rapidly shriveled and soon turned into a dried corpse without any sign of life as it fell to the ground. The strong cultivator of the heavenly human tribe wasn't the only one. The other strong cultivators of the heavenly human tribe were the same. Their attacks were useless against the disaster-avoiding ghosts. The disaster-avoiding ghosts rushed into their bodies and turned them into mummies. Then, the disaster-avoiding ghost rushed out of their bodies, and its size seemed to have increased by a size. The strongest cultivator of the heavenly human tribe was at the seventh great supreme god layer. In a flash, they were all killed. None of them were left alive. The strong cultivators of the heavenly human tribe were astonished. It's the disaster-avoiding ghosts. It's really the disaster-avoiding ghosts. Why are there disaster-avoiding ghosts here? This is the core area. It's that tree. There's something wrong with that tree, shouted the strong cultivators of the heavenly human tribe. They slowed down and stopped in the distance. They looked at the disaster-avoiding ghosts cautiously. What should we do? A celestial asked. Mu Yun, don't let them go. Although these disaster-avoiding ghosts are powerful, this is not the disaster-avoiding ocean. I don't believe that they are as terrifying as the ones in the disaster-avoiding ocean. That's right, there's no black mist here. The strength of the crossing disaster ghosts should be limited. With so many of us, we should be able to defeat these crossing disaster ghosts. A few of the most fearsome heavenly human tribe warriors spoke one after another. Those strong men from the heavenly human tribe were extremely strong. They had all reached the ninth great supreme god layer. Two of the heavenly human tribe's brawny men were especially shocked. The two brawny men of the heavenly human tribe had participated in the hunt for Lu Ming and Yi Ling in the adversity-avoiding ocean. They clearly remembered that they had taken a part of Lu Ming and Yi Ling's crossing adversity airship. Furthermore, in order to fight against the crossing adversity ghost, Lu Ming and Yi Ling had thrown out the remaining parts of the crossing adversity airship. If one didn't have a calamity-traversing airship in the calamity-traversing ocean, wouldn't it only lead to death? Why were Lu Ming and Yi Ling still alive, and why did they obtain such a terrifying tree? They couldn't figure it out. These two guys are too strange. We have to get rid of them. Let's attack together and kill this kid. One of the brawny men from the heavenly human tribe who had participated in the hunt for Lu Ming shouted. Attack together. Kill. There were at least 100 heavenly human tribe warriors there. Some were young and some were in their prime. Of course, most of them were in their prime and their strength was shocking. Boom. Boom, boom. The heavenly human tribe warriors were like erupting volcanoes. Terrifying auras burst out from them and they charged towards Lu Ming and Yi Ling kill. Lu Ming gave the order to the dozen or so crossing ghosts. The crossing disaster ghosts let out ear-piercing screams and charged towards the heavenly human tribe warriors. Kill. Over 100 heavenly human tribe cultivators roared as they unleashed over 100 attacks toward the dozen or so evil spirits. This time, the heavenly human tribe warriors' attacks were even more terrifying. Most importantly, they were too strong. More than half of them were above the 7th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. There were also many 8th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. There were even 5 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm warriors. The combination of these forces was simply too powerful. Over 100 attacks landed on the crossing disaster ghosts. The crossing disaster ghosts trembled violently and their bodies kept twisting. However, in the end, the heavenly human tribe warriors' attacks did not destroy the crossing disaster ghosts. The crossing disaster ghosts broke through the heavenly human tribe's attacks and continued to attack the heavenly human tribe warriors. The heavenly human tribe warriors' faces changed drastically. Some of the more timid ones involuntarily stepped back. Use the ultimate heavenly energy. A brawny heavenly human tribe warrior shouted. Heavenly punishment. Heavenly punishment. Among the 100 heavenly human tribe warriors, there were only a dozen of them who had truly mastered the ultimate heavenly energy. However, the ultimate heavenly energy was not to be underestimated. The heavenly punishment force, and other supreme heavenly powers formed different types of attacks and once again blasted towards the dozen or so tribulation-avoiding ghosts. This time, the crossing disaster ghost's body trembled even more violently. Its body was actually blocked and it couldn't rush over. It's working. The heavenly human tribe warrior's eyes lit up. The ultimate heavenly energy could block the crossing disaster ghosts. This made them overjoyed. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's expressions changed slightly. It seems that this is not the crossing disaster ocean after all. Moreover, these crossing disaster ghosts have just been born. There is still a huge gap between their strength and the crossing disaster ghosts in the crossing disaster ocean. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Yi Ling. Yi Ling nodded. Their strength is indeed much weaker. However, they seem to be able to grow. It should be enough to deal with these heavenly human tribe warriors. Lu Ming continued to control the crossing disaster ghosts to attack the heavenly human tribe warriors. Those who control the power of the paramount heavens, stop the calamity crossing ghosts. The rest of you, go kill Mu Yun. Also, cut down that tree. My guess is that once that tree is dead, the calamity crossing ghosts will vanish. A young man from the heavenly human tribe said. This person was extremely handsome. He was young and belonged to the younger generation. However, his cultivation level had reached the 8th layer of the great god realm. He was definitely a peerless genius of the heavenly human tribe. He had great prestige. Many strong men from the heavenly human tribe seemed to obey his orders. Immediately, the heavenly human tribe warriors followed the young man's instructions. Under the young man's lead, they used the ultimate heavenly energy to attack the crossing disaster ghosts and block them. As for the other heavenly human tribe warriors, they went around the crossing disaster ghosts from the other side and charged towards Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Mu Yun, die. Kill. The eyes of the heavenly human tribe members were filled with greed. One by one, they launched attacks at Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Yi Ling remained calm in the face of the attacks from the heavenly human tribe. They had no intention of fighting back. When the attacks came close to Lu Ming and Yi Ling, the tree moved. Whoosh, roots that were thicker than a person's waist extended from the tree's roots. They were like long snakes that swept toward the heavenly human tribe. The roots were extremely powerful. Some of the weaker heavenly human tribe members were hit by the roots. They screamed and their bodies exploded. Then, their flesh and blood were all absorbed by the roots. Even the stronger ones, such as those at the 8th or 9th level of the great god realm, were sent flying by the roots and vomited blood. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! There were at least a dozen roots. Each of them was more than 1,000 miles long. They danced in the air and attacked crazily. In an instant, at least 30 heavenly human tribe members were killed by the roots. Their flesh and blood were absorbed by the roots. After absorbing the flesh and blood of the heavenly human tribe members, the tree seemed to have become more luxuriant and taller. Its roots also became thicker and more powerful. The dozens of roots grew longer and swept toward the remaining heavenly human tribe members. Damn it! Back off! The heavenly human tribe members were shocked and quickly retreated. As they retreated, they attacked the roots and tried to cut them off. However, when these attacks landed on the roots, they only emitted clang 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 sounds of metal colliding. They only left marks on the roots, but did not cut through them. The dozens of roots continued to attack the heavenly human tribe members. Another dozen heavenly human tribe members were caught off guard and were swept away by the roots. They were killed instantly and their flesh and blood were absorbed by the roots. The remaining 50 heavenly human tribe members were terrified. They did not dare to stay any longer and quickly retreated. You want to retreat? Disaster-avoiding ghosts, come back. Lu Ming thought. The calamity-avoiding ghosts, who had been battling the dozen or so heavenly humans who had mastered the supreme power of the heavens, suddenly turned around and charged toward the retreating heavenly humans. The disaster-avoiding ghosts and the roots attacked from two sides. The heavenly human tribe members could not escape and they inevitably bumped into each other. Instantly, more than a dozen heavenly human tribe experts had their bodies invaded by more than a dozen disaster-avoiding ghosts. These heavenly human tribe elites let out blood-curdling screams. Under the horrified gazes of the other heavenly human tribe elites, they quickly shriveled up and turned into dried corpses. Their essence, chi, and soul had all been devoured. This time, many of them had the strength of the 8th great supreme god layer, and the others had the strength of the seventh great supreme god layer. After devouring these experts, the bodies of the dozen or so calamity-overcoming ghosts became significantly more corporeal and larger. Their auras became even more sinister and frightening. They were at least twice as strong as before. Creak creak creak, these disaster-avoiding ghosts screamed, and their gazes became even more ferocious as they stared at the other heavenly humans. The remaining heavenly humans felt chills run down their spines and cold sweat trickled down their backs. They no longer had the heart to continue fighting and fled in all directions. If that was the case, they would be even more unable to block the pincer attack of the tree roots and the disaster-avoiding ghost. These celestial clan experts fell one after another. Even if the 10 experts with the strongest heavenly powers went all out to defend, it was useless. The celestials were killed one by one, and they were all turned into nutrients for the tree, making it stronger and stronger. Retreat, retreat! Shouted the young genius of the celestial clan in the end. He chose to retreat. Lu Ming, of course, wouldn't let these celestial clan experts retreat. He controlled the tree and its roots extended to 10,000 miles. At the same time, the dozen or so disaster-avoiding ghosts chased after the celestial clan experts. In the end, the celestial clan experts paid a heavy price and escaped from the mountain range. But it was too tragic. Originally, there had been more than 100 celestial clan experts in the mountain range. But in the end, only 7 of them had survived. Even a strong man of the heavenly human clan who had the strength of the 9th great supreme god layer was careless. He was surrounded by a few ghosts and was killed. That young genius of the celestial clan took the other 6 celestial clan experts and ran very far away. They only stopped when the disaster-avoiding ghosts stopped chasing them. Damn it, Mu Yun! Roared the celestial clan expert. The heavens favored of the celestial tribe growled. His face was twisted with anger and was extremely ferocious. Their losses were too great. This time, they had suffered too great a loss. The celestial clan was divided into many branches, and the competition between them was great. They had to compete for power and resources, etc. He was the leader of this high-grade earth vein, which meant that his branch had occupied it. The other celestial clan experts were his subordinates. But now, they were all dead. It was too great a loss for him. Young Master Yichu Haohan, what should we do now? Asked a strong man. The young man's name was Yichu Haohan. What should we do? Of course, we have to take revenge. Mu Yun, I will skin him alive and pull out his tendons. Now, let's leave this place and find other experts to kill this brat together. Yichu Haohan roared. His killing intent was extremely strong. After saying that, he turned around and left with the other 6 celestial clan experts. On the mountain range, Lu Ming and Yi Ling watched Yichu Haohan and the others leave. It's a pity that this is not the disaster-avoiding sea. The disaster-avoiding ghosts are greatly restricted, Lu Ming sighed. Of course, he would not let Yichu Haohan and the others go easily. Unfortunately, he found that the disaster-avoiding ghosts could not be too far away from the tree. If they were too far away from the tree, their strength would decrease greatly. Obviously, they would still be greatly affected if they were not in the disaster-avoiding sea. The celestial clan will probably retaliate soon. Let's seize the time to condense the desolation pills and cultivate. Yi Ling said. Alright, let's count our gains first. Lu Ming said. This time, they had killed more than 100 celestial clan experts and obtained their storage rings. The 2 of them were looking forward to it. Would there be no pill furnaces and desolation pills in the storage rings of these celestial clan experts? The 2 of them came to the bottom of the tree, took out all the storage rings, and began to count them. After counting, the 2 of them smiled. It was a big gain. It was really a big gain. Among the rings of holding, there were about 12 million desolation pills. After splitting the spoils, the 2 of them each had about 6 million desolation pills. In addition, the 2 of them had some left before, so they had a lot of desolation pills. In addition, there were 200 pill furnaces. Most of them were pill furnaces with a diameter of 1 meter, but there were 10 pill furnaces with a diameter of 3 meters. The 2 of them divided it equally, so each of them had 100 pill furnaces. Lu Ming's heart was beating faster. After all, he had worked so hard and only had a total of 75 pill furnaces. Among them, there were only 5 pill furnaces with a diameter of 3 meters. With these 100 pill furnaces, the total number of pill furnaces was 175. Among them, there were 10 pill furnaces with a diameter of 3 meters. Yiling probably had even more pill furnaces. It's a pity that Yi Chu Haohan escaped. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Yi Chu Haohan was the leader of the heavenly human tribe. Most of the pill furnaces must be in his hands. As for the others, they probably only had a small portion. This was only a small portion of the pill furnaces, yet there were already 200 of them. Yi Chu Haohan must have even more pill furnaces. If they could kill him, they would be rich. It was a pity that the other party had escaped. As long as the other party left the range of the calamity-avoiding ghost, Lu Ming could not do anything to them. His and Yi Ling's actual combat power was still a far cry from that of the heavenly humans. Based on their actual combat power, they would definitely be killed in seconds. The two of them came to the bottom of the tree and started refining the desolation pills without stopping. Lu Ming chose a flat area to sit down on. With a wave of his hand, 175 pill furnaces flew out and landed on the ground. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand and streaks of forbidden energy flew into the pill furnaces. Buzz! The pill furnaces vibrated and runes appeared on them. The desolation chi between heaven and earth quickly gathered towards the pill furnaces. The desolation chi here was too dense. When it gathered towards the pill furnaces, it was like a tornado was blowing. After activating all 175 pill furnaces, Lu Ming did not bother about them anymore. He started to comprehend the normal secret skills. Half a day later, the 175 pill furnaces started to vibrate. Then, desolation pills flew out like raindrops. There were too many of them. They were densely packed and flew out of the pill furnaces continuously, filling the entire sky. So many, even Lu Ming took a deep breath. Then, he grabbed the air and a strong suction force was produced. All the desolation pills gathered towards Lu Ming's palm. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual consciousness and calculated the exact number of desolation pills. 159,000. In just half a day, he had refined a single furnace of pills and the number of pills had reached 159,000. This speed was extremely shocking and terrifying. At the same time, Lu Ming also calculated the number of pills produced by the pill furnaces with a diameter of 1 meter and 3 meters. A pill furnace with a diameter of 1 meter could refine 600 desolation pills in one furnace. In the outer region, a pill furnace with a diameter of 1 meter could only refine 12 desolation pills in one furnace. Previously, Lu Ming and the others had tried refining 120 desolation pills in one furnace on an ordinary earth vein. But here, 600 desolation pills in one furnace was 5 times more than an ordinary earth vein. A pill furnace with a diameter of 3 meters could refine 6,000 desolation pills in one furnace. No wonder the heavenly human tribe and the top 10 tribes had occupied the high-level earth veins. They're refining desolation pills. If I want to break through from the 5th to the 6th great supreme god layer, I need 12 million desolate pills. At this speed, I'll need 40 days to refine them. Lu thought. Then, he put the hundreds of thousands of desolation pills into his storage ring and continued to refine desolation pills into the furnace. Just like that, Lu Ming refined elixirs while comprehending the secret skill. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. In 10 days, Lu Ming had refined more than 3 million desolation pills. In addition to the 8 million desolation pills he had before, he now had more than 10 million desolation pills. He was not far from 12 million desolation pills. Boom! At this moment, a powerful aura came from about 1,000 miles away from Lu Ming. A sword light could be vaguely seen soaring into the sky. Yi Ling is about to break through. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This aura was clearly Yi Ling's. It seemed that Yi Ling had finally collected enough desolation pills to break through. Yi Ling had accumulated a lot of desolation pills in the outer region. After working with Lu Ming, the two of them had more than 8 million desolation pills. In addition to the refining during this period, Yi Ling definitely had more than 20 million desolation pills. Yiling's cultivation was higher than Lu Ming's. He was in the 6th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. To break through to the 7th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm, he would need a lot of desolation pills. He needed more than Lu Ming to break through to the 6th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. After all, Yiling was also a peerless genius. The power he controlled was not to be underestimated. Although it was far from taboo power, he still needed more energy than ordinary people to break through. Yiling's aura continued to soar. When it reached a peak, it slowly decreased. Lu Ming knew that Yiling had reached the 7th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm and stabilized. Lu Ming smiled. After all, he and Yiling were in a cooperative relationship. Furthermore, along the way, they had experienced life and death situations. He still trusted Yiling's character. The stronger Yiling was, the better it would be for him. Yiling had broken through to the 7th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. In addition, his battle strength was close to 10 stars. He would be a great help. I have almost enough desolation pills. Continue. Lu Ming collected his thoughts and controlled the cauldron to continue refining desolation pills. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he looked into the distance. In the distance, there were streaks of light rushing over at an astonishing speed. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred streaks of light. The people of the heavenly human tribe are indeed here. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Whoosh, 1,000 miles away, Yiling soared into the sky and stood in the air, looking into the distance. Soon, the streaks of light converged and stopped. A few hundred figures appeared in the air. Most of them were experts of the heavenly human tribe. However, there were also some other tribes, such as the Angel tribe, the Demon tribe, the Buddha tribe, the Blood tribe, and the Soul tribe. They were all from the top 10 tribes. The total number was more than 500. Mu Yun is in this earth vein. Do you see that tree? A young man stepped out from the heavenly human tribe and pointed at the tree that Lu Ming had planted with a seed. This young man was Yichu Haohan. Is this tree really so terrifying that it killed more than 100 of your people? Another prodigy of the heavenly human tribe said with a puzzled look. This prodigy of the heavenly human tribe was also a terrifying existence. His status in the heavenly human tribe was not inferior to Yichu Haohan. He led a group of people and occupied another high-level earth vein. This time, he was called out by Yichu Haohan. Of course, it was also because he was greedy and killed Mu Yun. Don't underestimate a tree. This tree should be related to the disaster-avoiding sea. The attack power of its roots is extremely terrifying. The most terrifying thing is that there are more than a dozen disaster-avoiding ghosts living on it. Yichu Haohan explained. What? Disaster-avoiding ghosts? And there are more than a dozen of them? Everyone's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of horror. They knew how terrifying the disaster-avoiding ghosts were. It was not something that divine emperors could resist. Facing the disaster-avoiding ghosts, they would only die. Everyone, don't be too afraid. After all, this isn't the Calamity Crossing Ocean. The Calamity Crossing ghost is greatly restricted here. Its strength isn't too strong. Previously, we were able to block its attack with the utmost heaven energy. Moreover, it seems like the Calamity Crossing ghost can't go too far away from the tree. As long as we can cut down the tree, the Calamity Crossing ghost will disappear on its own, Yichu Haohan said. Yichu Haohan was also very smart. After the previous battle, he had already figured out the weaknesses of the tree and the crossing disaster ghost in the past 10 days. Hearing Yichu Haohan's explanation, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but they still didn't dare to be careless. I suggest that the heavenly human tribe set up the 9th heaven battle formation and suppress the evil-avoiding ghosts with their strongest power. The other tribes should wait for an opportunity to act and support them from the side. Yichu Haohan said. I agree. I agree too. That's the safest way. The other heavenly human tribe members nodded. After all, they didn't dare to be careless in the face of something as strange as the evil-avoiding ghosts. The safest way was to set up the 9th heaven battle formation and gather everyone's power. Immediately, about 400 heavenly human tribe members flashed and began to set up a battle formation. Boom, a powerful aura soared into the sky, shaking heaven and earth and causing the void to rumble. They activated the battle formation and dashed toward the Earth meridian, toward Lu Ming's location. Meanwhile, the angels and the other races were roaming around, assisting the heavenly human tribe and attacking whenever they had the time. When the battle formation set up by the heavenly human tribe approached the Earth vein, it condensed into a huge battle sword and slashed toward Lu Ming. Evil avoiding ghosts. Lu Ming's mind moved. On the tree, more than a dozen evil-avoiding ghosts screamed and rushed toward the heavenly human tribe members. After the last battle, they had devoured many celestial tribe experts, and the dozen or so disaster-avoiding ghosts had become even more terrifying. Their bodies had expanded greatly, and they screeched as they charged toward the celestial tribe experts, clashing with the battle swords formed by the celestial tribe battle formation. Boom! 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 Rumbling sounds continued to ring out. More than 10 disaster-avoiding ghosts trembled violently. They were blocked and forced to retreat from the impact. Among so many heavenly human tribe members, there were naturally many who had mastered the 4 supreme heavenly powers. Therefore, the battle formation was also integrated with the supreme heavenly powers to suppress the evil-avoiding ghosts. However, it only pushed the evil-avoiding ghosts back and didn't hurt them. The battle sword formed by the 9th heaven battle formation was also weakened. The sword light dimmed a little, but it continued to slash toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression didn't change at all. He just stood there motionlessly. At this moment, the ground began to move. Rumbling sounds could be heard as roots extended from the ground and swept toward the battle sword. Dozens of roots wrapped around the sword. In the end, with a bang, the battle sword collapsed. Humph, continue! Shouted Yi Chu Haohan. And activated the 9 heavens battle formation. A heavenly human tribe member. This figure was from the heavenly human race. He wore a crown on his head and held a golden battle sword in his hand. He was incomparably imposing. Heavenly human tribe members. Kill him! The heavenly human clan's king bellowed. Holding a combat sword, he stepped into the void and charged toward Lu Ming. The combat sword slashed out, causing the void to tremble violently. The sword aura was shocking. He human tribe members as a tribe Haohan human tribe member. After all, more than 400 strong cultivators of the heavenly human clan had fused together. Many of them had the strength of the 7th, 8th, and 9th great supreme god layers. How terrifying! Block it! Lu Ming bellowed and gave the order to the big tree. Whoosh, this time, hundreds of roots stretched out from the ground. The roots didn't attack. Instead, they intertwined to form a huge shield in front of the heavenly human tribe member. Clang, the shocking sword light slashed onto the shield made of intertwined roots, causing a loud boom. Endless sword chi spread out in all directions. However, the sword light was blocked in the end. This caused the expressions of the heavenly human clansmen to turn ugly. The tree's defense was too terrifying. They had set up a battle formation with so many of them. How powerful was its attack power? How could it be blocked? Continue, the heavenly human tribe members roared and continued to control the battle formation to launch a storm of attacks. However, dozens of attacks were blocked by the shield formed by the roots. Moreover, the shield formed by the roots was extremely flexible and could extend to thousands of miles away. No matter how the heavenly human tribe members attacked, they were blocked. You guys, escape from this side and kill Mu Yun. Yi Chu Haohan roared and gave an order to the angel tribe and the blood tribe members. Kill! The angel tribe members escaped from the side and charged at Lu Ming. You're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with killing intent. The dozen or so disaster-avoiding ghosts returned to Lu Ming's side at an astonishing speed and charged at those races. Not good, let's join forces. The angels, vampires, and other races experts roared and attacked the 11 crossing disaster ghosts with all kinds of attacks. However, their strength was still far inferior to the heavenly human tribe's supreme heavenly power. They couldn't suppress the disaster-avoiding ghosts at all. The disaster-avoiding ghosts rushed past them and charged at the angel tribe, the blood tribe, and the other experts. They rushed into their bodies. These people screamed miserably as their bodies quickly shriveled. Their essence, chi, and spirit were all devoured. When the others saw this scene, they were so scared that their bodies turned cold and they retreated frantically. The dozen or so disaster-avoiding ghosts chased after them and killed more than a dozen experts, devouring their flesh and blood. The remaining people fled far away in a sorry state. They were still in shock and didn't dare to approach the mountain range again. Go! Lu Ming controlled the dozen or so disaster-avoiding ghosts and charged at the Heavenly Human Tribe's battle formation. However, the Heavenly Human Tribe's battle formation was indeed powerful. There was a layer of defensive barrier around them that the disaster-avoiding ghosts could not break through. Just like that, the two sides entered a stalemate. The Heavenly Human Tribe members wanted to kill Lu Ming, but they were blocked by the big tree. Lu Ming wanted to kill the Heavenly Human Tribe members, but he couldn't do it. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. At this time, the Heavenly Human Tribe members wanted to retreat. Continuously activating the battle formation was very taxing for them. After an hour, many of them couldn't bear it anymore. If this continued, the battle formation might become unstable. In the end, the Heavenly Human Tribe members retreated out of the mountain range and stopped. Damn it! Despicable bastards! Many Heavenly Human Tribe members roared angrily. Lu Ming was clearly in front of them, but they couldn't kill him. This was unacceptable for them, who had always been high and mighty. In their opinion, all living beings in the primeval universe were lowly and lowly. They were all their slaves, and their lives were their blessings. Whoever they wanted to kill, they had to obediently let them kill them. They couldn't resist. However, not only did Lu Ming not let them kill him, but he also killed their people repeatedly. In their opinion, this was simply treason and heinous. He deserved to die 1,000 or 10,000 times. Let's recover first, then continue to set up the battle formation and kill our way over. I don't believe that the power of the big tree is endless. Yi Chuheo roared. Among the crowd, his anger and killing intent were the strongest. That's right. Let's recover first and then attack. I don't believe that the power of the tree is endless. The other Heavenly Human Tribe members also roared. Immediately, the Heavenly Human Tribe members took out the primitive pills and refined them to recover their strength. After refining the primitive pills, they recovered quickly. In a short time, they had fully recovered. After recovering, they continued to set up the array and charged toward Lu Ming. However, they were still blocked by the roots of the big tree. Lu Ming sneered. How could he not know what the Heavenly Human Tribe members were thinking? However, they were doomed to be wrong. Would the tree run out of energy? That was impossible. Although they were far away from the disaster-crossing sea, the tree could still absorb the fog from the disaster-crossing sea unknowingly. As long as it absorbed the fog, the tree would not run out of energy. Therefore, no matter how the Heavenly Human Tribe members attacked, it was useless. After a while, the Heavenly Human Tribe retreated and then recovered and continued to attack. In this way, the stalemate lasted for 7 days. Still, no one could do anything to the other. The Heavenly Human Tribe members were furious, but there was nothing they could do. In the end, they decided to retreat. They had no choice but to retreat. They could not afford to waste time. They had occupied the high-grade earth vein. If they returned to the high-grade earth vein to refine the primitive pills, how many primitive pills could they refine in a day? Every day they were delayed was a great loss. The 9 Heavens battle formation should be set up by experts of the 9th layer of the Emperor God realm. That way, it will be the most powerful. Otherwise, the power will be impure. Among us, there are people of different cultivation levels. It is difficult for us to unleash the full power of the battle formation. That's why we can't break the tree's defense. Let's go back now and refine the primitive pills to increase our cultivation. When more people reach the 9th layer of the Emperor God realm, we can set up the battle formation again. It will be easy to break the tree's defense. A genius from the Heavenly Human Tribe said. The others agreed with him. Although Yi Chuhaohan was unwilling, he had no choice but to retreat with the other Heavenly Human Tribe members. In an instant, only Lu Ming and Yi Ling were left in the area. After the Heavenly Human Tribe members left, it seems like they won't come back for a while. Yi Ling stepped forward and said. That's right. This is a good opportunity for us. Let's make the best use of our time to cultivate. Lu Ming said. The two of them continued to refine Great Desolation pills. 7 days later, Lu Ming's desolate pills had already exceeded 12 million. At this time, he began to absorb the desolate pills to increase his cultivation base. As his cultivation increased, the speed at which he refined the desolation pills also increased. Opening his mouth, he sucked in hundreds of thousands of Great Desolation pills, turning them into energy that spread to the 60 trillion cells in his body. Then, they turned into taboo energy. After refining it, he continued to refine the Great Desolate pills. Just like that, Lu Ming's cultivation base rose rapidly. From the early stage of the 5th Great Supreme God layer to the middle stage of the 5th Great Supreme God layer, then the late stage, then the peak of the 5th Great Supreme God layer, in just a little more than a day, Lu Ming's body erupted with a powerful aura, breaking through a new peak. 6th Great Supreme God layer, Lu Ming's cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 6th Great Supreme God layer. In the Taisheng Immortal City, one's cultivation base rose extremely quickly. As long as one had enough desolation pills, one's cultivation base could keep rising. There was no limit to it. There was almost no bottleneck. Before entering the Taisheng Immortal City, Lu Ming's cultivation base was only at the top of the 9th Great Supreme God layer. Only a few years had passed, and Lu Ming's cultivation base had risen at an astonishing speed. Now, he had even broken through to the 6th Great Supreme God layer. If this had happened outside, it would have been unimaginable. Even the strongest geniuses of the heavenly human clan, who had endless resources, would have progressed much slower than this. Desolation pills could be said to be treasures that could steal the fortune of the universe. Unfortunately, he couldn't take them out. Otherwise, they would be extremely valuable. Slowly, Lu Ming's chi stabilized. He had broken through to the 6th Great Supreme God layer. After breaking through to the 6th Great Supreme God layer, Lu Ming's fighting strength had increased tremendously. With his fighting strength at the top of the 12-star Great Supreme God layer, he could be considered an expert even in the 9th Great Supreme God layer. Only those who had the strength of the 9th Great Supreme God layer with at least 3 stars could compete with Lu Ming. There weren't many people from ordinary clans who had the strength of 3 stars. In other words, in the primitive universe, Lu Ming was one of the strongest cultivators below the Great Supreme God layer. But it wasn't enough. He still had a long way to go. If he improved, others would also improve. After a while, the 2nd floor of the Taisheng Immortal City would be filled with cultivators of the 7th Great Supreme God layer and above. There would even be a handful of cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer. Besides, there would be many geniuses there. For example, how strong would the geniuses on the universe's young geniuses list be if they broke through to the 9th Great Supreme God layer? There were also the core disciples of the Heavenly Palace, especially the Heavenly Human Clan, who were the most terrifying. There were also terrifying geniuses in the prime of their lives. Therefore, Lu Ming still had a long way to go. The 6th Great Supreme God layer was far from enough. He still needed to improve. However, to break through from the 6th Great Supreme God layer to the 7th Great Supreme God layer, he would need even more desolation pills. Lu Ming estimated that he would need 120 million desolation pills. That was a shocking number. Even in this high-level earth vein, it would take more than a year to refine desolation pills. Therefore, he couldn't waste time. Lu Ming waited for his cultivation to stabilize before continuing to refine desolation pills. Time passed day by day. The Heavenly Human Clan didn't come to trouble Lu Ming anymore. Soon, more than 10 days had passed. During this time, the news that Lu Ming and Yi Ling had occupied a high-level earth vein, and that the Heavenly Human Clan had suffered a great loss and couldn't do anything to Lu Ming's group spread like wildfire. Soon, all the earth veins in the core area were big and small. There was an ordinary earth vein in the area north of Lu Ming's group. On the surface, this earth vein was occupied by a clan from the primitive universe. In fact, it was occupied by the Heaven Destroyer. Their leader was Xianxia. When Xianxia received the news, she was dumbfounded. It took her a long time to react. I didn't expect that Lu Ming and Yi Ling could occupy a high-level earth vein. This is really beyond my expectations. Xianxia exclaimed. Xianxia, what should we do now? What's your plan? Another person asked. In this star palace, the Heaven Destroyer is too weak. We definitely won't be a match for the Heavenly Palace. Therefore, we can only hide in the dark and slowly accumulate strength. However, we won't be able to hide from the Heavenly Human Clan for long. We'll be discovered sooner or later. Especially now that the Heavenly Human Clan has suffered a great loss at the hands of Lu Ming and Yi Ling. They will definitely transfer their resentment to the Heaven Destroyer. I reckon that during this period, the Heavenly Human Clan will be secretly searching for the Heaven Destroyer. Therefore, we must leave as soon as possible and seek refuge with Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Xianxia said. Heaven Destroyer was relatively weak in this star palace. Moreover, Lu Ming had killed many members of the Heavenly Human Tribe. Xianxia was sure that the Heavenly Human Tribe would not let them go. They would definitely search for Heaven Destroyer secretly. If this continued, they would be in danger. Therefore, Xianxia wanted to bring her people to Lu Ming. Another reason was that Lu Ming and the others were occupying a high-level earth vein. If they could join Lu Ming and enter the high-level earth vein, they would be able to refine desolation pills much faster. The higher the level of the Emperor God realm, the more desolation pills one would need to break through. Even if one was not talented enough and did not control enough power, the number of desolation pills required when one reached the 7th, 8th, or even 9th layer of the Emperor God realm would be shocking. It's good to join Lu Ming and Yi Ling, but I don't know if they will agree. Some people were worried. It shouldn't be a problem. After all, we are Heaven Destroyer's people. We are on the same side. Moreover, we have no grudges against them. I believe Lu Ming and Yi Ling will not be so heartless. Pack up and let's go. Xianxia said. Soon, Xianxia led a group of people to the high-level earth vein where Lu Ming and the others were. In fact, Xianxia and the others were not the only Heaven Destroyer hiding in the dark. There were others who were hiding in various places. Some of them did not even hide in the earth vein. They just stayed in the mountains where the desolation chi was thicker. When they heard about Lu Ming and Yi Ling, some of them were tempted and went to the earth vein where Lu Ming and the others were. They were ready to join Lu Ming and the others. However, not everyone was going to join Lu Ming and Yi Ling. For example, Fei Yi. Although Fei Yi and the others had crossed the adversity crossing sea with Xianxia and the others, they had left Xianxia and the others after arriving at the adversity crossing sea. Fei Yi's ambition was not small. He did not want to live under someone else's roof, so he led a group of people and hid at the edge of an ordinary earth vein. He secretly refined the desolation pill and raised his cultivation. He was very confident that his talent was high enough. As long as his cultivation increased, he would not be weaker than others. When he heard that Lu Ming had killed many heavenly humans and occupied a high-grade earth vein, his heart was filled with jealousy. Humph, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Lu Ming's talent may be high, but his brain isn't good. If he offends the celestial race like this, the celestial race will definitely take revenge on him. Although he has gained some advantages now, he will die sooner or later. Let's see how long he can be arrogant for. We don't have to get too close to this person. If we get too close to him, we'll be killed by him sooner or later. Trust me, he won't be arrogant for long. Fei Yi said coldly. Hearing Fei Yi's words, a few people who originally wanted to suggest joining Lu Ming could only swallow their words. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. During these days, Lu Ming and Yi Ling had been concentrating on refining desolation pills. Lu Ming received more than 300,000 desolation pills every day. At this rate, Lu Ming should be able to gather enough desolation pills to break through to the 7th Great Supreme God layer in a little more than a year. However, at this moment, a group of people arrived nearby. As expected, they're here. Heaven Destroyer's people, whispered Lu Ming. He stood up and floated in the air. Yi Ling also noticed this group of people. He also flew over and landed next to Lu Ming. It's Xianxia and the others, said Yi Ling. Lu Ming nodded. He had already seen Xianxia in the crowd. He glanced around and did not see Fei Yi and the others. Brother Lu, Brother Yi, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a while, you would cause such a big commotion. I'm really surprised. Xianxia smiled and cupped her fists. She was much more polite than the last time they had met. We were just lucky. May I know why Brother Xianxia is here? Asked Lu Ming, even though he already knew the answer. He knew very well that Xianxia and the others had most likely come to seek refuge with him. However, since they had not said anything, he would not take the initiative to ask them to come in. To be honest, we are here to seek refuge with Brother Lu and Brother Yi. Brother Lu and Brother Yi, you must take us in. Xianxia cupped her fists and said humbly. Hearing that Xianxia and the others had indeed come to seek refuge with them, Lu Ming could not help but ponder. The desolation chi in the earth vein was not endless. It would be exhausted as the desolation pills continued to condense. The reason why the desolation chi in the earth vein was so dense was because it had accumulated over a long period of time. 60 stellar years ago, someone had been here. Over the past 60 stellar years, the primordial gas had accumulated to such a high concentration. If it was only Lu Ming and Yi Ling who were condensing the desolation pills, they would be able to last longer. However, with the addition of others, the duration would be much shorter. This was where Lu Ming was pondering. Lu Ming, Xianxia is very talented. It would be a pity if she died in the hands of the heavenly human tribe. It would be a great loss for Heaven Destroyer. Yi Ling whispered to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and said, "All right, everyone can come in." Lu Ming finally nodded in agreement. Xianxia and the others were very talented. When they grew up, they would become the backbone of the heavenly palace. It would be impossible for him to fight against the heavenly palace alone. He would have to gather all his forces to fight against the heavenly palace. Therefore, he would help the heaven exterminating army whenever he could. As for the lack of desolation chi in the earth vein, he would look for other earth veins later. Thank you, Lu Ming, Brother Yi. Thank you. Xianxia and the others thanked him repeatedly and then flew into the earth vein. They scattered to various parts of the earth vein, then took out their pill furnaces and began to refine desolation pills. Lu Ming and Yi Ling also returned to their original place and continued to refine pills. In the following period, from time to time, people from Heaven Destroyer came to seek refuge. Lu Ming did not refuse and let them in. During this process, the heavenly human tribe's counterattack finally began. The heavenly human tribe sent out experts to hunt down the people of Heaven Destroyer. Many people from Heaven Destroyer who were hiding in the dark were killed. This made more people come to seek refuge with Lu Ming. Some people who did not want to seek refuge with Lu Ming also came to seek refuge with Lu Ming. In a small mountain range, there was a group of more than 20 people. The leader was Fei Yi. At this time, they were in a very sorry state. They had been hunted down by the heavenly human tribe and were almost wiped out. Fortunately, they had escaped in advance and were lucky to escape. At this moment, many of them had fear on their faces. What should we do? What should we do now? The heavenly human tribe is hunting down our Heaven Destroyer. If this continues, they will catch up to us sooner or later. Someone spoke with a look of panic on his face. It's all Lu Ming's fault. It's all his fault. If he had not killed so many heavenly human tribe members and completely angered them, they would not have gone crazy and hunted down our Heaven Destroyer on a large scale. Lu Ming has to take full responsibility. Fei Yi roared. Fei Yi roared angrily and pushed all the blame onto Lu Ming. Some people on the side did not agree. Was it wrong to kill the celestial humans? Their Heaven Destroyer was known as the Heaven Destroyer because they wanted to destroy the celestial humans. Since they had the chance to kill the celestial humans, they naturally would not let it go. They would do the same if it were them. Fei Yi blamed all of this on Lu Ming, but they did not agree with him at all. However, no one said anything. After all, Fei Yi's cultivation was the highest among them. They still had to count on Fei Yi for the next operation. However, many people were disdainful of Fei Yi's character. I heard that many people have gone to seek refuge with Lu Ming, and Lu Ming has accepted them. Now, those people are in the high-level ley lines, quickly condensing the desolate pills and improving their cultivation. Let's also go and seek refuge with Lu Ming. That's right, I think so too. Let's go and seek refuge with Lu Ming. Yes, the celestial humans don't dare to go there. Moreover, they can quickly improve their cultivation. It's killing two birds with one stone. The others also discussed animatedly, all of them suggesting to seek refuge with Lu Ming. In the end, everyone's gazes turned to Fei Yi. Fei Yi's expression was a little ugly. Previously, he had despised Lu Ming in public and said that he would not seek refuge with Lu Ming. Now, he was asked to seek refuge with Lu Ming. Wasn't that a slap to his face? However, he also wanted to seek refuge with Lu Ming. There were many dangers outside, and he might be found and killed by the celestial humans at any time. However, if he were to agree to submit to Lu Ming so easily, how could he not feel embarrassed? Therefore, he continued to ponder. Fei Yi, I know you have a grudge with Lu Ming, but now is not the time to be impulsive. You should put aside your grudge and seek refuge with him. That's right. Our common enemy is the celestial humans. A little grudge between us is a small matter. This matter concerns all of our lives. Fei Yi, think about it. The others tried to persuade him. Well, I don't care about my own safety. At worst, I will perish together with the heavenly human tribe. But you are innocent. For the sake of everyone's safety, I have decided to seek refuge with Lu Ming. Everyone, let's go. In the end, Fei Yi found a way out of this embarrassing situation. Only after saying some hypocritical words did he agree. Immediately, they set off. Fortunately, they weren't too far away from the high-grade earth vein where Lu Ming and the others were. With a bit of luck, they didn't encounter any heavenly human tribe experts along the way. Thus, they arrived at the high-grade earth vein where Lu Ming and the others were. As soon as Fei Yi and the others approached, Lu Ming sensed them. Someone else is coming. Lu Ming muttered. He finished comprehending the secret technique and looked into the distance. Flying leaves. Lu Ming's eyes moved, and an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the distance, Fei Yi looked around and saw Lu Ming. However, he pretended that he didn't see Lu Ming and said to the people around him, let's go directly into the mountain range and find a place to stay. Are we going to inform Lu Ming? It's not good to just go in like this. Someone hesitated. What's not good about it? Anyway, the people of Heaven Destroyer can enter. We are also Heaven Destroyer. He has no reason to refuse us. Let's go in quickly. Fei Yi said. He didn't want to face Lu Ming and wanted to go directly into the mountain range. The others could only bite the bullet and follow Fei Yi. Hee, you didn't even ask for my permission. Lu Ming sneered. He got up and stepped out. In a flash, he appeared in front of Fei Yi and the others. Everyone, please wait. Lu Ming said lightly. Lu Ming, it's you. What a coincidence. Fei Yi pretended that he had just seen Lu Ming and squeezed out a stiff smile. Oh, is that so? Everyone, this is my place. Please go back. Lu Ming waved his hand. This made many people's faces change. Lu Ming didn't accept their surrender? Lu Ming, we're here to seek refuge with you. Now, the people of the heavenly human race are wantonly capturing the people of Heaven Destroyer, a brawny man hurriedly explained with a humble attitude. If you're here to seek refuge with me, why did you want to go in without my permission just now? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, we're all Heaven Destroyer. We should take care of each other. There's no need to greet each other, right? Fei Yi said. Take care of each other? Haha. Lu Ming sneered and said, that's not what you said in the outer area. At that time I was being chased by the heavenly human race. Why didn't you say that we should take care of each other? Instead, you were afraid that I would implicate you, so you asked me to leave alone and leave the team. Now, you're telling me to take care of each other? Lu Ming's words were full of mockery. Beside the flying leaf, many people revealed looks of shame. Indeed, because Lu Ming was being chased by the heavenly human race, Fei Yi didn't want to act with Lu Ming because he was afraid of being implicated by Lu Ming. He wanted to let Lu Ming leave alone. They didn't stop him, but now they came to seek refuge with Lu Ming. Fei Yi even said that they should take care of each other, which made their faces burn. Damn Lu Ming, Fei Yi was roaring in his heart. Lu Ming had brought this up in public. It was simply a slap to his face. In his opinion, Lu Ming was humiliating him and embarrassing him. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of Lu Ming's strength and that he needed Lu Ming's help now, he would have directly suppressed Lu Ming and made Lu Ming kneel in front of him, kowtow, and admit his mistake. Lu Ming, why do you have to be so calculative over such a small matter? After all, we are members of the Heaven Destroyer. If we are killed by the heavenly human race, it will be a great loss for the Heaven Destroyer. Fei Yi suppressed the anger in his heart and said. Haha. Lu Ming sneered. The more Fei Yi interacted with him, the more he felt that this person was shameless. Now, in his words, it became Lu Ming being calculative? You're right. I am calculative. What's wrong? Everyone else can enter this earth vein and get my protection. Only you, Fei Yi, get out of here. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this person and directly ordered him to leave. Lu Ming, you're too narrow-minded. This is revenge, plain and simple revenge. Fei Yi's expression changed drastically and he shouted. Yes, I'm narrow-minded. I'm taking revenge. What's wrong? Lu Ming said lightly. Fei Yi pointed at Lu Ming and couldn't say a word for a long time. Everyone, if you want to enter, hurry up. If you want to leave with Fei Yi, I won't stop you. Lu Ming said to the others beside Fei Yi. I'll enter. Of course I'll enter. Those people hurriedly answered and stepped forward. They already had some contempt for Fei Yi in their hearts. Why would they leave with Fei Yi now? What a joke. These people flew into the mountain range one after another. Lu Ming didn't stop them. Fei Yi's expression changed. In the end, he gritted his teeth and also wanted to fly into the mountain range. I told you to get out. Didn't you hear me? Lu Ming said coldly and threw a punch at Fei Yi. The violent fist energy was extremely terrifying. Although Fei Yi tried his best to resist, it was useless. He was blasted back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming, I'm also a member of the Heaven Destroyer. You want to kill me? You're killing your own kind. Fei Yi roared, changed his direction, and continued to fly towards the mountain range. He was completely shameless. Lu Ming didn't allow him to enter, but he insisted on entering. If he was alone outside, only death would await him. He would definitely be killed by the heavenly human tribe. Compared to his life, face and face were nothing. Even if he was shameless, he still wanted to enter the mountain range. As a member of the Heaven Destroyer, he didn't believe that Lu Ming would dare to kill him. Get lost. Lu Ming threw out another punch, sending Fei Yi flying. Lu Ming, even if you have a forbidden body, you can't do whatever you want. If you dare to kill me, you'll be punished when you get out. Fei Yi roared and continued to rush towards the mountain range. At this time, Yi Ling, Tian Xianxia, and the others in the mountain range were already alarmed. At this moment, they were looking at Fei Yi with disdain. This Fei Yi was too damn shameless. He was not allowed to enter, but he still insisted on entering. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Lu Ming said coldly. With a thought, the ground suddenly rumbled and a root flew out. It was the root of the big tree. The root was as fast as lightning, sweeping towards Fei Yi. With Fei Yi's strength, he couldn't avoid it at all and was directly wrapped up by the root. Lu Ming, what are you doing? If you dare to kill me, you'll pay with your life. Fei Yi roared, his eyes filled with fear. What do you mean I'm going to kill you? I didn't do anything. Where did this root come from? Why would it attack you? I don't know. Lu Ming sneered. He spread his hands and blamed everything on the roots of the plants. This is clearly controlled by you, Fei Yi roared. Who has evidence? Lu Ming sneered, his eyes filled with cold murderous intent. Feeling the murderous intent in Lu Ming's eyes, Fei Yi shuddered and his heart was filled with fear. He could feel that Lu Ming really wanted to kill him. No, Lu Ming, don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me, Fei Yi shouted. Finally, he no longer dared to be unreasonable and began to beg for mercy. Kill. Lu Ming remained unmoved. With a thought, the root suddenly tightened. The violent power directly caused Fei Yi's body to explode. His flesh and blood were directly devoured by the roots. Fei Yi had fallen. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming put away Fei Yi's storage ring and returned to the base of the tree. All the other members of the Heaven Exterminating Army saw this scene. However, they all felt that Fei Yi deserved to die. They all felt great disdain toward Fei Yi's moral character. After discussing with each other in secret, they all decided that they would not spread this matter after leaving this place. In fact, Lu Ming didn't care even if the news got out. It was just killing a Fei Yi. He didn't take it to heart. After returning to the base of the tree, Lu Ming took out Fei Yi's storage ring and found 5 alchemy furnaces. Lu Ming didn't hesitate to take them for his own use. In the following period, several batches of Heaven Destroyer members came to seek refuge, and Lu Ming accepted them one by one. Since then, everything had calmed down. The heavenly human race didn't come to attack. Lu Ming's life seemed to have returned to normal. However, Lu Ming knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Lu Ming was refining the desolate pills while comprehending the secret arts, seizing every moment. His combat strength had almost reached the peak of 12 stars, but it was extremely difficult to reach 13 stars. The higher the star level, the more difficult it was to increase one's combat strength by 1 star. At 12 stars, it was extremely difficult to reach 13 stars. During this period, Lu Ming kept comprehending the secret arts, turning them into runes and fusing them with his cells. However, his combat strength was still at 12 stars, not 13 stars. However, Lu Ming wasn't discouraged. He understood that the more runes he fused with the forbidden energy, the stronger it would become. As long as he fused enough runes, there would definitely be a qualitative change, and his combat strength would reach 13 stars. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming received more than 300,000 desolate pills every day. In the blink of an eye, 1 year and 2 months had passed. In 1 year and 2 months, Lu Ming had accumulated more than 120 million desolate pills. Lu Ming had accumulated enough to break through to the 7th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. Lu Ming finished comprehending the secret arts and started to absorb the desolate pills. He swallowed more than 1 million desolate pills in one gulp. These desolate pills were turned into forbidden energy, and Lu Ming's cultivation rose rapidly again. This time, it took a total of 3 days to refine over 100 million desolation pills. Lu Ming's aura continued to soar, and finally broke through a bottleneck and reached another level. 7th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm, Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through again, reaching the 7th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. His combat strength had increased by a large margin. Phew, Lu Ming took a deep breath, and his eyes lit up. He was much more confident now. With his current combat strength, he wouldn't be afraid even if he faced some 9th layer Great Supreme God Realm experts from the heavenly human tribe. Unless his opponent had a battle strength of 7 stars or above. Of course, this cultivation was far from enough. It was enough to fight against ordinary 9th layer Great Supreme God Realm experts, but it was far from enough to fight against peerless 9th layer Great Supreme God Realm experts. He had to continue to improve. After stabilizing his cultivation, Lu Ming continued to activate the cauldron to refine desolate pills. About half a year later, Yi Ling had accumulated enough desolate pills to break through to the 8th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. Yi Ling needed about 200 million primordial pills to break through from the 7th to the 8th level of the primordial God Realm. However, he had more alchemy furnaces than Lu Ming. He used 1 year and 8 months to accumulate about 200 million primordial pills and successfully broke through. During this time, many people broke through to the next level. The speed of accumulating desolate pills was too fast. Many people had accumulated enough desolate pills to break through to the next level. Everyone's strength slowly increased. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed since Lu Ming had broken through to the 7th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. In 3 years, Lu Ming had accumulated another 300 million desolate pills. However, 300 million desolate pills weren't enough for Lu Ming to break through. If Lu Ming wanted to break through to the 8th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm from the 7th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm, he would need 120 million desolate pills. This was a terrifying number. Given the speed of condensing the primordial pills, Lu Ming would be able to accumulate enough primordial pills in another 9 years. Lu Ming was satisfied with this speed. However, there was an important problem. the desolate qi in this high-grade earth vein was getting thinner and thinner. Recently, Lu Ming could clearly feel that the number of desolate pills refined in the cauldron had decreased. If this continued, the desolate qi in this earth vein would be used up in less than a year. A high-grade earth vein contained enough desolate qi to refine 1 billion desolate pills. The primeval aura contained in a high-level earth meridian could definitely condense more than 1 billion or even more primeval pills. However, before Lu Ming and the rest arrived, the heavenly human tribe had already been here for a few years and had already exhausted a lot of primeval aura. Lu Ming and the rest had been here for a few years and the primeval aura in this high-level earth meridian was finally about to run out. At this moment, Lu Ming and Yi Ling met to discuss this matter. In the end, the two of them decided to move. The desolation energy here was far from enough for them to break through. Lu Ming needed 1.2 billion desolation pills to break through to the 8th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. As for Yi Ling, he needed more than 2 billion desolation pills to break through to the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. That was not enough. They planned to move and occupy another high-level earth vein. Don't forget that Yi Ling still had a black seed in his hands. In addition, their combat strength was many times stronger than a few years ago. They were much more confident. Which earth vein do you plan to occupy? The heavenly human tribes? Yi Ling asked Lu Ming's opinion. After spending some time together, he knew that Lu Ming was resourceful and far-sighted. No, occupying the high-level earth vein of the heavenly human tribe would waste a seed. It's not worth it. Lu Ming shook his head. Before Yi Ling could ask, he continued to explain, the heavenly human tribe has a lot of cauldrons. After so many years of refining pills, I don't think there's much desolation energy left in the high-level earth vein that they occupy. That's right. You mean the top 10 tribes? Yi Ling asked. He was also very smart. He understood Lu Ming's plan immediately. That's right. I choose the top 10 tribes, the angel tribe. Lu Ming said. That's what I want. Yi Ling smiled. The top 10 tribes were definitely much weaker than the heavenly human tribe. The number of cauldrons that they had was far less than the number of cauldrons that the heavenly human tribe had. Naturally, the speed of absorbing desolation pills would be much slower. Therefore, there should be a lot of desolation pills left in the high-level earth vein that the top 10 tribes occupied. After coming to an agreement, the two of them decided to set off without informing anyone else. Allowing Heaven Destroyer's men to enter this earth vein to absorb the chaos chi was already extremely benevolent. The two of them did not intend to share the earth vein with others. Before setting off, Lu Ming gave the trees an order, telling them not to attack Heaven Destroyer's people. If anyone else came to attack, they were free to attack. After that, the two of them quietly left the high-level ley line and headed towards the angel race's high-level ley line. However, what they didn't know was that not long after they left, they were discovered by the heavenly human tribe. Although the heavenly human tribe did not continue to attack Lu Ming and the others in the past few years, it did not mean that the heavenly human tribe was not prepared. They had long since set up a surveillance spell formation around this advanced earth vein. As soon as Lu Ming and the others left the earth vein, they would be discovered. Above the earth vein, there was a huge tree suppressing it. However, there were no large trees outside the earth veins. The news that Lu Ming and Yi Ling had left the ley line quickly reached the ears of the celestial tribe elites. That brat Mu Yun has finally left. I think it's because their high-level ley line chaos chi is insufficient. That's why they left the ley line to look for a new ley line. Ha ha ha, leaving the ley line without the protection of the big tree, let's see how that brat will die. Let's go and kill Mu Yun. Almost all the elites of the celestial tribe were alarmed. They were filled with cold murderous intent. One by one, they left their positions and charged towards Lu Ming. However, their geographical locations were different. Some were close to Lu Ming and the others, while some were far. Those who were close to them naturally caught up with Lu Ming and the others earlier. Those who were close to them did not plan to wait for the celestial tribe elites who were far away to arrive together before attacking. In their opinion, Lu Ming and Yi Ling's combat strength was not worth mentioning. They were mainly wary of the big tree. Without the suppression of the big tree, they were confident that they could easily kill Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Lu Ming and Yi Ling did not know that all the celestial tribe elites had been alarmed by them. They flew quickly. However, in less than 2 hours, the two of them suddenly stopped. This was because their spiritual senses were sharp enough to detect a dangerous aura. Retreat. Without hesitation, the two of them executed their movement techniques to the maximum and retreated rapidly. The two of them were extremely fast. With a shake of their bodies, they retreated thousands of miles away. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, in the sky and on the ground, hundreds of terrifying attacks suddenly spread out and attacked the spot where Lu Ming and Yi Ling had been. However, they all missed. Lu Ming and Yi Ling successfully dodged them. However, just as Lu Ming and Yi Ling stopped, there were more attacks coming towards Lu Ming from behind. However, there were only a dozen or so attacks coming after them. Their figures flickered as they dodged all of the attacks. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, in the surrounding void, figures flashed and appeared one after another. They formed an arc and pressed towards Lu Ming and the others. Celestial tribe, it seems that we are being monitored. Lu Ming whispered. Seeing the appearance of the celestial tribe, Lu Ming naturally thought that they were being monitored. However, Lu Ming and Yi Ling's expressions were very calm. There were not many celestial tribe elites. In total, there were about 120 of them. Although there were many experts, Lu Ming and Yi Ling were no longer ignorant. Their combat strength was many times stronger than a few years ago. Mu Yun, let's see where you can escape this time. A young man said coldly and stepped out. His killing intent was as cold as a knife. It was Lu Ming's old acquaintance, Yi Chu Haohan. Oh, is that so? Lu Ming said lightly. This time, you will die without a doubt. Yi Chu Haohan said coldly. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Lu Ming said. Don't talk nonsense with him. Just kill him. There was another young man from the celestial tribe here. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. He was arrogant and his eyes were cold. He stepped out, turned into a beam of light, and attacked directly. He held a long spear in his hand. The long spear was wrapped in a layer of gray energy. He stabbed at Lu Ming, giving off a strong sense of danger. Heavenly annihilation power. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This young man from the celestial tribe was obviously a top genius. His cultivation was at the 8th realm of the Emperor God realm and he had mastered the heavenly annihilation power. His combat strength was absolutely terrifying. The spear light pierced through the air and went straight for Lu Ming's glabella. I'll be your opponent. Yi Ling shouted coldly. A beam of sword light shot out and collided with the opponent's long spear. Clang, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The sword chi and the spear light swept out in all directions. Then, Yi Ling and the genius from the celestial tribe retreated at the same time. However, Yi Ling only took a few steps back. The genius from the celestial tribe retreated more than a dozen steps. Obviously, Yi Ling had the upper hand. 9-star battle strength, but not as good as Yi Ling. Lu Ming judged in his heart. The genius from the heavenly human tribe exchanged blows with Yi Ling and Lu Ming could see his combat strength. This was because the prodigy of the heavenly human clan had already exhausted all his strength in order to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. 9-star combat strength, the genius from the heavenly human tribe had a 9-star combat strength. Such combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Among all the geniuses from the heavenly human tribe that Lu Ming had seen, he was the most powerful one. However, he only had an ordinary 9-star combat strength while Yi Ling had a peak 9-star combat strength. Therefore, the genius from the heavenly human tribe was the one who was forced to retreat. However, they were both 9-star combat strength. Even if there was a slight difference, it was not a big difference. It did not mean that Yi Ling would definitely win the battle. There were many factors that determined the outcome of a battle. Combat experience, mental strength, and adaptability could all affect the outcome of a battle. Of course, if the difference in combat strength was too great, it would be a different story. Kill. The genius from the heavenly human tribe shouted and continued to attack Yi Ling. At the same time, Yi Chu Haohan seized the opportunity to attack Lu Ming. Boundless divine skill, heavenly punishment battle saber. Yi Chu Haohan shouted. The moment he attacked, he raised his combat strength to the maximum and used his strongest killing move. Naturally, he also controlled the strongest heavenly power. It was the heavenly punishment force. He held the battle saber in his hand and the heavenly punishment force exploded. The saber radiance was shocking and it slashed down, wanting to cut Lu Ming in half. Sky-splitting move. Facing Yi Chu Haohan's attack, Lu Ming did not hold back and pushed his combat strength to the maximum. Battle character art, 7 times combat strength, sky-splitting move, whoosh, Lu Ming turned into a spear radiance and broke through the air, exchanging blows with Yi Chu Haohan. This move also caused both of them to retreat. However, the scene was almost exactly the same as Yi Ling and the genius from the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming retreated less, while Yi Chu Haohan retreated more. Lu Ming realized that Yi Chu Haohan's combat strength was similar to that of the genius from the heavenly human tribe. He also had the strength of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer and 9 stars. As for Lu Ming, although his cultivation was 1 level lower than his opponent's, he possessed battle prowess at the peak of 12 star. In a direct confrontation, Lu Ming's combat strength was above Yi Chu Haohan's. Damn it, how is this possible? Yi Chu Haohan roared in his heart, filled with shock. How could Lu Ming's battle prowess be so strong? He had a 9-star battle prowess, and his cultivation was 1 level higher than Lu Ming's. But in a head-on confrontation, he was actually inferior to Lu Ming. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming possessed 12 stars of battle prowess? 12 stars of battle prowess, what kind of concept was this? This was definitely a world-shaking matter because according to what he knew, in the entire celestial race, those whose battle prowess could reach 12 stars could be counted on one hand. Let's attack together and kill this person. Yi Chu Haohan roared. Kill. Around them, the others also made their moves. All kinds of attacks were like a tide, rushing towards Lu Ming. Among them, there were many 9th-layer Emperor God existences. In the past few years, the number of 9th-layer Emperor God experts in the celestial race had increased by quite a lot. However, before the celestial race members made their move, Lu Ming and Yi Ling had already joined forces and rushed towards a direction. This was because they had secretly exchanged information and planned to break out of the encirclement together. Although their current battle prowess had increased by many times compared to a few years ago, there were too many experts in the celestial race, and many of them were stronger than them. They were still no match for them in terms of battle prowess alone. Escape was the best option. The two of them joined forces and rushed towards the direction where the celestial race members were the weakest. A ray of sword light and a ray of spear light gathered together, exuding a terrifying fluctuation. The celestial race members in that direction hurriedly tried to block it. However, Lu Ming and Yi Ling were right. The celestial race members in that direction were indeed weaker. After the two sides' attacks collided, the celestial race members could not help but retreat. In this way, there was a flaw in the encirclement around Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Lu Ming and Yi Ling immediately used their strongest movement techniques. Lu Ming used the Great Aurora skill and turned into an aurora. In a flash, he rushed out of the encirclement. Yi Ling was not bad either. He turned into a ray of sword light and rushed out of the encirclement after a few flashes. After rushing out of the encirclement, the two of them quickly flew in the same direction. Chase after them. Damn it, don't let them escape. Inform the others to stop them on their way back. Don't let them return to the high-grade earth vein. Yi Chu Haohan and the others shouted. At the same time, they passed the message to the other experts of the celestial race who were rushing over. They asked the experts of the celestial race who were closer to the high-grade earth vein to stop Lu Ming and Yi Ling from returning to the high-grade earth vein. This was because that high-grade earth vein had a terrifying tree. Once Lu Ming and Yi Ling returned, they would not be able to kill Lu Ming. At the same time, they chased after Lu Ming and Yi Ling as fast as they could. However, they guessed wrong. Lu Ming did not intend to return to the high-grade earth vein at all. Instead, he rushed in another direction. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, there were more than 10 celestial race experts following Lu Ming and Yi Ling. More celestial race experts from other directions had arrived. We're almost there. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. A mountain range appeared in front of them. They were about to reach their destination. Swoosh swoosh, the two of them flew over the mountain range like two rays of light. Then, they suddenly stopped in midair and looked back at the celestial race experts who were rushing over. The celestial race experts behind them were stunned. They did not understand why Lu Ming and Yi Ling had suddenly stopped. No matter what the reason is, with so many of us joining forces, even if they have some tricks up their sleeves, they won't be able to escape death. Don't split up. Let's attack together. Yi Chu Haohan and the rest shouted. They did not slow down and continued to rush toward Lu Ming and Yi Ling at an alarming speed. However, when they got close to Lu Ming and Yi Ling, their pupils shrank. That was because they saw a shocking scene. In the valley below, there was a towering tree. This towering tree left a deep impression on them. Especially Yi Chu Haohan, who had been taught a lesson in blood. Many of his experts had become food for this tree. That's right. This tree was very similar to the tree on the high-grade earth vein that Lu Ming and Yi Ling were in. It was almost the same. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. Bam! Bam, bam! The ground exploded. Hundreds of roots stretched out from the ground like terrifying whips and poisonous snakes. They swept toward the celestial race experts. At the same time, more than 10 disaster-avoiding ghosts screamed and rushed toward the celestial race experts from the ground. Be alert! Defend, defend! The celestial race experts shouted. However, this scene was far beyond their expectations. They had never expected such a tree to appear here. By the time they saw the tree, its attack had already begun. They were in chaos and it was too late for them to defend themselves. In such a short time, the heavenly human tribe members did not have time to defend themselves. Hundreds of roots and more than a dozen disaster-avoiding ghosts had already reached them. Many of the heavenly humans were wrapped up by the roots. With a squeeze, the bodies of the heavenly humans exploded. Their flesh and blood were absorbed by the roots of the tree. In addition, more than a dozen disaster-avoiding ghosts had entered the bodies of more than a dozen heavenly human tribe members. Their bodies shriveled up and their essence, chi, soul, and flesh and blood were all devoured. In an instant, nearly 50 heavenly human tribe members had died. The remaining heavenly human tribe members were all above the 7th layer of the great god realm. They were quick to react and had great combat strength. That was how they managed to survive. Kill! Kill! Lu Ming kept shouting and giving orders to the tree. The roots of the tree kept attacking crazily. More than a dozen disaster-avoiding ghosts were also screaming and fighting crazily. The remaining 80 or so heavenly human tribe members were in a difficult situation. They could not form an effective defense and many of them were killed by the tree. Retreat, retreat first! Yi Chu Hao shouted and rushed out crazily. Even Yi Chu Hao, who had such combat strength, was in danger when facing such a tree. If he was not careful, he could die. They had to rush out and form a battle formation to fight against the tree. Now, they were being attacked by the roots and the disaster-avoiding ghosts. Everyone was in a mess and could not form a battle formation successfully. Let's attack too. Lu Ming said to Yi Ling, that's what I want. Yi Ling smiled hideously and his killing intent was like a knife. The two of them looked around the battlefield, looking for an opportunity to attack. Suddenly, their eyes lit up and they attacked at the same time. The two of them flashed and rushed out like lightning. Lu Ming rushed toward the brawny heavenly human tribe member. The brawny heavenly human tribe member was at the 9th layer of the great god realm and had 6 stars of combat strength. He was not much weaker than Lu Ming. It would be difficult for Lu Ming to kill him in a head-on fight. However, this person had just been struck by one of the tree's roots. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and retreated, giving Lu Ming an opportunity. Lu Ming unleashed the heaven-breaking style and transformed into a beam of spear gleam. He dashed forward and pierced a hole through the man's glabella. A cultivator of the 9th great supreme god layer had died and Lu Ming had taken his ring. As for the other one, Yi Ling also succeeded. He also killed a strong man of the heavenly human tribe who had the strength of the 9th layer of the great supreme god layer. Unfortunately, geniuses like Yi Chu Haohan had high talent and high status. Others would risk their lives to protect them. It was very difficult to find such a good opportunity. After Lu Ming killed a celestial race expert, his figure flashed and he retreated far away. He continued to observe. Once he saw a celestial race member fall into a passive state, he would immediately counterattack and launch a fatal attack. It was the same for Yiling. The two of them were not affected by the roots of the giant tree and the evil-avoiding ghosts, so they could come and go as they pleased. In addition, their battle prowess was extremely powerful. For the heavenly human tribe, it was undoubtedly one disaster after another. The heavenly human tribe members were being killed one by one. Soon, the number of heavenly human tribe members was reduced to about 50. At that moment, the heavenly human tribe members finally broke out of the encirclement and started to run away. They only stopped when they reached a place where the evil-avoiding ghosts could not chase after them. It's a pity that the tree is good for defense, but it's not good for offense, Lu Ming sighed. However, Lu Ming was very satisfied that he had been able to kill so many heavenly human tribe members this time. After all, the tree had been planted by accident a few years ago. At that time, Lu Ming and Yiling had just entered the core area. They wanted to see if the black seed was useful in the core area, so they had thrown it here. At that time, they had regretted that they had wasted a seed. They had not thought that it would come in handy now. Previously, Lu Ming and Yiling had purposely come here to lure the heavenly human tribe members here. Then, they had killed a large number of heavenly human tribe members. Damn it, damn it. Where did these bastards get so many terrifying trees? The heavenly human tribe members were furious. However, they were also frightened and did not dare to continue attacking Lu Ming and the rest. Sorry, I have as many of these trees as you want. Yiling laughed and a black seed appeared in his hand. He held the black seed and walked towards the heavenly human tribe members. Ah, damn it. That tree grew from this seed. It can grow in a very short period of time. Retreat. After seeing the black seed in Yiling's hand, Yi Chu Haohan shouted in horror. He had seen the black seed germinate and grow into a towering tree with his own eyes. What? They still have more? Damn it. Retreat. The heavenly human tribe members did not dare to let Yiling get close to them. They quickly retreated. Yiling followed closely behind the heavenly human tribe members as they retreated. His speed became faster and faster as he chased after the heavenly human tribe members. The heavenly human tribe members did not dare to stay. Damn it, let's leave this place first. In the end, the heavenly human tribe members decided to leave this place first to make further plans. They gathered together and flew at full speed. Yiling did not chase after them. Soon, the heavenly human tribe members completely disappeared from this area. Yiling returned and met up with Lu Ming. The two of them did not stop and continued to head towards the high-grade earth vein where the angels were. They did not encounter any danger. Soon, they arrived at the high-grade earth vein that the angels were occupying. This high-grade earth vein was not smaller than the one that Lu Ming and the rest had occupied previously. From afar, it was misty and looked like a fairyland. There is still a lot of desolation Qi left here. That's great. Yiling was overjoyed. Lu Ming also smiled. Sure enough, the angels did not control many pill furnaces. The remaining desolation Qi in this high-grade earth vein was still quite rich. It could definitely condense a large number of desolation pills. The two of them rushed towards the high-grade earth vein. Who is it? Do you want to die? A few angry shouts came from the mountain range. More than a dozen figures rushed into the sky and blocked Lu Ming and the rest. It was indeed the angels. The younger generation had angel wings and was covered in pure white holy light. You. Mu Yun, it's Mu Yun. One of the burly men from the angel clan recognized Lu Ming and could not help shouting. What? It's Mu Yun. How dare he come here? No matter what the reason is, let's kill him first. These more than 10 experts of the angel race were filled with cold murderous intent. Sacred light burst forth as they charged toward Lu Ming. A 9th-level divine god, Lu Ming muttered. Among the dozen angels, only one was a 9th-level divine god. The rest were all below that level. Lu Ming did not take this level of strength to heart. He clenched his fist and a long spear condensed. The long spear shook and a sharp spear light burst out. Lu Ming condensed his forbidden energy into a long spear. At the same time, he used the sky-breaking technique. Suddenly, more than a dozen spear lights shot toward the angels. The angels were shocked. They roared to the sky and tried their best to defend themselves. Unfortunately, it was useless. The spear lights pierced through their defenses. Their foreheads were pierced by the spear lights. Their souls were annihilated, and they died on the spot. The angels were all killed, including the one in the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. Although the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm had a high cultivation level, his fighting strength was not very strong. He only had 4 stars of fighting strength, which was 2 stars lower than Lu Ming. He was killed instantly. However, at this time all the angels in the mountain range were alarmed. Mu Yun, you're courting death. How dare you come here and kill the angels? How dare you? Angry roars were heard. Dazzling holy light shot up to the sky. Many figures rushed out from the mountain range. Some of them were from the angels. Their auras were very terrifying. The angels were one of the top 10 clans. They were very strong. Many of them had reached the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. In addition, many of them had improved rapidly after entering the Taishang Immortal City. Naturally, there were many experts. Lu Ming and Yi Ling realized that there were more than 29th layer Great Supreme God Realm experts among the people who rushed out. The angels were different from the Heavenly Human Clan. The Heavenly Human Clan's people were scattered in more than a dozen high-grade earth veins. The angels' experts in this star palace were all gathered in this high-grade earth vein. There were many experts. Given Lu Ming and Yi Ling's combat power, they were naturally no match for so many angel experts. However, they had come prepared. The black seed appeared in Yi Ling's hand again. Whoosh, Yi Ling threw the black seed on the ground. The black seed sprouted at an astonishing speed and grew rapidly. The eyes of the angels widened. Then, they were filled with fear because they recognized this kind of tree. This was because when the heavenly human race besieged Lu Ming and the rest, many people from the angel race had participated in that battle. It's the tree that killed the heavenly human clan. Damn it, they still have more, they actually still have more. Retreat! Retreat! The angels roared. They were incomparably terrified. They had a very deep shadow in their hearts towards this kind of tree. Even the celestial clan couldn't do anything to this type of tree, suffering disastrous losses under this type of tree, so how could they not be traumatized? Kill! Yi Ling shouted softly. He controlled the tree and launched an attack. Roots rushed out of the ground, and 10 or so disaster-avoiding ghosts howled as they rushed towards the angels. Quite a number of angels were killed right there and then. None of the angels in the entire mountain range dared to resist. Like birds startled by the twang of a bough, they scattered in all directions. Because the angels reacted quickly, they fled in terror as soon as they saw the tree growing. Not many of them were killed by the tree. By the time the tree grew and Yi Ling gave the order to attack, many of the angels had already fled far away. In the end, they managed to kill a dozen or so angels. The rest of the angels managed to escape. Unfortunately, I didn't see Gabbert, Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Originally, he was wondering if he could see Gabbert here. If he saw Gabbert, he could get rid of Gabbert. Unfortunately, he didn't see any trace of Gabbert. After the angels fled, the two of them stepped into the air and entered the mountain range. From now on, this high-grade earth vein would be theirs. They took out their pill furnaces and continued to condense the primitive pills. Unfortunately, the number of pill furnaces in Lu Ming's hands didn't increase. Although they had killed 70 or 80 celestial clan experts earlier, they didn't have a single pill furnace in their storage rings. Lu Ming guessed that these celestial clan experts had placed their pill furnaces in the earth vein. After all, there were many celestial clan experts. If they placed their pill furnaces in the earth vein, as long as someone took care of them, they could continuously condense primitive pills. However, they couldn't condense any primitive pills even if they carried them with them. However, although they didn't obtain any pill furnaces, they did obtain a lot of primitive pills. The 70 or 80 celestial clan experts had nearly 100 million primitive pills. They were all divided between Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Lu Ming resumed his previous life. he refined the desolate pill while comprehending the secret skill. The news that Lu Ming and Yi Ling had occupied the high-grade earth vein of the angel clan also spread. When the celestial clan heard about it, they were infuriated. Unfortunately, Lu Ming and the others had the protection of the giant tree. They couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. They could only continue to accumulate strength. When more people broke through to the ninth great supreme god layer, they could form the Nine Heavens battle formation to kill Lu Ming and the others. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Lu Ming's primitive pills increased by another 300 million. In addition to the 350 million primitive pills he had before, Lu Ming had about 650 million primitive pills. He still had a long way to go before he could break through to the 8th great supreme god layer. Yi Ling had more pill furnaces than Lu Ming, so he could refine more primitive pills than Lu Ming. However, he was only at the 8th great supreme god layer. If he wanted to break through to the 9th great supreme god layer, he would need at least 2 billion primitive pills. At that moment, the primitive qi in the high-grade earth vein was becoming thinner and thinner. After all, this high-level earth meridian had been occupied by the angels for about 5 years. More than half of the primeval energy had been used up. In the past 3 years, Lu Ming and Yi Ling had refined nearly 700 million primeval pills. The primeval energy of this high-level spirit wheat was almost depleted. At that moment, Lu Ming and the others had been in the Taishang Immortal City for almost 8 years. The two of them didn't leave. They continued to refine primitive pills. However, as the primitive qi became thinner and thinner, their refining speed became slower and slower. In the blink of an eye, another 8 years passed. They had been in the Taishang Immortal City for 16 years. In the past 8 years, Lu Ming had refined a little more than 150 million primitive pills. The total number of primitive pills he had was 800 million, but it still wasn't enough to break through. The primitive qi in the high-grade earth vein was almost used up. At that moment, the primitive qi in the high-grade earth vein occupied by the heavenly human clan was almost used up. However, after so many years, the heavenly human clan had become stronger and stronger. They had more and more experts of the 9th great supreme god layer. Some of the young geniuses had already broken through to the 9th great supreme god layer. However, they still didn't attack Lu Ming and the others because it wasn't enough. They needed more time to gather more experts. When they attacked Lu Ming again, they needed to kill him in one strike. However, the desolation qi in the high-grade earth vein was almost depleted. The heavenly human tribe began to shift their positions and began to invade the earth veins occupied by other tribes. For example, the high-grade earth veins occupied by the top 10 tribes. Those tribes were angry but did not dare to speak up. They could only swallow their anger. At this time, Lu Ming and Yi Ling also left the high-grade earth vein and headed to other places. They also went to look for earth veins to refine elixirs. However, they did not have the seeds and naturally did not dare to go to the high-grade earth veins. They only went to the ordinary ones. The tribes that occupied the ordinary earth veins were not that strong. The two of them could handle them. However, the two of them kept a low profile. They changed their appearances and secretly entered the ordinary earth veins to refine desolation pills. When they were discovered, they attacked and defeated the people of those tribes. Almost no one from those tribes had seen Lu Ming before. Naturally, they could not recognize Lu Ming's life origin energy. They only thought that 2 powerful experts had come. In addition, Lu Ming and Yi Ling only occupied a corner of the earth vein and did not kill them. They only defeated these people. These people had no choice but to let Lu Ming and Yi Ling refine elixirs in their earth veins. When the desolation qi in this earth vein became thin, Lu Ming and Yi Ling left and continued to look for the next earth vein. However, even when they went to other earth veins, the desolation qi became thinner and thinner. The speed at which they refined desolation pills became slower and slower. Soon, more than 10 years had passed. Lu Ming only had 900 million desolation pills. It was still less than 1.2 billion. At this time, they had been in the Grand Supreme Immortal City for almost 30 years. The 50-year period was not far away. According to the records, in the last 20 years, some strange places will appear in each star palace. They may be important celestial lands or sacred places with destinies. We are about to enter the last 20 years. I wonder what kind of strange places will appear in our star palace. Yiling said as Lu Ming and Yiling were discussing matters on a mountain peak. There are still 3 months before we enter the last 20 years. There will definitely be news then. Let's go back first. Lu Ming said. He was referring to the high-grade earth vein at the beginning. It was the earth vein where the heaven destroyer was. According to the records, some strange phenomena would appear before such strange places appeared. There were heaven destroyers people in that high-grade earth vein. They might be able to get some information after they returned. The two sneakily returned and found earth vein. The desolation chi here is almost depleted. After they returned to the earth vein, Lu Ming. Back when they had left, the desolate chi in this high-grade earth vein had become much thinner, but it was still enough to refine quite a few desolate pills. Now it desolation was. Although it, desolation nation, the desolation here. Earth desolation not, desolation. The members of the Sky Exterminating Army were still there. And not to the seeds. As seeds. They would be hunted down by the Heavenly Palace if they left desolation. Lu Ming and Yiling found Xianxia after they returned. They asked if there was any unusual news. There is indeed unusual news. I'm afraid a hidden area is about to appear in the northernmost part. Xianxia said. Hidden area? What do you mean? Lu Ming and Yiling were curious. Not an immortal abode or immortal mountain? But a hidden area? Yes, it's a hidden area. Previously, that area was isolated by a mysterious force. We couldn't sense it or enter it. But recently, the mysterious force has been fading. The hidden area is about to appear. Xianxia said. What's in that hidden area? Yiling asked. Based on what we can observe, there shouldn't be anything special in that area. It's similar to the core area. It should contain some earth veins. It's very likely that the desolation chi in the earth vein is denser than the high-grade earth vein here, Xianxia said. Lu Ming and Yiling glanced at each other. They could see the surprise in each other's eyes. What did they lack the most now? What he lacked the most was desolate pills. And now, there was a hidden area in the Star Palace that contained earth veins. The desolation chi was even denser than the high-grade desolation chi. If they could occupy such a place and continuously condense desolation pills, their cultivation would definitely improve. Yiling could easily reach the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. Even Lu Ming could look forward to reaching the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. If Lu Ming wanted to break through from the 8th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm to the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm, he would need at least 12 billion desolation pills. 12 billion desolation pills. Lu Ming had thought that it was hopeless. But now, there was hope again. According to the information given by Senior Fei Huang, once the 30 years are up, these mysterious places will truly appear, Lu Ming thought. Rumor has it that the Heavenly Human Tribe and the other tribes have started to make preparations. They have surrounded that area so tightly that not even a drop of water can trickle through. Once that area officially appears, they will enter and occupy it. With our strength, it will be difficult for us to compete with them. Xianxia sighed. Lu Ming and Yiling frowned slightly. That was indeed the case. Now that the great desolation chi in the core area was almost depleted, everyone's attention was on the hidden area. They could imagine that there would be a fierce competition. And the Heaven Destroyer in this Star Palace was not strong. It was far from being a match for the Heavenly Palace. It could not compete with the people of the Heavenly Palace. Do you have any more of those trees? Xianxia asked, looking hopefully at Lu Ming and Yiling. If they had more of those trees, they might be able to get a share in the hidden area. No more. Lu Ming and Yiling shook their heads. Xianxia looked disappointed. Then, the three of them discussed for a while. Lu Ming and Yiling said goodbye and left. Lu Ming, how many desolation pills do you need to break through? Yiling asked. At least 300 million. Lu Ming said. Here, I have 500 million here. I'll lend it to you first. Anyway, I don't have enough for a breakthrough. You can return it to me when we enter the hidden area later. Yi Ling took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. Thank you. Lu Ming gave a fist salute and took it without hesitation. Now was not the time to be polite. The desolation pills in their hands were not enough for them to break through. However, if Yi Ling gave Lu Ming a portion of the desolation pills, Lu Ming would have enough desolation pills to break through. After all, Lu Ming was not far behind, but Yi Ling was far behind. As long as Lu Ming broke through to the next cultivation level, his fighting strength would increase tremendously and he would surpass Yi Ling. That would be a great advantage for them in the hidden region. This way, it would be of great help to both of them. Both of them understood this principle. Lu Ming had enough desolation pills, so he started cultivating in seclusion to break through to the next cultivation level. A large amount of desolation pills kept entering Lu Ming's mouth. They turned into forbidden energy and increased Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming's strength kept increasing. This time, it took Lu Ming 10 days to break through to the 8th Great Supreme God layer. As for the number of great desolation pills consumed, it reached a total of 1.2 billion. However, it was all worth it. Lu Ming's fighting strength had increased tremendously after reaching the 8th Great Supreme God layer. Yi Ling, who was also of the 8th Great Supreme God layer, was no longer a match for Lu Ming. If he fought against Lu Ming, he would probably be killed instantly. Lu Ming, who was of the 8th Great Supreme God layer, was almost invincible in the Great Supreme God layer. Only cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer with fighting strength of 9 stars or above could be Lu Ming's match. However, how many creatures in the vast primitive universe could have a 9-star battle prowess? Yi Ling, who was at the peak of 9 stars, was considered a top genius on the side of Heaven Destroyer. Although the heavenly human tribe was talented and had abundant resources, not many of them had a fighting strength of 9 stars. Therefore, Lu Ming's fighting strength was at the peak of the Great Supreme God layer. However, it was still not enough. Although there were not many people in the heavenly human tribe who had a fighting strength of 9 stars, there were still some. Putting everything else aside, Lu Ming had encountered no less than 3 in this star palace. Yi Chu Haohan was one of them. If the other great supreme god experts of the heavenly human tribe formed a battle formation, Lu Ming would definitely not be a match for them. If he wanted to fight against the heavenly human tribe for the hidden region, he would not be able to do it on his own. He would need external help. The black seed, yes, Lu Ming's first thought was the black seed. If he had a few black seeds, he could enter the hidden area and occupy one of the earth veins. Then, he could use the black seeds to transform into a tree to defend himself. That would be much simpler. There are still 80 days left. It's enough for me to make a trip to the disaster-avoiding sea. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. In the end, he decided to make another trip to the tribulation-overcoming ocean. After sharing his thoughts with Yi Ling, Lu Ming bade Yi Ling farewell and stepped into the adversity-avoidance sea alone. Now, he was stronger than Yi Ling, and he was the only one controlling the purple copper coffin. Bringing Yi Ling along would not be of any help to him. Now, most of the people were gathered in the periphery of the hidden area. There were almost no heavenly human tribe members in other places. There was no need to worry at all. Lu Ming pushed his speed to the extreme and used the teleportation skill, constantly moving in the direction of the adversity-crossing sea. After some time, the vast calamity-crossing sea appeared before Lu Ming's eyes again. Lu Ming did not stop. He rushed into the calamity-crossing sea directly and used the taboo energy to defend himself. Then, he started searching everywhere. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, the strength of the taboo energy could make Lu Ming stay in the calamity-crossing sea for a long time. Although it could not make him cross the calamity-crossing sea, Lu Ming did not intend to cross the calamity-crossing sea. He only searched within the range that he could withstand. If he could not withstand it, he would return immediately. Just like that, time passed day by day. Lu Ming searched for more than a month without any results. After searching for more than a month, he did not see the tree. It seemed that the number of such trees in the calamity-crossing sea should be very small. Lu Ming did not give up and continued searching. Another half a month passed. That is, on this day, Lu Ming was flying when his eyes suddenly lit up. A towering tree appeared in front of Lu Ming. This towering tree was almost exactly the same as the black seed that Lu Ming had obtained in the calamity-crossing sea, On the branches, there were more than a dozen calamity-crossing ghosts. They seemed to have discovered Lu Ming. They opened their eyes and looked at Lu Ming, emitting a terrifying light. The strength of these calamity-crossing ghosts was extremely terrifying. They were not comparable to the calamity-crossing ghosts that Lu Ming had condensed from the Black Seed in the core region. The difference was too great. The calamity-crossing ghosts in the calamity-crossing sea were the real calamity-crossing ghosts. Even with Lu Ming's current strength, he would only die if he went against them. There are seeds. What made Lu Ming's eyes light up was that there were also seeds on this tree. There were a total of 4 seeds. 4 seeds. I must get them. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He carried the purple copper coffin and rushed towards the towering tree. The towering tree also immediately launched a counterattack. More than a dozen calamity-crossing ghosts let out ear-piercing screams, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, rushing towards Lu Ming. At the same time, hundreds of roots stretched out from the ground and swept towards Lu Ming, making a terrifying whistling sound. This kind of attack was truly terrifying. If the tree that Lu Ming had planted in the core region had this kind of attack power, the people of the heavenly human tribe would not be able to escape as long as they got close. This kind of attack was definitely not something that Lu Ming could resist. Fortunately, Lu Ming had the purple copper coffin. Lu Ming opened the lid of the coffin. The purple copper coffin exuded a supreme and mysterious aura. Once the roots of the big tree or the ghost came into contact with this aura, they retreated in horror, just like a mouse meeting a cat. Lu Ming was unimpeded. He rushed to the vicinity of a seed and successfully plucked it. Then, he rushed to another seed and used the same trick to pluck another one. Soon, all 4 seeds were plucked by Lu Ming. Lu Ming retreated, distancing himself from this place. Then, he took out a seed and examined it carefully. In the end, Lu Ming confirmed that this seed was almost exactly the same as the seed he had obtained previously. Lu Ming squeezed out a drop of blood and dripped it on the seed. This seed was completely under his control. Then, Lu Ming grasped the remaining 3 seeds and left this place. There was still some time. Lu Ming wanted to continue searching to see if he could find more black seeds. Unfortunately, he did not find anything in the following period of time. He did not find any other trees, let alone seeds. Seeing that the 30-year period was almost up, Lu Ming could only leave and rush back. Fortunately, this trip was not in vain. He had obtained 4 seeds that could be of great use at critical moments. Lu Ming had a lot of confidence in the fight for the hidden area this time. After returning, he met up with Yi Ling. The 2 of them headed straight for the hidden area. This hidden region was located in the northernmost region. Previously, there had been people who had come here. At that time, this place had been isolated by a layer of powerful energy, and no one had been able to advance. Everyone had thought that this was the edge of a star palace. Who would have thought that there was actually a hidden region here? This hidden area was actually connected to the core area, but it had been isolated by a certain power. It could even be said that this hidden area was actually a part of the core area. Recently, that mysterious power had been growing weaker and fainter. The hidden area was also reflected in everyone's eyes. Although they couldn't go in yet, they could see a part of the hidden area from afar. They could vaguely see a few huge mountains crawling on the ground. Mist and desolation filled the air. It was incomparably dense. One of the largest mountain ranges seemed to be shrouded in mist that was even thicker than the high-grade earth veins. A large number of people had gathered outside the hidden area. Of course, most of them were the heavenly human race, the top 10 races, and some smaller races, but there weren't many of them. These smaller races didn't dare compete with the heavenly human race. They just wanted to take a bite of the soup. The heavenly human race and most of the people from the top 10 races were looking at the hidden area with eager eyes. The Taisheng Immortal City was divided into 36 star palaces. They were in one of the star palaces. Every star palace would have some magical places slowly emerge after the 30-year period. Some were immortal palaces, some were immortal palaces, some were immortal mountains, etc. Without exception, all of these wondrous places contained great opportunities. The mysterious place that appeared in the star palace they were in should be the hidden area. It contained a large amount of desolation chi. It was also a rare opportunity. Even many people who had reached the ninth layer of the Great Supreme God layer had eager eyes. It didn't mean that desolation pills were useless after reaching the ninth layer of the Great Supreme God layer. Actually, desolation pills were very useful for Great Supreme God layer cultivators. After reaching the ninth layer of the Great Supreme God layer, they could still absorb the energy of desolation pills. When ordinary people cultivated in the Great Supreme God layer, they could create a black hole in their dantian. When they broke through to the Great Supreme God layer, they would create a divine bridge in the black hole. This divine bridge would start from the black hole and extend into the depths of the black hole. It would lead to an eternal unknown place. The longer the divine bridge, the higher the cultivation. When one successfully connected it to the cosmic sea, they would be able to touch the origin and reach the origin realm. When a cultivator had the strength of the ninth Great Supreme God layer, absorbing the desolate pellet could increase the quality of the black hole and improve the control of the black hole in his dantian. The stronger his control over the black hole in his dantian, the easier it would be to construct the divine bridge in the future. In addition, he could also continuously use the energy of the great desolation pills to strengthen his divine body. The stronger the divine body, the more benefits there would be. Therefore, even cultivators of the ninth Great Supreme God layer wanted the Great Desolate pellet. The more Great Desolate pills, the better. 3 more days. After 3 days, the mysterious force that isolated the hidden area will completely disappear. At that time, I will have enough desolate pills to break through to the ninth Great Supreme God layer. I need to accumulate more Great Desolate pills to strengthen my foundation and build a solid foundation for the Divine Master Realm. Some of the talents of the heavenly human tribe, including those on the Universe Genius list, had the same thought. What they didn't notice was that not far away, there were 2 figures silently approaching and hiding in the dark, quietly observing. These 2 were naturally Lu Ming and Yi Lin. This time, Lu Ming and Yi Lin didn't plan to bring the Heaven Destroyer with them. They had already done all they could for the Heaven Exterminating Troop. Moreover, they needed a huge amount of desolate pills to break through. This time, they had to obtain enough desolate pills for themselves. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, the mysterious force completely disappeared. The scene in front of them suddenly became clearer. Swoosh! Swoosh! The heavenly human tribe and the members of the top 10 tribes all rushed toward the hidden area. They all wanted to occupy an earth vein with dense desolate chi. Soon, everyone disappeared into the hidden area. Lu Ming and Yi Lin finally appeared and rushed toward the hidden area. As soon as they entered the hidden area, the 2 of them felt that the desolate chi here was indeed denser. Soon, the 2 of them appeared near a huge mountain range. This mountain range was an earth vein. It should be an ordinary earth vein. At this time, a few smaller tribes were competing for this earth vein. Lu Ming and Yi Lin didn't stop. Their target was not an ordinary earth vein, but the highest level earth vein with the densest desolate chi. The 2 of them continued to fly toward the depths of the hidden area. After flying for a while, they approached an even bigger mountain range. The desolate chi in this mountain range was extremely dense. It was definitely a high-level earth vein. The total amount of desolate chi was even higher than the high-level earth vein in the core area. There were already people fighting for this high-level earth vein. They were 2 of the top 10 tribes. The hidden area was much smaller than the core area. The number of earth veins in the hidden area was definitely less than that in the core area. Fighting was inevitable. The 2 of them still didn't stop. Although the concentration of desolate chi in this high-level earth vein was very high, Lu Ming estimated that it should be able to refine more than 2 billion desolate pills. However, the 2 of them still didn't think much of it. Lu Ming needed 12 billion to break through now. The 2 of them flew past and continued to search. They didn't even look at the ordinary earth veins. Next, they found a few more high-level earth veins that contained extremely dense desolate chi. Among them, there was a high-level earth vein that contained more than 3 billion desolate pills. It was already occupied by a group of heavenly human tribe experts. The 2 of them still didn't make a move. They still didn't want more than 3 billion desolate chi. They decided to look around. If there were no higher-level earth veins, they would occupy this one. After circling around, a huge object appeared in front of them. It was a huge mountain range, which was also an earth vein. It was bigger than any earth vein they had seen before. From afar, it was completely shrouded in dense desolate qi. Such dense desolate qi. How many desolate pills can it refine? Yiling sucked in a cold breath. Even a fool could see that the desolate qi in this earth vein was much higher than that of other high-level earth veins. It was not just a little higher, but much higher. This earth vein can refine at least 10 billion desolate pills, right? Yilin said. It should be. This earth vein should be the highest level earth vein in the hidden area. Lu Ming said with a fiery light in his eyes. There was hope for him to break through to the 9th level of the divine god realm. 12 billion. Previously, Lu Ming felt that there was no hope for him. It was impossible for him to collect so many desolate pills. Now, there was hope. At that moment, several groups of people were fighting for that earth vein. Those people were all from the heavenly human tribe. They were divided into groups and confronted each other. There were more than 100 people in each group. And the leaders were all top prodigies. The heavenly human tribe was not a monolithic entity. On the contrary, the internal competition was more intense than any other tribe. The heavenly human tribe controlled the primordial universe and endless resources. If one had the right to speak in the heavenly human tribe, it was equivalent to controlling the entire primordial universe. Who wouldn't be tempted? Competition, suppression, and even killing each other would happen from time to time. They would only work together when facing a common enemy like the Heaven Exterminating Army. Once their interests were involved, the competition would be very intense. At that moment, the groups of heavenly human tribe cultivators were confronting each other. The atmosphere was tense, and a battle was about to break out. I saw this earth vein first, so it should be mine. Don't go too far. One of the heavenly human tribe prodigies roared. He looked at the other groups with anger. Ridiculous. You found it first, so it's yours? This is the Grand Supreme Immortal City. It's an ownerless land. Anyone has the right to occupy it. Another prodigy sneered. That's right. If you want to occupy this earth vein, let's talk with strength. The third prodigy said coldly with a strong fighting spirit. There were a total of 4 groups, and the leaders were all top prodigies. The fourth prodigy did not speak, but his cold eyes said everything. However, although the atmosphere was tense, a battle did not break out. If a battle broke out, it would definitely lead to a chaotic battle. The consequences would be unpredictable, and it would be difficult to predict how many people would die. Those people were their subordinates. If they lost too many people, it would be very detrimental to their future development. More importantly, none of them had the ability to suppress the other groups. Once a chaotic battle broke out, things would get out of control. They hesitated and confronted each other, but no battle broke out. Damn it, let's go. In the end, a group of people retreated. Instead of wasting their time here, they might as well occupy another high-level earth vein. The high-level earth veins there generally had richer primordial qi than the high-level earth veins in the core area. It was not a bad idea to occupy one to refine pills. In that case, there were 3 groups of people left. They were still confronting each other and did not fight. How about this? It's not a good idea to just stand here like this. Why don't we split the earth vein equally? Finally, a paragon said. Split equally? The other 2 skyprides began to ponder. Alright, I agree. I agree too. Then, the other 2 geniuses nodded in agreement. The great desolate qi in this earth vein was simply too dense. It was estimated to contain at least 10 billion great desolate pills, which was equivalent to 4 or 5 other earth veins. Even if the 3 sides split it equally, it would still be worth it. It all depended on who had more pill furnaces. The more pill furnaces he had, the more desolate pills he would be able to obtain. After the 3 parties finished their discussion, they prepared to fly into the mountain range and start refining pills. In the distance, Lu Ming and Yi Ling both looked disappointed. Originally, they wanted to wait for the heavenly human race to start a civil war so that they could sit on the mountain and reap the benefits. Unexpectedly, one of the 4 batches of heavenly human tribe cultivators withdrew, and the remaining 3 batches divided the earth vein equally. Since their hopes were dashed, they could only make a move. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them turned into two streaks of light and charged directly towards the earth vein. You guys don't have to discuss anymore. I want this earth vein. Lu Ming spoke, and his voice traveled far. His tone was filled with arrogance, which was especially ear-piercing to the ears of the heavenly human race. That was because half of the arrogance were played by the heavenly human race. Since when did someone dare to act like that in front of them? The three batches of heavenly human race cultivators looked in the direction of the voice in unison. Then, they saw two young men walking in the air, their clothes fluttering in the wind. Mu Yun, it's you. The heavenly human race cultivators were stunned. Naturally, they recognized Lu Ming at a glance. However, they were really stunned. Lu Ming actually dared to appear in front of them of his own accord? Didn't Lu Ming hide whenever he saw them? What was going on? However, they were soon filled with excitement and greed. Who cared what was going on? Since Lu Ming had appeared in front of them of his own accord, they would just kill him. Killing Lu Ming would be a great contribution. Die. Those who reacted quickly had already attacked. The first one to attack was a young genius. His body was like a shooting star as he flew towards Lu Ming. A long spear appeared in his hand and he thrust it forward with incredible power. Without a doubt, he was a top genius. He controlled the divine punishment force, had the cultivation of the 8th grade supreme god layer, and had the battle strength of 9 stars. He wasn't any weaker than Yi Chu Haohan. If Lu Ming hadn't broken through to the 8th grade supreme god layer, he would have barely been able to gain the upper hand even if he used his full strength. But now, whoosh, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he thrust it forward. The two spear lights were like shooting stars as they collided in the air, emitting dazzling light. However, the process only lasted for a moment. Then, the spear light of the genius from the heavenly human tribe was destroyed. Lu Ming's spear light didn't stop. He continued to attack the genius from the heavenly human tribe. Fast, too fast. It was so fast that the genius from the heavenly human tribe couldn't dodge it. Ah, no, the genius from the heavenly human tribe let out an unwilling roar. Then, the spear light pierced through his forehead and destroyed his soul. A top genius from the heavenly human tribe had fallen. The other members of the heavenly human tribe were all shocked and their hearts trembled violently. They were shocked by Lu Ming's battle strength. As for the demonic genius's underling, he was even more enraged. You killed Prince Yuaning. You're courting death. Kill him. Kill him. The experts from the heavenly human tribe roared furiously as they charged towards Lu Ming and Yi Ling. At the same time, the other two groups of people also attacked. This time, they didn't dare to attack alone. They attacked together. Hundreds of attacks flew towards Lu Ming. Among them, there were about 100 cultivators of the 9th layer of the divine god realm. Compared to 20 years ago, there were obviously more 9th layer of the divine god realm experts in the heavenly human tribe. Apparently, many people from the heavenly human tribe had broken through to the 9th layer of the divine god realm. Generally speaking, the lower one's battle strength was, the fewer resources they would need to break through to the next level. In other words, they would need fewer desolation pills. Not just a little, but a lot. Therefore, they would be able to break through to the next level faster. The top geniuses of the heavenly human tribe usually needed a lot of desolation pills. For example, the genius who had been killed by Lu Ming and Yi Chu Haohan, who was at the middle level, were almost as strong as Yi Ling. They controlled the strongest heavenly energy. The number of desolation pills they needed to break through to the next level was no less than Yi Ling's. To break through from the 8th layer of the divine god realm to the 9th layer of the divine god realm, they would need 2 billion desolation pills. Therefore, their cultivation bases were still at the 8th layer of the divine god realm. There were more than 100 9th layer divine gods and many of them had 5-star or 6-star fighting strength. Although Lu Ming was facing them alone, he did not take them seriously. However, when so many of them attacked together, it was terrifying. With Lu Ming's current fighting strength, he did not dare to fight them head-on. Retreat! Lu Ming waved his hand and a force wrapped around Yi Ling. He retreated rapidly and avoided the attacks. Then, he rushed towards the mountain range. Don't let them escape. Kill them. Kill them. More than 300 heavenly human tribesmen charged towards Lu Ming and Yi Ling. At that moment, they seemed to have forgotten that they had just been confronting each other. They gathered together and formed a terrifying force. However, at that moment, Lu Ming and Yi Ling were already close to the mountain range. Lu Ming waved his hand and a black seed flew out like lightning and landed on the mountain range. As soon as the seed touched the soil, it immediately sprouted. Then, it grew at an astonishing speed. The growth speed was incredible. The heavenly human tribesmen who were chasing after them narrowed their eyes in fear. It's that kind of tree. Damn it. Why does he have that kind of tree? Retreat. The heavenly human tribesmen were terrified of the tree. When they saw the tree, their first reaction was to retreat. If they did not retreat, they would be killed. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds of experts retreated tens of thousands of miles in an instant. That gave the tree more time to grow. Originally, no matter how fast the tree grew, it would take some time. It had just grown and it was not very powerful. Among the 300 heavenly human tribesmen, there were more than 100 ninth-layer divine gods. They were much stronger than they had been 20 years ago. If they joined forces and attacked the tree before it was fully grown, it would be possible for them to destroy the tree. Unfortunately, they had missed that opportunity. The tree grew rapidly and its branches extended. On the branches, there were more than 10 disaster-avoiding ghosts. When the heavenly human tribesmen reacted, the tree had already grown into a towering tree. Damn it. That kid wants to take over the ley line. We can't let him succeed. The heavenly human tribesmen stood in the distance and looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. However, they did not dare to charge over. From now on, this earth vein is mine. If the heavenly human tribe dares to come close, I'll kill them all. Lu Ming spoke, his voice clearly transmitted into the ears of the heavenly human tribe. This made the celestial clan even more furious. They gnashed their teeth in hatred. He was too arrogant and simply unforgivable. Let's inform the others and gather the other cultivators of the 9th grade Supreme God layer. We'll set up the 9 heavens battle formation. We must kill Lu Ming. That's right. He thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he has such a big tree. I won't allow it. Gather the experts and destroy this tree. Angry roars rang out one after another. The anger of these heavenly human tribe members was about to burst out of their chests. Originally, they wanted to wait a little longer to accumulate more experts before dealing with Lu Ming. But now, they couldn't wait any longer. These heavenly humans immediately went to inform the other heavenly humans. They planned to gather all the experts in this star palace and set up the 9 heavens battle formation to kill Lu Ming. Looks like they won't give up just like that. They'll gather the others and attack together. Yi Ling said. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled, looking calm and composed. He had more than one black seed in his hands now. In addition to the one that he had used, he still had 3 more. If one of the trees couldn't withstand it, he could use the other 3 at the same time. There was enough primitive chi in this earth vein. Even if he used up all the black seeds, it would be worth it. Let's refine the pills first. Lu Ming said. He moved and landed on a flat ground. With a wave of his hand, all the cauldrons flew out and landed on the ground. Then, Lu Ming waved his hands. Waves of forbidden energy flew out and entered the cauldrons. The cauldrons started to absorb the primitive chi to refine the pills. The rich primitive chi in the area gathered toward the cauldrons crazily. Half a day later, the cauldrons were produced. Numerous primitive pills flew out of the cauldrons and were collected by Lu Ming. There are more primitive chi than the high-level earth vein in the core area, but not by much. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He found that the number of primitive pills produced by a cauldron here was slightly more than the high-level earth vein in the core area. However, it was only 30% more. Logically speaking, the primitive chi in this earth vein was several times thicker than the high-level earth vein in the core area. The number of pills produced by the cauldrons should also skyrocket. It should at least double. However, in fact, it was only 30% more. Lu Ming guessed that this was the limitation of the cauldrons. There was a limit to the number of pills produced by each cauldron. It didn't increase as the primitive chi increased. At this limit, no matter how rich the primitive qi was, the number of pills produced would not increase. Lu Ming was slightly disappointed. They only had 20 years to stay in the second level of the Grand Supreme Immortal City. After 20 years, they would have to leave this place to compete for the origin seed. However, at this speed, it was impossible to refine 12 billion primitive pills in 20 years. Let's refine them first. If it doesn't work, we can only think of another way. By the way, there's still that guy's storage ring, Lu Ming pondered, and then a storage ring appeared in his hand. This storage ring belonged to the genius of the heavenly human race. He had led a group of people alone and was extremely talented. He wasn't weaker than Yichu Haohan. Such a top genius must have a lot of cauldrons. As expected, he didn't disappoint Lu Ming. There were hundreds of cauldrons in this person's storage ring. There were cauldrons with a diameter of 1 meter and 3 meters. Even the primitive pills were worth more than 200 million. It was a big harvest, a really big harvest. More than 200 million primitive pills were nothing. The most important thing was that there were more than 100 cauldrons. What Lu Ming lacked the most now was cauldrons. Because the primitive qi in this earth vein was rich enough and there were enough cauldrons, he just didn't have enough cauldrons to refine it. As long as there were enough cauldrons, he could continuously convert the primitive qi into primitive pills. As expected, this kind of genius has a big harvest. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. This kind of genius led a group of people and had the most resources in their hands. Killing one of them was a big harvest. Unfortunately, this kind of genius was usually very difficult to kill because they were protected by a group of experts. The previous one was completely careless. He underestimated Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming alone. He wanted to kill Lu Ming alone, but he was killed by Lu Ming. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be that easy to kill such a genius with a group of experts protecting him. Lu Ming put down more than 100 alchemy cauldrons, activated them, and continued to refine elixirs. With 100 more cauldrons, Lu Ming's alchemy speed had greatly increased. For more than 10 consecutive days, Lu Ming refined elixirs day and night. After 10 days of alchemy, Lu Ming could roughly estimate the number of pills he could produce in a year. In a year, he could make about 200 million desolation pills. It was still not enough, 200 million in a year. That would be 4 billion in 20 years. It was still far from the 12 billion he wanted. He could only take one step at a time. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. They're here. Lu Ming muttered as he looked into the distance. In the distance, there were flashes of rainbow light. Many figures were flying over. They were all from the heavenly human tribe. There were more than 1,000 of them. Compared to the other tribes, the number of heavenly human tribe members was small. However, the heavenly human tribe members were too talented. Any one of them would be considered a genius among the other tribes in the universe. Therefore, 1,000 heavenly human tribe members was definitely a terrifying force. Yiling also noticed the heavenly human tribe members. He came to Lu Ming's side and looked serious. Soon, the 1,000 heavenly human tribe members arrived near the earth vein. Their powerful auras changed the color of the sky. 9th layer divine gods. Set up the 9 heavens battle formation. This time, we must get rid of Mu Yun. Set up the formation. Get rid of Mu Yun. Everyone will benefit. Begin. Many figures were heard. Then, one figure after another stepped out and stood in various parts of the void. Those people were all cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer. 369th Layer Great God Layers. Lu Ming muttered. This time, the heavenly human tribe had sent 360 heavenly human tribe members. It was a grand lineup. 369th layer divine gods of the heavenly human tribe set up the 9 heavens battle formation. Their auras intertwined and merged, forming a huge figure. This figure was also a heavenly human tribe member. He wore a crown on his head. He was a heavenly human king. He held a battle sword in his hand. His aura was majestic as if he was the ruler of the universe. He was too tall. Standing in the void, he was even more majestic than a mountain. Boom, he took a step in the air, causing the sky and the ground to tremble. A violent aura rushed towards Lu Ming. The battle sword was 100,000 miles long, and it slashed down towards Lu Ming's head. Such an attack was too terrifying. If it was placed in the starry sky of the universe, it could destroy a large area of the starry sky. Block it. Lu Ming's heart stirred. From the ground, tree roots rushed out. Hundreds of tree roots formed a shield in front of the battle sword. Boom, the battle sword slashed at the shield, causing the shield to shake violently. The roots on the shield were broken one by one. Although it managed to block the attack of the battle sword in the end, the shield made of roots was split in half. It's broken. The tree's defense has been broken. Seeing this scene, all of the heavenly human clansmen were overjoyed. That was because the Nine Heavens battle formation had not used its full strength yet. That was because it was just a probing attack. Mu Yun, let's see how you'll die this time. Without the protection of the tree, you'll die without a burial place. Many people shouted coldly, especially Yi Chu Hao Han. He looked ferocious and wanted to crush Lu Ming into ashes. As expected, a tree can't block it. At this moment, Lu Ming whispered. Originally, he had thought that if the tree could block the attack of the heavenly human clansmen, he would not use the other black seeds. After all, those black seeds were very precious and rare. But now, he had to use them. A black seed appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he threw it on the ground. When the black seed touched the ground, it immediately sprouted and grew rapidly. Seeing this, the eyes of the heavenly human clansman almost popped out. Damn it, he still has seeds. Attack, attack, kill him in one fell swoop. Quick, the black seed needs time to grow. Activate the battle formation and kill him. Many heavenly human clansmen shouted angrily. The 360 experts at the 9th level of the Great God Realm reacted immediately. They activated the battle formation to kill Lu Ming. The gigantic king of the heavenly human clan immediately brandished his battle sword and slashed towards Lu Ming. At that moment, Lu Ming was not in a hurry. Another black seed appeared in his hand and he threw it in another direction. It immediately sprouted. When the battle sword slashed down, the first tree attacked again. Hundreds of roots rushed out of the ground and formed a defense. The roots of the tree were cut off and they immediately grew back. At the same time, some thin roots appeared and intertwined with the thick roots of the first tree. These thinner roots were the roots of the two newly planted trees. Even though they had not fully grown yet, they were already very powerful. Furthermore, the tribulation overcoming ghosts also rushed toward the battle swords. This time, the king of the heavenly human clan's battle sword was even more powerful than the previous one. Those crossing disaster ghosts were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Their bodies trembled violently as they were sent flying one after another. However, that also weakened part of the battle sword's power. The remaining power of the battle sword landed on the shield made of intertwined roots. The shield shook violently and the roots on it broke one by one. However, in the end, it was blocked. Damn it. Use your full strength. Use your full strength. I'll let you use your full strength. Use your full strength. Use your full strength. Behind them, the geniuses of the heavenly human clan who had not participated in the battle formation shouted furiously. Especially Yi Chu Haohan, he almost jumped up. Lu Ming had taken out a third black seed. How many black seeds did he have? He was anxious. Those black seeds were growing too fast. If he delayed any longer, he would miss the opportunity. However, the person who had set up the battle formation had not used his full strength yet. Actually, the people who had set up the battle formation also had their own difficulties. Even though they had successfully set up the Nine Heavens battle formation, they had come from different factions and followed different geniuses. They would compete and kill each other. Although they had learned how to set up the Nine Heavens battle formation, they had never practiced it before. Now that they had set it up at the last minute, it was inevitable that they were a little rusty and could not use it as freely. If they could not use it freely, they could not use it even if they had the strength. That sword strike just now could be considered the most powerful one. Unless they were more proficient in the battle formation. With that delay, the two trees planted at the back had already grown rapidly and became towering trees. Although they were not as tall as the first tree, their power was already very shocking. Burn the power of the heavens, quick! One of the heavenly human clan monsters roared and gave the order. Use your full strength. The other heavenly human clan monsters also roared. The heavenly human clan members who had set up the battle formation had no choice but to risk their lives. The power of the heavens in their bodies began to burn fiercely. The heavenly humans who set up the formation used the power of the heavens to increase the power of the nine heavens battle formation. The heavenly human king's aura became even more terrifying. He waved his incomparably huge battle sword and slashed it down again as if he was going to split the entire earth vein in half. However, there were already 3 trees here. The other 2 trees were almost mature. Hundreds of roots danced in the air. It was a shocking scene. The roots gathered together. This time, they did not form a shield. Instead, they intertwined with each other to form a giant staff. It was a giant staff that was completely formed by intertwining roots. The giant staff struck out toward the opponent's battle sword. However, almost 50 calamity. Avoiding ghosts had already flown out in front of the giant staff and charged toward the battle sword. Boom! Boom, the third clash erupted. This time, the heavenly human tribe went all out. Although the power of the nine heavens battle formation was stronger, it was still able to withstand the attacks of the nine heavens battle formation with the help of the 3 trees. In fact, it was even easier than the previous 2 times. After all, the 3 trees were now mature and powerful. Damn it! Damn it! The heavenly humans roared in anger and indignation. In the end, they ordered the heavenly humans to retreat. They had already burned the power of the heavens earlier, but they still could not break through the defense of the 3 trees. There was no need to continue attacking. The after effects of burning the power of the heavens were too great. After the 9 heavens battle formation moved back and out of the attack range of the trees, they dispersed the 9 heavens battle formation. The figure of the heavenly human king dissipated in the air. What should we do now? Someone asked. I didn't expect that kid to have so many black seeds. I really don't know how he got them. Yichu said in an extremely displeased manner. The 3 trees are not invincible. The main thing is that the 9 heavens battle formation that we set up is not very smooth and can't fully unleash the power of the 9 heavens battle formation. I suggest that we spend some time to familiarize ourselves with the 9 heavens battle formation and practice it a few more times. That way, when the 9 heavens battle formation can operate freely, its power will increase greatly and we will definitely be able to break through the defense of the 3 trees. A heavenly human prodigy suggested. I agree. I agree too. The others nodded in agreement. Then, they began to practice their battle formations. They didn't plan to avoid Lu Ming. They practiced not far away, deliberately letting Lu Ming see them. In this way, it would create a huge psychological pressure on Lu Ming, causing Lu Ming to be unable to refine pills in peace. Swish! Swish! 360 cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer were moving in the air. Their chi was boiling. It seemed like there was a special thread connecting the 360 cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer. A huge figure condensed and swung its sword continuously. After a few hours of practice, the battle formation dispersed again. After everyone rested for a while, they resumed their practice. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. As the heavenly human tribe continued to practice the battle formation, their coordination became more and more coordinated. The power of the battle formation also increased rapidly. If this continued, when the battle formation was operating at its peak, it might really be able to break through the defenses of the 3 trees. Far away in the sky, Yichu and a few other top prodigies looked at Lu Ming coldly. They seemed to be telling Lu Ming to wait and see. It won't be long before they kill him. These people are really endless. I can only make you despair then. Lu Ming's face was a little gloomy. Then, a black seed appeared in his hand. He had a total of 4 black seeds. Now, he took out the 4th one. With a wave of his hand, the black seed flew out and landed on the ground. Then, it started to grow rapidly. In the distance, the heavenly human tribe who were practicing the 9 heavens battle formation stopped and stared in Lu Ming's direction with their eyes wide open. The other heavenly human tribe members who didn't participate in the 9 heavens battle formation were also stunned. Their eyes were wide open as they stared in Lu Ming's direction. Anger, confusion, indignation, and other emotions appeared in their eyes. Ah, damn it. Finally, Yichu Haohan couldn't take it anymore. He looked up to the sky and roared. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. He looked crazy and helpless. He was really going crazy. He had been tortured by Lu Ming. Every time they were about to see the hope of killing Lu Ming would personally destroy this hope in the blink of an eye. It was too uncomfortable and too aggrieved. Mu Yun, don't rely on the tree if you have guts. Fight with your own strength. What's the point of relying on external objects? Yichu Haohan shouted. If relying on external objects isn't a skill, then defeating me with your numbers and suppressing me with a battle formation is a skill? If you want to fight with your own strength, fine. Come on, let's fight one-on-one. Lu Ming said indifferently, full of sarcasm. Yichu Haohan shut his mouth. His face was red, but he didn't dare to fight. Previously, a genius who was as powerful as him was killed by Lu Ming. How could he dare to fight with him, unless his cultivation broke through to the 9th level of the Divine God realm? Unfortunately, he was still a little lacking. He didn't have enough chaotic pills. Trash. If you don't dare to fight, then shut up. Lu Ming scolded. Ah. Yichu Haohan roared and almost vomited blood. The faces of the other heavenly humans were also very ugly. They stared at Lu Ming as if they were going to skin Lu Ming alive. Lu Ming's face was calm. In just a short while, the 4th tree had grown into a towering tree. There were a total of 4 trees standing on the ground, like 4 majestic guards. The people of the heavenly humans were troubled. The defensive power of the 3 trees was already extremely terrifying, but there was one more tree. Even if they practiced the 9 heavens battle formation to perfection, they might not be able to break the defense of the 4 trees. The most important thing was that they didn't know if Lu Ming had any more black seeds. The black seeds in Lu Ming's hands seemed to be endless. They were very tired. In the end, the people of the heavenly humans discussed for a while and prepared to retreat. Of course, they wouldn't give up so easily. They were thinking of other ideas. That was because in the last 20 years, the space barriers between the different star palaces would become weaker and weaker. Some powerful beings would even be able to cross the star palaces and travel between the different star palaces to obtain opportunities. They were waiting for the space barriers between the star palaces to weaken so that they could find other heavenly humans in the other star palaces to deal with Lu Ming. After the heavenly humans retreated, Lu Ming and Yi Ling returned to the earth vein and continued to refine chaotic pills. Lu Ming's rhythm had returned to normal. As he refined the desolate pill, he comprehended various secret skills. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. In 10 years, Lu Ming had obtained 2 billion chaotic pills. In addition to the remaining 200 million and the 200 million he got from the heavenly humans, he had 2.4 billion chaotic pills. However, Lu Ming still owed Yi Ling 500 million desolation pills. After returning the 500 million desolation pills to Yi Ling, Lu Ming still had 1.9 billion desolation pills left. However, Yi Ling had collected enough desolation pills for his breakthrough. He began to refine the desolation pills and began to break through. As long as he had enough desolation pills, breaking through was not a problem. 10 days later, Yi Ling had consumed more than 2 billion desolation pills and successfully reached the 9th layer of the Divine God realm. After reaching the 9th layer of the Divine God realm, Yi Ling's combat strength had increased tremendously. He was no weaker than the current Lu Ming and could be considered a top divine god. Lu Ming, I'll give you all the desolation pills that I'll refine later. I hope you can break through the 9th layer of the divine god realm soon and become an invincible divine god. Yi Ling said to Lu Ming. Thank you. Lu Ming nodded and did not refuse. The desolation pills were too important to him. As long as he broke through to the 9th layer of the divine god realm, he would be almost invincible in the divine god realm. It was very important for him to fight for the origin seed later. He really needed the desolation pills. He understood that even though Yi Ling had reached the 9th layer of the divine god realm, the desolation pills were still very useful to him. They could solidify the black hole in his dantian, strengthen his control over the black hole and increase the strength of his divine body. Therefore, this was a great kindness that he would remember in his heart. If there was a chance, he would repay Yi Ling more, but now was not the time to be courteous. Yi Ling did not say much. He returned to his previous place and continued to refine pills. There are still 10 years, even if I add Yi Ling's pills, it's still too late. I have to think of another way. Lu Ming whispered. He now had 1.9 billion desolation pills. He was still 1 billion away from the 12 billion he needed to break through. In the next 10 years, even if he injured Yi Ling, he would not be able to gather 1 billion. After some time, I'll go out and see if I can get more pill furnaces, Lu Ming thought. His target was, of course, the heavenly human tribe. He wanted to see if he could sneak attack them and steal some pill furnaces. It would be best if he could get some desolation pills. Lu Ming still had dozens of ordinary secret arts that he hadn't finished comprehending yet. He planned to finish comprehending all the secret arts he had on hand before going out for a walk. At this time, a certain void in the core area suddenly distorted. After a few flashes, a group of figures appeared. There were only 13 of them. All of them were from the heavenly human tribe. The leader was a young heavenly human tribe member. The remaining 12 people were all in their prime. Their auras were extremely shocking. They were like volcanoes that had yet to erupt, containing terrifying energy. Is this the mighty Sky Star Palace? I wonder what kind of miraculous place will appear in the Prestige Star Palace. You guys, go and investigate. If you find anything, come back and report to me. The young man from the heavenly human tribe said. Yes. The 12 burly men accepted the order and left in a flash. The young man from the heavenly human tribe waited on the spot. He didn't have to wait for too long before the 12 of them all returned. Yeah, I did. To the north of this place there's a hidden area with high-level earth string energy that's extremely rich in your wild's chi. A middle-aged man said. There's actually a hidden area. Interesting. Let's go take a look. The young man from the heavenly human tribe said. Immediately, the young man from the heavenly human tribe led the 12 men to the hidden area. In the hidden area, above a high-level earth string energy. This high-level earth string energy was also extremely rich in your wild's chi. In the hidden area, it was second only to the one occupied by Lu Ming. It was estimated that all of the your wild's chi had been condensed into your wild's pills. There were at least 5 billion of them. This place was occupied by 2 groups of heavenly human tribe members. The leaders of each group were top prodigies who were not weaker than Yi Chu Haohan. The young men from the heavenly human tribe from the other astral palaces led the 12 burly men to the vicinity of this earth string energy. Looking at the earth string energy that was filled with your wild's chi, the young man from the heavenly human tribe's eyes lit up with greed. Ha ha ha, there's actually an earth string with such rich your wild's chi. This earth string energy is mine. The young man from the heavenly human tribe, Yelugu, said. They didn't stop and directly headed toward the earth string energy. Who's there? Stop right there. This is the territory of the heavenly human tribe. How dare you? A cold shout was heard. Following that, a dozen figures shot up into the sky and arrived in front of Yelugu and the others. They were the elites of the heavenly human tribe. However, when the elites of the heavenly human tribe saw Yelugu, their expressions changed drastically. Young Master Yelugu. You. Why are you in the Prestige Star Palace? The elites of the heavenly human tribe were shocked. Their eyes were filled with reverence as if they were afraid of Yelugu. Why can't I be here? Now that the barrier between the astral palaces is getting weaker, I naturally crossed the barrier to come here. Whose men are you? Ask your master to come out and tell him that I want this earth string energy. Yelugu said lightly. His voice was heard far away. The elites of the heavenly human tribe looked troubled. Yelugu, aren't you being too overbearing? You want to occupy our earth string energy as soon as you arrive? That's right. You've gone too far. 2 youthful voices were heard. Following that, 2 groups of people flew out from 2 different locations of the earth string energy. The 2 elites who had spoken just now were the leaders. Their talent and combat strength were not weaker than Yi Chu Haohan's. The two groups of people added up to more than 200. It was a grand scene. However, Yellow Ji's expression was as calm as ever, as though he didn't see anything. He calmly spoke, "In the supreme immortal city, there's no such thing as going overboard, there's no such thing as tyrannical. There's only strength. Everything depends on strength." Yellow Ji's chi exploded out of his body. "You've already reached the 9th great supreme god layer." The expressions of the two geniuses changed greatly. They knew how strong Yelugu was. Yelugu had 10 stars of battle strength. They had 9 stars of battle strength and were considered the top elites of the heavenly human tribe. However, Yelugu was stronger than them. He had 10 stars of battle strength. 10 stars of battle strength was rare even among the elites of the heavenly human tribe. He was one of the few who stood at the top of the pyramid. Moreover, he had reached the 9th great supreme god layer. His battle strength was terrifying. Ordinary 9th great supreme god layers would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. Their advantage in numbers was useless in front of Yelugu. Moreover, they could not use the 9 heavens battle formation against Yelugu because Yelugu was extremely proficient in the 9 heavens battle formation. He knew all the strengths, weaknesses, and operating methods of the 9 heavens battle formation. The 9 heavens battle formation could not do anything to Yelugu. They could not do anything against Yelugu. "You'd better leave and give up the earth string energy. Otherwise, it will affect the harmony between us," Yelugu said indifferently. The other two wanted to curse out loud. He was going to occupy their earth string energy and he still said that it would affect the harmony between them. Shameless. "Yelugu, didn't you want the earth string energy? Actually, there's an even higher grade earth string energy here." One of the skyprites rolled his eyes and said. The eyes of the others also lit up. They understood what this prodigy meant. Getting someone else to do the dirty work. "There's a higher level ley line? Don't think you can fool me," Yelugu said, his eyes flickering. "Whether it's true or not, you'll know once you go there." "How can I fool you? Let me tell you, the total amount of desolation chi contained in that ley line is at least twice as much as this one. Also, you'll be very interested in the person who occupies that ley line. He's Mu Yun," a prodigy said. "What? Mu Yun?" Upon hearing Mu Yun's name, Yellow Ji's eyes lit up with the flames of greed. "Is what you said true? Is it really Mu Yun?" Yelugu asked again, his breathing becoming a little rapid. "How exciting, it's Mu Yun. As long as I kill Mu Yun, I can be conferred the title of Son of Heaven." Although he had a 10-star combat strength, he still wasn't qualified to be the Son of Heaven. That was because the Son of Heaven or Daughter of Heaven had at least an 11-star combat strength. He was still one step away. Although it was just one step, it was still a huge gap. Perhaps he would never be able to cross that step and become the Son of Heaven. However, as long as he killed Lu Ming, he would immediately succeed. "It's true." The others nodded. "Mu Yun." The greed in Yellow Ji's eyes became even more intense. However, he quickly suppressed it. He thought of a problem. Yelugu glanced at the others coldly and said, "If Mu Yun is here, won't you go and kill him?" He didn't believe that anyone could resist the temptation of being the Son of Heaven or Daughter of Heaven. "We went, but we couldn't kill him. Mu Yun controlled a strange tree with terrifying power," a prodigy explained. "A tree? Haha, in my opinion, you guys are too useless. Go, lead the way. Mu Yun is mine," Yelugu said in a commanding tone. The two prodigies were extremely unhappy, but they didn't show it. "Humph, it's good that you can deal with Mu Yun. It's best if both sides are injured. I'll let you guys fight each other." The two geniuses of the heavenly human tribe thought unhappily. Naturally, they wouldn't refuse. They led the way and headed towards the earth vein where Lu Ming was. Soon, the earth meridian that Lu Ming was in appeared in front of them. Staring at the vast earth vein, Yellow Ji's eyes burned with passion. His gaze was as sharp as lightning, piercing through layers of space and accurately landing on Lu Ming. Mu Yun. After seeing Lu Ming, Yellow Ji's eyes were incomparably fiery, like two burning flames. Above the earth vein, Lu Ming naturally discovered Brother Yellow. "You're here again. I didn't go looking for you, but you came by yourselves. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of hostility. Mu Yun, come out and face your death. Yelu Gu stepped out, moving closer to the earth vein. You want to kill me? Come, I'll wait for you here. Lu Ming's voice echoed in the distance. Humph, don't think you can do whatever you want with a few trees. The others can't kill you because they are trash. You won't be able to be smug in front of me. Yelu Gu snapped coldly and increased his speed, aiming to kill Lu Ming. Brother Yelu, wait a moment, let us clear the path for you. We'll go first, Brother Yelu, there's no need to take the risk. The 12 muscular men that Yelu Gu brought with him blurted out and chased after Qin Nan. Yelu Gu nodded and did not force himself. He let the 12 muscular men go first while he followed behind from afar. What a pity. Lu Ming let out a sigh. He initially thought that if Yelu Gu were to rush over, he would control the 4 trees to eliminate Yelu Gu. He could tell that Yelu Ji's identity was definitely not ordinary. Such a person would surely have a large number of cauldrons. If he could eliminate Yelu Gu, his speed of refining the desolation pills would greatly increase. Unfortunately, Yelu Gu was being too cautious. Wait, the heavenly human tribe doesn't seem to be on good terms with each other. If that's the case, I can pretend to be weak first. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he thought of an idea. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Yelu Ji's 12 subordinates gathered together and rushed towards Lu Ming. These 12 people were all at the 9th layer divine god realm and their battle strength was extremely strong. All of them had 6 stars of battle strength. If one's battle strength did not reach a certain level, it would be difficult to break through the barrier between star palaces. These 12 people were able to break through the barrier between star palaces and follow Yelu Gu to the prestige star palace. Die! Lu Ming shouted softly. The ground shook and densely packed roots rushed out, sweeping toward the 12 burly men. The 4 huge trees were activated by Lu Ming. Close to 400 root hairs swept toward the 12 heavenly human tribe warriors at the same time. The scene was extremely astonishing. Formation. The 12 muscular men formed the 9 heavens battle formation and condensed a huge battle sword. The battle sword slashed out and turned into hundreds of sword lights, slashing towards the roots. Although there were only 12 of them, they were all elites. All of them possessed 6-star combat strength, and a few of them even possessed 7-star combat strength. The 9 heavens battle formation formed by the 12 of them was extremely powerful. Boom! 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 A series of explosions sounded and the roots were cut off by the sword lights. Die! The 12 muscular men shouted angrily and rushed towards Lu Ming. Dazzling sword lights slashed towards Lu Ming. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically and he roared furiously. Dozens of crossing disaster ghosts dashed out toward the 12 burly men and collided with the sword gleams that they condensed. Only then did they manage to block the sword gleams of the heavenly human tribe. That's all there is to it. Yelu Gu sneered. The other heavenly human tribe members were confused. That's not right. Why did the power of the 4 trees weaken? When we attacked back then, the power of the trees was much stronger. The thought crossed the minds of the other 2 geniuses. Then, they wondered if Lu Ming was deliberately showing weakness. Should they remind Yelu Gu? The 2 leading skyprides of the heavenly human tribe looked at each other and chose to remain silent. The competition between the heavenly human tribe was also incomparably fierce. Yelu Ji's talent was a level higher than theirs, suppressing them in every aspect. The resources he obtained were also more than theirs. If they could get rid of Yelu Gu with Lu Ming's help, wouldn't their competition be reduced? As for whether it would help Lu Ming, they didn't think about it. There were many powerful cultivators in the heavenly human tribe. In the heavenly palace, there were the 9 sons and daughters of the heavens. Even if they couldn't kill Lu Ming, someone would kill Lu Ming sooner or later. If they could get rid of Yelu Gu with Lu Ming's help, why wouldn't they? Therefore, they chose to remain silent. Since the 2 leading skyprides didn't speak, their subordinates naturally wouldn't speak either. You guys block these trees, I'll go kill Mu Yun. Yelu Gu ordered the 12 burly men. Don't worry, young master. Leave these 4 trees to us. We'll definitely block these trees. The 12 burly men replied confidently. They felt that they had figured out the strength of the 4 trees through the previous exchange. Swoosh! Swoosh, they attacked with all their might, activating the 9 heavens battle formation. Dazzling sword light burst out, slashing towards the dozens of crossing disaster ghosts and hundreds of roots. Yaluga had already made his move. He took a step forward, as if teleporting, and pounced towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. So strong. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. As soon as Yaluga struck, he felt tremendous pressure. He had a feeling that he was not Yaluji's opponent in a head-on confrontation. However, he did not plan to attack himself. He stood there calmly, waiting for Yaluga to come closer. In an instant, Yaluga was about to reach Lu Ming. His body was shrouded in a layer of terrifying energy. This was the heavenly extermination energy. Now, kill! Lu Ming shouted, ordering the 4 trees to attack with all their might. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. The roots of the trees suddenly danced wildly, their power skyrocketing. They swept out, shattering the sword light formed by the 12 burly men. At the same time, under Lu Ming's feet, more than a dozen roots rushed out from the ground, like a dozen long snakes, sweeping towards Yalugu. That terrifying aura caused Yaluji's expression to change drastically, becoming incomparably unsightly. That was because those roots brought him a fatal crisis. Destroy! Yaluga roared, both of his palms struck out in succession, several grayish palm imprints blasted out, aiming at the dozen or so roots. The grayish palm print was completely formed by the power of heavenly extermination, and it collided with the dozen or so roots. In an instant, heaven and earth shook violently, and the 4 swept out in all directions. However, the next few palm prints were destroyed by the dozen roots. The roots did not stop, continuing to bombard Yalugu. Damn it! Yalugu bellowed in anger. He couldn't care less about killing Lu Ming as he retreated rapidly. He already understood that just now Lu Ming had been feigning weakness in order to draw him closer. The power of the 4 giant trees was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Since they couldn't kill Lu Ming, they could only retreat. However, how could Lu Ming let him retreat? Some of the roots that had been fighting with the 12 burly men earlier had already rushed over. No matter how hard the 12 men tried, they couldn't stop the roots. At least 100 roots swept towards Brother Yalu. Yalugu was surrounded from all directions. Countless roots were trying to envelop him. Ah! Yalugu roared. His palms turned completely gray, as if they were made of gray metal. His strongest attack was his palm technique. Boom! Boom, boom. He continuously attacked with his palms, and in an instant, dozens of palm prints were blasted out. Each palm print was as large as a small mountain, blocking him from all directions. The roots of the giant trees slammed into the palm prints, causing a violent explosion. The palm prints kept shaking and crumbling one after another. Whoosh! Finally, a root broke through the blockade of the palm prints and whipped towards Yalugu. Yalugu was hit, and his body was almost split in half. He spat out blood and his face was pale. Why aren't you helping Yalugu? How dare you leave him to die? I'll see you when we get out. One of the 12 men shouted angrily at the other 2 groups of people. Do it! The 2 Skyprides ordered. Indeed, the heavenly human tribe had always been united in the face of a common enemy. If they didn't help Yaluga get killed, they would also be punished if word got out. The other 2 groups of people attacked. Hundreds of attacks were launched towards the roots. However, it was too late to do anything now. The 4 giant trees had a total of nearly 400 roots, and there were nearly 50 disaster-avoiding ghosts. As long as a part of them blocked the attacks of these people, the attacks on Yalugu didn't stop or weaken at all. No matter how strong Yalugu was, he was only one person. He couldn't resist the attacks of hundreds of roots. He tried his best, but he could only resist for a few breaths. After a few breaths of time, his attack was broken, and the tendrils shot toward Brother Yalu. Yalugu let out an unwilling roar and tried to resist, but it was useless. He was continuously whipped by more than a dozen roots, and his body exploded. Then, his flesh and blood were completely devoured by the roots. Only a storage ring was left in Lu Ming's hand. Ah, damn it! Mu Yun, you dare to kill Yalugu. your fate will be miserable. You're dead. Your family and friends are all dead. The 12 men roared as if they had gone crazy. I think you're the ones who are dead, Lu Ming said coldly. In an instant, hundreds of roots and dozens of disaster-avoiding ghosts attacked the 12 men. With a loud bang, the 9 heavens battle formation set up by the 12 men collapsed. Then, hundreds of roots attacked together. The 12 men didn't even have time to scream before they were killed. Their flesh and blood were completely devoured. Lu Ming stepped out. Like a bolt of lightning, he flashed through the air and grabbed the storage rings of the 12 men. Retreat! Retreat! The other 2 groups of people quickly retreated and disappeared without a trace. After the battle calmed down, there were 13 storage rings in Lu Ming's hand. Let's see the harvest. Lu Ming quickly did a count. In the end, Lu Ming found a total of nearly 300 alchemy furnaces in the 13 storage rings. This was an extremely shocking harvest. Lu Ming was ecstatic. With 300 pill furnaces, he could refine at least 100 million chaos pills every year. This allowed Lu Ming's annual output to reach 300 million chaos pills. He was one step closer to his goal. Hunting the heavenly human tribe is still profitable. If there are a few more of them, I'll definitely be able to gather the chaos pills I need to break through in 10 years. Lu Ming thought. However, it was only a thought. If it weren't for the 4 trees, it would be impossible to kill an expert like Yelugu. After leaving this place, it would be impossible for Lu Ming to kill the other geniuses of the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming activated the 300 pill furnaces together and began to refine pills. A few days later, some of the geniuses of the heavenly human tribe gathered together and began to discuss how to deal with Lu Ming. We can't leave Mu Yun alone. He's getting more and more pill furnaces. If this continues, his cultivation will increase and he'll be harder to deal with. That's right. The barrier between the star palaces is getting weaker and weaker. Let's go to the other star palaces to find help. It's best if we can find the sons or daughters of heaven to kill Mu Yun. I have no objections. I agree. Now, some of the barriers between the star palaces had become weak. Those who were powerful could already break through the space and enter other star palaces. Some powerful elites had already started to cross the star palaces to fight for opportunities. The mighty star palace was the star palace where Lu Ming and the others were. A few elites of the heavenly human tribe came to a space barrier and tore through the space to find other elites of the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming and Yi Ling were still in the earth vein, trying their best to condense the desolation pill. A few months later, Lu Ming had finished comprehending all the ordinary secret skills. They had all turned into secret skill runes and merged with his cells. Unfortunately, his combat power was still at the limit of 12 stars. He had not broken through to 13 stars. Of course, it was also because the secret skills that he had comprehended were only at the beginner level. They were far from reaching the greater success level. There were close to 20,000 ordinary secret skills that were still at the beginner level. Lu Ming believed that once he mastered all these ordinary secret skills, his combat power should be able to reach 13 stars. However, it would take a long time and effort to master all 20,000 ordinary secret skills. He had no time to cultivate them now. He could only wait until he left the Grand Supreme Immortal City and slowly comprehend them. At this time, Lu Ming planned to go out for a walk. However, before Lu Ming could make a move, someone else had already arrived. Needless to say, it was the heavenly human tribe again. Lu Ming looked into the distance and saw a group of heavenly human tribe members coming over. There were about a dozen young heavenly human tribe members in the lead. They were all handsome and handsome. There were both men and women. One look and one could tell that they were extraordinary. Behind them were more than 200 strong heavenly human tribe members. Their auras were also very powerful. They were all elites. These heavenly human tribe members stopped in the distance and glanced at Lu Ming. Mu Yun, come out and die. A burly young heavenly human tribe member stepped out. His eyes were unusually cold. Come in and die if you dare. Lu Ming shouted. Of course, he would not go out. You dared to kill my brother, Yelugu. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death, the burly young man shouted. This young man was Yeluji's older brother, Yeludi. You sure talk a lot of nonsense. Your brother talks as much nonsense as you, and in the end, he died. If you have the ability, then come in and kill me. Lu Ming immediately retorted. Humph, do you think we can't do anything to you if you hide inside? Yeludi said coldly, then waved his hand, bring them out. Immediately, a few burly heavenly human tribe men came out with two people. Upon seeing these two people, Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. Dandan, Ling Yue. Lu Ming muttered and frowned. That's right, these two people were Dandan and Ling Yue. They had always been in the heavenly palace, but now that they were pushed out by the people of the heavenly human tribe, Lu Ming had a bad premonition in his heart. Dandan had a crying face. When he saw Lu Ming, he immediately shouted, "All right, Mu Yun, so you're here. Back then, you borrowed a few hundred stalks of divine medicine from me and then disappeared without a trace. I've been looking for you for hundreds of years, but I couldn't find you. Now, hurry up and return the divine medicine to me, otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you." After saying that, Dandan turned to the celestial tribe and said with a smile, "Lords of the celestial tribe, let me tell you, this Mu Yun is ungrateful. I helped him a few times because he was an honest person. I didn't expect him to be so ungrateful. Today, I'm breaking off all relations with him. Bah, I wasn't familiar with him before." Dandan did his best to distance himself from Lu Ming. As for Ling Yue, she was in charge of looking at Lu Ming. She bit her lips and didn't say a word. Humph, don't talk nonsense here. We are very clear about the relationship between the two of you and Mu Yun. Yeludi coldly snorted and interrupted Dandan's words. Then, Yeludi looked at Lu Ming and said, "Mu Yun, you have stayed in the heavenly palace before, so you should be clear that the two of them are controlled by the restrictive power of the heavenly palace's armor. Right now, the method to control that restrictive power is in my hands." At this point, an array disc appeared in Yeludi's hand and he continued, "As long as I have a thought, the restrictive power in their bodies will explode. At that time, their bodies and souls will be destroyed, and nothing will be left behind." Lu Ming's expression was extremely ugly. What he was worried about still happened. When he first joined the heavenly palace, he, Dandan, and Ling Yue were too close. Furthermore, he and Ling Yue were still an unmarried couple in name, so it was very easy for the heavenly palace to grab hold of them. Although he had broken through the power of the heavenly palace's armor and left the heavenly palace, he had always been worried about Dandan and Ling Yue, afraid that the heavenly palace would deal with them. Sure enough, the people of the heavenly palace were starting to threaten him with Dandan and Ling Yue. "Mu Yun, so what if you're hiding inside and have 4 big trees protecting you? Now, I'll let your friend and your fiancé go in and kill you. Let's see if you have the courage to kill them all, he he he." Yeludi laughed coldly. His laughter was extremely sinister. Then, his gaze swept towards Dandan and Ling Yue, and he berated, "Now, the two of you go over and bring Mu Yun's head over. Let me tell you, if you don't kill Lu Ming, then you will die under the power of the restriction, and your bodies and souls will be destroyed. Nest, you guys are too despicable. If you have the ability, then go and kill him yourself. Using such a method, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? I finally know your heavenly human race. The word despicable is tailor-made for you guys." Dandan shouted. "How dare you?" Yeludi shouted loudly. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Dandan. With a slap, he sent Dandan flying a few meters away and berated, "You dare to insult the heavenly human race. Do you know that this is a great crime that will exterminate your race? Be careful that the world's divine turtle race will be exterminated because of you. F***ck. Dandan roared in his heart. His eyes flashed with a fierce light as he stared fiercely at Yeludi. Who was he? When had someone dared to slap him? He was incomparably furious. If his life wasn't in the other party's hands, he would have immediately gone all out. "Lu Ming, what should we do?" At this moment, Yi Ling appeared beside Lu Ming and asked Lu Ming in a low voice. Lu Ming didn't say anything. His face was incomparably gloomy. To be honest, he didn't know what to do either. This was a dilemma. The people of the heavenly human race had forced Lu Ming and Ling Yue to kill him. Could he control them to attack Dandan and Ling Yue, even if he controlled the big tree and didn't kill Dandan and Ling Yue, but only controlled them, the heavenly human race would probably activate the power of the restriction to kill Dandan and Ling Yue. However, if he didn't resist, he would be killed. How should he choose? On one side was the lives of Dandan and Ling Yue, and on the other side was his own life. Of course, he didn't want to die, but he also didn't want Dandan and Ling Yue to die. However, for a moment, he couldn't think of a way to solve this problem. He had no way to solve this problem. Although he could rely on his taboo power to refine the restriction power contained in the Heavenly Palace battle armor, he couldn't help others refine it. Even if he controlled Dandan and Ling Yue, he couldn't help them refine it. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Hurry up and make your move. If you don't, you'll be the ones to die. Yellow D said coldly. He raised the array disc in his hand and injected his power into it. The array disc lit up and runes filled the air. Dandan and Ling Yue's bodies trembled slightly. Runes also appeared on the surface of their skin. Wait a minute, I didn't say I wouldn't make a move. What are you so anxious about? Dandan shouted. Then make your move. Yellow D said. We can make a move, but I have a condition. Dandan shouted. What condition? Yellow D asked with a gloomy face. At this time, this guy actually dared to negotiate with him. He was very unhappy. Give me 300 pill furnaces with a diameter of 1 meter and 10 pill furnaces with a diameter of 3 meters. We'll kill Mu Yun. Dandan said. What? What did you say? Yellow D shouted, thinking that he had heard wrongly. At this time, Dandan actually made such a condition with him. Was he crazy? Didn't he know that his life was in his hands? You should have heard what I said very clearly. Dandan said. Do you think it's possible? Yellow D sneered. Why is it impossible? You should know Mu Yun. He is ruthless, lawless, and extremely selfish. Although I have some friendship with him, if I kill him, he will definitely kill us without hesitation in order to protect himself. I am risking my life to kill him. Shouldn't I get some reward? Dandan said. In the distance, Lu Ming was speechless. Bullshit. Yellow D wanted to curse out loud. Dandan was talking nonsense. They had long since investigated Lu Ming, and knew that Lu Ming was an extremely loyal person. He would definitely not attack his own people. Especially Ling Yue, who was Lu Ming's fiancé. They were certain that Lu Ming wouldn't make a move, which was why they let Dandan and Ling Yue kill Lu Ming. Little bastard, hurry up and go. You have no right to negotiate with me. Yellow D berated. You don't want to give it to me, right? If you don't want to give it to me, then activate the power of the restriction and kill us right now. Let's see how you're going to kill Mu Yun after you kill us. You must know that the merit of killing him is far more than the value of these pill furnaces. Dandan said. As he crossed his arms, looking like he was saying, kill me if you want. Ling Yue also nodded her head, as if Dandan's intentions were her intentions. Damned ant, Yellow D roared in his heart as killing intent burst out from his body. He wished that he could kill Dandan and Ling Yue with 2 slaps. But he couldn't. He had to rely on Dandan and Ling Yue to kill Lu Ming. Above the earth vein, Lu Ming was also somewhat puzzled. He couldn't guess what Dandan's goal was. However, he understood Dandan and knew that Dandan was very smart. There must be a reason for him to do this. Agree to him first. At this time, another heavenly human clan genius said. This person was a woman with waist-length blonde hair. She was extremely beautiful. At this time, a peerless genius who was not weaker than Yellow D also had a combat strength of 10 stars. Amongst the younger generation of geniuses in the heavenly human clan, having a combat strength of 10 stars was the highest talent below the Son of Heaven or the Daughter of Heaven. Give it to him? Yellow D asked in return. That's right, we've investigated it very clearly. Although Mu Yun's talent is high, he has a huge weakness, which is that he values friendship. He definitely won't kill this world god turtle and Ling Yue, so the final result will definitely be Mu Yun's death. After killing Lu Ming, there's no need to keep these 2 people alive. So what if we give them the pill furnace first? When the time comes, won't it be easy to get it back? the heavenly human clan woman said. Of course, she said this through sound transmission to avoid being heard by Dandan. That's right. Yeludi's eyes lit up. He then looked at Dandan and said, I can agree to your conditions. After saying that, he took out a storage ring, fiddled with it a few times, and threw it at Dandan, saying, there are 300 pill furnaces with a diameter of 1 meter and Master's pill furnace with a diameter of 3 meters. Take a look. Dandan received it and scanned it with his spiritual sense, revealing a trace of a smile. Inside, there were indeed 310 pill furnaces. Dandan kept them in his storage ring and then looked at Ling Yue. Then, he looked at Lu Ming. Mu Yun, for the sake of our many years of friendship, you should give up your life. This way, you can still save your fiancé's life. Dandan shouted and rushed towards Lu Ming. Ling Yue followed closely beside Dandan and walked side by side. However, after the two of them rushed out for a distance, they stopped. After Dandan stopped, he waved his hands continuously. Countless runes filled the air and entered the void. These runes intertwined with each other to form a huge formation. What are you doing? Why are you setting up a formation here? Why aren't you going to kill Mu Yun? Yeludi berated. What are you in such a hurry for? Do you think Mu Yun is so easy to kill? I set up the formation to kill him. Dandan said and continued to set up the formation. The people of celestial race could only wait. Lu Ming watched from afar and frowned. He could not figure out Dandan's goal, but in his heart, he had a bad premonition. More than 10 minutes later, a huge array diagram appeared in the sky. A huge array was condensed. Attack! Dandan and Ling Yue looked at each other, shouted, and began to attack. The array diagram in the sky emitted a dazzling light and condensed into a spear. With a swoosh, the spear flew through the air at an extremely fast speed. However, this long spear was not aimed at Lu Ming. Instead, it was aimed at Yeludi. When Dandan made his move, Ling Yue also made her move. Behind her, a towering tree appeared. At this moment, the towering tree burned fiercely, turning into an endless amount of strength chi that poured into Ling Yue's body. A battle bow appeared in Ling Yue's hand. She drew the bow and an arrow condensed. With a swoosh, it flew through the air and shot towards Yeludi. Ling Yue was going all out with this arrow. She burned her divine power with all her might. The cultivation of the two of them had already reached the 8th level of the Divine Lord realm. This was far beyond Lu Ming's expectations. In fact, the reason why Dandan and Ling Yue's cultivations were able to make such great progress was completely due to the nurturing of the celestial race. The people of the celestial race wanted to control the two of them to kill Lu Ming, so they gave them a large amount of desolate pills to raise their cultivation. Their cultivation was too low. Even if Lu Ming wanted them to kill him, they wouldn't be able to. The purpose of giving Dandan and Ling Yue a large amount of resources to raise their cultivation was to kill Lu Ming. They never thought that the two of them would attack them instead. End of chapter. You are courting death. Yeludi roared as a long spear condensed in his palm. The long spear shook and turned into two spear shadows, colliding with Dandan and Ling Yue's attacks, easily destroying their attacks. Yeludi's cultivation was at the 9th level of the Emperor God realm, and he had a battle strength of 10 stars. Although Dandan and Ling Yue had reached the 8th level of the Emperor God realm and were using their full strength, they were still far from Yeludi's strength. Mu Yun, here you go. At this moment, Dandan waved his hand and a storage ring flew towards Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. Then, Dandan and Ling Yue shouted and rushed towards Yeludi. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He finally guessed what Dandan and Ling Yue's goal was. They didn't plan to attack Lu Ming at all. From the beginning, they had the heart to die. They would rather die than attack Lu Ming. They understood Lu Ming very well. If they attacked Lu Ming would most likely not fight back. They would definitely not kill Lu Ming. Their only choice was to sacrifice themselves. Turning to attack Yeludi and the others, their fate was already decided. Stop, I'll give you one more chance. Stop, or your body and soul will be destroyed. Yeludi roared. So much nonsense, you're the one who's going to die. Dandan shouted as he controlled the formation and continued to attack. Ling Yue, on the other hand, did not say a word. She drew her bow and another arrow flew out. Despicable bastards, since you're courting death, then die for me. Yellow D roared as the formation plate in his hand emitted a dazzling light. He had already activated the formation and activated the restrictive power in Dandan and Ling Yue's bodies. The restrictive power of the Heavenly Palace armor spread into every cell in their bodies. At this moment, it burst out from every cell. A wave of energy spread out from their bodies like flames, burning fiercely. Their bodies started to crumble under this power. Damn it, stop! Lu Ming roared. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he rushed out to help. However, it was already too late. The power of the restrictions on the Heavenly Palace battle armor exploded too quickly. Dandan and Ling Yue's bodies were quickly dissipating like a wisp of dust that was blown away by the wind. By the time Lu Ming rushed out of the earth vein, the bodies of the two had already completely collapsed. There were only 2 balls of light floating in the air. These 2 balls of light were the souls of Dandan's duo. However, the power of the Heavenly Palace armor was too terrifying. Not only could it destroy the body, but it could also destroy the soul. At this moment, their souls were also burning like flames, as if they would be destroyed at any moment. But at this time, runes suddenly spread out from their souls. These runes interweaved into a mysterious pattern, enveloping the souls of the 2 people within. At the same time, the void began to ripple like water. This power enveloped the souls of both of them. Under the dual effects of the rune and the rune formation, the restrictive power was suppressed, and the souls of the 2 men stopped disintegrating. However, although their souls had stopped disintegrating, their eyes were tightly shut. There was no movement at all, nor was there any sign of life. Lu Ming's heart sank. At the same time, he pushed his speed to the limit and rushed towards Dandan and Ling Yue's souls, wanting to protect their souls. Yellow D and the rest of the heavenly human race were stunned at first. In their opinion, as long as they activated the power of the restriction, the 2 of them would die. Whether it was their bodies or souls, they would not be left behind and would vanish into thin air. However, their souls seemed to be protected by 2 forces. What was going on, however, they quickly reacted. No matter what kind of power you have, you will be destroyed today. Not a single trace can be left behind. Yellow D said coldly. He took a step forward and attacked Dandan and Ling Yue's souls. A violent power erupted, wanting to completely crush their souls. Scram! Lu Ming roared. His eyes were about to split open as he used the heaven-splitting style. His body turned into a spear light and stabbed towards Yellow D. Mu Yun! Yellow D's eyes burst into flames. He directly abandoned Dandan and Ling Yue's souls and turned to attack Lu Ming. His target was originally Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming had actually taken the initiative to leave the earth vein and leave the protection. How could he miss this opportunity? Holding the spear in his hand, he stabbed towards Lu Ming like an invincible war god. The spear light and the spear collided in the air, erupting with an earth-shattering boom. The spear light that Lu Ming had transformed into trembled continuously. In the next moment, it directly collapsed. Lu Ming's body shook violently as he retreated explosively. In a head-on confrontation, Lu Ming was no match for him. The other party had 10 stars of battle strength. His overall battle strength was 1 star higher than Lu Ming's. Kill! Yellow D roared. His spear did not stop. It turned into thousands of spear shadows and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming blocked a few moves in a row. Unfortunately, he was no match for him. He coughed out blood and retreated. If he had not mastered many ancient secret techniques, his body would have been pierced by the spear. Even so, he was incomparably embarrassed. Yellow D, do you want to take all the benefits for yourself? Mu Yun, leave it to me. The heavenly human tribe woman also rushed over at this moment. She held a long sword in her hand and thousands of sword shadows stabbed towards Lu Ming. This woman's battle strength was no weaker than Yellow D's. She also wanted to kill Lu Ming. This was a great merit. How could she let Yellow D enjoy it alone, facing the power of 2 experts? Even if Lu Ming had mastered many secret techniques and had many adaptations, it was still very dangerous. He barely managed to block a few moves. His body was swept by a sword light and was almost split in half. Die for me. The heavenly human tribe woman shouted coldly. She wanted to kill Lu Ming in one go. However, at this moment, a sword light suddenly shot out from the other side and blocked the heavenly human tribe woman's sword light. It was Yi Ling. Just now, when Lu Ming moved, he also rushed out. However, he was one step slower and arrived just in time. Traitor Yi Ling, do you want to die? The heavenly human tribe woman obviously knew Yi Ling. She shouted coldly and a sharp sword light went straight for Yi Ling's forehead. Yi Ling pushed his battle strength to the extreme and counterattacked with all his might. The two sword lights fought fast and collided more than 10 times in an instant. However, Yi Ling's combat power was also 1 star lower than his opponent's. He was no match for him. After a dozen exchanges, he was hit by a sword beam. A deep sword wound appeared on his chest, dripping with blood. Kill. Kill. Yellow D, the heavenly human tribe woman, and even the other experts of the heavenly human tribe all attacked. They charged towards Lu Ming together, wanting to kill Lu Ming and obtain the greatest merit. With so many people attacking together, and several of them were experts of the same level as Yellow D, Lu Ming definitely could not avoid them. End of chapter. There were at least 4 experts who were at the same level as Yellow D. Lu Ming could not handle one of them, let alone the 4 of them. Lu Ming was no match for them at all. Even with Yi Ling, it was useless. He could not avoid them even if he wanted to. It seemed that Lu Ming and Yi Ling were about to be in danger. All of a sudden, ripples spread through the air like water. First, the souls of Dandan and Ling Yue flickered and disappeared from their original positions. Then, Yellow D and the others seemed to have fallen into a quagmire. They were greatly hindered and their bodies slowed down. Space-time power. Who is it? Come out. Yellow D roared and the heavenly annihilation power erupted. The long spear swept across and there was an explosion in the void. The force was forcibly split open. The other experts also used their strongest heavenly force to break open the force. It's really space-time power. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His eyes flashed. He was very familiar with the space-time power. It came from bubbles. Could it be? There was no time to think. Lu Ming shouted, "Let's go." At this moment, Yellow D and the others were disturbed by the space-time power. It was a good opportunity to escape. Lu Ming and Yi Ling took the opportunity to leave their original positions. They appeared thousands of miles away and escaped the encirclement. You want to leave? Go to hell. Yellow D roared and held the long spear in his hand. His entire body was shrouded in the heavenly annihilation power. He was like a destructive god of war. He chased after Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. As soon as Lu Ming escaped the encirclement, Yellow D had already arrived. The other 3 experts of the same level were not slow either. 3 attacks were aimed at Lu Ming's vital points. However, as soon as their attacks were launched, the space around them rippled again. The space was like water, filled with layers of ripples. It was as if time had frozen in that area. This was an extremely powerful space-time power. It pressed down on the people of the heavenly human tribe and slowed their movements. Lu Ming and Yi Ling took the opportunity to dodge the attacks again. How dare you meddle in our affairs? Get out here. A burly prodigy of the heavenly human tribe wielded a heavy battle sword and slashed at a spot in the void. A huge sword light slashed out violently, and a huge explosion occurred in the void. A petite figure suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. She seemed to be surrounded by layers of space, as if she was not in this space-time. The sword light slashed out, but it was unable to hit the figure. Instead, it was exploited by the space-time power layer by layer, and finally disappeared. Bubbles, Lu Ming exclaimed in surprise. That's right, this petite figure was Bubbles. Lu Ming definitely wouldn't be mistaken. They hadn't seen each other for many years. Even though Bubble had grown up a lot and looked like a 15 or 16-year-old girl, Lu Ming still recognized her at a glance. The aura of the origin of life wouldn't change. Bubble's figure flickered and disappeared from the primordial world. In the next moment, it appeared beside Lu Ming. Big brother Lu Ming, Bubble exclaimed in surprise. She actually recognized Lu Ming. Moreover, she used the voice transmission method, as if she was afraid that others would know. Bubble, why are you here? How did you recognize me? Lu Ming couldn't help but ask. So you're a spacetime spirit mouse. How dare you? Spacetime spirit mice, are you trying to annihilate your tribe? Yellow-D shouted coldly. His killing intent was cold and his eyes flashed with a cold light. They recognized Bubble's true form. At a glance. I'll explain later. Let's retreat first. Bubble said. The spacetime power spread out and brought Lu Ming and Yi Ling back to the Earth vein. You want to retreat? You can't. Kill. The 4 top prodigies of the heavenly human tribe attacked at the same time. They attacked Lu Ming, Bubble, and the others. In addition, there were more than a dozen experts of the heavenly human tribe who were weaker. These second-rate experts were also very terrifying. Every one of them could fight with Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Any one of them could threaten their lives. With so many experts attacking at the same time, Lu Ming and the group felt a deadly sense of crisis. Space-time. At this moment, Bubble shouted. Her delicate body emitted a powerful aura. 9th layer Divine God Realm. Lu Ming realized that Bubble's cultivation had reached the 9th layer Divine God Realm. This was shocking. One must know that when Bubble and Dandan had left together, Bubble's cultivation was not very high back then. Her cultivation was even inferior to Dandan's. However, Bubble's cultivation had now far surpassed Dandan's. Bubble must have had an amazing fortuitous encounter. When Lu Ming participated in the selection of heavenly soldiers in the heavenly palace, he met Dandan but did not see Bubble. Lu Ming was very curious and had asked Dandan where Bubble was. Dandan had said that Bubble had entered one of the ancestral lands of the spacetime spirit mice. That was all. Lu Ming knew that Bubble had entered one of the ancestral lands of the spacetime spirit mice. He didn't know anything else. So many years had passed in the blink of an eye. They hadn't seen each other until now, but Bubble had already shown her amazing cultivation. Not only did Bubble show her cultivation of the 9th layer Divine God Realm, but at the same time, her glabella emitted a dazzling light. Then, 2 words flew out. One was time and the other was space. The 2 words flew up into the sky and rapidly became bigger. Each word was as big as a planet and emitted a mysterious aura. The time and space of this area and this world seemed to be controlled by the 2 words. These are the origin ancient words time and space. Lu Ming was astonished. He recognized the 2 words at a glance. They were the origin ancient words. Bubble had controlled 2 origin ancient words. The most shocking thing was that they were time and space. They were compatible with Bubble's talent. The power they could unleash was unpredictable. Lu Ming was even more certain that Bubble had encountered an amazing fortuitous encounter. Whoosh, the space in this area was constantly distorted and then squeezed toward Yellow-D and the others. To be honest, Yellow-D and the others were shocked when they saw Bubble use the 2 origin ancient words. However, they quickly reacted. Do you think you can stop us with just the origin ancient words? Break. Even the power of spacetime has to yield to the power of heaven. The heavenly human tribe's skyprides roared and the power of heaven burst out and swept in all directions. The power of heaven was indeed powerful. Even though Bubble was supported by the 2 origin ancient words and the power of spacetime was terrifyingly strong, it was still broken by them. However, the heavenly human tribe's members were still greatly affected. Bubble's strength was beyond their expectations. With the 2 origin ancient words as the foundation and her talent, she was able to compete with Yellow-D, who had a 10-star battle strength. If she was just a support, she could unleash more power. Attack. Lu Ming and Bubble's tacit understanding was still there. When he saw that the heavenly human tribe's members were affected, he immediately attacked with all his strength. He turned into a spear light and stabbed toward Yellow-D. End of chapter. Lu Ming activated the sky-splitting form to the maximum and turned into a spear radiance, stabbing towards Yellow-D. Break it! Yellow-D roared and swung his spear, breaking through the spacetime power and colliding with the spear radiance that Lu Ming had turned into. This time, Yellow-D did not gain the upper hand. They were evenly matched. Both of them took a step back. Although Yellow-D had broken through the spacetime power, he was still greatly affected. His combat strength was reduced and he could no longer suppress Lu Ming. At the same time, Yi Ling also took action and blocked the attack of the female Heavenly Human Tribe Supreme Talent. However, there were other experts from the Heavenly Human Tribe who charged towards Lu Ming and the rest. There were too many of them. Even with bubble space-time power, Lu Ming and the rest were still no match for them. However, at this moment, there was a terrifying sound of the air being torn apart. There were 8 attacks in total and each attack was of a different color. However, their power was extremely shocking. These 8 attacks were directed towards the Heavenly Human Tribe. This is the power of 9 Orifices Sacred Heart. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He was very familiar with this power. It was Autumn Moon's power of 9 Orifices Sacred Heart. Indeed, Lu Ming looked around and saw a figure in the distance. Her entire body was shrouded in colorful light. If it was not Autumn Moon, who else could it be? It was obvious that Autumn Moon was not in this star palace previously but in another star palace. Now, she must have crossed over to this star palace. The power of Autumn Moon's attack was extremely terrifying. Those who were hit by the colorful light were forced to retreat. In a flash, Autumn Moon arrived at the battlefield. She looked at Lu Ming with joy. Another one who is courting death. It's her, the traitor of the Heavenly Palace, the disciple of Master God Meng Su. Very well, since they're all here, let's get rid of them together. Yellow D and the rest shouted coldly. Some of them charged towards Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon, be careful. Lu Ming shouted. Autumn Moon smiled. His heart emitted a resplendent glow. There were 9 colors, but 8 of them were extremely dazzling. It was as if there was a colorful sun in his chest. 8 types of dazzling light intertwined together to form a colorful scimitar that slashed toward the Heavenly Human Tribe prodigy. Boom, the 8-colored scimitar collided with the Heavenly Human Race's prodigy. The Heavenly Human Race's prodigy's body trembled violently and retreated rapidly. A saber wound appeared on his arm, and it was almost chopped off. The prodigy of the Heavenly Human Tribe was no match for Autumn Moon. Even Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. Autumn Moon, what powerful strength, Lu Ming's heart thumped violently. That young genius from the Heavenly Human clan was one of the 4 strongest young geniuses there. He had the strength of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer and 10 stars of battle prowess. Such an expert was actually suppressed by Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon also has 10 stars of battle prowess and his cultivation has reached the 9th Great Supreme God Layer. Lu Ming judged Autumn Moon's battle prowess and cultivation level. He was truly shocked. It seemed that Autumn Moon had also obtained great opportunities in the other astral palaces. When Lu Ming first met Autumn Moon after leaving the Heavenly Palace, Autumn Moon's 9 Orifices Sacred Heart only had one color that was extremely dazzling. But now, Qiuyu had a total of 8 orifices that were releasing powerful energy. There were 8 different colors and they were incomparably dazzling. The power of the 9 Orifices Sacred Heart was almost fully unleashed. Autumn Moon's battle prowess was not any weaker than Yeludi's. It could be said that they were on the same level. Autumn Moon was able to gain the upper hand and injure the Heavenly Human Tribe's prodigy with one strike because of Bubble's spacetime energy. Sister. Autumn Moon, you're so powerful. Let's continue, Bubble shouted excitedly and continued to activate the 2 origin ancient words. The spacetime energy continued to suppress the people of the Heavenly Human Tribe. At the same time, Autumn Moon attacked. The power of the 9 Orifices Sacred Heart turned into a machete and slashed out continuously. The sky was filled with colorful light. In addition, Lu Ming and Yi Ling also attacked with all their might. For a moment, the people of the Heavenly Human Tribe were forced to retreat. Damn it, the people of the Heavenly Human Tribe roared in anger. On the surface, their battle prowess was clearly above Lu Ming's, but in reality, they were at a disadvantage. This was mainly because of the spacetime energy. The spacetime energy was too much of a hindrance to them. The spacetime energy could be said to be the strongest auxiliary power, especially when it was supported by the 2 origin ancient words, time and space. The power that burst out was even more shocking. Even the supreme power of the Heavenly Human Tribe could not break through it so easily. It did not mean that the spacetime energy was stronger than the supreme power of the Heavenly Human Tribe. The spacetime energy of an ordinary spacetime spirit mouse was far from that strong. It was definitely not comparable to the four supreme powers of the heavenly human tribe. However, Bubble was different. Bubble's talent was very high. With the help of the two origin ancient words, the spacetime energy had undergone a qualitative change. It was no longer weaker than the supreme power. Being affected by the spacetime energy, it was difficult for her to fully display her battle prowess. On the other hand, Autumn Moon's battle prowess could be fully displayed. Naturally, she could suppress the heavenly human tribe. No matter how angry the people of the heavenly human tribe were, they could not change the fact. They kept retreating. Some of the weaker ones were even injured and almost died here. Formation, 9 Heavens Battle Formation, Yellow D shouted at the strong men of the heavenly human tribe. There were hundreds of strong men of the heavenly human tribe in the surroundings. At this moment, they began to move, preparing to set up the 9 Heavens Battle Formation to deal with Lu Ming and the others. Bubble, bring us to destroy their formation. Lu Ming said to Bubble. Okay. Bubble replied. The spacetime energy enveloped Lu Ming and the others. In a flash, Lu Ming and the others appeared among the heavenly human tribe. Then, the power of time and space exploded, and the void distorted, forming a powerful pressure. The strong men of the heavenly human tribe suddenly felt like they were in a quagmire. They tried their best, but their movements were as slow as a turtle's. There was a big gap between their strength and Bubble's. Naturally, it was not easy for them to break through Bubble's spacetime energy. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. Spear radiance burst out and instantly, 6 strong men of the 9th layer divine god realm were pierced through their foreheads by the spear radiance. They died immediately. At the same time, Yi Ling and Autumn Moon also attacked mercilessly. A wave of attacks killed more than 10 strong men of the heavenly human tribe. Under the influence of the spacetime energy, they could not set up the 9 Heavens Battle Formation because there was not enough time. Damn it, Yellow D and the others were furious. Their eyes were bloodshot and they could not wait to cut Lu Ming and the others into pieces. Unfortunately, they could not do it with their strength. Retreat, retreat. In the end, Yellow D and the others had no choice but to give the order to retreat. They rushed over and broke through the spacetime energy. In the blink of an eye, they were far away. They had come with such a big force, but in the end, they ran away in a sorry state. After the heavenly human tribe left, Lu Ming and the others returned to the earth vein. After all, there were 4 big trees guarding it, so it was safer. Big brother Lu Ming, long time no see. I missed you so much. Bubbles directly hung on Lu Ming's neck, just like before. Cough cough, Bubbles, be reserved, be reserved. You've grown up now, you're different from before. Lu Ming quickly coughed a few times, his old face slightly red. Humph, if big brother Lu Ming dislikes Bubbles, then just make them smaller. Bubbles jumped down from Lu Ming's neck and pouted. Her cute little face was filled with displeasure. How could that be? How could I dislike Bubbles? Lu Ming rubbed Bubbles' head and quickly changed the topic, asking, Bubbles, how did you recognize me? Am I a completely different person now? This was his present body, but Bubbles was able to recognize him at a glance. Furthermore, she directly helped him and offended the celestial race. This made him very curious. It was that guy Dandan who told me. Bubbles said. Dandan. At the mention of Dandan, Lu Ming's heart immediately sank, and he said, Bubbles, how are Dandan and the others? Quickly take them out and let's see. N. Bubbles nodded. With a wave of his hand, Dandan and Ling Yui's souls appeared in the air. Both of their souls had their eyes tightly shut. Their souls were covered in layers of runes, and at the same time, they were enveloped by the power of time and space. It seemed that the situation was not good. Dandan used a formation to protect his soul, and then with my power of time and space, he temporarily suppressed the power of the restriction in his soul. However, he couldn't suppress it for long. In at most 3 years, their souls would also turn into ashes. Bubbles said. What? It can only be suppressed for 3 years? Lu Ming's heart shook violently, and his expression became even uglier. In 3 years, it will vanish into thin air. Is there no way to save it? Lu Ming asked. Yes, Dandan told me a method before. Bubbles said. Dandan told you a method? Could it be that Dandan had anticipated this? Lu Ming asked. Yes. Actually, Dandan had anticipated this day ever since he found out about your relationship with the Heavenly Palace. Later on, they were controlled into the Taisheng Immortal City, and Dandan began to make arrangements. One time, he happened to meet me and told me about your situation. He also told me that the Heavenly Human Tribe would definitely use them to deal with you, Big Brother Lu Ming, so he had a backup plan. He set up a formation in his and Sister Yue's souls in advance. He asked me to help him with the power of time and space to buy time for them. I'll have to rely on you for the rest. Bubbles said. What does Dandan want me to do? Lu Ming asked. Dandan told me that before entering the Taisheng Immortal City, he had read a lot of information and the experience passed down by the seniors of the Black Tortoise clan. He knew that there was an immortal mountain in the Tiankui Star Palace, and there was a treasure called the 5 Elemental Fairy Tear. As long as you can get the 5 Elemental Fairy Tear, you can save them. Bubbles said. Tiankui Star Palace, 5 Elemental Fairy Tear? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a shocking light. He had to get it. Dandan was indeed a cunning old fox. He had left a way out for himself. Otherwise, how could he die so easily? Dandan had already made arrangements, and he would definitely complete the rest. There's no time to lose. I plan to set off immediately to the Tiankui Star Palace to look for the 5 Elemental Fairy Tear. Lu Ming said. Young master, I'll go with you. Xiao Yu said immediately. Big brother Lu Ming, don't think about leaving me behind. Bubbles also said immediately. Their attitude was firm, and it was obvious that Lu Ming could not refuse. Brother Lu, how about this? I'll stay here and help you refine the desolation pills. Yiling said with a smile. Thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists, feeling very grateful. Yiling knew him very well. Lu Ming's current cultivation was still a little weak. He was only in the 8th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. Only when he broke through to the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm would he be truly powerful and fearless. However, Lu Ming needed too many desolation pills to break through to the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. A total of 12 billion. If they all went to the Tiankui Star area to look for the 5 Elemental Fairy Tear, who would help Lu Ming refine the pills, what would Lu Ming use to break through? Yiling knew this very well. That was why he did not say that he wanted to look for the 5 Elemental Fairy Tear. Instead, he said that he wanted to help Lu Ming refine the pills. This would be a great help to Lu Ming. After all, there was not much time left before they left the 2nd level of the Taisheng Immortal City. Brother Lu Ming, I also have many pill furnaces here. Take them. Bubbles waved his hand and a large pile of pill furnaces flew out. There were no less than 300 of them. Bubble alone actually had so many pill furnaces. This was too shocking. However, after thinking about it, it made sense. The space-time energy was too mysterious. It might not be the strongest in terms of offense, but in other aspects, it was extremely mysterious. With the space-time energy, it would be much easier for him to obtain pill furnaces than others. Young master, I have some too. Autumn Moon also took out her pill furnaces. Autumn Moon did not have many pill furnaces, only a little more than 100. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony. He took all of them and handed them to Yiling. With so many pill furnaces, he should be able to gather enough desolation pills in 10 years. Even if it was not enough, it would not be too far away. Brother Yi, I'll leave this place to you. Lu Ming said. It's okay. With the 4 trees, they can't do anything to me. Yiling smiled. Then I'll take my leave. Lu Ming cupped his fists and gave the 4 trees an order. Then, he left with Bubbles and Autumn Moon. After Lu Ming and the other 2 left, they purposely revealed their whereabouts to the Heavenly Human Tribe. He did this to prevent the Heavenly Human Tribe from gathering their forces and besieging the Earth Vein in the future. The 4 trees alone might not be able to stop them. However, after he left, the Heavenly Human Tribe would not have to risk their lives to besiege the Earth Vein. That way, Yiling could refine the desolation pills in peace. It would affect whether he could break through to the 9th level of the divine god realm. He could not be careless. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others came to an open space. Autumn Moon and Bubbles had crossed the starry sky barrier to come here. Naturally, they knew where the space was weaker. The space here was weaker and it was easier to break through the barrier. "I'll go first," Bubbles cried out. With a wave of her little hand, the space was forcefully torn apart. "Brother Lu Ming, I'll go first," Bubbles said. She took a step forward and disappeared into the space. Apparently, she had entered another star palace. "Young master, you go first." Autumn Moon looked at Lu Ming. "All right." Lu Ming nodded. Forbidden energy burst out and his palm slashed down like a knife. One could not bring others to cross the barrier of the Star Palace. The person who broke through the barrier could only pass through and could not bring others with him. Bubbles burst and only she could pass through. She could not bring Lu Ming and Autumn Moon with her. If Lu Ming and Autumn Moon wanted to pass through, they could only do it themselves. Swoosh, Lu Ming's palm slashed down and the space was torn apart. With Lu Ming's current strength, it was not difficult for him to break the barrier between the star palaces. He found that as long as he had the battle strength of a 5th-star emperor god, he could break the barrier between the star palaces. Lu Ming took a step forward, stepped into the space crack and disappeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming found himself in a new place. This should be the Brave Star Palace, Lu Ming thought. This was obviously not the Leader Star Palace. The Leader Star Palace was not next to the Mighty Star Palace. They had to pass through several other heavenly palaces to reach the Leader Star Palace. Bubbles was already waiting here. At this time, the void filled up and Autumn Moon's figure appeared. Then, they turned into a few rays of light and left to find the weak point of the Brave Star Palace. The environment here is not much different from the profound Sky Star Palace. While flying, Lu Ming observed. The environment of the Brave Star Palace was not much different from the Mighty Star Palace. The aura was almost the same. It was also filled with a rich desolate aura. Sometimes, they could even see a earth vein. Soon, they arrived at a weak point in the space and continued to break through the void to enter the next star palace. Just like that, they arrived at the Leader Star Palace after a few transits. On the way, Lu Ming asked Zhou Yu and Bubbles about what had happened to them during this period. The two of them had obtained great opportunities. Autumn Moon entered an immortal mansion in the most supreme immortal palace and obtained great opportunities. Her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and she had opened 8 of the 9 orifices of the Sacred Heart, which had greatly increased its power. Lu Ming suddenly understood. No wonder Autumn Moon did not obtain many pill furnaces, but her cultivation had reached the 9th star Emperor God realm. It had a lot to do with the opportunities in the immortal mansion. Bubbles' opportunities in the most supreme immortal palace were very ordinary. However, Bubbles had obtained great opportunities in the primitive universe. She had obtained 2 origin ancient characters and her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. With that as a foundation and the mysterious power of time and space, she had obtained a large number of pill furnaces and refined a large number of primitive pills. Her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Each of them had their own fortuitous encounters. "Look, the 5 elements immortal mountain," Bubbles suddenly shouted. Lu Ming looked ahead. Indeed, there was a mountain in front of them. The mountain was actually floating in the air. The mountain had 5 colors: gold, red, blue, green, and yellow. They corresponded with the colors of the 5 elements. This was the 5 elements immortal mountain, their destination. This 5 phases immortal mountain appeared about 5 or 6 years ago. It's a miraculous place in the heavenly stalwarts planetary system. Supposedly, it contains incredible good fortune that can help people gain enlightenment of the Tao. Many people have already gone inside, including some chosen who came from other planetary palaces. Bubbles explained. This was an area similar to the hidden area, both of which had appeared later on. It was just that the fortuitous encounters were different. Without any hesitation, the 3 of them flew toward the 5 elements immortal mountain. The closer they got to the 5 elements immortal mountain, the more they felt that the mountain was vast and boundless. Their bodies also became smaller and smaller. In fact, it was not that they had become smaller, but that the 5 elements immortal mountain was too big. In the end, the 3 of them were like dust and planets compared to the 5 elements immortal mountain. The 5 elements immortal mountain was actually made up of 5 parts. There was a mountain for each color. The 5 mountains were side by side, forming a complete 5 elements immortal mountain. Moreover, the first mountain to enter was the first mountain, the flame immortal mountain. Only by passing through the flame immortal mountain could one enter the next mountain. Only by passing through all 5 mountains could one reach the final place and obtain the 5 elements immortal tier. When the 3 of them were a certain distance away from the flame immortal mountain, a strong suction force pulled Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Bubbles toward the flame immortal mountain. The 3 of them followed the force and arrived at the surface of the flame immortal mountain. They stopped on an open space. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, billowing heat waves swept toward them. It was incomparably hot and the temperature was shockingly high. The 3 of them had to circulate their chi to resist the heat waves. At that moment, a dazzling light suddenly emitted from the top of their heads. At the same time, a halo appeared. In the next moment, the halo condensed into a bracelet. There were 3 identical bracelets. Each of them had 1 bracelet on their head. There were 5 holes on the bracelets, corresponding to 5 different colors. Light red, light blue, light yellow, light gold, and light green. They corresponded to the 5 elements. As expected, Dandan said, "This is a 5 elements bracelet. It can absorb the 5 elements soul energy." In the 5 elements immortal mountain, every mountain has a 5 elements soul beast. Killing these 5 elements soul beasts will absorb the 5 elements soul beast's soul energy. The light red hole absorbs the 5 elements soul energy of the fire element. Only when it is full can one enter the next mountain. Moreover, after it is full, one can exchange it for a type of 5 elements immortal energy. This 5 elements immortal energy is incomparably mysterious. After absorbing it, one will have a great transformation. Bubbles explained. In the end, he even explained that this was all what Dandan had told him. It could be said that every mountain was equivalent to an opportunity because after each hole was full, one could exchange it for a strand of 5 elements immortal energy. "Then, let's begin," Lu Ming said. He did not want to waste any time. His figure rose into the air, looked around, and began to search for the 5 elements soul beasts. Previously, this flaming mountain looked like a huge mountain from afar. After entering the flaming mountain, they realized that this place was no different from a world. As far as the eye could see, there were mountains, peaks, and valleys everywhere. Other than that, there was nothing to see. There were no plants or other creatures. The 3 of them randomly chose a direction and sped away. They spread out their spiritual senses to search for the 5 elements soul beasts. However, after searching for a long time, they did not find a single 5 elements soul beast. They continued to search. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. They still did not find a single 5 elements soul beast. This made the 3 of them frown. If they couldn't find the 5 elements soul beast, then the 5 elements soul energy in the bracelet wouldn't be enough and they wouldn't be able to enter the next 5 elements mountain. This way, they wouldn't be able to obtain the 5 elements immortal tiers and save Dandan and Ling Yue. "What's going on?" "Bubbles, do you still remember what other clues Dandan mentioned?" Lu Ming asked Bubbles. Yes, Dandan said that the 5 elements immortal mountain starts from the blazing immortal mountain, then the yellow earth immortal mountain, then the greenwood immortal mountain. The 5 elements soul beasts of the 5 immortal mountains are getting stronger and more dangerous. However, it's not absolute. It's just an average level. Some of the 5 elements soul beasts of the blazing immortal mountain are also very powerful. Bubbles explained in detail what Dandan had told her about the 5 elements immortal mountain. Lu Ming listened carefully and analyzed. In that case, most of the ordinary soul beasts in this flaming immortal mountain have been hunted by others. Lu Ming frowned. The 5 elements immortal mountain had been open for 5 or 6 years. Many people had probably entered. The ordinary 5 elements soul beasts had most likely been hunted by those who came in early. "Are there any powerful 5 elements soul beasts left?" Qiu Yu asked. "It's possible. The ordinary 5 elements soul beasts have been hunted, but there are very powerful 5 elements soul beasts in every mountain. They are extremely difficult to hunt. We might be able to find them. Bubbles said. Alright, then we'll look for hidden and dangerous places. Those powerful 5 elements soul beasts should be in those hidden and dangerous places. Lu Ming said. Then, they began to look for those dangerous and hidden places. Not long after, they found the 5 elements soul beasts. In a dangerous mountain stream, there was some fiery red liquid. This fiery red liquid emitted a scorching heat. There were a few strange beasts that looked like pythons, but their heads were lion heads and eagle claws on their abdomens. They were swimming in the fiery red liquid. At a glance, they saw 3 of them. These were the 5 elements soul beasts of the flaming immortal mountain. Roar! Upon seeing Lu Ming and the other 2, these 5 elements soul beasts roared like lions, shaking the mountains and rivers. Then, they twisted their bodies and soared into the air, pouncing towards Lu Ming and the other 2, spitting out scorching flames from their mouths. The flames burned fiercely, and the temperature was shockingly high. Let me! Bubbles pressed forward with her small hand, and the void distorted. The flames seemed to be frozen in the air. Roar! Realizing that the flames they spat out were frozen, these 5 elements soul beasts were abnormally furious. Their slender and huge bodies pounced towards Lu Ming and the other 2. The eagle claws on their abdomens continuously clawed out, grabbing the space-time power. The void rumbled and exploded continuously. Bubbles' space-time power actually felt like it was about to be torn apart. So strong. Lu Ming and the other 2 had the same thought in their hearts. These 3 5 elements soul beasts were shockingly strong. Their cultivation should be at the 9th level of the divine god realm, and their battle strength should be at 9 stars. Yes, this was equivalent to a peerless genius of the heavenly human tribe. Any one of these 5 elements soul beasts could contend with the current Lu Ming. No wonder the 3 5 elements soul beasts had yet to be killed. How many people would be able to kill such a powerful soul beast? Dared to hunt them, even among the heavenly human tribe, there weren't many who could kill these 3 5 elements soul beasts, let alone other races in the primitive universe. However, it wasn't difficult for Lu Ming and the other 5 elements soul beasts. I'll suppress them. You guys kill. Bubbles said, and an even stronger space-time power erupted. Space kept twisting and it was as though time was flowing backwards. This was because the space in the Grand Supreme Immortal City was too stable. It was extremely difficult to control it. If this was the great desolate universe, given Bubbles' attainments in the power of space-time, it would create a terrifying scene. A powerful space-time force pressed down on the 3 5 elements soul beasts, causing their bodies to stiffen. Whoosh! Lu Ming and Xiao Moon turned into 2 bolts of lightning and attacked the 3 5 elements soul beasts. Xiao Yu's heart was filled with resplendent light. 8 different colors turned into a curved blade and slashed at the 2 5 elements soul beasts at the same time. Xiao Moon's battle strength had reached 10 stars, and her cultivation was at the 9th level of the divine god realm. Her battle strength was far above any of the 5 elements soul beasts. The machete slashed and the heads of the 2 5 elements soul beasts flew high into the sky. At the same time, Lu Ming also used the sky-breaking form. He turned into a spear light and stabbed at the forehead of one of the 5 elements soul beasts. Pooh, the spear light was like a drill. It drilled into the head of the 5 elements soul beast and killed it. The 5 elements soul beast was very strong. Under normal circumstances, it could definitely fight with Lu Ming. Lu Ming's battle strength was at the peak of 12 stars. His overall battle strength was stronger than the other party. In addition, the 5 elements soul beast was suppressed by Bubbles' spacetime. It was not strange that it was killed by Lu Ming in one move. After killing this soul beast, a wisp of crimson light rushed out of the soul beast's body and rushed into the light red hole on the bracelet on Lu Ming's hand. The color of the hole immediately darkened. On the other hand, after Qiu Yu killed the 2 soul beasts, 2 wisps of crimson light rushed into the bracelet on her back. The color of the hole on her bracelet had also deepened. It was even darker than Lu Ming's bracelet. Lu Ming understood that this was the soul energy of the 5 elements soul beasts. After absorbing this soul energy, the color of the hole would become darker. When it was filled, the light would be very bright. Now, it was not completely filled, but the color was slightly darker. Let's go. We will continue to look for the other 5 elements soul beasts, Lu Ming said. Since there were such powerful 5 elements soul beasts left, it was best. If even these powerful 5 elements soul beasts were killed, wouldn't they not be able to enter the next mountain? The 3 of them were about to leave. Suddenly, roar, in the mountain stream below, there was a sudden roar that shook the void and exploded. Then, the scarlet liquid in the mountain stream crazily rolled and formed water pillars that rushed towards Lu Ming and the other 2. Be careful! Lu Ming shouted and used his body as a spear. In an instant, hundreds of spear lights burst out and bombarded the water pillars formed by the red liquid. But when the spear lights collided with the water pillars, the spear lights shook violently and then scattered. Lu Ming's body trembled and couldn't help but take a few steps back. The power of these water pillars was shocking. At this time, Bubble also made a move. With a press of both hands, the space-time power erupted and formed layers of barriers in front of it. Boom boom boom, the water pillars continued to bombard the space-time power, causing it to tremble non-stop. Roar, a terrifying roar rang out, and under the crimson liquid, a huge monster appeared. This monster looked exactly the same as the 3 5-elements soul beasts from before. But its body was bigger. This was also a 5-elements soul beast, but it was stronger and gave off a more terrifying pressure. Roar, this 5-elements soul beast roared and rushed towards Lu Ming and the other 2. 6 eagle talon-like sharp claws on its abdomen continuously clawed at the space-time power. The space-time power began to tremble as if it couldn't withstand it. In the end, Bubble brought out the 2 origin ancient characters, but it couldn't stabilize and was constantly torn apart. What terrifying combat power! Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. This 5-elements soul beast's cultivation was naturally at the 9th level of the divine god realm, but its combat power was terrifying. It should have 10 stars of combat power. This 5-elements soul beast had astonishing combat strength. It definitely had a 10-star combat strength. And from the looks of it, it probably had the combat strength of a 10-star pinnacle combat strength. Roar, the 5-elements soul beast kept roaring with cold-killing intent. Its huge body kept twisting and its sharp claws tore through the air. Bubble's spacetime energy could not withstand it and was torn apart. At the same time, its body was wrapped in a layer of flame. This flame seemed to be able to burn everything, even the spacetime energy. It was extremely terrifying. The spacetime energy was the general name of the spacetime energy and the spacetime energy. It was mysterious and hard to understand. However, this flame was able to burn both spacetime and time. This showed how terrifying it was. This further proved that this 5-elements soul beast had the combat strength of a 10-star pinnacle combat strength. 8 orifices in 1, kill. Autumn Moon roared and the 9 orifices sacred heart appeared in his chest. It beat violently like a drum. 9 rays of light turned into a scimitar and slashed towards the 5-elements soul beast's head. Roar, the 5-elements soul beast roared and clashed with the scimitar with its sharp claws. There was an earth-shattering explosion and the force swept out in all directions. The crimson liquid kept exploding. Great binding art, great entanglement art, Lu Ming also made his move. All kinds of ancient secret techniques were used to trap the enemy. They shrouded the 5-elements soul beast and tried to bind it. Lu Ming's strength was not as strong as the 5-elements soul beast. However, with the help of Bubble's spacetime energy, he could still cause some interference to the 5-elements soul beast. Under the double suppression of Lu Ming and Bubble, the 5-elements soul beast could not exert its full combat strength. Autumn Moon was able to suppress the 5-elements soul beast. Autumn Moon activated the 9 orifices sacred heart and the scimitar slashed at the 5-elements soul beast's neck. In the end, the 5-elements soul beast was no match for the 3 of them. It was slashed by Autumn Moon over 100 times. Its neck was almost chopped off and its aura was weak. With Bubble's help, their strength had increased qualitatively. The spacetime energy was the king of support. It was not just for show. None of them were a match for the 5-elemental soul beast. However, the 3 of them had managed to suppress the 5-elemental soul beast without paying any price. Young master, you can kill this soul beast, Autumn Moon said to Lu Ming. Whoever killed the soul beast would be able to absorb its spiritual energy. Autumn Moon wanted to give the soul beast's spirit energy to Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming nodded and did not stand on ceremony. Dandan said that he would put his life in Lu Ming's hands. Obviously, he believed that Lu Ming was the most likely person to reach the end of the Five Elements Immortal Mountain. What if they didn't have enough soul energy on the blazing Immortal Mountain? Wouldn't that mean that they wouldn't be able to enter the second Five Elements Immortal Mountain? Therefore, the best arrangement was to let Lu Ming, who was the last to reach the finish line, absorb the soul energy first. Lu Ming used the Sky Splitter style and turned into a spear light that stabbed towards the Five Elemental Soul Beast's head. The Five Elemental Soul Beast's aura was already weak. It couldn't withstand Lu Ming's attack and was killed directly. A wisp of vigorous soul energy flew out and was absorbed by Lu Ming's bracelet. The hole on the bracelet was even darker and the red light was extremely dense. If this continued, Lu Ming felt that it wouldn't take much soul energy to fill it up. The main reason was that the Five Elemental Soul Beast was too strong. The stronger the Five Elemental Soul Beast, the denser the soul energy it contained. They didn't need to kill too many to gather enough soul energy. Let's continue to look for soul beasts, Lu Ming said. This time, no soul beasts rushed out of the mountain stream. After they left, they continued to look for dangerous forces. Sure enough, after half a day, they found a few more soul beasts. These soul beasts looked more peculiar than the ones they had encountered before, and their strength was also very shocking. These soul beasts were all at the 9th layer of the Divine God Realm and 9 stars of battle. Strength. Although this kind of battle strength was very strong, they were easily killed by the 3 of them. This time, the soul energy was absorbed by Lu Ming again. After absorbing the soul energy, the hole on Lu Ming's bracelet was finally filled. It emitted a dazzling light like a resplendent ruby. Of course, they didn't stop. They continued to look for soul beasts to kill. Lu Ming wanted to fill up Autumn Moon and Bubble's bracelets too. On one hand, after filling up the bracelets, they would obtain a great opportunity. On the other hand, the more people there were, the higher their chances of success. The 3 of them continued to search. Fortunately, there were still some powerful soul beasts left in those remote and dangerous places. The 3 of them spent more than 10 days and finally succeeded. Their bracelets were all filled. At this time, the 3 of them went to the next Immortal Mountain. The next Immortal Mountain was the Yellow Earth Immortal Mountain. The 2 Immortal Mountains were connected by a suspension bridge. If they wanted to go to the next Immortal Mountain, they had to cross the suspension bridge. They couldn't fly over it. When the 3 of them reached the end of the bridge, their bracelets automatically flew out of the ruby-like hole on their bracelets. A strand of red energy flew out and spun in the air. It then turned into a strange energy and flew into Lu Ming's, Autumn Moon's, and Bubble's foreheads and disappeared. Lu Ming immediately felt that he had entered a state of emptiness. It was as if every pore on his body had opened up. His body and mind were extremely relaxed. At the same time, his understanding of the secret techniques increased at an astonishing speed. As long as Lu Ming focused on a certain secret technique, that secret technique would improve rapidly. In a short time, a secret technique that he had just learned had reached the great success level. Is this the 5 elements immortal energy? It's really mysterious. Lu Ming didn't waste any more time. He focused and started to comprehend the secret technique. A day later, the strand of 5 elements immortal energy completely disappeared. It had been used up. On the other hand, Lu Ming had cultivated at least 5,000 ordinary secret techniques to the great success level. Although the 5,000 secret techniques were only ordinary secret techniques, it still improved Lu Ming's forbidden force slightly. Lu Ming had a feeling that his strength had reached the 12-star level. He was not far away from a breakthrough. This is only one immortal mountain. If every immortal mountain has such benefits, it won't be a problem for my strength to reach the 13-star level. Lu Ming smiled. He then looked at Autumn Moon and Bubbles. Both of them were wearing smiles too. It was obvious that they had benefited a lot. Let's head to the Yellow Earth Immortal Mountain, Lu Ming said. The 3 stepped onto the suspension bridge and soon arrived at the Yellow Earth Immortal Mountain. The Yellow Earth Immortal Mountain was different from the Fiery Immortal Mountain. It was covered in yellow soil and desert. The three of them repeated the same trick and began to search for the five-element spirit beasts. The three of them planned to continue searching for five-element soul beasts in desolate and dangerous places. But this time, they didn't fly very far before they were attacked. The ground exploded and several huge worms rushed out of the ground and attacked Lu Ming's group. They're only at the 6th Emperor Supreme God layer. Lu Ming's heart shook. Before he could do anything, Bubbles waved his hand and used a spatial slicing technique to kill the worms. After the worms were killed, a wisp of soul energy flew out and entered the light yellow hole on Bubbles' bracelet, causing the light yellow hole's color to darken a little. "It seems like there are many ordinary soul beasts in this yellow earth immortal mountain," said Lu Ming. Every immortal mountain had 5 elements soul beasts with ordinary strength and 5 elements soul beasts with strong strength. In the blazing immortal mountain, the ordinary 5 elements soul beasts had been killed. Only the strong 5 elements soul beasts were left. But in this yellow earth immortal mountain, there were still many ordinary 5 elements soul beasts. According to the information left behind by Dandan, the 5 elements soul beasts in the 5 elements immortal mountain were stronger than the previous one. In the yellow earth immortal mountain, the ordinary soul beasts were stronger and more numerous. That was why some of them hadn't been killed. This was good news for the three of them. At least, it would be easier for the three of them to gather soul energy. They were afraid that the 5 elements soul beasts would have been killed by the people who had come in before. As long as there were some left, it was fine. Then, the three of them flew while using their spiritual awareness to search. After searching for half an hour, they found a few ordinary 5 elements soul beasts. Although there were still ordinary 5 elements soul beasts in the yellow earth immortal mountain, there weren't many of them. It was a bit better than the blazing immortal mountain. If weaker people had come in, they would have been able to find 5 elements soul beasts to kill. The three of them discussed for a while and decided to continue searching for more desolate and dangerous places to find stronger 5 elements soul beasts. It would be more efficient that way. Half a day later, they arrived at a golden desert. There, they were surrounded by a few extremely strong soul beasts. There were 6 gigantic crabs in total. They were terrifying. They all had the strength of the 9th Great Supreme God layer. 3 of them had the strength of 9 stars, and the other 3 had the strength of 10 stars. As soon as they began fighting, the 3 of them fell into a disadvantageous position. In the end, they relied on the profundity of space-time power to surround and kill off one of them before focusing on the next one. Just like that, they split up and killed all 6 of the 5-element spiritual beasts. This was something only they could do. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to do it if they were besieged by 6 powerful soul beasts. Only by relying on the mysteries of spacetime could he achieve this. After killing the 6 soul beasts, they continued their search. Just like that, over 10 days passed. The 3 of them had gathered enough soul power and were heading towards the next immortal mountain. Each mountain was connected by a suspension bridge. Similarly, when they were at the end of the bridge, the soul energy they gathered turned into 5 elements immortal energy and rushed into their glabella. The effect was exactly the same as the previous one. Lu Ming seized the time to comprehend secret techniques. When the strand of 5 elements immortal energy was used up, Lu Ming's 5,000 ordinary secret techniques had reached the great success level. His taboo power had improved once again. After this increase, Lu Ming felt that his fighting strength had finally reached a qualitative change. 13 stars of fighting strength. Indeed, even though he hadn't tested it yet, Lu Ming was sure that his fighting strength had reached 13 stars. How many great supreme gods had 13 stars of fighting strength in the world? Or perhaps, how many had existed since ancient times? Lu Ming looked confident. As long as he broke through to the 9th Great Supreme God layer, he would be invincible in the world. 9th Great Supreme God layer, I must reach that level. Only then will I be able to obtain the greatest benefits in the battle for the origin seeds. Lu Ming thought. As he was thinking, he was startled by Autumn Moon and Bubbles. The 9 orifices sacred heart on Autumn Moon's chest was beating continuously. It was filled with vigorous vitality. 8 of the acupuncture points were filled with terrifying aura. They had 8 different colors and were extremely dazzling. It was as if 8 extremely dazzling divine stones were embedded in them. Moreover, the ninth acupuncture point was also filled with divine light. It was as if some terrifying energy was about to burst out. Lu Ming knew that Autumn Moon's 9 orifices sacred heart was about to reach the great success level. The 9 acupuncture points of the 9 orifices sacred heart contained boundless potential. Every time an acupuncture point was opened, one's potential and strength would increase tremendously. Previously, Autumn Moon had relied on a series of opportunities to open 8 acupuncture points. However, the further he progressed, the harder it was to open them. Autumn Moon hadn't been able to open the 9th acupuncture point. However, with the help of the 5 elements immortal energy, the 9th acupuncture point was about to be opened. Thump. Thump, thump. Thump. The 9 orifices sacred heart beat violently a few times before it finally quieted down. Unfortunately, she still didn't succeed. However, there was still a smile on Autumn Moon's face. She knew very well that she was so close. As long as she could obtain a wisp of 5 elements immortal energy, she would definitely succeed. On the other side, Bubble had also made great gains. Spacetime energy fluctuated around her, making her body appear very blurry. It was as if she wasn't in this spacetime, but on the other side of spacetime, on the other side of spacetime. She took a step forward and her body became clear again. It was as if she had reappeared in this spacetime. Let's continue to the next immortal mountain. The 3 of them stepped forward and soon arrived at the 3rd immortal mountain, the Greenwood Immortal Mountain. This immortal mountain was called the Greenwood Immortal Mountain. It really lived up to its name. There were lush trees everywhere. There were also all kinds of vines and flowers. It looked like a paradise full of vitality. However, Lu Ming and the others were soon attacked. Several vines that were thicker than a person's waist and had barbs on them crazily whipped at them. Those were the 5 element spirit beasts of the Greenwood Immortal Mountain. They existed in the form of plants. However, those 5 element spirit beasts weren't too strong. They only had the strength of the 7th Great Supreme God layer. Lu Ming and the others easily killed them and absorbed their soul energy. After that, the 3 of them continued to look for 5 element spirit beasts. After some investigation, they discovered that there were many more 5 element spirit beasts in the Greenwood Immortal Mountain than in the Yellow Earth Immortal Mountain. Not long after they arrived, they encountered a few waves of 5 element spirit beasts. Most of them were of the 7th or 8th Great Supreme God layer. There were many of them. They disguised themselves as ordinary plants and attacked suddenly. It was very dangerous. Those who weren't strong would be in more danger here than in the previous 2 immortal mountains. Of course, no matter how many 7 element spirit beasts there were, they couldn't cause any harm to Lu Ming and the others. The 3 of them hunted the ordinary spirit beasts while looking for the stronger ones. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the other 2 had stayed in the Greenwood Celestial Mountain for 5 days. Bubble was the fastest among them. She had already gathered all the soul energy of the 5 elements soul beasts on her bracelet. In these 5 days, they had seen how dangerous the Greenwood Celestial Mountain was. Once, they were amidst a sea of flowers and suffered a terrifying attack. A group of beautiful flowers suddenly turned into terrifying killers with terrifying strength. There were more than a dozen flowers, and their cultivation was at the 9th level of the Divine Emperor realm. Remember, above. Among them, there were 5 flowers with a 10-star battle strength, and one of them had an 11-star battle strength. Even if Lu Ming and the other 2 joined forces, they were still no match for the flowers. After a fierce battle, they barely escaped with the help of Bubble's spacetime power. This made the 3 of them more vigilant. Although there were no divine masters in the 5 elements Celestial Mountain, there were still divine emperors who could threaten them. This was only the 3rd Celestial Mountain, and there were already 11-star battle strength. There were still 2 more Celestial Mountains. Would there be 12-star battle strength or even higher? The 3 of them secretly decided to be extra careful when they looked for the 5 elements soul beasts in the dangerous places. There are a few 5 elements soul beasts. Bubble pointed at a forest in front of them. She controlled the spacetime power and her sensing ability was very strong. Even if the soul beasts were disguised as ordinary plants and didn't move, she could still sense them. The 2 of them immediately rushed over. Suddenly, a few figures rushed out from below and stopped the 3 of them. Heavenly Human Tribe. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Those figures were from the heavenly human tribe. They stared at Lu Ming. It's Mu Yun. Mu Yun is here? Very good. Apparently, those heavenly human tribe members recognized Lu Ming. They stared at Lu Ming with cold murderous intent. Very good, Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with the other party. He directly charged over. He grabbed the air with his palm and a long spear appeared. Suddenly, the spear gleam flashed and shrouded a few heavenly human experts. Those cultivators of the heavenly human tribe were all in their prime. They weren't weak. They all had the strength of the 9th great supreme god layer and 6 stars. But this strength was simply not enough to look at in front of Lu Ming. As soon as Lu Ming made his move, a few strong men of the celestial race roared angrily and counterattacked. However, their attacks and defenses were instantly penetrated by the spear radiance. Several holes were left on their bodies, and their vitality had already been obliterated. Their eyes were wide open. Even in death, they couldn't believe that with their strength, they would be instantly killed by Lu Ming. Before entering the Taishang Immortal City, didn't they say he was only a deity emperor? He had improved so much after entering the Grand Supreme Immortal City. However, their questions were destined to remain unanswered. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the storage rings of the heavenly humans. At this moment, swoosh, swoosh, in the distant forest, a few silhouettes suddenly rushed out and ran madly into the distance. These people weren't from the heavenly human tribe. They were from other races, including the Buddhist race and the demon race. Obviously, these people were frightened when they saw Lu Ming kill a few heavenly human tribe experts in the distant forest. They hurriedly ran for their lives. Lu Ming's eyes flickered a few times. In the end, he didn't chase after them. They weren't from the heavenly human tribe and they didn't take the initiative to provoke him. There was no need to kill those who saw him. Moreover, as he became stronger and stronger, he became more confident. In addition, with Bubble and Autumn Moon, it didn't matter even if they were discovered. This was just a small episode. The 3 of them weren't affected and continued to look for the 5 elements soul beasts. Soon, another 3 days passed. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon's bracelets were almost filled with the soul energy of the 5 elements soul beasts. There's someone there. Suddenly, Bubble pointed in a direction. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon couldn't help but look. Over. Sure enough, in the next moment, they saw a figure rushing over quickly. That's Yi Ling. Lu Ming's eyes widened and his heart skipped a beat. Why would Yi Ling suddenly appear here? At the same time, they discovered that Yi Ling was injured. There were several hideous wounds on his body. Could it be that the heavenly human tribe had launched a siege and destroyed the 4 trees? Lu Ming released his spiritual consciousness and found that Yi Ling was real. This could be seen from his life aura. He wasn't an imposter. Soon, Yi Ling appeared in front of him. Brother Mu, I've finally found you. As Yi Ling spoke, he panted heavily. A strange look flashed in the depths of Lu Ming's eyes, but he quickly hid it. Brother Yi, why are you here? What happened? The heavenly human tribe, it's the heavenly human tribe. Our Earth meridian was breached by the heavenly human tribe. The heavenly human tribe set up the 9 heavens battle formation and broke through the siege of the 4 trees. Even the elixir furnaces fell into the hands of the heavenly human tribe. I escaped by luck and rushed here to inform you. Brother Mu, I've let you down. Yi Ling sighed, looking miserable and self-reproachful. What? The elixir furnaces have been taken away? Damn the heavenly human tribe. Autumn Moon and Bubble gritted their teeth and cursed angrily, their faces full of resentment. Lu Ming's face also turned pale. Brother Mu, I'm sorry. Yi Ling lowered his head, looking even more self-reproachful. Brother Yi, don't blame yourself. This isn't your fault. Lu Ming walked over and patted Yi Ling on the shoulder. At this moment, something strange happened. Yi Ling opened his mouth and a beam of sword light burst out from his mouth. This beam of sword light was extremely sharp. The sword chi's cold light pierced through the clouds and was extremely terrifying. It stabbed toward Lu Ming's glabella at an astonishing speed. This was too sudden. Autumn Moon and Bubble were shocked. They wanted to save Yi Ling but it was too late. Even if Lu Ming wanted to dodge at such a close distance, it was too late. Yiling's grasp of timing was too accurate. However, just as the beam of sword light was 1 centimeter away from Lu Ming's glabella, a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the beam of sword light. The hand was naturally Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming's palm was filled with forbidden power. After grabbing the beam of sword light could not move an inch further and could not move. Yiling's eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief. He did not expect Lu Ming to be able to block his violent attack at such a close distance. Boom! Lu Ming suddenly exerted force and a violent force erupted. The beam of sword light in his hand instantly collapsed. At the same time, a terrifying force crushed toward Yiling. Yiling roared angrily. More beams of sword light burst out from his body, trying to block Lu Ming's attack. However, he could not block it in the end. Under Lu Ming's power, the beams of sword light on his body continued to explode. After being hit by Lu Ming's power, his body shook violently and he retreated violently, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. You only have 8-star combat strength. As expected, you're not Yiling at all. Who exactly are you? Lu Ming stared coldly at Yiling. Although Yiling's cultivation was also at the 9th level of the Emperor God realm, his combat strength was only at 8 stars. The Yiling that Lu Ming knew had combat strength at the limit of 9 stars. He was much stronger than the one in front of him. Why? How could you block me at such a close distance? Unless you were on guard against me? Yiling stared at Lu Ming. That's right. I was on guard against you because I already suspected that you weren't Yiling. Lu Ming said coldly. He's not Yiling? Why is his life origin aura the same as Yiling's? Autumn Moon asked, her face full of confusion. That's right. It's really the same person. Could it be that Yiling is being controlled? Bubbles said, equally confused. I'm Yiling. I'm sorry, Brother Mu. I was just testing your strength. I didn't have any other intentions, Yiling hurriedly said. Stop quibbling. Although I don't know what method you used to disguise yourself as Yiling, even your life origin aura is the same. You're not Yiling. Yiling wouldn't call me Brother Mu, Lu Ming said coldly. Brother Mu, no, Mu Yun. No matter what you call me, it's the same. Do you still have doubts about this? Yiling continued to quibble. This time, Autumn Moon and Bubbles seemed to have understood and stared coldly at Yiling. Yiling's face turned slightly pale, revealing a hint of panic and confusion. He still didn't know what he had done wrong. Let me tell you. My real identity is not Mu Yun. I am Lu Ming. Lu Ming stared at Yiling and enunciated each word clearly. What? You're Lu Ming, the Lu Ming from the Dragon Clan's mother planet? Yiling exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. Now do you know where you're wrong? The real Yiling knows my real identity. He will only call me Brother Lu, not Brother Mu. Do you understand? Lu Ming said coldly. Step by step, he walked toward the fake Yiling. I'd really like to know how you managed to change your life origin aura into Yiling's. Lu Ming continued to ask. You want me to tell you? Sure, but only if you promise to let me go. Swear on your life essence. Fake Yiling shouted. Now, you don't have the right to negotiate with me. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His taboo power erupted as he rushed towards the other party. Fake Yiling's figure flashed as he tried to escape. However, Bubble made a move as well. The space-time around him seemed to have solidified. Fake Yiling couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried. Boom, Lu Ming collapsed. The mountain-like hand rapidly grew in size and pressed down on the fake Yiling. No matter how much the fake Yiling resisted, it was useless. Under the pressure of the large hand, the fake Yiling coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His body trembled as he knelt on the ground. Many of his bones were broken. Speak, who are you? What method did you use to change your life origin aura? Lu Ming said coldly. The murderous intent in his eyes was extremely dense. It was as cold as a blade, cutting into the fake Yiling's skin. Fake Yiling felt a chill all over his body. It was as if he was facing the Grim Reaper, who was holding a knife to his neck. He had no doubt that if he didn't speak, Lu Ming would kill him in the next moment. He wouldn't be given any chance. I'll speak. I'm Yang Kai. As he spoke, the fake Yuling's appearance quickly changed into a horse-faced young man. At the same time, the life origin aura he emitted also changed rapidly. It was no longer his life origin aura but another unfamiliar aura. This method was simply mysterious and unpredictable. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Bubble were a little stunned. It was easy to change one's appearance. However, it was almost impossible to change one's life origin aura. Once someone remembered the life origin aura, it was almost impossible to hide it. Lu Ming had once used the three corpses technique to sever his past and present. He had severed a brand new body, which had given him a brand new life origin aura. However, this person could change his life origin aura at will and imitate the life origin aura of others. That was amazing. Xianxia, the Xianxia who was ranked 19th on the Universe Prodigy list? Lu Ming said. Lu Ming clearly remembered that there was also a Xianxia on the Universe Prodigy list who was good at swordsmanship and ranked 19th. That's right, it's me. Xianxia nodded. I'm very curious. What secret technique did you cultivate to be able to change your life origin aura? Lu Ming asked. He was indeed very curious about this. If he could master this secret technique, it would be much more convenient for him to do things in the future. Moreover, it would be difficult for the Heavenly Palace to track him down. To be honest, what I cultivate is one of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques, the Great Imitation Technique. It is ever-changing and can imitate everything I see and sense, including the life origin aura of others. Xianxia said. It's the Great Imitation Technique. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had naturally heard of the Great Imitation Technique. It was said that among the 3,000 ancient secret techniques, the Great Imitation Technique was ranked in the top 3. It was extremely mysterious and had endless changes. He had always wanted to find this ancient secret technique, but he had never found it. There was none in the great ancient world, and there was none in the Heavenly Palace. He did not expect Xianxia to master the Great Imitation Technique. He had imitated Yiling's appearance just now. Obviously, he wanted to take Lu Ming by surprise and assassinate him to obtain great credit. I'll give you a chance. Hand over the Great Imitation Technique. Lu Ming said. Xianxia was not surprised. He knew that after mentioning the Great Imitation Technique, Lu Ming would definitely want it. If you want me to hand over the Great Imitation Technique, you have to promise to let me go and not kill me. You have to swear on your life origin. Xianxia said. He had mentioned the Great Imitation Technique because he wanted to use it to exchange for his life. Otherwise, Lu Ming and the others would definitely not let him go. To Xianxia's surprise, Lu Ming nodded decisively. Okay, but if you dare to lie to me, or if there are any mistakes in the Great Imitation Technique that you hand over, I will still kill you. You have to know that I have mastered a large number of ancient secret techniques. I can tell whether it's real or fake at a glance. After saying that, Lu Ming waved his hand. A large number of secret techniques appeared in the sky, emitting various shapes and colors. There were thousands of them. Xianxia was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that there would be someone in this world who could master so many ancient secret techniques. He had originally thought of tampering with the Great Imitation Technique when he handed it over. Now, he had completely dispelled this idea. Lu Ming had mastered so many ancient secret techniques. He was simply an expert among experts in ancient secret techniques. If he dared to tamper with the Great Imitation Technique, he would be showing off his slight skill before an expert. He would be courting death. After warning Xianxia, Lu Ming swore on his life origin that as long as Xianxia handed over the Great Imitation Technique, he would not kill him. Lu Ming nodded. Autumn Moon and Bubbles naturally would not refuse. They immediately swore on their life origin. After seeing Lu Ming and the others swear, Xianxia finally felt relieved. Then, he silently recited the cultivation method of the Great Imitation skill. Lu Ming and the others silently memorized the cultivation method of the Great Imitation skill. At the same time, Lu Ming also analyzed word by word to see if Xianxia had tampered with the cultivation method. In the end, Lu Ming confirmed that this was the real Great Imitation skill and there were no abnormalities. Lu Ming had mastered close to 1,800 types of ancient mystic skills. His understanding of ancient mystic skills had already reached an astonishing level. Moreover, he had the ancient divine stone in his hands. Whether an ancient secret skill was real or fake, or whether there were flaws, he could tell at a glance. The great imitation skill is in my hands. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Autumn Moon and Bubbles were also overjoyed. Although the great imitation skill did not have much offensive power, it was extremely useful. It was more useful than many secret skills with powerful offensive power. For example, just now, if Yang Kai had not revealed a flaw in his words, Lu Ming would never have thought that Yang Kai would attack him. Therefore, he would not have been able to avoid the other party's sneak attack. In that case, even if Lu Ming did not die, he would be severely injured. This was Lu Ming. If it were anyone else, the outcome would be obvious. No assassination technique could compare to the great imitation skill. I've already told you the cultivation method of the great imitation skill. Can I leave now? Yang Kai looked at Lu Ming and the others and said. Oh? Lu Ming responded softly and suddenly made a move. He slapped Yang Kai's dantian and a violent force rushed directly into Yang Kai's dantian, smashing it into pieces. His cultivation had been crippled. Yang Kai's pupils instantly popped out as he stared at Lu Ming. His eyes were full of unwillingness, resentment, and confusion. Lu Ming, you've already sworn on life origin. How dare you kill me? Aren't you afraid of being devoured by life origin? Yang Kai roared. I'm afraid. Of course, I'm afraid. However, I didn't say that I was going to kill you. I'm just going to cripple your cultivation and control you. Who said that I was going to kill you? Lu Ming said coldly and nodded to Bubbles. Bubble took the hint and waved her small hands at a strange frequency. The power of spacetime burst out and enveloped Yang Kai in layers. Yang Kai's body began to twist and his body strangely became thin. Bubbles wanted to use the spacetime power to seal Yang Kai. Ah, Lu Ming, you didn't keep your word. You will die a horrible death, Yang Kai shouted crazily. However, Lu Ming did not move. He could not just let him leave. Lenses heavens SSSSSS the great imitation skill, lenses is Lins Yang's. The main reason was that Yang Kai had mastered the great imitation skill. This ancient secret technique was too terrifying. Letting him leave would be very dangerous. If Yang Kai taught the great imitation skill to others, it would be even more dangerous. It would be a ticking time bomb. Therefore, Lu Ming wanted to control him. If possible, Lu Ming really wanted to kill Yang Kai and end this once and for all. However, Lu Ming had indeed sworn on life origin that he would not kill Yang Kai. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he did not have the ability to resist the devouring of life origin. Only Origin Realm experts who had mastered life origin could be fearless of the devouring of life origin. Therefore, Lu Ming did not kill Yang Kai. He only crippled his cultivation. This was not a violation of the oath. Soon, Yang Kai was turned into a thin piece of paper under the effect of the spacetime power. Then, he was sucked into a disk array and sealed inside. Done. Bubbles put away the formation disk and said with a smile. This was just a small interlude. It did not affect Lu Ming's plan. After that, the three of them continued to hunt the 5 elemental soul beasts. A few days later, the 5 elemental soul energy in their bracelets was finally gathered. The three of them wanted to go to the 4th immortal mountain. In front of the suspension bridge between the 2 immortal mountains, the 5 elemental soul energy turned into a wisp of 5 elemental immortal energy. Lu Ming still used it to cultivate ordinary secret techniques. Another 5,000 secret techniques had reached greater mastery. Lu Ming's battle prowess had increased a little. Of course, it was impossible for his battle prowess to reach 14 stars. The difference was too great. Now, Lu Ming still had more than 5,000 ordinary secret techniques that he had yet to reach greater mastery. On the other side, Autumn Moon had finally broken through. In her chest, the sacred heart of 9 orifices was beating violently. A terrifying aura burst out of the 9th aperture. Finally, a bright light rushed out of the 9th aperture of the sacred heart of 9 orifices, causing the entire sacred heart of 9 orifices to shine. Finally, Autumn Moon had opened all 9 apertures of the sacred heart of 9 orifices, and her battle prowess had skyrocketed. Lu Ming estimated that Autumn Moon's current battle prowess should have reached 11 stars. When the Sacred Heart of Nine Orifices was fully opened and reached greater mastery, the increase in battle prowess would be very shocking. It would not be difficult to increase her battle prowess from 10 stars to 11 stars. Bubbles had also gained a lot. However, Lu Ming could not estimate how much her battle prowess had increased. The power of time and space was mysterious and difficult to estimate. This 5 elements immortal mountain was really a great opportunity. Not to mention anything else, just the increase in their battle prowess was already a great gain. After the 5 elements immortal energy was used up, the 3 of them continued to move forward and arrived at the 4th immortal mountain. The 4th immortal mountain had more 5 elemental soul beasts than the 3rd. Of course, they were stronger and more dangerous. From time to time, terrifying 5 elemental soul beasts would appear. There was even one time when the 3 of them encountered a group of 11-star 5 elemental soul beasts. Remember, it was not just one soul beast, but a group. Even if the 3 of them became stronger, they were still no match for a group of 11-star 5 elemental soul beasts whose cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Emperor God realm. They could only run away. Just like that, the 3 of them spent some time and successfully collected the soul energy of the soul beasts, obtaining a wisp of 5 elemental immortal energy. This time, Lu Ming finally cultivated the remaining 5,000 or so ordinary secret techniques to greater mastery. Autumn Moon used this wisp of 5 elemental immortal energy to continue developing the Sacred Heart of Nine Orifices. The potential of the Sacred Heart of Nine Orifices was fully developed. As for Bubbles, she naturally continued to improve her power of time and space. Then, they entered the 5th immortal mountain. The 5th immortal mountain was full of soul beasts and was even more dangerous. However, with their strength and their respective life-saving methods, it was not difficult to hunt soul beasts. This time, it did not take them 10 days to collect all the soul energy of the 5 elemental soul beasts. Brother Lu Ming, this time, I plan to use the 5 elemental immortal energy to cultivate the great imitation art. What about you? Bubbles asked Lu Ming. Good idea, I plan to do the same. Lu Ming nodded. The great imitation art was very useful and ranked in the top 3 among all the ancient secret techniques. The difficulty of cultivating it was absolutely shocking. With Lu Ming's understanding of ancient secret techniques, the difficulty of cultivating the great imitation technique was absolutely astonishing. If they cultivated it step by step outside, who knew how much time it would take? If they could use a wisp of 5 elements immortal energy to cultivate it to greater mastery, it would be completely worth it. In the end, the 3 of them unanimously decided to use this wisp of 5 elements immortal energy to cultivate the great imitation technique. The effect of 5 elements immortal energy was indeed very astonishing. The 3 of them used the 5 elements immortal energy and quickly mastered the great imitation technique, cultivating it to the beginner level. Then, it was lesser mastery. Then, it was greater mastery. Yes, after using a wisp of 5 elements immortal energy, they directly cultivated the great imitation technique to greater mastery. However, after cultivating the great imitation technique to greater mastery, a wisp of 5 elements immortal energy was already used up. However, the 3 of them were already very satisfied. The 3 of them were just about to try the mystery of the great imitation technique when suddenly, a force acted on their bodies. Under this force, their bodies directly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, they appeared in a new place. Is this a valley? Lu Ming looked around. He found that they were in a valley with high cliffs on both sides. The valley was very wide, at least tens of thousands of miles wide. In front of them, there was a golden wall of light blocking their path. And behind them, it was chaos and there was no path. Under the golden wall of light in front of them, there were many people standing. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd and saw at least 20 people. Among the 20 people, most of them were from the heavenly human race. In addition, there were a few powerhouses from the top 10 races. They are existences on the universe prodigy list. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There were a few youths among them. Lu Ming had seen portraits of them in the illusory divine jade before. They were existences on the universe prodigy list, and they were all ranked in the top 20. They were definitely not comparable to Gabbert. Those who could reach here were definitely not weak. The arrival of Lu Ming and the other 2 was also noticed by the others. Then, their gazes revealed a bright glow. Obviously, they recognized Lu Ming. Mu Yun. It's Mu Yun. The people of the heavenly human tribe cried out in alarm. The greed in their eyes was extremely intense. Even those on the universe genius list looked greedy. Kill. A few of them reacted quickly and directly attacked. They turned into several streaks of rainbow light and attacked Lu Ming. Just as Autumn Moon and Bubbles were about to attack, Lu Ming stopped them. There's no need for you to deal with these clowns. I'll deal with them. Lu Ming spoke. Before he could finish his words, he had already charged out. Boom. Boom, forbidden power erupted, and the battle secret art's sevenfold combat power was activated. The dazzling fist energy carried a destructive power as it blasted out and collided with the attacks of the experts. After a series of explosions, the attacks of those experts collapsed. Their bodies trembled violently as they retreated. There were even some who spat out large mouthfuls of blood, their faces pale, suffering serious injuries. You. How could you possibly have such strength? These people all cried out in surprise, finding it hard to believe. There was no doubt that those who could reach this place were all at the 9th level of the Great Supreme God Realm. That was the foundation, and their combat power was extremely strong. There were 4 people who had attacked just now. 2 of them had 8-star combat power, and the other 2 had 9-star combat power. The 4 of them had joined forces, but they had been instantly defeated by Lu Ming. 2 of them had even been injured. And Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 8th level of the Great Supreme God Realm. What kind of combat power was that? It was simply unbelievable. However, Lu Ming's display of combat power didn't stop these people from wanting to kill Lu Ming. They were just shocked for a moment, then they all attacked. More than 20 people at the scene almost all attacked. Except for one person who didn't attack. More than 20 figures charged towards Lu Ming together, bringing with them terrifying energy waves. These people had at least 8-star combat power. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to reach this place. In addition, many of them had 9-star combat power. There were even 3 geniuses of the heavenly human tribe who had 10-star combat power. Facing so many experts, it was difficult for Lu Ming to face them head-on. However, Lu Ming wouldn't face them head-on. He used his movement skill. His body seemed to have turned into several spear lights, flashing in the air. After a few flashes, he dodged these people's attacks. Lu Ming now had a 13-star combat power, which was equivalent to his opponent's 10-star combat power. In a one-on-one battle, he wasn't afraid of any of them. However, there were so many of them. He couldn't fight them head-on, but if he focused on dodging, they wouldn't be able to kill him. After the first wave of attacks, the second wave of attacks was launched. Lu Ming continued to use his movement skill. Spear lights flashed in the air, dodging these people's attacks one by one. Damn it, don't dodge if you dare. Fight me. If we fight head-on, I'll kill you in one move. The geniuses of the heavenly human tribe shouted. You have so many people, and you still have the cheek to say that. If you're so capable, fight me one-on-one. Lu Ming sneered. Okay, one-on-one. Get out of the way. Let me deal with him. A heavenly human tribe genius shouted. This heavenly human tribe genius had a 10-star combat power and was one of the top geniuses of the heavenly human tribe. He was only weaker than Son of Heaven or Daughter of Heaven. He was confident that he could kill Lu Ming alone. However, the others weren't willing to do so. I can deal with him too. Get out of the way. It was another heavenly human tribe genius who also had a 10-star combat power. Among the top geniuses, the confident ones didn't want to get out of the way. The others also didn't want to get out of the way. They wanted to fish in troubled waters. Maybe they could kill Lu Ming in the chaos. That would be a great contribution. On the heavenly human tribe side, there were a few geniuses on the universe prodigy list. They all wanted to kill Lu Ming, so their attacks were chaotic and couldn't form an effective encirclement attack. This way, Lu Ming could dodge more easily. All of you, back off. Leave it to me. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. The voice was full of arrogance. The moment they heard this voice, all the prideful geniuses felt their hearts skip a beat. They couldn't help but stop in their tracks as they turned around to look. There was a heavenly human tribe youth standing there quietly. He was the only one who hadn't made a move. Everyone's eyes were filled with awe as they looked at this person. Do you want me to say it again? All of you, get out of the way. I'll deal with him. The heavenly human tribe youth spoke again. There was a hint of displeasure in his voice. The others' hearts skipped a beat. They didn't dare to disobey and stepped back. Does Son of Heaven want to deal with him personally? One of the heavenly human tribe geniuses asked with a hint of respect in his voice. That's right. This heavenly human tribe genius who hadn't made a move yet was one of the 9 sons of heaven and daughter of heaven of the 4 heavenly palace. His name was Xianxia. This time, there were a total of 4 heavenly palaces. These 4 heavenly palaces only had a total of 9 sons of heaven or daughters of heaven. Sons of heaven or daughters of heaven represented the peak of the younger generation of the heavenly human tribe. Not only were they talented and powerful, but they also represented their status. The status of sons of heaven or daughters of heaven was very high in the heavenly human tribe. They were almost comparable to the Lord of Heaven. Therefore, countless people racked their brains to become sons of heaven or daughters of heaven. That status and the resources they controlled were too terrifying. Xianxia approached Lu Ming step by step. The aura on his body was getting stronger and stronger. Lu Ming also stopped and looked at Xianxia. His eyes were filled with strong combat power. Son of Heaven was one of the strongest people in the younger generation of the primitive universe. Lu Ming wanted to know how powerful a Son of Heaven's combat ability was. Young master, I feel that this person is very strong. I'm afraid you're no match for him. Autumn Moon came to Lu Ming's side and quietly transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Does he have a combat power of 11 stars? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Autumn Moon. I think so. I feel a strong pressure. Autumn Moon nodded in response. Lu Ming knew that Autumn Moon should feel the same. Autumn Moon's 9 aperture sacred heart had been fully opened, and her combat power had reached 11 stars. To be able to make Autumn Moon feel pressured, the other party's combat power was definitely not weak. I'll try one move. If the other party only has 11 stars of combat power and can't kill me in one move, you guys can attack from behind. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Autumn Moon and Bubbles. Alright. Autumn Moon and Bubbles nodded and agreed. Come on, let me see how strong a heavenly palace's Son of Heaven is. Lu Ming's eyes were bright, and his fighting spirit was getting stronger. The forbidden power in his body was activated to the extreme, and the battle formula was also activated to the extreme. There were tens of thousands of cells all over his body. They were radiant and dazzling like stars. These were the cells that had been fused with the secret technique runes. The power of the secret technique fused with the forbidden power, and Lu Ming was shrouded in a layer of multicolored light. At the same time, every pore on his body was constantly emitting tiny spear lights. In the end, his entire body was about to transform into a spear light. Showing off in front of an expert, Tian Fa, kill. Xianxia coldly shouted and took a step forward. His body turned into a phantom as he rushed towards Lu Ming. Then, he pressed down his palm towards Lu Ming. Streaks of pure white lightning shot out from his palm. This was the power of heavenly punishment. However, Xianxia's control over the heavenly punishment power had clearly reached an extremely profound level. The power of heavenly retribution intertwined in his hand, turning into a spear completely made of heavenly retribution power, thrusting towards Lu Ming. So what if it's heavenly punishment? Watch how I break the heavens. Lu Ming let out a long roar and displayed the heaven-breaking style. His entire body turned into a shocking spear light, thrusting towards Xianxia. The 2 dazzling spear lights met in the air, and the spear tips pierced each other. In an instant, it was as if a star had exploded. Where the spear tips met, there was a burst of dazzling light. Countless fine spear lights shot out in all directions. The faces of the experts from the heavenly palace changed. They retreated one after another, setting up layers of defense in front of them to block these fine spear lights. Bubbles waved her hand, and the space-time power burst out. The space in front of her and Autumn Moon was constantly distorted, isolating these spear lights. Buzz. In the second breath of the two's confrontation, Lu Ming's spear light shook violently. Then, with a bang, it collapsed. The spear light collapsed, revealing Lu Ming's body. He retreated rapidly until he reached the side of Autumn Moon and the others. Dozens of fine wounds appeared on his body, and blood kept flowing out. These wounds were caused by the opponent's spear light. It's really powerful. Lu Ming muttered in a low voice. The opponent's combat strength had definitely reached the 11-star level, and it was not an ordinary 11-star level. It was very powerful. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he was completely crushed. He was injured in one move. He didn't die. Xianxia frowned. He was also very shocked. With his strength, he couldn't kill a person who was one level lower than him. He had only encountered such a situation once. That was when he faced that abnormal person, and now, it was the second time. Xianxia's eyes burst out with astonishing killing intent. With your strength, you still want to break the heavens. You are simply delusional. You are destined to be one of the stepping stones of my heavenly human tribe. Today, I will kill you. Xianxia shouted coldly. His body was shrouded in the power of heaven. On his palm, the power of heaven's punishment madly condensed. Countless streams of the power of heaven's punishment were compressed together, condensing and compressing. Finally, it turned into a dazzling battle sword. Whoosh, the battle sword broke through the air and once again slashed toward Lu Ming. Its speed was fast and its power was even more terrifying. Even the incomparably stable space rippled. The incomparably sharp sword chi went straight to Lu Ming's glabella. Before the sword light arrived, Lu Ming felt that there were very small lightning bolts swimming on the surface of his skin. It stimulated his skin and caused a burst of pain. Let me do it. At this time, Bubbles' voice sounded. Her small hand pressed forward. The power of time and space erupted. The void was like ripples of water. It also looked like pieces of mirror stacked together and pressed toward Xianxia. These mirror-like spaces seemed to be sealing Xianxia. The power of time and space. What a space-time spirit mouse. How dare you attack me? Then, I will kill you together with it. Xianxia shouted. The sword light slashed violently and slashed on the power of time and space. The power of time and space was forcefully split apart like a stream of water. Stop. Bubbles shouted. Her glabella shone and 2 origin ancient words flew out. The power of time and space sword. The surrounding void was distorted and pressed toward Xianxia. The space-time power was crushing down on Xianxia from all directions. It was trying to crush him to death. As soon as the 2 origin ancient words appeared, Bubbles' strength was raised to the extreme. She broke through a limit and her strength reached another level. 11 stars of battle strength. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Sure enough, after passing through the 5 immortal mountains and obtaining the 5 elements immortal energy, Bubbles' combat strength had also broken through. From 10 stars to 11 stars, the power of time and space became stronger. Such a powerful power of time and space made Xianxia feel great pressure. Power of heaven's punishment, explode. Xianxia shouted. The battle sword in his hand vibrated violently. The sword hummed and flew out and suddenly exploded. This battle sword was completely condensed by the power of heaven's punishment. At this time, when it exploded, thousands of lightning bolts burst out and rushed in all directions. The sky was filled with white lightning. There were too many and too much power. The power of time and space was violently distorted and then constantly exploded. Then, Bubbles' body retreated violently. End of chapter. Bubbles was no match for him. She retreated and her face turned pale. Evidently, there were differences in strength between those with 11 stars of battle prowess. Although Xianxia and Bubble both possessed 11 stars of battle prowess, Bubble had just reached 11 stars of battle prowess. Clearly, he was not a match for Xianxia. This is the first time I've seen a mere spacetime spirit mouse with such battle strength. Now, I'll give you a chance. Submit to me and work for me in the future, and I'll spare your life. Xianxia said, staring at Bubbles with bright eyes. Obviously, he had taken a fancy to Bubbles' talent. Spacetime spirit mice could control time and space. They were a top race in the universe, and the strong ones could open wormholes. However, this was the first time he had seen such a powerful spacetime spirit mouse. He had never even heard of it, let alone seen it. If he could take her in, she would definitely be a great help. Now, there were a total of 9 sons and daughters of heaven in the 4 heavenly palace. Not to mention the 4 heavenly palace, there were 2 sons of heaven in the heavenly palace where he was. They were each other's biggest competitors. In addition, there were some latecomers who were also eyeing covetously. He needed more and stronger forces to support him. With Bubble's talent, her achievements would be amazing in the future. He was really tempted to have her as his right-hand woman. Submit to you? Wake up, it's daytime now. Bubbles curled her lips, obviously mocking Xianxia for daydreaming. By the side, Lu Ming was very cooperative and laughed out loud. Xianxia's face was gloomy. You'd better think it through. If you follow me, you will have power and resources. You can get anything you want in this universe. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Now, I want the head of the Lord of Heaven. Can you give it to me? Bubbles continued to curl her lips. You're digging your own grave. Xianxia was completely furious. His eyes were extremely cold. He clenched his right hand and the power of heavenly punishment erupted. Countless lightning began to condense into a battle sword. At the same time, his left hand also underwent a great change. A layer of dusky power was emitted from it. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. His heart was beating wildly. This was the power of heavenly annihilation. Xianxia had actually managed to control 2 types of supreme heavenly powers. One was the power of heavenly punishment, the other was the power of heavenly extermination. Although the heavenly annihilation force did not seem to be as powerful as the heavenly punishment force, it was absolutely terrifying for a single person to control 2 types of heavenly powers. Lu Ming had only seen 2 types of celestial powers in the heavenly palace. Kill! Xianxia shouted. His body shot towards the bubble like an arrow. He waved both of his palms. 2 types of supreme heavenly power intertwined and blasted towards the bubble. It was even more powerful than before. Lu Ming's expression changed, and his aura burst out, wanting to lend Bubble a hand. At the same time, Bubble also unleashed her full strength. She activated her spacetime power to the extreme. Boundless spacetime power formed a spacetime cage that pressed down on Xianxia. Under Xianxia's attacks, the spacetime power continued to crumble. Whoosh! Lu Ming transformed into a long spear and stabbed towards Xianxia. Get lost! Xianxia blasted out a palm and hit Lu Ming, sending Lu Ming flying. Lu Ming felt his qi and blood surging. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. However, at this time Autumn Moon also attacked. A 9-colored machete slashed towards Xianxia. The machete qi whistled with terrifying power. Xianxia's expression changed because he felt a fatal threat. At the critical moment, he blasted out his right palm and collided with the 9-colored machete. With a loud bang, a violent roar, the energy swept out in all directions. Xianxia's attack was finally blocked, and he was forced to retreat several steps. Autumn Moon and Bubble also retreated and then stood side by side. You have also reached 11-star battle strength. Xianxia looked at Autumn Moon with great shock. He was really shocked. When did 11-star battle prowess become so commonplace? Why were there so many of them popping up one after another? Most of the sons of heaven and daughters of heaven only had 11-star battle strength. The 4 great celestial palaces added together only had 9 sons of heaven or daughters of heaven. How rare was that, but now, 2 of them had appeared in a row. How could he not be shocked? Not only Xianxia, but the other heavenly humans and the geniuses on the universe genius list were also shocked. In their eyes, the nearly invincible son of heaven had actually been blocked by someone. Heaven's punishment, heaven's extermination, heaven's execution. Xianxia roared. 2 types of heaven's power surrounded his body. He raised his aura to the peak and continued to attack Bubble and the others. Young master, don't attack first. Leave it to us. Autumn Moon said. Her body was enveloped by 9-colored light. She controlled the nine-colored machete and attacked Xianxia. Bubble assisted her with the spacetime force. Lu Ming was quite depressed. However, his strength was still a little weak. There was a big gap between him and Xianxia. Even if he attacked, the effect was very limited. Now, he could only rely on Autumn Moon and Bubble. Boom! Boom, the two sides collided again. The scene was constantly exploding. After more than 10 moves, there was no winner. This guy's battle strength has reached the limit of 11 stars. Lu Ming thought. His face was a little solemn. The geniuses of the heavenly human tribe could control multiple types of heaven's powers, which greatly increased their battle strength. Xianxia was so powerful just by controlling 2 types of heaven's powers. Then, among the younger generation of the heavenly human tribe, was there anyone who could control 3 or even 4 types of heaven's powers? If there was, then it would be terrifying. Lu Ming felt that he had underestimated the heavenly human tribe before. Maybe there was someone who could compete with him in the heavenly human tribe. No, not maybe, it was very likely. After all, there was more than one taboo power in history, but in the end, it did not overthrow the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace was still the ruler of the primitive universe. This was very clear. Boom, boom. Boom, the two sides continued to exchange more than 20 moves. In the blink of an eye, there was still no winner. Xianxia's face became more and more gloomy and anxious. Because he found that he could not do anything to Autumn Moon and Bubble, let alone kill Lu Ming. All of you, attack together. Xianxia shouted to the others. Attack. Kill. The others had been waiting for this moment. Previously, Xianxia asked them not to attack, so they had some scruples. Now that Xianxia asked them to attack, how could they not attack? Immediately, they attacked. Of course, their target was Lu Ming. More than a dozen attacks were aimed at Lu Ming, and a few attacks were aimed at Autumn Moon and Bubble. Trying to win with numbers? It's not realistic for me. Bubble shouted softly. The area covered by the power of time and space rapidly expanded, enveloping the people on the heavenly palace's side. The space-time power spread out and enveloped everyone in the heavenly palace. These people were suppressed by the space-time power and their speed slowed down. Their strength was also suppressed, and their strength was greatly reduced. Autumn Moon and Bubbles easily dodged and did not affect them much. Swoosh, Lu Ming also moved. His body was like a phantom as he pounced toward the people in the heavenly palace. In the space-time power, Lu Ming's speed was not affected at all. Instead, it became faster. After a few flashes, he dodged the attacks one by one. Then, he rushed toward an 8-star heavenly human prodigy and stabbed his spear at him. That person was shocked and wanted to dodge. However, the space-time power around him kept pressing toward him. It was as if he had fallen into a quagmire and his speed was greatly affected. For a moment, he could not dodge at all. He could only take it head-on. He roared and unleashed his strongest heavenly power. It turned into a battle axe and slashed at Lu Ming. With a loud bang, the two attacks collided. In the instant of the collision, the battle axe formed by the heavenly human tribe's prodigy shattered. The spear light was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, piercing straight through the heavenly human tribe's forehead. The heavenly human prodigy's head exploded like a watermelon and he died. Lu Ming rushed past and the heavenly human prodigy's storage ring fell into Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to kill the next heavenly human prodigy. This prodigy had a 9-star battle strength. When he saw Lu Ming charging toward him, he was shocked and quickly retreated. However, in the space-time power, his speed was no match for Lu Ming's. He was caught up and suffered Lu Ming's terrifying attacks. Although he had a 9-star battle strength and was very powerful, it was a pity that he met Lu Ming. Lu Ming now had a 13-star battle strength. Even if this heavenly human prodigy was at his peak, he would not be a match for Lu Ming. Now that he was suppressed by the space-time power, the gap between him and Lu Ming was even greater. Poof, blood splattered in all directions as blood-curdling screams resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Instakill, it was still an instakill, that young genius of the 9th great supreme god layer, who had the strength of a 9-star cultivator, had been killed by Lu Ming in an instant. His ring had also fallen into Lu Ming's hands. "You're courting death," Yi Chu Qianyue roared. The murderous intent in his eyes almost materialized. Hundreds of pure white lightning bolts flickered continuously on his right palm, producing crackling sounds. Among them, dozens of pure white lightning bolts struck towards Lu Ming. As they neared Lu Ming, the lightning bolts grew larger and larger. Each bolt was thicker than a person's waist and filled with a terrifying aura. Lu Ming originally wanted to kill the next person, but in the face of these dozens of lightning bolts, he had no choice but to focus on dealing with them. Lu Ming used his movement technique and kept dodging. At the same time, he used his spear to block. After all, this was only a part of Yi Chu Qianyue's strength. It was not his full strength. Lu Ming could still block it. He thrust out his spear, and destroyed the lightning formed by the power of the heavenly punishment. "Everyone, back off!" Yi Chu Qianyue roared. The lightning bolts mixed with the power of the heavenly punishment kept striking towards Qiu Yu and Bubbles. At the same time, a part of them struck towards Lu Ming. The purpose of such a large-scale attack was to buy time for the other people of the Heavenly Palace to retreat. He was not being kind and wanted to save the other people of the Heavenly Palace. But if these people of the Heavenly Palace died, he would also be implicated. After all, he was the leader here. He was the only son of heaven. In other words, these people were under his leadership. If they were to besiege and kill Lu Ming and the rest under his leadership and suffer heavy losses, it would be a huge blow to his reputation and reputation. His competitors would definitely use this to attack him. It would be very unfavorable for him. Therefore, after Lu Ming had killed 2 young geniuses of the heavenly human tribe, he could only use his full strength to cover the retreat of the others. Under the cover of Yi Chu Qianyue, the other people of the heavenly palace quickly retreated and gathered together. Yi Chu Qianyue also stopped attacking Qiu Yu and Bubbles. He also quickly retreated and gathered with the others. In this way, it would be difficult for Lu Ming and the others to attack. Yi Chu Qianyue and the others kept retreating and finally got out of the range of the power of time and space. They stared at Lu Ming and the other two with extremely strong killing intent, but they did not dare to act rashly. "Mu Yun." "No, I should call you Lu Ming." Yi Chu Qianyue stared at Lu Ming and said. The 9 sons and daughters of heaven of the heavenly palace knew Lu Ming's real body movement. They knew that Mu Yun was Lu Ming and Lu Ming was Mu Yun. They were the same person. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not deny it. However, some people of the heavenly palace widened their eyes in shock. "What? Mu Yun is Lu Ming? Are they the same person? How is this possible? How did his life origin or a change?" Some people exclaimed and found it hard to believe. However, these words were said by Yi Chu Qianyue. Looking at Lu Ming's expression, it was obvious that he had admitted it. They had no choice but to believe it. This was really a piece of shocking news. "Lu Ming, you can only hide behind 2 women and struggle at death's door. Without those 2 women, I can kill you with one hand." Yi Chu Qianyue sneered and his voice was full of sarcasm. "You're just a little older than me and your cultivation is a little higher than mine. If you have the ability, why don't you fight me at the same level?" Lu Ming said sarcastically. Cultivation is also a kind of capital. A high cultivation is also a kind of talent. Are you going to ask a divine master to deliberately suppress his cultivation to compete with a divine king or a divine master? Isn't that ridiculous? Some people are just so talented. No matter how much time you give them, it will be difficult for them to improve their cultivation. Do I have to suppress my cultivation to fight with someone weaker than me every time I meet him? What's the point of cultivating for all the living beings in the world? Yi Chu Qianyue sneered and continued to mock him. This time, Lu Ming did not say anything. He really had nothing to say. He could only use practical actions to trample on the other party's face in the future. That was the best counterattack. You talk so much nonsense. Are all the heavenly human tribe like this? Do you only rely on your mouth when you're not strong enough? Seeing Lu Ming being scolded, Qiu Yu stopped talking and responded. Yi Chu Qianyue glanced at Qiu Yu with a gloomy face and secretly swore to himself that he would make Qiu Yu pay the price in the future. "Your Excellency, what should we do next?" Behind Yichu Qianyue, a heavenly human tribe genius asked in a low voice. Continue to comprehend those primitive ancient characters. We'll find a chance to deal with Lu Ming later, Yichu Qianyue said. After saying that, he turned around and walked back to the golden light wall in front of the valley. At this time, Lu Ming and the other two finally had time to look at the golden light wall. At first glance, the three of them were shocked. They saw that there were words on the golden light wall. However, the three of them did not recognize any of these words. These words looked very ancient and very strange. They looked like paintings but also like words. For example, there was a word that looked like a flame. However, the three of them could tell that it was not a painting but a word. Are they hieroglyphs? Xiao Autumn Moon whispered. What are hieroglyphs? Lu Ming asked. Master once said that hieroglyphs are words from the last era. They were popular in the Eldritch continent back then. They looked like patterns and words, so they were called hieroglyphs. They are the oldest words. Some people call them the Eldritch ancient words, Xiao Autumn Moon explained in a low voice. I see. Hieroglyphs are quite appropriate. Lu Ming nodded. The three of them stepped forward and came to the golden wall. The golden wall was huge and it separated the valley completely. It was tens of thousands of miles wide. They were far away from the heavenly human tribe. The three of them looked at the golden wall carefully. The hieroglyphs on the golden wall of light emitted a strange light. The strange thing was that they were constantly moving on the wall of light. Sometimes they would move far away, and sometimes they would move back. It was as if they were flowing in a small river. What a strange feeling, Lu Ming whispered and stared at the hieroglyphs. The hieroglyphs gave people a feeling that they were extremely ancient and contained endless mystery. It was as if every hieroglyph contained endless mysteries. However, the profundity of this technique was difficult to comprehend, and the things that it contained were completely different from the current cultivation system. These hieroglyphs are very strange. Do they contain the cultivation methods or secret arts of the last era? Xiao Autumn Moon guessed. According to the information left by Dandan, only by comprehending some of the mysteries of the words on the wall can we pass through this golden wall and enter the real core of the Five Elements Immortal Mountain to obtain the Five Elements Immortal Tier. At this moment, Bubbles said. It seems that these words are indeed extraordinary. Let's begin. Lu Ming said. The three of them each chose a place to sit down and then stared at the hieroglyphs on the golden wall seriously. The golden wall seemed to be magnified in Lu Ming's eyes. Words after words flowed in Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming entered a state of ethereal state and tried his best to decipher the hieroglyphs, hoping to comprehend some mysteries. Of course, he also paid attention to the surroundings. If there was any danger, he would be able to react in time. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. However, Lu Ming did not comprehend anything. However, even though he didn't comprehend anything, he was still able to make some headway. These hieroglyphs don't seem to contain a cultivation method, but an existence similar to a secret technique, Lu Ming pondered. However, the cultivation method of the previous epoch was different from the current one. Although these hieroglyphs contained something similar to a secret technique, they were actually not a secret technique. They were very profound, and Lu Ming still could not figure them out. Actually, thinking about it, it made sense. Those hieroglyphs were definitely not that easy to comprehend. Yichu Qianyue and the others had likely been here for several years. Yet, they were still trapped outside, unable to pass through the golden wall of light. Yichu Qianyue, to be able to become the son of heaven, his talent must be extremely high. His perception must also be top-notch. Even after spending so much time, he still couldn't comprehend it. It was clear that these hieroglyphs were definitely not that simple. At the same time, Lu Ming and the other two felt a sense of urgency. They wanted to comprehend it as soon as possible, pass through the golden wall, and obtain the Five Elements Immortal Tier. If the people of the heavenly human tribe were one step ahead of them, it would be troublesome. After all, they were a few years late. Let's try the primordial god stone. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The primordial god stone was incomparably profound. Legend had it that it was a treasure from the previous epoch. The Lord of the Primordial Divine Court relied on the primordial god stone to comprehend the 3,000 primordial secret techniques. Lu Ming relied on the primordial god stone and other primordial secret techniques as a foundation to successfully comprehend the heaven-breaking form. Could the primordial god stone help him comprehend these hieroglyphs? It was also an item from the previous epic. It should be helpful, right? Lu Ming was not very sure, but he could only give it a try. Lu Ming's mind sank into the primordial god stone and merged with it. Buzz, in his sea of consciousness, strange patterns suddenly appeared on the primordial god stone. Looking at these patterns, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. These patterns looked somewhat similar to the hieroglyphs on the golden wall of light. This had never appeared before. In the past, when Lu Ming comprehended the primordial secret techniques or the heaven-breaking form, some patterns also appeared on the primordial god stone. But those patterns were completely different from the ones now. Let's see the effect. Lu Ming suppressed the fluctuations in his heart and continued to look at the hieroglyphs on the golden wall of light. This time, there was an obvious change. The hieroglyphs on the golden wall of light seemed to have something more magical in his eyes. It was a feeling, a wonderful feeling. The hieroglyphs on the golden wall of light were not so obscure and difficult to understand. Lu Ming had a strange understanding in his heart. The primordial god stone is really useful. It can help me comprehend. This is great, Lu Ming was overjoyed. Originally, the people of the heavenly human race had entered a few years earlier than them and comprehended a few more years. This made him very uncertain. He was afraid that they would suddenly succeed, pass through the golden wall of light, and take the 5 elements very tier first. Now, he finally had some confidence. Immediately, Lu Ming focused his mind and comprehended with all his might. These hieroglyphs slowly seemed to come alive in Lu Ming's eyes. They seemed to have turned into flames, mountains, and even different creatures, displaying their own mysteries. It's really a kind of secret technique. It's used to attack or assist, Lu Ming whispered. He understood more and more in his heart, and his understanding of these hieroglyphs also became deeper and deeper. However, after all, it was Lu Ming's first time coming into contact with this kind of hieroglyphs and the secret technique of the last era. It was still very difficult to comprehend it successfully. Even with the help of the primordial god stone, it was not that easy. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The people of the heavenly human race still had not comprehended it. At this time, Lu Ming's understanding of the hieroglyphs had improved a lot. Sometimes, his hands would involuntarily dance. His fingertips would pass through the air, drawing mysterious patterns in the air. Young Master is indeed the young master. He's always so powerful. On the side, Autumn Moon's beautiful eyes sparkled, and her face was full of admiration. Brother Lu Ming is so powerful. Dandan is right. Only Brother Lu Ming can save him. Bubbles' face was also full of smiles. The two of them only felt that their heads were swollen after comprehending it for a year. They only felt that their heads were swollen, and they did not understand anything at all. However, Lu Ming had obviously taken a big step forward and they were convinced. Let's continue to comprehend it. It's not that we don't trust the young master, but we have to be careful, Autumn Moon said to Bubbles. Okay. Bubbles nodded and continued to comprehend. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. End of chapter. Another 2 years passed. In these 2 years, Lu Ming's comprehension of the pictographic characters was increasing every day. In these 2 years, Lu Ming had made great progress. Although he hadn't fully comprehended it, he was already starting to understand it. Under the golden wall of light, Lu Ming's figure flashed and his hands danced in a mysterious trajectory. Between his hands, there were either mountains, flames, or divine weapons that slashed down, unpredictable and immensely powerful. This seemed to be a kind of seal technique. Although it looked similar to the current secret technique, the way it was operated was completely different. When this seal technique was operated, there seemed to be a mysterious chi gathering between heaven and earth, which could burst out a terrifying power. At this time, Lu Ming had a kind of enlightenment. He felt that he could use this seal technique to pass through the golden light wall. Autumn Moon, Bubbles, wait for me here. I'll give it a try. Lu Ming said. Come on, Brother Lu Ming. You can definitely do it. Bubbles waved her small fist and cheered for Lu Ming. Autumn Moon also smiled. She didn't need to say anything. She definitely believed in Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared under the golden light wall. Then, his hands danced and operated the seal technique that he had comprehended from the pictographic characters. His hands seemed to have turned into flames and blasted out. When the flames blasted on the golden light wall shook violently. Circles of ripples spread out in all directions. It works. Continue. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It seemed that his guess was right. There was no need to fully comprehend those pictographic characters. As long as he comprehended a part of them, he could pass through the golden light wall. Immediately, Lu Ming continued to use the pictographic character seal technique. His hands danced rapidly and turned into a mountain again, bombarding the golden light wall, causing the golden light wall to shake even more violently. In the distance, about 10,000 li away, Xianxia and the others were still comprehending the pictographic characters. They all had the strength of the 9th Great Supreme God layer, so they weren't in a hurry to concoct the Great Desolate Pellets. They also understood that this pictographic character was definitely a great opportunity. If they could comprehend it, it would be very useful to them in the future. Therefore, even though they had comprehended very little after so many years, they still did not want to leave and continued to comprehend here. Right at this moment, the golden wall of light began to tremble and ripple. What happened? Why did the wall of light suddenly shake? The people of the celestial race cried out. The tremors are coming from over there. That's Lu Ming and the others. Someone shouted. Could it be that Lu Ming and the others have already comprehended the ancient characters and are breaking through the golden light wall? As soon as this voice came out, everyone's faces turned ugly. Including Xianxia. Let's go and take a look. Xianxia said in a cold voice. His figure flashed and rushed in the direction of Lu Ming's group. The others followed closely behind Xianxia. The distance of 10,000 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. Soon, they saw Lu Ming and the others. They also saw that Lu Ming was attacking the golden light wall. Sure enough, Lu Ming had succeeded. Damn it, Xianxia roared. His face was distorted and became extremely ferocious. He had spent 7 or 8 years to comprehend these pictographic characters, but Lu Ming had succeeded in just a few years and started to attack the golden light wall. Jealousy, extreme jealousy. At this moment, Xianxia felt that he was about to be burned by the fire of jealousy. Kill them, don't let them pass through the golden light wall. Xianxia roared. His body was filled with cold killing intent as he rushed madly towards Lu Ming and the others. The others did the same and rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Stop them, don't let them disturb the young master. Autumn Moon shouted. In her chest, the sacred heart of 9 orifices was beating violently. 9 colors of light filled the air and rushed towards Xianxia and the others. Don't you dare disturb Brother Lu Ming. Bubbles also rushed out. The space-time force filled the entire void and shrouded all the heavenly human tribe. Autumn Moon and Bubbles did not want to kill the enemies. They only wanted to stop Xianxia and the others. The two of them cooperated seamlessly. For a moment, Xianxia and the others could not rush over. Lu Ming was not distracted. He wholeheartedly operated the pictographic characters to attack the golden light wall. The golden light wall shook more and more violently. At the center of Lu Ming's attack, a pit slowly appeared. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He seized the time and attacked continuously. With a boom, the light wall was blasted open, forming a hole that only one person could pass through. Autumn Moon, Bubbles, I'm going in. Lu Ming shouted. Young master, don't worry. Leave this to us. Brother Lu Ming, go in quickly. These people can't do anything to us. Autumn Moon and Bubbles quickly responded. Damn it, kill. Xianxia roared wildly and attacked frantically. However, it was useless. He was focused on and was wrapped in layers of space-time force. Then, Autumn Moon attacked him fiercely. He could not rush over in a short time. At this moment, Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed into the hole, disappearing from sight. Although Autumn Moon and Bubbles had to face Xianxia and the others outside, Lu Ming was not worried. With Autumn Moon and Bubbles' strength, they could protect themselves. In fact, Lu Ming was the weakest among the three of them. Without him, Autumn Moon and Bubbles would have an easier time. This was also the reason why he could enter the golden light wall without worry. As soon as Lu Ming entered the golden light wall, the hole in the light wall disappeared in an instant. It did not allow a second person to pass through. The golden light wall also returned to its original state. Lu Ming, Yichu Qianyue gritted his teeth. His eyes were flickering with cold light. The flame of anger had reached its peak. After a while, Yichu Qianyue calmed down. Let's go. Yichu Qianyue roared and turned to leave. Lu Ming had already entered the golden light wall. There was no need for them to stay here. It was meaningless to stay. In the blink of an eye, the people of the heavenly human tribe disappeared without a trace. After Lu Ming passed through the golden light wall, he appeared in a spacious secret chamber. The secret chamber was empty. There was nothing in it. There was no other passage or gate. Lu Ming's face turned ugly. Where was the five elements immortal tear? After so many years, someone finally came here. A voice suddenly sounded. Lu Ming was startled. He looked around but did not see anyone. Who is it? Lu Ming shouted. I'm above you. The voice sounded again. It sounded very young, like a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Lu Ming looked up. There was suddenly a light above the secret chamber. Then, a figure suddenly appeared. This figure was only a little more than a meter tall. She had a ponytail and her face was red. It was indeed a 7 or 8-year-old girl. End of chapter. The little girl was barefooted. Her feet were white and tender, chubby, and quite cute. She gently lifted her feet and landed in front of Lu Ming, looking at Lu Ming curiously. Lu Ming also looked at the little girl curiously. It's not a real body. It's just a shadow. Lu Ming's heart moved. He could clearly see that the little girl was not a real body, not a flesh and blood life, but a shadow. It looked like it was condensed by light, and it looked very illusory. What's your name? The little girl stared at Lu Ming and asked. Lu Ming, what about you? Lu Ming answered truthfully and then asked a question in return. You can call me Jade Maiden. What do you think? It's a nice name, right? After saying that, she looked at Lu Ming with a hopeful face. It's very nice. Lu Ming said somewhat against his will. Hee, I knew it. My name is just nice. Hee, nice. The little girl was immersed in joy alone. Lu Ming, Jade Maiden, do you have 5 elements immortal tears here? Lu Ming asked. 5 elements immortal tears, of course, I have it, but if you want it, you have to promise me a condition. Jade Maiden also reacted, knowing that they were going to do business. Her small face put on a serious look. It was just that she was too cute. Even if she put on a serious look, she still looked charmingly naive. What condition? Lu Ming resisted the urge to pinch Jade Maiden's chubby face and asked. It's very simple, it's to cultivate the qi refining technique I taught you. Jade Maiden said. Qi refining technique? What's that? Cultivating true qi? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course not. In your words, the qi refinement technique is a cultivation method from the last era. It absorbs the innate primordial qi for one's own use, refines the gold core, transforms the nascent soul, and finally ascends to immortality, becoming immortal. In the ancient desolation continent of the previous epoch, the main path of cultivation was the qi refinement art. It was extremely mysterious and full of mysteries. It was much stronger than your current path of cultivation, and had a much brighter future. What do you think? Jade Maiden muttered a bunch of things, and finally looked at Lu Ming as if she was trying to trick a child. It's actually a cultivation path from the previous era. Lu Ming said softly. His eyes were bright, and he was also quite moved. Based on the evidence Xiaochen had, the great desolate continent of the previous epoch was incredibly prosperous. Its overall strength was much stronger than it was now, with many experts. This could be seen from the fact that the Heavenly Palace and the Heaven Destroyer were exploring the ruins of the universe. Moreover, the Taisheng Immortal City was just a city left behind from the previous epoch, but it contained countless epochs, which made the Divine Lord Realm experts fight over it. Based on this evidence, the cultivation civilization of the great desolate continent of the previous epoch was much stronger than it was now. How could Lu Ming not be willing to cultivate the cultivation method of the previous epoch? Of course, I am willing to cultivate it. Lu Ming quickly nodded. Well, you can cripple your own cultivation, and then I will teach you the qi refinement art. You can stay here and cultivate in peace. When you have some achievements in cultivation, you can go out and carry forward the qi refinement art, Jade Maiden muttered again, but Lu Ming's face changed greatly. What? You want me to cripple my own cultivation and cultivate here in the future? No, I can't do that. Lu Ming immediately refused. What a joke. He had spent so much effort to cultivate to his current level. How could it be possible for him to cripple his own cultivation? Right now, he had a taboo body and controlled the taboo power. His fighting strength was incomparably strong and had reached 13 stars. His future was limitless. Even if he cultivated the qi refinement art, could he have his current achievements? Also, if he were to stay here and cultivate, he wouldn't go out. He still had to bring the 5 elements immortal tears out to save Dandan and Ling Yue. No matter what, he couldn't agree to these 2 conditions. Therefore, Lu Ming refused straightforwardly. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Let me tell you, although you are strong now, when you cultivate the qi refinement art to a high level, you will not be weaker than you are now, and might even be stronger than you are now. Furthermore, the qi refinement art has unlimited possibilities, and it is much more promising than you are now. Also, you want to go out because you want to bring the 5 elements immortal tears out to save someone, right? Don't worry about that, I can send the 5 elements immortal tears out to your friends. Don't you have 2 friends waiting for you outside? Jade Maiden continued to earnestly persuade Lu Ming. At the same time, she praised the qi refinement art to the heavens. However, Lu Ming only shook his head. He had never cultivated the qi refinement art before. Who knew if it was good or not? Who knew if Jade Maiden was bragging? Who knew if the qi refinement art taught by Jade Maiden was high level or not? Even if it was a cultivation technique from the previous era, there would definitely be a difference in level. What if Jade Maiden taught him a very low level one? Why are you so stubborn? Humph, if you don't agree, I won't give you the 5 elements immortal tears. In the end, Jade Maiden pouted and released a big move. You can't be so shameless. Lu Ming was tongue-tied. Humph, so what if I'm shameless? The Jade Maiden glared at Lu Ming. She had a self-righteous look on her face. Lu Ming, humph, it wasn't easy for me to find someone who could comprehend some qi refinement art. I definitely can't let you go. You have to give it a try, Jade Maiden continued. Lu Ming knew that Jade Maiden said that he had comprehended some qi refinement art. It should be the hieroglyphs on the golden wall outside. Could it be that? No. One had come here before me? As far as I know, someone had come here 60 years ago, right? Lu Ming asked. Since Dandan knew that there were 5 elements immortal tears here, someone must have come here before. Yes, but those people are all trash. They don't have enough talent and aren't suitable for cultivation. You, on the other hand, are different. Your talent is very high. You only used 3 years to comprehend some qi cultivation arts and entered this place. You are more suitable than those people. I won't let you go. Let me tell you, I definitely won't let you go. Jade Maiden muttered nonstop. Alright, I can agree with you. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly said. You really agree? Jade Maiden was surprised. She didn't expect Lu Ming to change his mind so quickly. Previously, he was determined not to agree, but now he changed his mind. Yes, I agree. Lu Ming nodded. Just now, he had a flash of inspiration and thought of an idea. Behead 3 corpses technique. Yes, it was the behead 3 corpses technique. The behead 3 corpses technique could sever the past, present, and future. And now, Lu Ming could only sever his past and present. He had yet to sever his future. It's not that Lu Ming couldn't do it, but he didn't have a suitable opportunity to sever his future. His past body cultivated divine power, and his present body controlled taboo power. Then, what should he cultivate if he severed his future body? Now, he had it. After severing his future body, he could cultivate qi refinement art here. Fei Huang once said that the three-corpse execution technique was extremely mysterious. If one could cultivate it to great success, it would be of great help in breaking through a crucial realm in the future. However, the fusion of the past, present, and future would burst out with endless potential. Lu Ming had always wanted to create his future self, but he hadn't found a cultivation method for his future self. And Qi refinement technique was the most suitable. Similarly, his future self could also stay here for a long time to cultivate. Alright, then quickly cripple your own cultivation. Jade Maiden said. Cripple my own cultivation? No, there's no need to cripple my own cultivation. Lu Ming shook his head. No need to cripple your own cultivation? That won't do. Qi refinement technique and your current power will clash. They can't coexist. Jade Maiden shook her head. There's no need to coexist. I'll tell you the truth. I've cultivated a secret technique that can cut out the past, present, and future. As long as I cut out my future self, I'll let my future self and you cultivate Qi refinement technique here. Lu Ming said. What? You. Jade Maiden suddenly jumped up. Her eyes were wide open. Her red little face was full of shock. Could it be that you've mastered the three-corpse execution technique? Jade Maiden held back for a long time and finally said this sentence. You also know the three-corpse execution technique? Lu Ming asked. Nonsense, of course I know. No one in the Great Desolate Continent doesn't know. Let me tell you, the three-corpse execution technique is the Qi refinement technique of a top expert in the Great Desolate Continent. It's incomparably mysterious and can be called the top Qi refinement technique. I thought it was lost, but I didn't expect it to be mastered by you, Jade Maiden muttered again. Wait a minute. Lu Ming interrupted Jade Maiden's muttering and said, Tell me, I can cultivate Qi refinement technique after cutting out my future self. Does it meet your conditions? Of course. Jade Maiden nodded again and again. That's good. I'll start cultivating now and cut out my future self. At that time, you have to give me the 5 elements immortal tears. Also, I want 2 drops. Lu Ming said. No problem, I still have 3 drops here. By the way, you can take the 5 elements immortal tears out of the Supreme Immortal City. Jade Maiden said. Alright. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He didn't waste any more time and sat down cross-legged. In his mind, he carefully thought about the art of severing 3 corpses, and then began to cultivate. It was not that easy to cultivate the art of severing 3 corpses. It took Lu Ming a few months to officially begin the process of severing his future self. His body began to tremble violently. Both his body and soul were in excruciating pain. His body began to sway violently, as if it were about to split apart, and another figure appeared. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. This time, with the experience of creating his past self, the process was much smoother. A few days later, Lu Ming successfully created his future self. Sitting cross-legged opposite Lu Ming's present body was a figure that looked identical to Lu Ming. It was his future body. It was just that the current future self did not have the slightest bit of cultivation, nor the slightest bit of power. It was incomparably pure. Good. Jade Maiden danced around the future body unceasingly, sizing it up unceasingly. She was very satisfied. In her opinion, the future self was very suitable to cultivate Qi refinement art. It was more suitable than Lu Ming's self-destruction of cultivation. Because the future self had not cultivated before, it was very pure. It was like a piece of unpolished jade that had not been carved. As long as it was slightly carved, it could become a piece of treasure. I will now teach you the Qi refinement arts cultivation method. Immediately, Jade Maiden dictated the Qi refinement arts cultivation method. Lu Ming memorized it in his heart. Subsequently, Lu Ming's future self began to comprehend the Qi refinement art. Lu Ming's present self sat quietly at the side and did not disturb it. The future self was incomparably pure. Moreover, it had the talent and comprehension of the present self. Unexpectedly, there were no obstacles in cultivating Qi refinement art. It was very smooth. In just 3 months, the future self had cultivated Qi refinement art. In his dantian, a wisp of Qi was condensed. This qi was completely different from true qi and divine qi. It seemed to be of a higher level and purer. Amazing, amazing, truly amazing. You actually managed to cultivate qi refinement art in just 3 months. You are simply a genius in cultivating qi refinement art. Jade Maiden kept circling Lu Ming's future self. Her face was full of admiration. Whatever I cultivate, I am a genius. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Of course, he did not say it out loud. He was afraid that Jade Maiden would be unhappy. After all, he had not obtained the 5 elements immortal tier yet. Jade Maiden, can you give me the 5 elements immortal tier now? Lu Ming's present self said. Of course, but your future self has to stay here and continue cultivating. You should know that qi refinement art is all-encompassing and unfathomable. You have only grasped the surface of it. There are still countless things to learn. It will take a long time. Jade Maiden said. No problem, my future self will stay here and learn from you. Lu Ming's present self nodded. As for his future self, he naturally wouldn't object. His original intention was to cultivate qi refinement art. Alright, I'll give you the 5 elements immortal tier. Jade Maiden stretched out her hand and pointed in the air. A ripple appeared in the air, and then a jade bottle appeared out of thin air. No storage ring, what kind of method is this? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Jade Maiden was just an illusion, not a physical body, and did not have any storage treasures. The jade bottle seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Could it be that the item was hidden in the void? The jade lady waved her hand, and the jade bottle flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out and received it. When he opened it, he saw 3 drops of liquid inside. They were like water. Droplets, crystal clear. However, when Lu Ming took a closer look, the color of the water droplets changed again. They emitted a colorless light that was dazzling. With the 5 elements immortal tier in hand, Lu Ming was overjoyed. Qiu Qiu and Ling Yue were saved. Thank you. Lu Ming's present self cupped his fists and said. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Jade Maiden waved her hand again and again with a look of disdain. Her current thoughts were all on her future self. A wave of energy appeared out of thin air and enveloped Lu Ming's present self. With a roll, Lu Ming's body directly disappeared from his original spot. In the next moment, Lu Ming discovered that he had already left the secret room and reappeared outside the golden wall of light. Young master. Big brother Lu Ming. When Autumn Moon and Bubbles saw Lu Ming, they immediately flew over. Big brother Lu Ming, how is it? Did you get the 5 elements immortal tier? Bubbles asked. Got it. Lu Ming nodded. Autumn Moon and Bubbles were overjoyed. Dandan, that guy is really lucky. He's saved now. Bubble chuckled. Although she and Dandan often bickered, their relationship was actually very close. With Dandan's life and death unknown, she was also burning with anxiety. Let's go, let's leave this place and find a place to recover Dandan and Ling Yue. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming and the other 2 returned along the way they came. Very quickly, they left the 5 elements immortal mountain and flew into the distance. Very quickly, they arrived at a relatively remote place. They planned to save Dandan and Ling Yue before returning to the Heavenly Might Star Palace. Bubbles, take out Dandan and Ling Yue's souls. Lu Ming said to Bubbles. Bubbles nodded and with a wave of his hand, Dandan and Ling Yue's souls flew out. Their souls were wrapped in layers of time and space energy, and their bodies were covered in runes. Even so, after this period of time, their souls had dimmed quite a bit and become even weaker. In their bodies, the restrictive power of the Heavenly Palace's heavenly soldier battle armor was still constantly destroying their souls. If not for the double protection of the formation and the time and space energy, their souls would have completely dissipated long ago. Even so, their souls wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Fortunately, the 5 elements immortal tiers were in his hands. According to Dandan, as long as the 5 elements immortal tiers fused with their souls, not only would they be able to dispel the restrictive power in their souls, they would also be able to strengthen their souls and even help them recondense their bodies and completely recover. Let's begin. Lu Ming whispered as he took out a jade bottle and opened it. Using the forbidden power, 2 drops of 5 elements immortal tears flew out and flew towards Dandan and Ling Yue's souls. Under the control of bubbles, the time and space energy did not obstruct the 5 elements immortal tears in the slightest. It passed through the time and space energy and flew towards their souls. As soon as it came into contact with their souls, the 5 elements immortal tears fused into their souls and disappeared. But in the next moment, their souls suddenly shone brightly. Strands of resplendent multicolored light burst out from their souls. Within the multicolored light, there were also traces of black mist. It really works. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Bubbles all revealed looks of joy. This was because it was obvious that this black mist was the restrictive power of the Heavenly Soldier battle armor. At this moment, this restrictive power was being destroyed by the 5 elements immortal tears. About 3 minutes later, there was no more black mist coming out. This meant that the power of the restriction had been completely wiped out. After the power of the restriction was destroyed, the 2 people's souls quickly changed color and solidified. Furthermore, there was a powerful fluctuation. It was the fluctuation of their souls. Originally, there hadn't been any fluctuations in their souls. But now, there were intense fluctuations. Furthermore, the fluctuations were becoming more and more intense. Lu Ming and the other 2 felt that Dandan and Ling Yue's souls seemed to contain an incomparably terrifying power that was currently changing. Withdraw. Bubble called out. With a wave of her hand, the space-time energy that wrapped around their souls vanished without a trace. At the same time, the runes covering their souls disappeared without a trace. The restrictive power had already been obliterated, so there was no longer a need for protection. If the formation and space-time power continued to envelop the area, it would instead affect the effects of the 5 elements immortal tears. As expected, after the formation and space-time powers were removed, the light on their souls became even more resplendent. Their souls looked like 2 pieces of glass, as if they had become solid. Then, with their souls as the foundation, flesh and blood were constantly being produced. This was a recondensing of their bodies. One could clearly see that strands of flesh and drops of blood were constantly being produced. This process lasted for about 3 hours. Dandan and Ling Yue's bodies reappeared in front of the 3 of them. However, they were enveloped by a layer of light. Boom, following that, a powerful aura rushed out of their bodies. This aura grew stronger as it aged. Divine Lord, Divine Emperor, 1st level Divine Emperor. Soon, they reached the 8th level of the Divine Emperor realm. This was the original realm of Eggy and Ling Yue, but this wasn't the end. Their auras continued to rise, and soon, they reached the 9th level of the Divine Emperor realm. Only after reaching the 9th level of the Divine Emperor realm did their auras stop rising. However, the changes to the 2 of them weren't over yet. First, a word rushed out from between Dandan's eyebrows. This was an origin ancient word. This word was the word formation. The origin ancient word formation was previously hidden in Dandan's soul. At the same time, runes constantly spread out around Dandan's body. These runes interweaved into different formations. These formations collapsed as soon as they appeared, and then turned into another formation. Just like this, the formations alternated. In an instant, there were hundreds of formations alternating. It was incomparably mysterious. On the other side, Ling Yue seemed to have turned into a seed. Then, this seed quickly took root and grew leaves, and finally formed a towering tree. This tree was the Elven Sacred Tree. The Elven Sacred Tree emitted endless life essence, as if it was a world tree. It's evolving in all aspects. The 5 elements immortal tears are truly miraculous. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Bubbles were all sighing. Obviously, the 5 elements immortal tears not only removed the restrictive power of the heavenly armor, but also helped them condense their bodies. It even helped them break through their cultivation and evolve in other aspects. For example, their physique secret techniques, origin divine power factor, origin secret techniques, and so on were all improving. One could imagine that after the 2 of them recovered, their combat strength would definitely soar. As for how far they could reach, it was still impossible to judge. This process lasted for a long time. It lasted for a full 3 days before the phenomenon around Dandan and Ling Yue disappeared. The multicolored light also disappeared, and their aura stabilized. Then, the 2 of them opened their eyes one after another. Ha ha ha, I've revived. Ha ha ha, those fellows from the heavenly human race want to harm me? No way. Who am I? How can they control me? As soon as he saw Lu Ming and the other two, Dandan laughed out loud and boasted. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched as he directly kicked Dandan, causing him to spin 720 degrees in the air. You brat, if it weren't for me, you would have been able to revive. You still have the face to boast, Lu Ming said with great disdain. Lu Ming, you dared to kick me. Dandan covered his butt and jumped 3 feet high. He stared at Lu Ming with wide eyes and gritted his teeth, but in the end, he didn't dare to make a move. Lu Ming, you are also a part of my plan. I already knew that you would be able to obtain the 5 elements immortal tears, so I set up such a plan. To put it bluntly, you are also my chess piece. Do you understand? Ha ha ha, I'm such a genius. I can even think of such a perfect plan. The more Dandan spoke, the more excited he became. He was so happy that he was about to dance. Mu Yun, you lied to me? At this moment, a voice rang out, causing Dandan's voice to abruptly stop. This was because this voice came from Ling Yue. Not good, I spilled the beans just now. Dandan muttered in his heart. He was so excited just now that he had called out Lu Ming's original name, forgetting that Ling Yue did not know Lu Ming's true identity. At this moment, Ling Yue's beautiful eyes were staring at Lu Ming, as if she wanted Lu Ming to tell her the answer. Lu Ming was silent. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Are you Lu Ming or Mu Yun? Ling Yue stared at Lu Ming and asked again. Miss Yue, I'm really sorry. My real identity is Lu Ming. The name Mu Yun is someone else's. The real Mu Yun of the Fengdu Sword sect, who is also your real fiancé, might have died. Lu Ming said, directly revealing the truth. Why? Ling Yue's delicate body trembled as tears welled up in her eyes. Her eyes flashed with confusion and deep sorrow. She had always treated Lu Ming as her real fiancé, and had long since given her heart to Lu Ming as the person she had entrusted her life to. But now, she suddenly realized that Lu Ming's true identity was not Mu Yun, nor was he her fiancé. Her real fiancé might have died a long time ago. This news had a huge impact on her. Her heart was in complete chaos. Miss Yue, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it from you. Back then, I needed to borrow this identity to enter the Heavenly Palace, Lu Ming explained. You don't have to explain. Ling Yue said. Her gaze circled around Lu Ming and Autumn Moon, as if she had understood something. No, Lu Ming, you shouldn't have lied to me. You should have told me earlier. Ling Yue said. I'm sorry, Lu Ming still wanted to say more. It's useless to say more. From now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other. When we meet in the future, we will be passers-by. After saying that, Ling Yue turned around and stepped into the air. She was very decisive and direct. However, the moment Yue turned around, a teardrop fell from the sky and drifted with the wind towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out his hand, and tears fell onto his palm. They were ice cold, as if they were carved into Ling Yue's heart. At this time, Ling Yue had already left, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Sigh. Lu Ming let out a long sigh in his heart. Originally, he had used the identity of Cloud Herder to enter the Heavenly Palace and become a heavenly soldier. He had never thought that this identity would cause so many things to happen and cause so many disputes with Ling Yue. After being together for such a long time, it would be a lie to say that he didn't have any fluctuations in his heart towards Ling Yue. However, what could he do now? How could he explain it? Young master, aren't you going to chase after them? Qiu Yu walked over and held Lu Ming's hand, saying softly. What can we do even if we catch up? What explanation can I give? Lu Ming muttered and shook his head slightly. Lu Ming, look, you're messing around again, aren't you? Another girl has been hurt by you. Dandan curled his lips at the side. That's right. The bubblehead nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. So much nonsense. Let's go back to the Heavenly Might Star Palace. Lu Ming said, and then walked towards the direction of the Heavenly Might Star Palace. Dandan curled his lips and followed behind Lu Ming. A group of four, no, to be precise, 2 people, 1 turtle and 1 mouse, headed towards the heavenly Might Star Palace. After crossing several star palaces, they returned to the heavenly Might Star Palace. After returning to the heavenly Might Star Palace, they headed towards the hidden area. Now, Dandan and Ling Yue had been saved, and the restriction power of the heavenly soldier battle armor in their bodies had been removed. Now, Lu Ming was going to use all his strength to condense the Great Desolate Pill and break through to the 9th layer of the Great God Realm. Although his current battle strength was strong, reaching 13 stars, his cultivation was only at the 8th layer of the Great God Realm, which was still a little weak. Only when his cultivation reached the 9th layer of the Great God Realm would he not be afraid of anyone. Soon, they approached the largest earth vein. From afar, they could already see the 4 towering trees on the earth vein. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. The 4 trees were still there, which meant that the earth vein had not been broken through. If it had been broken through, the 4 trees would not have been intact without the sun. But at this time, Lu Ming suddenly felt a sense of danger. "Wait a minute, there's danger ahead," Lu Ming called out. In fact, there was no need for Lu Ming to call out. Autumn Moon, Bubbles, and Dandan also felt it. They involuntarily stopped and looked around. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! At this time, on the ground and in the sky, many people rushed out and surrounded Lu Ming and the other 3. There were at least 1,000 of them. They were all from the heavenly human tribe. Most of them were strong men, but there were also a few of them who were young and powerful. Their terrifying auras gathered together and pressed down on their heads like mountains. The expressions of Lu Ming and the other 3 turned grave. These 1,000 heavenly human tribe members were all at the 9th layer of the Great God Realm. Obviously, the heavenly human tribe members knew that Lu Ming had left the earth vein, so they did not attack it. Instead, they were lying in ambush, waiting for Lu Ming to return. Oh no! At this moment, Yi Ling was refining pills on the earth vein. He was also alarmed and his face changed. When he saw so many heavenly human tribe members, he knew that Lu Ming had returned and was surrounded. However, there was still a long way to go. The 4 trees could not help at all. And with his battle prowess, after all, he was alone and weak. Even if he went, he wouldn't be able to help and could only be anxious. Lu Ming and the other 3 looked serious, but they were still calm. "Mu Yun, you're finally back. This time, let's see how you're going to die." A cold and arrogant voice was heard. A young heavenly human tribe member stepped out from the crowd. This person was Yeludi. Yeludi glanced at Lu Ming and the other 3. When he saw Dandan, his eyes widened in disbelief. He shouted, "It's you, the World Divine Turtle. How is this possible? How are you still alive? How are you still intact?" Yeludi was really shocked. Last time, he clearly activated the power of the restriction and turned Dandan into ashes. At most, Dandan only had a soul that hadn't been annihilated, but it couldn't have survived for long. But now, Dandan was resurrected. Judging by its aura, it seemed to be stronger than before. How was this possible? Yeludi was not the only one. Some of the people who were with Yeludi last time saw Dandan's fate with their own eyes. At this moment, their hearts were in turmoil. "Humph, you want to harm me? You're delusional," Dandan said proudly. "Humph, so what if I'm resurrected? This time I'll turn you into ashes," Yeludi said coldly. Then, a disc array appeared in his hand. This disc array was the one that controlled the power of the seal. After taking out the disc array, Yeludi immediately activated the disc array to activate the power of the seal. End of chapter. The disc array in Yeludi's hand lit up and was about to activate the power of the restriction. During this process, Dandan had been curling his lips and looking at Yeludi with a mocking expression. Buzz, the disc array trembled slightly and light filled the air. However, Dandan was completely fine. He just looked at Yeludi with even more mockery in his eyes. What's going on? Why isn't there any movement from the restriction? I don't believe it. Again. Yeludi roared in his heart. He continued to pour power into the disc array, causing it to tremble even more violently. However, Dandan was still completely fine. Don't waste your energy. Your restriction power is useless against me. Dandan's mocking voice sounded. Impossible, how can the restriction power be ineffective against you? Could it be that you have already destroyed the restriction power? That's impossible. The restriction power can penetrate into the 60 trillion cells in the body. It's impossible for you to destroy it, even with Mu Yan's help. Yeludi roared in disbelief. In front of me, anything is possible. Dandan put his hands behind his back and put on a very arrogant look. Impossible, impossible. How is this possible? All the heavenly human tribe members present were in disbelief. It was as if the truth they had always known had been broken. However, there was nothing they could do about it. The truth was right in front of them. So what if he broke the restriction power? Why would we need the restriction power to kill them? Activate the 9 heavens battle formation and kill them in one fell swoop. At this moment, another heavenly human tribe prodigy said coldly. That's right. Activate the 9 heavens battle formation and kill them in one fell swoop. The other heavenly human tribe prodigies also spoke one after another with cold killing intent. This time, there were many heavenly human tribe prodigies who came. There were also many who were at the same level as Yeludi. Of course, it was not only the heavenly human tribe from the mighty Sky Star Palace. Many other star palaces had brought their people with the goal of killing Lu Ming. 9 heavens battle formation, activate. Finally, thousands of heavenly human tribe experts flashed and set up the 9 heavens battle formation. An incomparably huge celestial king was formed, emitting incomparably terrifying fluctuations. Thousands of cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer had created the battle formation of the 9 heavens. They were terrifyingly strong. Lu Ming and the other 3 would definitely not be able to stop him. Humph, trying to play with formations in front of me? You're just showing off in front of an expert. Dandan coldly shouted. His body slightly moved, and countless runes rushed out of his body. Runes rushed out of every pore on his body and disappeared into the void. Within a breath's time, Dandan had sent out countless runes. Attack, kill them. Yeludi roared, urging everyone to take action immediately to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Kill. All of the heavenly human race cultivators roared at the same time and activated the 9 heavens battle formation. The incomparably huge heavenly human race king waved his battle sword and slashed towards Lu Ming and the others. It was too terrifying. As the battle sword was waved, the void kept exploding. Even an ordinary divine master would have to avoid such power. It was definitely not something that Lu Ming and the others could resist. Under such an attack, even Bubble's space-time energy would not be able to escape. The difference was too great. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Bubble's faces were solemn. Now, they could only rely on Dandan. At this moment, runes suddenly appeared among the thousands of heavenly human race cultivators who had set up the formation. These runes seemed to have cut off the connection between the heavenly human race cultivators. The huge heavenly human race king's aura rapidly weakened. Then, with a bang, it turned into a burst of energy and dissipated. The 9 heavens battle formation was broken just like that. The heavenly human race cultivators were in disbelief. However, Lu Ming was not too surprised. The world turtle race was born for rune formations. They were born to master all kinds of rune formations. As for Dandan, she was the top heavens pride of the turtle clan in the world. She had also obtained the origin source ancient character matrix. Her mastery of rune matrices had reached an unimaginable level. Moreover, Lu Ming was sure that Dandan had studied the 9 heavens battle formation before. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to find the flaw of the 9 heavens battle formation and break it in one fell swoop. Moreover, these heavenly human race cultivators were from different factions. Even if they had set up the 9 heavens battle formation, it would not be perfect. It would be easier for Dandan to break it. Kill. Kill. As soon as the 9 heavens battle formation was broken, Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Bubbles made their moves. Bubbles waved her hands and the space-time energy exploded. With Bubbles as the center, it spread in all directions and enveloped all the heavenly human race cultivators. Ah! Why is my skin drying up? Why is my hair turning white? Someone shouted in fright because he realized that his skin was drying up quickly. His golden hair was turning white and his body was aging rapidly. In the end, his body rotted and turned into ashes. This was due to the influence of the power of time. The acceleration of time caused these people to rapidly age until they decayed. Some people's bodies had cracks on them and then they were torn apart. They had been killed by the space-time energy. Of course, these people were the ones with weaker cultivations. The stronger ones were able to withstand the corrosion of the space-time energy. However, even though they had blocked it, they were still affected. Their strength and speed were suppressed. At the same time, Lu Ming and Qiu Yu joined forces and charged toward the heavenly human tribe. Numerous attacks were launched toward the heavenly human tribe. Although those heavenly human race cultivators were at the 9th layer of the great god realm, most of them only had 5 or 6 stars of battle strength. They were no match for Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Moreover, they were suppressed by the space-time energy. They could not block Lu Ming and Autumn Moon's attacks. Every time an attack flashed, a heavenly human race cultivator would be killed. Blood splattered everywhere and screams could be heard. In an instant, dozens of heavenly human race cultivators had been killed by Lu Ming and the other two. Damn it! You're courting death! Yellow D shouted. His eyes were red as he charged towards Lu Ming and the other three. At the same time, the other peerless geniuses who had 9 or 10 stars of battle strength also charged towards Lu Ming and the other three. Their battle strength was strong and they were not suppressed by the space-time energy. Avoid them! Lu Ming shouted. He used a movement technique and retreated quickly to avoid those peerless geniuses. Autumn Moon, Bubble, and the others did the same. They did not want to be entangled with those peerless geniuses. Instead, they charged towards the heavenly human race cultivators. With the support of the space-time energy, they were extremely fast. In an instant, they had caught up with the heavenly human race cultivators. Powerful attacks exploded and the heavenly human race cultivators were killed. One by one. Of course, their interspatial rings fell into the hands of Lu Ming and the others. Damn it! Damn it! Yellow D and the other peerless geniuses roared. However, they could not catch up with Lu Ming and the others. In the space-time energy, they could not use their full strength. End of chapter. The heavenly human tribe's 9 heavens battle formation was broken, and they were suppressed by the space-time power. Lu Ming and the others deliberately avoided the top geniuses of the heavenly human tribe and went to kill the strong men. It was not too difficult to kill them. In a short while, more than 60 strong men of the heavenly human tribe died in their hands. The other strong men of the heavenly human tribe were shocked. They kept retreating, not daring to get close to Lu Ming and the others. Without the support of the 9 heavens battle formation, these strong men of the heavenly human tribe were too weak compared to Autumn Moon and the others. All of you stay here! Bubbles shouted, and 2 origin ancient words flew out. The space-time power kept erupting and surging towards the people of the heavenly human tribe. Dandan was also extremely powerful. Light kept rushing out of his body, and when the light rushed out, it turned into a formation. Within a breath's time, hundreds of array formations appeared in the world. The speed of setting up the array formations was simply incredible. Even Lu Ming was dumbstruck at the sight. Obviously, after Dandan was revived by the 5 elements fairy tier, his combat strength had also increased greatly. It was hard to tell how many stars he could reach. Because Dandan controlled the runic formations, all kinds of runic formations were combined, and it was extremely mysterious and difficult to deal with. With the combination of all kinds of formations, it was not impossible to fight with existences with higher combat strength. There were all kinds of formations, trapping enemies, attacking, confusing, illusory, and so on. They all rushed towards the people of the heavenly human tribe. It could be said that with the cooperation of Dandan and Bubbles, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon could kill the people of the heavenly human tribe as easily as cutting vegetables. However, this time, Lu Ming was shocked. Because 2 figures suddenly rushed out from the crowd and rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Their speed was extremely shocking, and they quickly approached Lu Ming and the others. Dandan shouted, and the formations changed direction and rushed towards this person. However, this person was too terrifying. His whole body was like a peerless sharp divine sword. Wherever he rushed, one formation after another was broken. Over 100 formations were broken through in an instant. Danden's expression changed, and he shouted angrily. His hands danced quickly, and under his feet, there was a dazzling light, and a huge formation appeared. This time, there was only one formation, but it was much bigger and more complicated than the previous ones. Roar! A giant beast rushed out of the formation. This gigantic beast looked extremely ferocious. It had the body of a tiger but the head of a divine dragon. Its entire body was covered in scales as it charged towards the figure. Boom! The two of them collided, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Then, both sides rapidly retreated. However, Danden had retreated even further, and the light of the formation beneath his feet had dimmed considerably. Xianxia. That figure was indeed one of the heavenly human clan's sons of heaven, Xianxia. No wonder his strength was so terrifying. His combat strength was stronger than Danden's. Xianxia retreated, and his eyes were cold. The power of heavenly punishment in his right hand and the power of heavenly extermination in his left hand intertwined with each other, and he attacked Danden again. On the other side, another figure rushed over. It was a woman from the heavenly human tribe. She was extremely beautiful, but her strength was abnormally terrifying. Bubble space-time energy kept exploding in front of her. She kept breaking through the space-time energy, and rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Space-time blade, slash! Bubbles shouted, and a huge arc-shaped weapon appeared in her hand. It was completely condensed by the space-time energy, and it contained a terrifying attack power. The space-time blade slashed towards the heavenly human tribe woman. An axe appeared in the heavenly human tribe woman's hand. The petite figure wielded a huge axe and swung it at Bubble, colliding with the space-time blade. With a loud clang, a destructive force swept out in all directions. Bubble and the heavenly human woman trembled and were sent flying backward. They were evenly matched. So strong. Could this heavenly human tribe woman be a heavenly daughter? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Bubbles was now at the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God realm, and her combat strength had reached 11 stars. The heavenly human tribe woman was evenly matched with Bubbles, so she obviously had 11 stars of combat strength. It was highly possible that she was a heavenly daughter. This time, the ambush for Lu Ming and the others was not led by Yeludi and the others. It was led by a few heavenly daughters. Xianxia's eyes were cold, and when he looked at Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with killing intent. In the 5 elements celestial mountain, Lu Ming had passed through the golden light wall first. It was a great humiliation for him. Therefore, he came out first, and when he found out which star palace Lu Ming was in, he immediately contacted the other heavenly sons and heavenly daughters to ambush Lu Ming. Now, how could he let Lu Ming go? Die! Xianxia shouted. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and his body was covered by 2 supreme forces. He madly rushed towards Lu Ming. How could Danden allow him to get close to Lu Ming? The runes on his body flashed, and he appeared in front of Xianxia. Another formation was activated, and another giant beast was formed, pouncing towards Xianxia. Danden and Xianxia fought fiercely. Although Danden was slightly weaker than Xianxia in a head-on confrontation, Danden possessed too many tricks up her sleeves. She possessed all sorts of spirit formations and unleashed all sorts of spirit formations to tangle with her opponent. At that moment, Xianxia was unable to do anything to Danden. However, Danden and Bubbles were entangled with each other. Muyun, your life is mine now. Muyun's life is mine. Those weaker geniuses, such as Yeludi and the others, madly rushed towards Lu Ming. Come on! Lu Ming's eyes were bright, and spear light was constantly bursting out from his pores. His whole body seemed to have turned into a long spear. Xianxia's sacred heart was beating violently in her heart. Her whole body was shrouded in 9-colored light, and she was ready to launch a powerful attack. However, at this time a figure suddenly rushed out from behind Yeludi and the others. His speed was much faster than Yeludi and the others, and he rushed towards Lu Ming and Xianxia at an even faster speed. It was a young man from the heavenly human tribe. He was very young and handsome, and he had a strange temperament. He was holding a long spear in his hand. Swoosh, a ray of spear gleam suddenly pierced toward Lu Ming. The speed was so fast that it was shocking. It was not far from Lu Ming in an instant. "Young master, be careful!" Xianxia exclaimed. She had been on guard, and now she acted immediately. The nine-colored light turned into a curved blade, slashing towards the spear light, trying to block it. Clang, the nine-colored curved blade hit the spear light accurately. Then, the nine-colored curved blade vibrated violently, and then it collapsed with a bang. The spear light did not stop there, and it continued to pierce towards Xianxia. Xianxia had just attacked with all her might, and it was too late for her to dodge. End of chapter. The terrifying spear light was about to hit Autumn Moon, and Autumn Moon would not be able to dodge it. At the critical moment, Lu Ming used the Greater Aurora technique and hugged Autumn Moon. In a flash, they appeared 100 miles away and dodged the attack. "This person is so strong." Lu Ming's face was solemn. The strength of this young angel was absolutely terrifying. With Autumn Moon's strength, her strongest attack was defeated and almost hit by the opponent's attack. This young man's strength was definitely above Xianxia's, and not just by a little. "It's him, Xianxia." At this moment, Yelu Di and the others were shocked. They could not help but stop and look at Xianxia in awe. Xianxia was a legendary figure in the heavenly human tribe. His talent was peerless and incomparably terrifying. The four heavenly palace had a total of 9 heavenly sons and daughters, but even the heavenly sons and daughters were divided into strong and weak. As for Xianxia, he was clearly an existence that stood at the peak. It was rumored that Xianxia was one of the 2 strongest heavenly sons and daughters. Of course, there was a 5th heavenly palace in the heavenly palace. It was unknown whether there was someone comparable to Xianxia in it. They did not expect that even Xianxia would appear. Mu Yun is dead for sure. Yelu Di and the others thought in their hearts and did not continue to attack. Because they knew that with Xianxia here, there was no need for them to attack, and they would not be allowed to. Xianxia stepped forward and closed in on Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. His eyes were cold and filled with an invincible spirit. He was domineering and domineering. "You are not bad to be able to block my attack. I did not expect that there would be such a woman in the human tribe. Follow me from now on and be my concubine. I can give you everything you want." Xianxia looked at Autumn Moon and said to Autumn Moon. His words were filled with boundless confidence. He was one of the 2 strongest warriors of the Heavenly Palace's younger generation. Not only that, but even in the history of the heavenly human tribe, there were very few who were as powerful and talented as he was. The young generation of the Heavenly Palace was especially strong, much stronger than before. That was why there were 2 geniuses at his level. If it was in the past, he would be the king of an era. A figure like him was destined to become one of the top figures of the heavenly human tribe in the future, ruling over the primitive universe. What did he not have, therefore? He was very confident and directly said that he would give Autumn Moon everything that she wanted. "I only want young master." Autumn Moon shook his head and took half a step forward to stand in front of Lu Ming. He stared at Xianxia cautiously. Jealousy, intense jealousy filled Xianxia's heart. Such a peerless beauty had actually rejected him. Such a woman could become a heavenly maiden in the heavenly human tribe, but she called Lu Ming young master. Even he did not have such a maid, nor was he qualified to have such a maid. But Lu Ming did. Who was Lu Ming? He was just a lowly human. What right did he have to have such a peerless beauty as his maid? The raging flames of jealousy seemed to be about to materialize. This made the murderous intent in Xianxia's eyes when he looked at Lu Ming. "You'd better think carefully. Following me is your best choice." In terms of background, the heavenly human tribe rules the primitive universe. In terms of talent, I am the strongest of the young generation of the heavenly human tribe. No, I am the strongest in the universe. Follow me and you will not die, and you will also obtain unimaginable benefits. Xianxia continued. It would be a pity to kill a woman like Autumn Moon. He still wanted to persuade her. "No, my young master is the strongest," Autumn Moon said firmly. "Ha ha ha, he is the strongest?" Xianxia was so angry that he laughed. He looked at Lu Ming with a hint of contempt. Although he has the forbidden power, He still has to kneel in front of me, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia took a step forward. A violent aura soared into the sky. The entire world seemed to be covered by a boundless mountain. It was suffocating. Xianxia was also at the 9th level of the divine god realm, but the pressure he gave off was much stronger than the others. At the same time, 3 rays of light appeared around Xianxia's body. One ray of light was formed by small white lightning bolts. It kept twisting and turning into a battle sword in the end. This was the power of heaven's punishment. The other ray of light was gray and turned into a battle sword. This was the power of heavenly extermination. The other ray of light turned into a spear. This was the power of heavenly punishment. 3 kinds of heavenly powers. Lu Ming's pupils shrank and his face turned solemn. Xianxia actually controlled 3 kinds of heavenly powers. This was the first time Lu Ming had seen such a thing. Lu Ming had seen the heavenly human tribe's heavenly masters in action before, but they only controlled 2 kinds of heavenly powers. However, Xianxia actually controlled 3 kinds of heavenly powers. This was absolutely terrifying. No wonder this person was so confident. Lu Ming and the others were not the only ones who were shocked. Even the members of the heavenly human tribe were shocked. 3 kinds of heavenly powers. Oh my god, Lord Xianxia really controlled 3 kinds of heavenly powers. The legend is true. Those who can control 1 kind of heavenly powers are already peerless geniuses. Lord Tianzi can actually control 3 kinds of heavenly powers. How did he cultivate? I'm so jealous. There's no need to be jealous. The gap is too big. The members of the heavenly human tribe discussed. In the heavenly human tribe, it was extremely rare to control 1 kind of heavenly powers, let alone 3 kinds of heavenly powers. It was said that there were very few of the heavenly human tribe's older generation members who were still alive. After accumulating for a long time, there were very few who could control 3 supreme heavenly powers. To be honest, Xianxia did have the right to be arrogant. No wonder he didn't even take the forbidden body seriously. Today, I want a forbidden body to kneel in front of me. I'll let you know who's the strongest. Xianxia looked at Autumn Moon. Then, he looked at Dandan and Bubbles and said, I'll also give you 2 a chance to join me. My target is not you. As long as you join me, I'll forgive all your past mistakes and give you a bright future. To be honest, he was also very tempted by Dandan and Bubbles. If Autumn Moon, Dandan, and Bubbles joined him, no one in the heavenly human tribe would be able to compete with him. Not even Yiling Hongya, who was as famous as him. Are you dreaming? Dandan's reply was even more direct. You're not worthy. Bubbles' reply was even more infuriating. The killing intent in Xianxia's eyes suddenly exploded. The anger in his heart completely exploded. Ungrateful idiots. Since you're so stubborn, I'll kill you all together. Xianxia shouted coldly. 3 types of weapons condensed by the supreme power of heaven blasted toward Lu Ming. Yet Xianxia made a powerful move. His 3 weapons were all condensed from the supreme power of heaven. The power of heaven's punishment condensed into a huge battle sword that was 10,000 miles long. When the sword slashed out, endless lightning filled the air and the sky crackled. The power of heaven's punishment condensed into a battle sword. The sword light was also 10,000 miles long. Everywhere it passed, a destructive force pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. The power of heaven's punishment turned into a long spear that pierced through the void and went straight for Lu Ming's forehead. The 3 supreme powers of heaven's punishment attacked together. It was too terrifying. Their combat strength was far beyond Xianxia's. 12 stars of combat strength. Lu Ming was sure that Xianxia's combat strength had definitely reached 12 stars. Although 12 stars of combat strength was only 1 star higher than 11 stars, it was much stronger. If the 2 sides fought, it would be completely crushed. With the strength of Xiao Moon and Lu Ming, they would definitely be killed by the other side. However, they had to fight with all their might. Lu Ming pushed his combat strength to the peak and prepared to fight with all his might. So did Xiao Moon. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a terrifying sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky. The black lotuses flew toward Xianxia at a shocking speed. Yichu Tianji was the target. There were more than 100 black lotuses in total. In the process of flying, the petals of the lotuses fell off and stuck together to form 3 long swords. They flew toward Yichu Tianji's 3 weapons condensed from the supreme power of heaven. The speed of the 2 weapons was very shocking. Before the crowd could react, they collided. Boom! 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 3 consecutive heaven-shaking explosions rang out, and the 6 weapons of both sides all exploded. Yichu Tianji's attack was actually blocked. The 3 weapons that were condensed from the power of the heavens were actually destroyed. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble violently. Especially the people of the heavenly human tribe. It was simply unbelievable. In this world, other than Yichu Tianji's Xianxia, there was actually someone who could block Yichu Tianji's attack. Who was it? Subconsciously, everyone's gaze turned to the sky. Among the crowd, Lu Ming was the most excited. That was because he didn't need to look to know who it was. Xianxia. Without looking, Lu Ming knew that it was Xianxia. He was too familiar with Xianxia. He knew at the moment he made his move. Sure enough, from the heavenly palace, a beautiful woman was walking through the air. This woman was wearing a black dress. She was beautiful and had an unparalleled temperament. Who else could she be but Xianxia? Lu Ming's heart began to race. His eyes fell on Xianxia, unable to move away. Similarly, Xianxia's eyes also landed on Lu Ming. It was as if she only had eyes for Lu Ming and no one else. Who are you? Yichu Tianji said coldly, but a trace of seriousness flashed in the depths of his eyes. That was because he felt a strong pressure from Xianxia. He had only felt this kind of pressure from Xianxia and had never felt it before. Now, from Xianxia, he felt this pressure for the second time. He found it hard to believe. In this world, other than Xianxia, who else could compete with him? In his mind, he quickly searched for all the top geniuses in the universe, including Heaven Destroyer. But there was none, as far as he knew, among the younger generation of Heaven Destroyer. No one could compete with him. Even the strongest person was weaker than him. He had never heard of Xianxia, nor had he seen him before. The person who will kill you. Xianxia smiled at Lu Ming, then looked at Yichu Tianji with cold murderous intent. That guy again, this Lu Ming again. Yichu Tianji roared in his heart. His jealousy of Lu Ming was about to drive him crazy. As long as one wasn't blind, one could see that the relationship between Xianxia and Lu Ming was not ordinary. Why were such beauties and peerless geniuses gathered around Lu Ming? How unfair was the heavens? You think you can kill me? What a joke. It's good that you're all here today. I'll catch you all in one fell swoop. Yichu Tianji roared and the 3 supreme heavenly powers were released again. This time, they didn't turn into weapons, but 3 beasts that pounced on Xianxia. Xianxia stepped in the air, her long skirt fluttering. She pressed her hands together and a magical field spread out, expanding rapidly and enveloping Yichu Tianji. At the same time, a huge black lotus with 108 petals appeared under her feet, supporting Xianxia. Swoosh! 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 The petals of the black lotus flew out continuously, cutting through the air and flying towards Yichu Tianji. The attacks of the 2 sides collided for the second time. The 3 strange beasts formed from the power of the heavens rampaged through the air. The black lotus petals were incomparably sharp, and they were extremely flexible. They were unfathomably mysterious. For a moment, the 2 sides were locked in a fierce battle. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had exchanged dozens of blows, but there was no clear winner. The more Yichu Tianji fought, the uglier and more serious his face became. He was sure that Xianxia was on the same level as him. As for the other heavenly human tribe members, they were all dumbfounded. Their hearts were in turmoil and they couldn't believe it. They really couldn't believe it. This was Yichu Tianji, one of the strongest young geniuses of the heavenly human tribe. It was also in this era that the heavenly human tribe had only produced 2 such geniuses. In the past, geniuses of this level who could control 3 supreme heavenly powers were extremely rare. Usually, it would take many eras for one to appear. Once they appeared, they would be someone who could suppress the universe for an era. Such a person was invincible even in the heavenly human tribe. But now, he was blocked by someone, and it was a human. How could there be such a powerful being in the human race? This was a great blow to the self-esteem of the heavenly human tribe who had always thought of themselves as superior. At this moment, the battle between Dandan and Bubbles had stopped. Yichu Qianyue and the heavenly daughter were also extremely shocked. They didn't expect that someone could resist Yichu Qianji. Dandan, Autumn Moon, and Bubbles came to Lu Ming's side. Soon, Xianxia and Yichu Qianji had exchanged more than 100 blows, but there was still no clear winner. Boom, in the end, the two of them retreated after exchanging a blow. Xianxia stepped in the air and retreated to Lu Ming's side. Let's go. Let's enter the ley lines, Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded. Everyone flew toward the ley lines. No one from the heavenly human tribe dared to stop them. They had the advantage in numbers, but only by relying on the 9 heavens battle formation could they make use of their advantage in numbers. Unfortunately, with Dandan around, their 9 heavens battle formation was useless. Without the formation, they had no way to deal with Lu Ming's small team. They couldn't make use of their advantage in numbers at all. If they really swarmed, who knew how many of them would die? Yichu Tianji's face darkened. He wanted to attack but did not do so in the end. With Xianxia around, he was not confident. Unless he went all out. However, it was not worth it now as it would affect the battle for the origin seed later. If he fell ill now, it would be very disadvantageous for him in the battle for the origin seed. His desire to kill Lu Ming was not as strong as the ordinary heavenly human tribe members. After killing Lu Ming, ordinary heavenly human tribe members could be conferred the title of Son of Heaven or Daughter of Heaven. However, he was already the Son of Heaven and the most powerful one. How could he be conferred a title after killing Lu Ming? At most, he would be rewarded. However, with his status, what kind of reward could he not get? While he was thinking, Lu Ming and the others had already returned to the earth vein. Here, they would be safer with the protection of the 4 big trees. On the earth vein, Yiling was also a little stunned. At the same time, he was very shocked. The people around Lu Ming were too terrifying. Each of them was a peerless genius that was rare in the universe. His talent was already considered top-notch, but compared to anyone around Lu Ming, he was overshadowed. I didn't do much today? Lu Ming was also muttering. Today's events were also a little beyond his expectations. Today, he was besieged by so many experts. He only killed some of the burly heavenly human tribe members and did not fight with the heavenly human tribe elites. He did not even fully display his true strength. Several times, he was about to attack but was intercepted by Autumn Moon or Xianxia. My performance today is really a little. I'm living off a woman, Lu Ming muttered in his heart. However, he did not care. The stronger his woman was, the better. Lu Ming, are you okay? Xianxia held Lu Ming's hand and looked at Lu Ming carefully as if she wanted to look at Lu Ming enough. Of course I'm fine. Little Qing, how have you been recently? How did you get recruited by the Grand Supreme Immortal City? Lu Ming also carefully looked at Lu Ming and asked. I'm not too sure either, but I didn't encounter any danger after entering the Grand Supreme Immortal City. Instead, I obtained some fortunate encounters that allowed my cultivation and battle prowess to improve greatly. Xianxia gave him a brief account of what had happened to her. It was probably because Xianxia had entered a few years earlier and had the advantage. He had obtained a large number of pill furnaces and desolate pills, and had also entered several immortal mansions and obtained great fortunes. Regardless of whether it was his cultivation or his battle prowess, both had increased tremendously. Moreover, she had the memories of her previous life's Tang Qing. She had all kinds of secret techniques that were extremely powerful. Ordinary people could not compare to her. That was why she had a 12-star combat power. Io, don't be so mushy. There are still people around. Dandan shouted. That's right. Bubbles chimed in as well. Cough cough, Lu Ming quickly coughed a few times and stole a few glances at Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon maintained her smile and stood beside Lu Ming without saying a word. At this moment, she stepped forward and said to Xianxia, Sister Nianqing, long time no see. Sister Autumn Moon, long time no see. You're getting more and more beautiful. Xianxia also smiled and grabbed Autumn Moon's hand. Lu Ming was delighted. Xianxia had long known about the relationship between Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. It seemed that Xianxia had accepted Autumn Moon. In that case, would he accept others in the future? At this moment, Yi Ling also flew over. Lu Ming introduced the two of them. Brother Lu, at this rate, it'll be difficult to gather 12 billion desolate pills for you. Yi Ling sighed. It doesn't matter. We've gained a lot this time. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He knew in his heart that given the previous alchemy furnaces, it was impossible to gather 12 billion primordial pills by the time the deadline of 50 years was up. There were not enough cauldrons for refining pills. However, this trip to the Five Elements Immortal Mountain, coupled with the heavenly human tribe members they had killed before, should be able to obtain some cauldrons. Immediately, they took out the storage rings they had obtained from the heavenly human tribe. Just now, they had killed at least 70 strong heavenly human tribe members who were at the 9th level of the divine god realm and had the battle strength of 5 or 6 stars. These people were not weak, so they should be able to gain a lot. After counting, it was indeed a great harvest. On average, each person had more than a dozen cauldrons. In total, there were about 1,000 cauldrons. In addition to the experts they had killed in the Five Elements Immortal Mountain, the number of cauldrons added up. That's enough. Lu Ming's face lit up with joy. There were still nearly 9 years before the 50-year deadline. The alchemy cauldrons in his hands were enough to help Lu Ming gather 12 billion primordial pills in the next 9 years. I still have about 1,000 cauldrons. I'll give them all to you. At this moment, Xianxia said and waved her hand. A large number of cauldrons flew out. There were really 1,000 cauldrons. Most of them were 1 meter in diameter. However, there were about 30 cauldrons that were 3 meters in diameter. Everyone, including Lu Ming, was dumbfounded. Xianxia alone had over 1,000 cauldrons. She was only one person. This was too terrifying. I just came in a few years earlier, so I got the upper hand. Xianxia explained casually. Even so, Lu Ming and the others took a while to react. Then, they were faced with a new problem. The cauldrons were definitely enough. However, the desolate chi in the earth vein was not enough. The desolate chi in the earth vein should be enough to refine 10 billion desolate pills. Obviously, it was not enough. With so many cauldrons, it would be refined in less than 9 years. There are many high-grade earth veins in this hidden area. The desolate chi is extremely rich. Let's split up and bring a batch of cauldrons to the other earth veins to refine pills. Lu Ming said. Good idea. Let's go immediately. Bubbles exclaimed. There's no hurry. Yichu Tianji and the others are still in this astral palace. It's not good for us to go out. We can wait for a while. Yichu Tianji and the others will not stay for long. They will go to the other astral palaces to look for opportunities. Lu Ming said. Everyone nodded. Then, they worked together and activated the cauldrons to refine pills. Right now, everyone had over 3,000 pill furnaces in their hands. Activating them all at once was way too horrifying. It was as though there was a gigantic black hole that was sucking in all the desolate chi in the surroundings into the pill furnaces. Half a day later, countless primordial pills flew out of the elixir cauldron. They were densely packed and there was no telling how many of them there were. Lu Ming used his taboo power to guide them and put them all into his storage ring. Then, they continued, just like that, they stayed in the earth vein for a year. As they refined pills crazily, the desolate chi in the earth vein decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this rate, the desolate chi in the earth vein would be exhausted in a few years. At this moment, Lu Ming and the others set off. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Dandan left the earth vein. The three of them took away more than 1,000 pill furnaces. Autumn Moon, Bubbles, and Yi Ling continued to refine pills. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Dandan left the earth vein and headed north. There was a high-grade earth vein there that contained extremely dense desolate chi. It was probably half as dense as the one they had previously occupied. Naturally, they could not let it go. Soon, they arrived at the earth vein. Along the way, they heard that Yichu Tianji and the other sons of heaven had indeed left the Star Palace. This made Lu Ming and the others feel relieved. From afar, the desolate qi in this earth vein was extremely dense. It should be able to refine another 3 to 4 billion desolate pills. Without hesitation, the three of them charged into the earth vein. However, as soon as the three of them got close to the earth vein, they were discovered by the heavenly human tribe. It's Mu Yun. It's them. Oh no, set up the 9 heavens battle formation. The heavenly human tribe in the earth vein roared. 2 groups of people quickly gathered and set up the 9 heavens battle formation. There were more than 200 people in the 2 groups. Among them, there were many 9th-level divine gods. The 9 heavens battle formation was also very powerful. However, Lu Ming and the others had Dandan. They had brought Dandan with them to deal with the 9 heavens battle formation. Lu Ming had brought Xianxia and Dandan with a purpose. In terms of battle strength, Xianxia was the highest. It was enough to bring Xianxia along. They brought Dandan with them to break the 9 heavens battle formation of the heavenly human tribe. This combination was almost perfect. As expected, Dandan attacked. Dense runes spread out and quickly broke the 9 heavens battle formation of the heavenly human tribe. Then, Xianxia and Lu Ming rushed over. In fact, Xianxia alone was enough to deal with them. With a wave of her hand, black lotus flowers appeared one after another. The petals of the lotus flowers were sharper than the sharpest divine weapons. They tore through the air and shot toward the celestial race. In an instant, dozens of heavenly humans were killed. Let's go. Run. The remaining members of the heavenly human tribe panicked, including the 2 prodigies of the heavenly human tribe who possessed 9-star battle prowess. Their faces were filled with horror as they fled into the distance. You won't be able to leave. All of you, stay here. Heavenly Demon Domain. Xianxing's cold voice rang out. A special domain spread out, instantly enveloping the entire earth vein, including the heavenly humans. In the heavenly demon domain, the heavenly human tribe members would be greatly suppressed. At the same time, countless sharp lotus petals danced in the sky within the heavenly demon territory. Puff. Puff, the heavenly human tribe members were killed one by one. Even the 2 prodigies of the heavenly human tribe who possessed 9-star battle prowess were no match for Xianxia. In an instant, hundreds of heavenly human tribe members were killed. I haven't even made a move yet. Lu Ming muttered. Xianxia was too fast. Before Lu Ming could make a move, all the heavenly human tribe members had been killed. He had reached the 9th layer of the great god realm and possessed 12-star battle prowess. He was so powerful that he was almost invincible among the great god realm. Unless Lu Ming broke through to the 9th layer of the great god realm, he would be able to suppress Xianxia. To put it bluntly, an ordinary cultivator of the 1st layer of the great god realm would have to avoid such a battle prowess. The gap between the great god realm and the great god realm was even bigger and harder to cross. However, it was not impossible to cross it. A top prodigy of the 9th layer of the great god realm with 9-star battle prowess could definitely contend with an ordinary 1st layer of the great god realm. With Xianxing's battle prowess, it would be easy for him to suppress an ordinary 1st layer of the great god realm. After killing the heavenly human tribe members, Dandan set up a formation and summoned flames to burn the corpses of the heavenly human tribe members. Of course, the storage rings were all in their hands. However, they scanned the storage rings and found no pill furnaces. There were only a few desolate pills. The pill furnaces should be in the earth vein. Let's go in and take a look. Lu Ming said. The 3 of them entered the earth vein and found a few hundred pill furnaces in 2 different places. It was obvious that the heavenly human tribe members were refining pills. When they found Lu Ming and the others, they did not put away their pill furnaces. This benefited Lu Ming and the others. They now had a few hundred more pill furnaces. Dandan, you set up the formation. We'll refine the pills. Lu Ming said. Don't worry. Leave it to me. With that, Dandan disappeared and began setting up a formation around the earth vein. There were no trees to protect this place. They were afraid that the heavenly human tribe would counterattack, so they needed Dandan to set up a formation. As long as Dandan had enough time, he would be able to set up a powerful formation. If the heavenly human tribe dared to attack, they would definitely suffer. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and Xianxia activated their pill furnaces and started refining pills. It was safer to refine pills with 2 earth veins. They would definitely be able to gather 12 billion desolate pills, and there would be more. However, the more desolate pills the better. Whether it was Autumn Moon, Bubbles, or Yi Ling, they all needed desolate pills to strengthen their cultivation. However, Xianxia and Dandan did not need desolate pills. Xianxia had absorbed far more desolate pills than he needed. His cultivation was already extremely stable. As for Dandan, because he had absorbed a drop of 5 elements fairy tear, he was already too strong. He did not need desolate pills. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. During this year, the heavenly human tribe did not attack. Perhaps it was because they did not know that Lu Ming and the others had occupied this earth vein, or there were other reasons. Of course, this was better. Dandan spent a year to set up a powerful formation around the earth vein, turning this place into a dangerous place. Lu Ming also had more and more primordial pills in his hands. At this time, there were still 7 years before the 50-year deadline. Soon, another 4 years had passed. There were still 3 years before the 50-year deadline. At this time, Lu Ming had gathered the 12 billion desolate pills he needed. At this time, Lu Ming returned to the earth vein and started refining desolate pills to break through. It would definitely take a long time to break through to the 9th level of the Divine God realm. After all, he had to refine the 12 billion desolate pills. Even though Lu Ming was refining desolate pills very quickly, it would still take a long time to refine the 12 billion desolate pills. This time, Lu Ming used 2 months to refine all the 12 billion desolate pills. Then, he started to break through to the next level. With enough desolate pills, breaking through to the next level was a matter of course. Soon, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. So powerful. The aura of a 9th level Divine God realm is even more terrifying than many Divine Masters. Yi Ling sighed. Brother Lu Ming is of course the most powerful. Now that he has broken through to the 9th level of the Divine God realm, no one in the Divine God realm will be a match for him. Bubbles said. I believe that. Yi Ling nodded. Yi Ling nodded seriously. The more he interacted with Lu Ming, the more he felt that Lu Ming was powerful and unfathomable. After a while, Lu Ming's aura finally stabilized and he opened his eyes. I've finally reached the 9th layer of the Divine God realm. Now, I'm not afraid of anyone in the Divine God realm. Yichu Tianji, I hope to fight with you. Lu Ming's eyes shone with confidence. Before his breakthrough, he was indeed far from being Yichu Tianji's match. If they fought, he would be easily suppressed. However, it was different now. After breaking through from the 8th layer of the Divine God realm to the 9th layer of the Divine God realm, his battle strength had increased by 3 stars. It was enough to suppress Yichu Tianji. There are still 3 years before the battle for the origin seed. Let's stabilize our cultivation in these 3 years. Lu Ming muttered. After that, Lu Ming and the others continued to refine the desolation pills in the 2 earth veins. When they were free, they would also cultivate, hoping to become the strongest in order to prepare for the battle for the origin seed. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, it had been 50 years since they entered the Taishang Immortal City. At this time, everyone had refined all the desolation pills they had on them. This was because they could not bring the desolation pills out. If they did not refine them, they would only be wasted. At this time, everyone stopped refining pills and cultivating. Those who were wandering in the immortal abode all left the immortal abode to wait for the next battle for the origin seed. The origin seed was very important. It was related to the cultivation of the Divine Master realm. With the origin seed, the cultivation of the Divine Master realm would be much smoother. It would be as if they had a direction and would not take any detours. Of course, the most important thing about the origin seed was the origin realm. With the origin seed, the chances of breaking through to the origin realm would greatly increase. This was the most important thing. The origin realm was called Origin Venerables. In the Heavenly Palace, they were called Heavenly Venerables. Among the primordial divine spirits, they were called primary gods. This was the true peak power of the universe. It was incomparably powerful and could destroy galaxies. Origin realm existences were not only powerful, but their lifespans were also extremely long. They could exist as long as the universe. The lifespan of an Origin realm expert was as long as the universe had a lifespan. The Origin realm was basically the ultimate goal of all cultivators in the primitive universe. It was also the peak of the second step of cultivation, the God state. However, the Origin energy seed was related to the Origin realm. Who would not be tempted, even if they did not break through to reciprocity in the future? Just being able to cultivate a little more smoothly at the Divine Lord realm was enough to tempt countless people. Above the ley line, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Dandan, Bubbles, and Yi Ling stood side by side, waiting for the 50-year period to come. Wang! Wang! Buzz! Suddenly, the sky trembled, and small vortexes appeared. Then, a flight of stairs extended out from these small vortexes. A flight of stairs extended from one of the vortexes all the way to Lu Ming. Not only Lu Ming, but Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others also had a staircase in front of them. Each of them had a flight of stairs that extended to their eyes. It was not just Lu Ming and the others. Everyone who entered the Zenith Supreme Immortal City, regardless of which of the 36-star palaces or the first, second, or third floor of the Zenith Supreme Immortal City, had a flight of stairs in front of them. It had begun. Lu Ming and the others knew that the battle for the Origin energy seed had begun. Lu Ming had read the information given by Fei Huang and knew that they had to first step on this flight of stairs and pass a test. Only those who passed the test had the right to compete for the Origin energy seed. They had to compete for the opportunity to condense the Origin energy seed. "Let's go," Lu Ming said. After saying that, he stepped onto the flight of stairs. The moment he stepped onto the flight of stairs, an invisible force enveloped Lu Ming. This force constantly permeated as if it wanted to see through Lu Ming. Then, a large number of items flew out from Lu Ming's storage ring. There were weapons and pill furnaces from the Zenith Supreme Immortal City. All the weapons and pill furnaces flew out and turned into rays of light that flew into the distance and disappeared between heaven and earth. It was the same for Xianxia and the others. As soon as they stepped onto the flight of stairs, the weapons and pill furnaces they obtained from the Zenith Supreme Immortal City flew away. Luckily, the 5 elemental immortal tears are still here. Lu Ming showed a hint of joy. As expected, the 5 elemental immortal tears would not fly away and could be brought out. In fact, apart from the 5 elemental immortal tears, there were also a few things that could be brought out, such as the metal materials obtained from the Zenith Supreme Immortal City. However, the metal materials in the Zenith Supreme Immortal City were very rare, and not many people obtained them. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to step forward. In the end, he entered the vortex and disappeared. After entering the vortex, Lu Ming seemed to have entered another space. Around him, the void was gray and it was difficult to tell the direction. Under Lu Ming's feet was a path made of bluestone that led to the front. Lu Ming walked along the bluestone path and kept moving forward. Not long after, a door blocked Lu Ming's path. It was a light door that blocked Lu Ming's path. "Is this the trial?" Lu Ming murmured. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in Lu Ming's ears. "Those who break through the door can take part in the battle for the Origin seed. Those who fail will be sent out of the Zenith Supreme Immortal City." The voice sounded old, like an old man in his twilight years. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Are there still living creatures in the Zenith Supreme Immortal City? I don't think so, maybe they're just weapon spirits or formation spirits. Lu Ming's mind was racing and his imagination was running wild. However, it was similar to what he had guessed. The light door was some kind of trial. Only those who passed it had the right to take part in the battle for the Origin seed. It made sense. There must be a selection process. Otherwise, there would be too many people. This time, there were hundreds of millions of people from the entire universe who entered the Zenith Supreme Immortal City. Among them, there were only a small number of divine masters. Most of them were divine emperors, or divine lords. Among them, the number of divine emperors and divine lords was the largest. However, the number of divine emperors was also very shocking. There were at least a few million people in the 36-star palaces, or even more. If they didn't filter out a batch, it would take a long time. Boom, Lu Ming attacked and threw a punch at the light door. With a loud bang, the light door exploded and dissipated into energy. So simple? Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. He didn't even use much strength in the punch just now and the light door was blasted open. It was even simpler than he had imagined. Maybe my combat strength is too strong, haha. Lu Ming laughed out loud and then strode over. When he stepped over the light door, the space changed again and he appeared in another place. Lu Ming looked around. Lu Ming found that he was standing on a lotus. Yes, it was a lotus, a white lotus. The diameter of the lotus was about 1 meter. Lu Ming discovered that he was standing on a white lotus flower with a diameter of 1 meter. This lotus flower was suspended in the air. Moreover, Lu Ming discovered that there were many such lotus flowers all around him. There were many lotuses floating in the air and there was a figure on each of them. Xiaoqing, Autumn Moon, Dandan, Bubbles. Lu Ming quickly looked around and saw Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others not far from him. At the same time, he also saw many strong cultivators from the heavenly human tribe, such as Yichu Tianji, Yichu Qianyue, Yichu Haohan and the others. These people were also standing on a white lotus flower, looking around. Very soon, their gazes landed on Lu Ming, emitting cold murderous intent. It's him, Mu Yun. It's Mu Yun, no, it should be Lu Ming, he's Lu Ming. That's right, I also heard that Mu Yun is Lu Ming and Lu Ming is Mu Yun. In an instant, at least a few thousand people looked at Lu Ming. Their eyes were as sharp as swords, as if they wanted to pierce through Lu Ming. Back when they were at the Five Elements Immortal Mountain, Lu Ming's identity as Mu Yun had already been exposed by Yichu Qianyue. Now that the news had spread, most people knew Lu Ming's true identity. Mu Yun, no. That damned Lu Ming. Someone in the crowd bellowed. His hatred for Lu Ming was extremely strong. That person was Gabbert. At that moment, Gabbert's aura was extremely powerful. His body was covered by a white holy light and his aura was extremely strong. He had reached the 9th layer of the divine god realm. As if he had sensed something, Lu Ming looked at Gabbert. Gabbert has broken through to the 9th great supreme god layer. It seems like he's had a great adventure recently. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Their gazes collided in the air, as if sparks were about to fly. Lu Ming, I will kill you. Gabbert roared in his heart, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He had the same thoughts as Gabbert. However, Lu Ming's gaze didn't stay on Gabbert for too long, because he was attracted by the other people. That is, Dark Knight Rose, Di Jiani and Yin Jiuling. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he saw some familiar faces. It was Dark Knight Rose, Di Jiani, Yin Jiuling, and the others. At this moment, Dark Knight Rose and the others' strength had also become extremely terrifying. Their auras were vigorous and unfathomable. Dark Knight Rose looked at Lu Ming with a faint smile. Di Jiani looked at Lu Ming, his battle intent surged and his sword intent soared. Yin Jiuling looked at Lu Ming with strong killing intent. The real Yin Jiuling had already been possessed by the baleful Yin Qi. At this moment, Yin Jiuling had become extremely terrifying. He also clearly remembered that he had fought with Lu Ming previously. When Yin Jiuling was possessed by the baleful Yin Qi, he had entered the dark pit in the dark pit demon mountain. No one knew what he had obtained, but it gave people a terrifying feeling. One should know that the dark pit demon mountain was one of the most terrifying forbidden lands in the chaotic universe. Yin Jiuling was definitely not to be underestimated. As for Dark Knight Rose, she had always given Lu Ming an unfathomable feeling. She had established a force that specialized in collecting the top supreme talents in the universe. She wanted to build a force that was comparable to the Heavenly Palace. Her ambition was astonishing. However, when her gaze landed on Xianxia, her body trembled violently, and she revealed a look of shock. Although it was just a flash and she immediately hid it, Lu Ming still caught it. Huh? Dark Knight Rose seems to know Xiaoqing. She seems to be very shocked when she saw Xiaoqing. Lu Ming thought in his heart. At the same time, Xianxia also saw Dark Knight Rose and frowned, revealing a look of contemplation. Xiaoqing, do you know that woman? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xianxia. I don't know her, but this person gives me a familiar feeling, Xianxia replied. It seems that Dark Knight Rose is hiding a lot of secrets. Lu Ming thought. Then, Lu Ming looked at the surrounding environment. Is this place already outside the Grand Supreme Immortal City? It seems to be above the Grand Supreme Immortal City, Lu Ming whispered in his heart. This was because he discovered that they were currently inside a huge barrier of light. They were enveloped by a huge barrier of light. Below the barrier of light, they could see a huge city. It was clearly the Grand Supreme Immortal City. Above them, there were many onlookers. Some of these onlookers were Origin Realm experts from the Heavenly Palace and the Heaven Destroyer. Most of them were those who had been eliminated. There were at least a few 100 million of them. Yes, those who had not been selected and had not broken through the door of light had been sent out of the Grand Supreme Immortal City. At this moment, they were standing in the void and could see Lu Ming and the others through the barrier of light. Moreover, Lu Ming also discovered that there were 2 other barriers of light similar to them. There were a total of 3 barriers of light, and there were many people in each of them. One of the barriers of light is for Divine Masters, the other one is for God Emperors, and the other one is for those below the God Emperor realm. Lu Ming made a judgment very easily. The 3 barriers of light hovered above the Grand Supreme Immortal City, enveloping 3 different levels of people. Those outside could see them, but they could not enter. First, the Divine Master Realm competition will begin. There are only 72 spots for the Divine Master Realm. Only those who enter the top 72 will have the chance to connect to the Cosmic Sea and comprehend the origin. The rules are very simple. You will fight in pairs. Of course, everyone will have a few chances. Also, you will not die in this competition, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone could hear it. Not only could the people inside the barriers hear it, but even those outside could hear it. The rules are indeed similar to what Senior Fei Huang introduced. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Soon, the Divine Master Realm competition began. The 2 of them fought against each other. Lu Ming and the others watched seriously. Firstly, they could familiarize themselves with the rules. Secondly, watching the Divine Master Realm experts fight was very helpful to them. They could get some inspiration. One had to know that most of them were at the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm. The next step was the Divine Master Realm. It was naturally beneficial to watch first. The battle between the Divine Master Realm experts was incomparably intense. However, they would not die because the lotus under their feet had a mysterious effect. Even if they were killed, they could revive on the lotus. This made the battle even more intense. They could attack without restraint. They were not afraid of being killed. After all, they could revive. There were at least thousands of Divine Master Realm existences, but there were only 72 spots. The competition was extremely fierce. Even among the same race, there was no mercy. They fought with all their strength. Of course, the most intense battle was between the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace. Once they met, it would be a life-and-death battle. Among them, Lu Ming saw many people at the level of the Lord of Heaven fight. It was really an eye-opener. He benefited a lot. Seeing that someone asked about Ling Yue, the story between Ling Yue and Lu Ming had not ended. In addition, the story between Mulans, Huang Ling, and Lu Ming had not ended. End of chapter. The battle of the Divine Masters lasted for several months before it finally came to an end. In the end, the 72 strongest Divine Masters flew into the sky on lotus flowers. They were still sitting cross-legged on the lotus flowers, but there was a layer of light shield around them. At the same time, a beam of light rose from their bodies, rushed into the eternal void, and disappeared. Was this the connection to the Cosmic Sea? Many people wondered. Only those defeated Divine Masters were disqualified. They were teleported out one by one and became spectators outside. The top 3 are all from the Heavenly Human Tribe. The Heavenly Human Tribe is too strong. Is there no one who can compete with them? Lu Ming heard many people discussing. They were all from the Heaven Exterminating Army. In the battle of the Divine Masters just now, the top 3 were occupied by the Heavenly Human Tribe. On the Heaven Destroyer's side, the strongest Divine Master only occupied the 4th place. Moreover, most of the 72 people who were qualified to connect to the Cosmic Sea were from the Heavenly Human Tribe. On the Heaven Destroyer's side, there were less than 20 people. The gap was too big. This made the Heaven Destroyer's people somewhat disappointed. Humph, a mere traitor wants to compete with the heavenly human tribe? You're overestimating yourselves. You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. We have countless geniuses. How can you compare to us? The heavenly human tribe couldn't help but mock. Suddenly, the Heaven Destroyer's people were angry. The heavenly human tribe is invincible? How ridiculous. How were the 4 heavenly palaces destroyed? Since we can destroy the 4 heavenly palaces, we can destroy all of you. It's just a matter of time. The Heaven Destroyer's people retorted. At the peak of the heavenly palace, there were a total of 9 heavenly palaces. Now, there were only 5 left. 4 of them had been destroyed after a long period of time. The heavenly human tribe had always regarded this matter as a disgrace. Now that it was mentioned, the heavenly human tribe was furious. You traitors, you're courting death. The heavenly human tribe's people roared. Haha, come and bite me if you dare. The Heaven Destroyer's people were fearless. On this lotus, no one could attack each other. Only when the competition started and it was their turn would they be able to exchange blows. Now, celestial emperors, let the competition begin. The rules of the competition are the same as those in the God Lord realm. It's a 2-on-1 duel, and the winner's lotus root will be raised by 1 zhang. The loser's lotus root will fall by 1 zhang. At this moment, the old voice rang out once more. It was the same voice that had announced the start of the Divine Lord Realm competition. Lu Ming could tell that this was the same voice that reminded him to attack the light door. When this voice rang out, the crowd immediately quieted down. At the same time, a huge circular platform appeared between them. This round platform was the battle stage. It was incomparably tough, and no matter how strong the attack was, it wouldn't be able to shatter it. This was something that had already been verified by the Divine Master before. Even the top Divine Masters couldn't shatter this battle stage. There are a total of 36,000 of you. In the end, there will only be 130 places. Only the strongest 130 people will have the chance to connect to the cosmic sea. The competition will be random. 2 people will fight at random. The winner's lotus root will rise by 1 zhang, and the loser's lotus root will fall by 1 zhang. When the lotus root reaches 0, you will be eliminated. With the protection of this lotus, those who are killed won't really die. They can be resurrected, but their vitality will be depleted. They can also admit defeat directly. The old voice continued to ring out. Although he had already introduced the rules when he was in the God Lord realm, he had to reintroduce them now. It seems that everyone has 3 chances. Lu Ming pondered. This was because the lotus root was only 3 zhang tall, and its roots were embedded in the void. Every time one lost, the root would fall by 1 zhang. After losing 3 times, the root would fall to 0, and the contestant would be eliminated. Lu Ming knew this rule very well. It was for the sake of fairness. Because the 2 sides of the battle were random, some unlucky people might encounter a strong opponent at the beginning and lose. This way, they still had a chance. Even if the root fell by 1 zhang, they still had a chance to turn the tables and climb up by defeating others. Of course, if they encountered a very strong opponent 3 times in a row, there was no other way. Being unlucky was also a reflection of not being strong enough. There were only 130 places, many people's eyes lit up. They secretly swore to fight for a place. Now, the competition begins. The old voice rang out. As soon as the voice fell, 2 of the lotuses moved and flew toward the circular battle stage. They flew to the edge of the battle stage. Needless to say, the 2 of them were going to compete. Swoosh, their gazes collided, and there seemed to be sparks. A strong killing intent spread out. One of them was from the Heaven Destroyer, and the other was from the heavenly human tribe. What a coincidence. The heavenly human tribe and the Heaven Destroyer met in the first round. Both of them were in the prime of their lives. They were not from the younger generation. There were a total of 36,000 people who passed the assessment. Naturally, not all of them were from the younger generation. Among them, most of them were from the prime of their lives. Swoosh, the 2 of them moved and jumped onto the battle stage. As soon as they jumped onto the battle stage, the two of them charged at each other and clashed. Boom, in an instant, the two of them exchanged a blow. In just one blow, the winner was decided. The brawny man from the Heaven Destroyer trembled violently and retreated. He spat out blood from his mouth. He lost. The difference in their battle prowess is too great. Lu Ming shook his head. Although both of them were in the 9th layer of the divine god realm, the brawny man from the heavenly human tribe was obviously much stronger. He had a 5-star battle prowess. On the other hand, the brawny man from the Heaven Destroyer only had a 3-star battle prowess. With a difference of 2 stars, it was completely one-sided. Kill. The brawny man from the heavenly human tribe injured his opponent with one blow. Then, he continued to attack his opponent like a torrential storm. The brawny man from the Heaven Destroyer tried his best to block the attacks, but it was useless. After a few blows, he was seriously injured and could no longer fight. Traitor, although I can't kill you here, it'll be harder for me to kill you than to kill you. The brawny man from the heavenly human tribe rushed toward the brawny man from the Heaven Destroyer. He grabbed his opponent's leg, swung him up, and smashed him on the ground. With a bang, the brawny man from the Heaven Destroyer had many bones broken. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and his entire body was deformed. He looked extremely miserable. However, he was not dead. The brawny man from the heavenly human tribe had done this on purpose. He had controlled his strength very well. He only wanted to torture his opponent. He would not kill him so easily. All right. Let's continue. Let these traitors know how powerful we are. Haha, this is so fun. On the field, the people from the heavenly human tribe laughed. As for the people from the other races in the universe, they did not interrupt and remained silent. However, the people on Heaven Destroyer's side were infuriated. Damn it. I'd rather die than be humiliated. Heavenly human tribe, don't let me meet them. Otherwise, I'll make them regret it. The people on Heaven Destroyer's side roared angrily. Both sides glared at each other. The smell of gunpowder was intense. However, the burly man from the heavenly human tribe's face became even more ferocious. He sneered and said, "A bunch of lowly things can't be humiliated. How ridiculous. Kneel." After saying that, he pressed down with his hand. A powerful force burst out and formed a rope-like force that tied up the man from Heaven Destroyer. Under the rope-like force, the burly man from Heaven Destroyer knelt on the ground. Ah! The burly man from Heaven Destroyer looked up to the sky and roared. He was extremely humiliated. His eyes were full of shame and anger. What are you screaming for? Get lost, lowly thing. The strong man from the heavenly human tribe kicked the man from the heaven exterminating troop out of the fighting ring. When he flew out of the fighting ring, his lotus automatically flew over and caught him. Then, it flew back to its original position. However, the roots of the lotus began to shrink rapidly. From 3 zhang tall, they had shrunk to 2 zhang tall. The celestial race man took a step forward and returned to his lotus flower. His lotus flower also flew back. However, the root of the lotus flower rose from 3 feet to 4 feet tall. It rose by 1 foot. Damn it! The people on Heaven Destroyer's side roared angrily. They were extremely displeased. Losing a battle was not a big deal. The main thing was that the people from the heavenly human tribe had gone too far. On the other hand, the people from the heavenly human tribe sneered with disdain. The first battle had already caused the tension between Heaven Destroyer and the heavenly human tribe to be very high. At this time, 2 more lotus flowers flew toward the fighting ring and approached it. This time, the 2 contestants were not from Heaven Destroyer or the heavenly human tribe. Instead, they were from 2 major tribes in the primitive universe. The combat power of the 2 contestants was about the same. After a few hundred fierce moves, one of them finally won by a slight advantage. The winner's lotus root would be raised by 10 feet while the loser's lotus root would be lowered by 10 feet. Then, 2 more people went up. Just like that, the 2-on-2 battles continued. Some of them had a huge difference in strength, and victory and defeat were quickly decided. However, there were also some who had similar strength, and it would take a long time for victory and defeat to be decided. Moreover, some people were killed on the battle stage. However, once someone was killed, their flesh and blood would fly back to the lotus and revive. It was just that a large amount of essence energy was consumed. Seeing the others come back to life with their own eyes made everyone feel reassured. The battle that followed became even more intense. It was a battle of life and death. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. It seems like you can pass the exam if you have the strength of the ninth great supreme god layer. After a few days of observation, Lu Ming realized that the weakest of the 36,000 people who had passed the selection had the strength of the ninth great supreme god layer. Take note, it's combat prowess that reaches a certain level, not a certain level of cultivation. As long as your battle prowess reaches the ninth great supreme god layer, you can pass the selection. Therefore, not all of those 36,000 people had the strength of the ninth great supreme god layer. Many of them had the strength of the 8th, 7th, or 6th great supreme god layer, and they had the strength of the ninth great supreme god layer. 36,000 people would compete in pairs. It would take quite some time for all of them to be done. Time passed day by day. Soon, half a month had passed. During this period, Autumn Moon, Xianxia, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others all fought. They didn't encounter any strong opponents, and they didn't encounter any heavenly human tribe members either. They won easily. Their lotus roots had all reached a height of 12 meters. Lu Ming also saw Dark Knight Rose, Di Jiani, Yin Jiuling and the others fight. They defeated their opponents in one move, which gave people a feeling that they were unfathomable. These people are getting stronger and stronger. If they don't use their full strength, it's hard to tell their real battle prowess. Lu Ming thought. As for the sons and daughters of heaven from the heavenly palace, their opponents admitted defeat immediately. Because they knew they would lose without a fight. Why not save some strength for themselves? At this moment, 2 more people went up. Gabbert. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This was because one of them was Gabe. The other person was a young man. He was tall and sturdy, and his body emitted an ancient aura. He was a genius from the Heaven Destroyer, a descendant of the primordial divine spirit. The aura he gave off was the aura of the primordial divine spirit. You're Gabbert. I know you. You're a genius on the universe genius list. The descendant of the primordial divine spirit from the Heaven Destroyer said. Since you know my name, why don't you admit defeat? Gabbert said coldly. He was full of confidence. Admit defeat? Ha ha ha, although Gabbert is a genius on the universe genius list, you're at the bottom. In my eyes, you're nothing. The descendant of the primordial divine spirit laughed contemptuously. The people from the Heaven Destroyer were also very disgusted with the angels. Because the angels were completely the lackeys of the heavenly human tribe. Over the years, the angels had hunted down many Heaven Destroyer. You're courting death. Being looked down upon, Gabbert's eyes flashed with cruel murderous intent. Then, a powerful aura burst out from his body, and 12 angel wings stretched out from his back. Why are his angel wings golden? Exclamations came from the scene. Even Lu Ming's eyes flashed a few times, revealing a look of surprise. This was because the wings of the angels were almost all pure white. In the legends, there were fallen angels who had pitch black wings. However, there were very few golden angel wings. There was only one situation that would appear, and that was the Angel King. Oh my god, those are the Angel King wings. Has Gabbert's bloodline turned into the Angel King bloodline? Is it really the Angel King? Many people were discussing, especially those from the top 10 races. They were all famous races, so they naturally knew each other better. The Angel King bloodline was the legendary bloodline of the angels. It was known as the strongest bloodline of the angels. Gabbert had evolved into the Angel King bloodline? It's the royal bloodline. It's really the royal bloodline. How did Gabbert succeed? Some people spoke, their voices were filled with disbelief. These were the other geniuses of the angels. Among the angels, the geniuses who were as famous as Gabbert or even more famous than Gabbert were the most shocked. As an angel, they could naturally tell at a glance that it was the Angel King bloodline. The reason for that was because they felt an enormous amount of pressure and fear from that oppressive might. That was the fear of a superior being. Ha ha ha, good. Outside, the elders of the angels laughed loudly. These were the divine masters of the angels. They had all retreated outside after losing the competition. At this moment, they were extremely excited. The godly lords of the angel race were extremely excited, while the godly lords of the other top 10 races looked gloomy. The reason for that was because this was not a good thing for them. Once the angel royal bloodline reached its peak, its strength would be extremely terrifying. Moreover, the angel royal bloodline had limitless potential, and it would have a chance to reach the origin realm in the future. Once the angel race had one more origin realm existence, their strength would increase greatly, and it would be easy for them to suppress the other top 10 races. Other than the quasi-saint race, no other race could compare to the angel race. This Gilbert, to think that he has such potential. The geniuses on the universe prodigy list looked very solemn. Even the top 10 geniuses were the same. The angel royal bloodline was enough to threaten everyone on the universe prodigy list, including the terrifying existences at the top of the list. The people outside the arena had different feelings. On the battle platform, the descendant of the primordial divine spirit narrowed his eyes, and he looked extremely solemn. Boom, he also unleashed a powerful aura, and his body quickly enlarged, turning into a giant beast. This was the form of the primordial divine spirit. Transforming into the form of the primordial divine spirit was the most powerful battle form of the descendant of the primordial divine spirit. Lose. The descendant of the primordial divine spirit roared and pounced on Gabbert. He grabbed at Gabbert with his sharp claws, wanting to tear Gabbert to pieces. The void vibrated, emitting a terrifying fluctuation. 7-star battle strength. Many people were shocked. As soon as the descendant of the primordial divine spirit attacked, some powerful people could sense that the descendant of the primordial divine spirits battle strength had reached 7 stars. Of course, his cultivation was also at the 9th level of the divine emperor realm. This battle strength was absolutely powerful, and he could indeed look down on Gabbert, who was ranked at the bottom of the universe prodigy list. However, he did not expect Gabbert to evolve into an angel royal bloodline. Schwa, at this moment, Gabbert moved. His body was enveloped in golden holy light. He rushed out as if his entire body had turned into a golden sword, slashing at the descendant of the primordial divine spirit. Puff, a clear sound spread in the air. The attack of the descendant of the primitive godly spirit was broken in an instant. The gigantic body stiffened, and a golden sword light flashed. Gabbert's body reappeared on the other side of the battle stage. Primordial divine spirit's descendant of the primordial divine spirit's forehead. And the blood became bigger and bigger, until it covered his entire body. How? How is this possible? Said the descendant of the primordial god spirit. His voice was filled with disbelief. Then, with a thump, his body was split in half and he collapsed onto the fighting platform. In's descendant of the primordial divine spirit's attack. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air, especially the geniuses who had competed with Jia Bot before. They were even more shocked. He had killed a descendant of the primordial godly spirit with the power of 7 stars in one strike. What kind of power was that? 8 or 9 stars, 9 pro combat battle, but everyone had the same opinion, which was that Gabbert had an unimaginable adventure in the Taisheng celestial city. Otherwise, he would not have been able to improve so much. It was not because of the improvement of his cultivation, but because his battle strength had increased tremendously. Normally, if one's cultivation improved quickly, their battle strength would decrease, and it would be even more difficult to improve. However, Gabbert's cultivation had not only increased to the 9th level of the Great Supreme God realm, but his battle strength had also increased tremendously. It was really incredible. Swoosh, swoosh. The descendant of the primordial divine spirit's flesh and blood turned into rays of light, flying towards the lotus. Then, the descendant of the primordial divine spirit's body reappeared on the lotus. He had come back to life. However, there was still fear in his eyes. If it had been somewhere else, he would have been killed. Although he had come back to life, the fear was still there. He was scared of Gabbert. At this moment, Gabbert looked at Lu Ming. Mu Yun, no, I should call you Lu Ming. Gabbert's voice was cold and disdainful. He continued, back then, in the elf tribe, didn't you want to challenge me? Didn't you want to make a 1,000-year promise with me? I hope you won't be eliminated so early. If you meet me later, I will let you die first. At this moment, Gabbert was full of confidence, as if he could kill Lu Ming easily. Gabbert, you loser, have you forgotten that I broke your wings and you escaped so quickly? Lu Ming mocked. Gabbert's face turned cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Recalling what had happened last time, he was filled with killing intent towards Lu Ming. Breaking his wings was a great humiliation for the angel tribe. It was a stain in his life. He swore that he would definitely kill Lu Ming in the future. Otherwise, it would be difficult to wash away his shame. Back then, I was careless, but this time I will kill you with one hand, said Gabbert coldly. It wasn't that he was overconfident, it was just that he was completely confident. Because Lu Ming's cultivation level was only that of the 8th Great Supreme God layer. Indeed, everyone could see that Lu Ming's cultivation level was only that of the 8th Great Supreme God layer. Because Lu Ming had used the Great Imitation technique to imitate the Qi of the 8th Great Supreme God layer. The Great Imitation technique was ranked 3rd among the 3,000 ancient secret skills. It was really mysterious. Not only could it imitate other people's Qi, but it could also imitate their cultivation level. Almost no one could see through it. Even an almighty would not be able to tell Lu Ming's exact cultivation level. Facing Lu Ming, who only had the strength of the 8th Great Supreme God layer, Gabbert was extremely confident that he could easily kill Lu Ming. Many people looked at Lu Ming. Now, they all knew that Lu Ming was Mu Yun. Many people had heard that Mu Yun and Gabbert had made a promise of 1,000 years because of the elf princess. It'll be interesting if those two fight. Many people had the same thought. I also hope that I can meet you. I don't mind breaking your wings again, said Lu Ming coldly. It's useless to show off. Try your best to survive, Gilbert said coldly. He took a step forward and returned to the top of the lotus. His lotus had risen by 1 zhang, reaching a height of 4 zhang. At that moment, 2 more lotuses flew towards the fighting stage. One of them was Lu Ming. Finally, it's my turn. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. It's Lu Ming's turn. Let's see how strong he is. Lu Ming has a forbidden body. He's definitely not weak. I think he's at least 10 stars. Is a forbidden body really that strong? It shouldn't be weak. But it's very difficult to reach 11 stars. Some people were discussing spiritedly. No, he's probably really at 11 stars. We can't be careless, said a genius from the Heavenly Human clan. It was Yichu Qianyue. Everyone's hearts trembled as they looked to Yichu Qianyue. Yichu Qianyue was a son of heaven. A son of heaven had spoken in person. This was no small matter. Did Yichu Qianyue fight with Lu Ming? Is Lu Ming's combat ability really that powerful? Many people were shocked. Yelu Shirkai, don't underestimate him, Yichu Qianyue said. That's right, Lu Ming's opponent this time was also from the Heavenly Human tribe, a top genius of the Heavenly Human tribe. The two of them flew to the fighting stage and faced each other. Don't worry, Your Highness, I will defeat him. Yelu Shirkai nodded. His eyes were as sharp as a sword as he looked at Lu Ming. Asterisk sizzle, asterisk wisps of pure white lightning spread out from his body and covered his entire body. This was the heavenly punishment energy. Since the emperor had spoken, Yelu Shirkai didn't dare to underestimate Lu Ming. He used the heavenly punishment energy at the beginning. The heavenly punishment energy around Yelu Shirkai's body intertwined and condensed into a goshawk. Different people would have different ways of using the 4 ultimate heavenly powers, and each person would have a different way of using them. Yelu Shirkai's method was different from others. He turned the heavenly punishment energy into a goshawk and covered his whole body. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk the goshawk flapped its wings and rushed towards Lu Ming. A strong wind blew and the void kept exploding. A violent force pressed towards Lu Ming. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Lu Ming clenched his fist and a long spear condensed. He thrust the spear forward and collided with the goshawk's sharp claws. There was a violent explosion. The spear and the lightning swept out in all directions. Then, the two figures retreated quickly. This move was evenly matched. What? The pupils of the majority of the people at the scene shrank, revealing expressions of shock. They were shocked by Lu Ming's strength. A moment before, Lu Ming had indeed displayed the strength of the 8th grade Supreme God layer. However, he had managed to block Yi Lui Shirkai's attack with the strength of the 8th grade Supreme God layer. That was terrifying. This was because everyone could see that Yi Lui Shirkai's battle prowess had reached 9 stars. Lu Ming's cultivation was 1 level lower than Yi Lui Shirkai's, yet he was able to block Yi Lui Shirkai's attack. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming's battle prowess had reached 12 stars? Hiss, a series of gasps could be heard. 12 stars of battle prowess, this was too terrifying. The 4 heavenly palaces had 9 heavenly princes and heavenly daughters in total. Most of the heavenly daughters only had 11 stars of battle prowess. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming had surpassed most of the heavenly sons and daughters at the same level and was invincible? The taboo energy was actually so terrifying, no wonder even Yichu Qianyue warned him. We can't let this kid live. Outside the Supreme Immortal City, an old Empyrean spoke. His aged eyes were now filled with cold killing intent. He was a giant of the Heavenly Palace, an origin realm existence. He had lived for a long time and knew how terrifying it was to have 12 stars of battle prowess in the great Supreme God realm. As long as he was alive, he might become another lord of the ancient divine court in the future, or someone like Fei Huang, who would become a great enemy of the Heavenly Palace. They must find a way to get rid of such a person. That's right. Once this matter is over, we must find a way to get rid of him. We can't let him grow. Another Empyrean spoke. Who do you want to get rid of? You'll have to get through me first. A cold voice sounded. It was naturally Fei Huang. Fei Huang's long dress fluttered as she stood on a black lotus, looking like a demon among demons. Humph. The other Empyreans snorted, but they were still quite afraid of Fei Huang, so they didn't say anything. Standing on one of the lotuses, Gilbert's pupils suddenly shrank. 12 stars of battle prowess. This Lu Ming really has 12 stars of battle prowess. Gabbert whispered. He was very shocked, but soon, his shock turned into an even stronger killing intent. After all, he had fought with Lu Ming in an intense battle. At that time, he was defeated by Lu Ming with his higher cultivation. In the end, he escaped with broken wings. At that time, he guessed that Lu Ming's battle prowess was either 11 or 12 stars. Now that it was confirmed, although he was shocked, he quickly reacted. Lu Ming, so what if you have 12 stars of battle prowess? I'll still kill you. Gabbert shouted in a low voice, still confident. On the battle stage, Yi Lui Shirkai was extremely shocked. He looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Is this all your strength? It's not enough to kill me. Lu Ming mocked. It's enough to kill you. Yi Lui Shirkai shouted and continued to attack Lu Ming. A goshawk, completely condensed by the power of heavenly punishment, with claws sharper than divine weapons, grabbed Lu Ming's head. Whoosh, Lu Ming waved his long spear. Spear light flashed as he fought with Yi Lui Shirkai. Boom. Boom, this time, the two fought with speed. They kept exchanging blows and colliding. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. However, it was still a draw. Kill, kill, kill. Yi Lui Shirkai's eyes were red with killing intent. He pushed his battle prowess to the extreme and kept attacking Lu Ming. Lu Ming also pushed his battle prowess to the extreme to fight with his opponent. However, Lu Ming kept his cultivation at the 8th layer of the Great God Realm. The reason why he hid his cultivation was that he was afraid that if he showed a higher cultivation, the people of the Heavenly Palace would be afraid and admit defeat as soon as they saw him. How boring would that be? Although he couldn't really kill the people of the Heavenly Human Tribe here, he could still abuse them, right? At the same time, he could also attack the morale of the Heavenly Human Tribe and their arrogant attitude. And that Gabbert, he really wanted to see the expressions on those people's faces when he turned the tables on them. It would definitely be very interesting. Soon, the two exchanged more than 200 blows. At this time, Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand. Because after a few hundred blows, Yi Lui Shirkai's strength was running out. Constantly using the power of heavenly punishment consumed a lot of energy. And Lu Ming's strength was still at the peak. Yi Lui Shirkai is going to lose. The forbidden power is long-lasting. He has a great advantage in a battle of the same level. Yelushur Kai, admit defeat. The people of the heavenly human tribe discussed. Some even asked Yelushur Kai to admit defeat to avoid being humiliated. Want to admit defeat? It's too late. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot, reappearing behind Yelushur Kai. Great Aurora Art, activate, whoosh, then, a spear light burst out, piercing towards Yelushur Kai's dantian. Too fast, Yelushur Kai was already exhausted. It was too late for him to dodge. His dantian was directly pierced by the spear light. Ah! Yelushur Kai screamed, suffering endless pain. Yelushur Kai was about to shout and admit defeat. But Lu Ming slapped Yelushur Kai's face. With a bang, Yelushur Kai's face was smashed. The powerful force directly destroyed Yelushur Kai's tongue and throat, making him unable to make a sound. Lu Ming smashed Yelushur Kai's face with one slap, forcing him to swallow back the words admit defeat. Then, he pressed down with his hand, and a powerful force erupted, enveloping Yelushur Kai's entire body. With a bang, Yelushur Kai knelt down in front of Lu Ming. An eye for an eye. Previously, the people of the heavenly human tribe treated the people of Heaven Destroyer in this way. Now, Lu Ming used the same method to return the favor, letting the heavenly human tribe feel the feeling of being humiliated in public. The people of the heavenly human tribe were in an uproar. They were different from the people of Heaven Destroyer. The heavenly human tribe was high and mighty. They had ruled the primitive universe for countless years. For so many years, they looked down on the universe and regarded other creatures in the universe as ants. Any member of the heavenly human tribe would be praised high and mighty as long as they went out. They were rarely humiliated. At this time, a top genius of the heavenly human tribe was kneeling in front of Lu Ming. It had always been other creatures kneeling to them. When did they kneel to other creatures? Therefore, when such a thing happened, their tolerance was very low. Their mentality was completely broken. Damn bastard, what are you doing? You're committing a crime, a heinous crime. No one can save you. You're finished, you're completely finished. Many people of the heavenly human tribe roared. Their eyes were wide open, and they were furious. Seeing the appearance of the heavenly human tribe, the people of the other races suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure in their hearts. They also took pleasure in their misfortune. However, Lu Ming responded to them with an even more violent action. Bang! Under the pressure of the forbidden power, Yelushur Kai's entire body fell to the ground. His bones cracked and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. He looked like he was prostrating himself in front of Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming stepped down and stomped on Yelushur Kai's face. The heavenly human tribe roared again and again. Their anger soared to the sky as if they were about to be burned by anger. This time, even the divine masters and heavenly venerables outside couldn't bear it anymore. Lu Ming, do you know the consequences of humiliating my heavenly human tribe? An old celestial venerable said, the threat in his voice obvious. However, would Lu Ming be afraid? Lu Ming gave him a sidelong glance and said disdainfully, Old man, do you think I'm scared? You're threatening me as if you'll let me off if I don't do this? After being mocked by Lu Ming, even the Empyrean, who had lived for countless years, narrowed his eyes and flashed with cold killing intent. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't make a move here, he wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to kill Lu Ming. A mere lowly ant actually dared to mock him, an exalted Empyrean? How audacious! However, he didn't say anything in the end. Firstly, he couldn't bring himself to quarrel with a junior. The second reason was that he really didn't know what to say, because what Lu Ming said was correct. If Lu Ming didn't do this, would the celestial race let him go? It was clearly impossible. Therefore, what did Lu Ming have to fear? The celestial race thinks you're high and mighty, but let me tell you, in front of me, you're just dogs. Do you understand? You have to lie down obediently. Those behind, listen up. If you meet me later in the competition, lie down obediently like a dog. Otherwise, you'll all end up like this. Lu Ming's voice spread in all directions. Boom, 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 anger, anger on top of anger. Almost all of the celestial race erupted with powerful auras. Even the heavenly venerables couldn't control themselves and erupted with terrifying auras. "Ah, I'm so angry. Son of a bitch, you're courting death, courting death, courting death. I'm going to tear him apart." The young celestial race or the strong celestial race roared crazily and flew into a rage. They couldn't wait to pounce on Lu Ming and skin him alive. Terrifying killing intent gathered and whistled in the air, but Lu Ming didn't care at all. He and the celestial race had long been in an irreconcilable situation. Therefore, he felt very comfortable to be able to anger these arrogant celestial race. He felt extremely refreshed upon seeing the enraged heavenly human tribe powerful beings. Not only him, but the people on the Heaven Destroyer's side felt even more refreshed. The humiliation they had suffered before was swept away. It was as if all the pores on their bodies had opened. The way they looked at Lu Ming had changed. In their eyes, Lu Ming had become extraordinarily cute. Bang! At this time, Lu Ming attacked again. He kicked out and kicked Yalu Shirkai's head. With a bang, Yalu Shirkai's head exploded and he died on the spot. Of course, he wouldn't really die here. Yalu Shirkai's body turned into rays of light and flew back to the lotus, then reformed. Yalu Shirkai was resurrected. However, his aura was a bit weak, and his eyes were full of fear when he looked at Lu Ming. He had developed a fear of Lu Ming and had developed an inner demon. This guy has a 12-star battle prowess. Some people among the celestial race had slowly calmed down, such as Yichu Tianji. At this moment, when Yichu Tianji looked at Lu Ming, his killing intent was incomparably cold. In the universe, there were too many people who had a 12-star battle prowess and could be compared to him. Before entering the highest immortal city, he thought that in the universe, only Yi Ling Hongya could be his opponent. He felt that there were too many people. What he wanted was to be invincible in the universe and suppress an era. Behind him, another Xianxia ran out. He actually also had a 12-star battle prowess and was not weaker than him. This made him extremely furious. But now, Lu Ming's battle prowess was also 12 stars. Although Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 8th layer of the Great Supreme God realm, it was easy to break through. It wouldn't be difficult to break through given some time. At that time, Lu Ming would be in existence not weaker than him. There were too many, and he couldn't stand it. He had to get rid of some of them. He was already planning how to get rid of Lu Ming after leaving the highest immortal city. It would be best if he could get rid of Xianxia as well. Under the cold and murderous gazes, Lu Ming returned to the lotus. The roots of the lotus under his feet quickly grew taller and became 40 feet tall. After Lu Ming, the competition continued. There were a total of 36,000 people, which meant that there would be 18,000 battles. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. During this period, Lu Ming saw Dark Knight Rose, Di Jianni, Yin Jiuling and the others easily defeating their opponents without any pressure. This time, the competition took a whole month before it finally ended. In this way, there was an obvious change in the height of the lotus roots. Among them, 18,000 people's lotus roots had become 40 feet tall, and the other 18,000 people's lotus roots had become 20 feet tall. Lu Ming and the others stood on the 40 feet tall lotus and looked down at the 20 feet tall lotuses. Those on the 20 feet tall lotuses had to look up at them, which stimulated many people's battle intent. End of chapter. I still have a chance. I will definitely fight my way up. A temporary failure is nothing. Sooner or later, I will stand at the top and look down on others. Many people on the 2 feet tall lotus swore in their hearts. Everyone wanted to stand at the top and look down on others. The lotus seemed to be able to distinguish between the nobles and the lowly ones. Those standing on the 4 feet tall lotus dared not be careless. They secretly warned themselves that they had to continue winning because once they lost, others would appear above them and look down on them. They would have to look up to others. Just the simple rise and fall of the lotus had completely ignited the battle intent in everyone's hearts. Soon, the second round of the competition began. 2 4-feet-long lotus flowers flew toward the fighting ring. The first was the 4 feet tall area. Generally speaking, it was a 4 feet tall lotus flower against a 4 feet tall lotus flower. Only under special circumstances would there be a battle between lotus flowers of different heights. Hey, it's Bubbles. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect that it would be Bubbles' turn to fight in the first round of the second round. Bubbles' opponent was also a young prodigy of the heavenly human tribe. It's a space-time spirit mouse. She looks pretty good. The prodigy of the heavenly human tribe was very arrogant. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Bubbles indifferently. After a few words, he said, "Admit defeat." I don't want to bully a woman, especially a beautiful one. He had the right to be confident because he was considered a top prodigy of the heavenly human tribe with a 10-star combat power. He was just below the 9 heavenly daughters. Although the space-time spirit mouse could control time and space and was very talented, he still did not take it seriously. You want me to admit defeat? Bubbles was surprised. That's right. Hurry up and admit defeat before you embarrass yourself. The prodigy of the heavenly human tribe said. If his opponent was not a woman and was a space-time spirit mouse, she could be considered as a member of the heavenly palace. That was why he gave her a chance. If she was a member of the Heaven Destroyer, he would have already attacked. He would not give her the slightest chance. Most of the heavenly human tribe members at the scene were also relaxed and calm. They thought that they would definitely win this competition. However, a few of the heavenly human tribe members looked a little gloomy. For example, Yichu Tianji, Yichu Qianyue and the others. They had fought with Bubble before and had seen her in action. They knew her strength very well. That was a genuine 11-star battle prowess. Moreover, it was the power of time and space, which was extremely difficult to deal with. On the battle stage, the heavenly human race's prodigy actually asked Bubble to admit defeat. Wasn't this a joke? Wasn't this asking for humiliation? Yi Hanlin, admit defeat. Yichu Qianyue spoke. What? The skyprite of the heavenly human tribe on the fighting ring was called Yi Hanlin. When he heard Yi Qianyue's words, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Not only him, but the other members of the heavenly human tribe were also dumbfounded. Yi Qianyue actually asked Yi Hanlin to admit defeat. What was going on? Is there something wrong with? Chu Qianyue's head, seeing Yi Hanlin standing there in a daze, Yichu Qianyue was secretly anxious. He knew that Bubbles was on Lu Ming's side. Once they made a move, Yi Hanlin might be humiliated again. Rather than being humiliated, it was better to just admit defeat. What are you standing there for? I told you to admit defeat. Hurry up and admit defeat. Yi Qianyue said. Admit defeat? That's impossible. Yi Hanlin shook his head and refused. Your Majesty, although you're an emperor, you can't ask me to admit defeat so easily. Don't worry. It's just a space-time spirit mouse. It's just a piece of cake. You're no match for her. Yi Qianyue's face darkened. What? This time, the crowd was even more shocked. What did Yi Qianyue say? Yi Hanlin was no match for Bubble. Yi Hanlin had a 10-star battle prowess. Could it be that Bubble also had a 10-star battle prowess? Or even stronger? Impossible. As far as they knew, among the emperor gods of the space-time spirit mouse, none had a 10-star battle prowess. The strongest one only had a 9-star battle prowess. How could Yi Hanlin be no match for Bubble? Many people's first reaction was to not believe it. Yi Hanlin himself didn't believe it. Your Majesty, please believe in my strength. I'm confident in my own strength. I'll definitely win this match. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Hanlin charged toward Bubble and launched an attack, not giving Yi Qianyue a chance to speak. This idiot, Yi Qianyue shouted angrily. At this time, Bubble also made her move. Her small hands moved gently, and ripples spread out in the void. They were like pieces of mirrors that pressed down on Yi Hanlin. Yi Hanlin's speed suddenly slowed down. His body seemed to have sunk into a quagmire and was met with great resistance. Heavenly annihilation energy, break! Yi Hanlin shouted. His heavenly annihilation energy burst out and condensed into a battle saber. He slashed in all directions, trying to break through the space-time force. However, Bubble's current battle prowess had reached 12 stars. Her glabella shone as she activated the 2 origin ancient characters and pushed the space-time force to the extreme. Although Yi Hanlin's heavenly annihilation energy was powerful, it couldn't break through the space-time force. The space that he could move in was constantly being compressed. The powerful space-time force from all directions continued to press down on Yi Hanlin. Arg! Damn it! How is this possible? Yi Hanlin shouted as he attacked madly. He was extremely shocked. He didn't expect Bubble to be so terrifying. Her space-time force was so powerful that even his heavenly annihilation energy couldn't break through it. The heavenly annihilation energy was extremely powerful. In the past, it could even destroy time and space. However, it was ineffective now. This also showed that there was no such thing as an invincible power. It depended on the user. When the quantity of a low-level power reached a certain level, it could still suppress a high-level power. Everyone else at the scene was also dumbfounded and tongue-tied. As long as they weren't fools, they could tell that Yi Hanlin was completely at a disadvantage. He was no match for Bubble. Now, they finally understood why Xianxia asked Yi Hanlin to surrender. It was because Yi Hanlin was no match for Bubbles. Xianxia was thinking for Yi Hanlin. Unfortunately, Yi Hanlin didn't believe Xianxia at first. It was too late for regrets now. Crush him! Bubble shouted. She pressed her hands together and the space-time force pressed down on Yi Hanlin. Puff! Yi Hanlin coughed out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't withstand it. Even the saber in his hand that was formed by the heavenly annihilation energy dimmed and collapsed. Immediately after, the space-time force wrapped around Yi Hanlin, preventing him from moving at all. Get lost! With a wave of his hand, Yi Hanlin's body was sent flying out of the fighting stage. Bubble didn't kill Yi Hanlin. She didn't humiliate him either, even though she wanted to. However, Bubble had her scruples. She had to be careful of the space-time spirit rats. If she went overboard, it would be disadvantageous to the space-time spirit rats. End of chapter. Flying out of the ring was tantamount to defeat. Yi Hanlin flew back to the lotus, and the lotus flew back to its original position. Its height began to decrease, from 40 feet to 30 feet. Bubble, on the other hand, rose from 40 feet to 30 feet, temporarily looking down on everyone. Damn space-time spirit rats, I'll wipe out your sect, Yi Hanlin kept roaring in his heart. He was furious, although Bubble did not deliberately humiliate him, his performance before and after was still very embarrassing. At first, he was very confident. He asked Bubble to admit defeat as soon as he came up, as if he was sure to win. Later on, Xianxia asked him to admit defeat, but he did not agree. He still thought that he had Bubble in the bag, so he decisively attacked. In the end, he was easily defeated by Bubble. The comparison between before and after was a slap in the face. Instead, it was he who deliberately gave Bubble the slap in the face. No one could stop him. Therefore, although Bubble did not deliberately humiliate him, he was still full of hatred for Bubble. If Bubble had been defeated by him, this would not have happened. Would he have lost face? However, at this time, 2 more lotus flowers flew to the ring. The competition continued. It was a duel between 40 feet tall. The winner's lotus root rose to 50 feet, while the loser's lotus root fell back to 30 feet. The competition continued one after another. Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and Dandan had all competed. Their opponents were not very strong, so they defeated them easily. At the same time, Lu Ming also saw Ling Yue. She had taken a drop of the 5 elements fairy tear and had undergone a perfect evolution. Her strength was unfathomable, and she defeated her opponent easily. From time to time, she would sneak a glance at Lu Ming. However, when Lu Ming looked at her, she quickly averted her gaze, expressionless. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He had hurt another woman's heart, but he did not do it on purpose. Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and Dandan did not meet any strong opponents. The lotus root successfully rose to 50 feet tall. However, Yi Ling's luck was not very good. He met a strong opponent. Gabbert, yes, coincidentally, Yi Ling met Gabbert in the second round. Heaven Destroyer? Very well, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Gabbert sneered and spread his 12 golden wings. The golden holy light seemed to be boiling. Nonsense, let's do it. Yi Ling could not be bothered to talk nonsense with Gabbert. He immediately attacked, transforming into a beam of sword light as he charged towards Gabbert. Kill! Gabbert also shouted. Golden holy light condensed into a golden battle sword and slashed at Yilin. The two dazzling sword lights met in the air, and a shocking explosion burst forth. The place where the swords collided was like a sun exploding. Endless sword chi spread out in all directions, leaving fine sword marks on the fighting ring. However, these sword marks quickly disappeared. This battle platform seemed to have a self-healing function. Cracks or marks could be repaired automatically. Amidst the sword light that filled the sky, a figure retreated several hundred meters. It was Yiling. As for Gabbert, he did not move at all. In the previous exchange, Yiling was actually at a disadvantage. Even Lu Ming was surprised. Gabbert's combat strength has increased so much. Even Yiling is no match for him. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming had met Gabbert when he had just entered the second level of the Taishang Immortal City. At that time, Gabbert's combat strength was only 6 stars. Now, it had reached such a terrifying level. Yiling's combat strength had reached the limit of 9 stars. Gabbert could suppress Yiling, which was enough to show that Gabbert's combat strength had reached 10 stars. This was close to the combat strength of the Heavenly Princess. It was absolutely shocking. There were not many Emperor gods in the entire universe. Great! When the angels saw this, they could not help but cheer loudly. They were very excited. Heaven Destroyer Prodigy, die! Gabbert was extremely excited. He shouted and continued to attack Yiling Clang. The sound of a sword rang out from Yiling's body. He turned into a sword light and flew in another direction. He was no match for Gabbert in a head-on collision. Then, he could only use a wandering method to slowly exhaust his opponent's strength. Having a higher combat strength by 1 star did not mean that he would definitely win. Those who had a lower combat strength by 1 star did not necessarily lose. Under certain circumstances, there was still a possibility of a comeback. Of course, in a head-on collision, having a higher combat strength by 1 star would definitely give him an overall advantage. Therefore, Yiling did not want to clash head-on with his opponent. If he could exhaust his opponent's strength, he would have a chance of winning. Humph, you want to use this method to deal with me? How naive. Holy light judgment, Gabbert roared. Holy light erupted, and a huge cross condensed in the sky. Lu Ming had seen it when he fought Gabbert. Gilbert trained in a single type of divine power, but he had mastered 2 types of quintessence secret arts. The Holy Light Judgment Cross was one of his origin secret techniques. However, it was pure white at that time. Now, it was golden. Its power was countless times more terrifying than before. The golden cross floated in the air, emitting a dazzling holy light that enveloped every corner of the fighting ring. Then, beams of light flew out from the cross of holy light. These beams of light were sharper than the sharpest sword, and they were aimed at Yiling. Although Yiling was very fast and kept flashing on the fighting ring, there were too many beams of light flying out from the holy light cross. They were densely packed and covered the entire fighting ring. It was difficult to count. Yiling could not avoid all of them. He could only block with his sword. Clang! 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 The sound of swords clashing rang out continuously. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of clashes. After dozens of clashes, the sword light that Yiling had transformed into suddenly trembled and collapsed. His body emerged and retreated rapidly. There was a bloody hole in his chest. It was clear that he had been pierced by the beams of the holy light cross. Die! Gabbert shouted and continued to control the holy light cross. More beams of light blasted towards Yiling. Yiling did not hesitate. He turned around and rushed out of the fighting ring. He was giving up the battle and admitting defeat. You must die once. Gabbert shouted coldly. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent. He would not let Yiling escape from the fighting ring so easily. This time, he wanted to make a name for himself and catch the attention of the important people in the Heavenly Palace. From then on, he would become the core of the Heavenly Palace. This was his goal. Every one of his opponents would become his stepping stones, especially Yiling, a prodigy from the Heaven Exterminating Troop. A blood-red sword appeared between his eyebrows. This was Gabbert's second origin secret technique, Holy Light Sanction. Swoosh, The blood-red sword light pierced towards Yiling Holy Light Sanction was Gabert's second origin secret technique. It was even more powerful than the first origin secret technique. The Sanction longsword was blood-red. It blended in with the light beam and pierced toward Yiling's forehead at an alarming speed. Yiling was already injured. Furthermore, he had to focus on defending against the Holy Light Cross. He could not dodge the Sanction longsword. Pooh, the longsword pierced through Yiling's forehead and killed Lu Ming. Luckily, this was the area covered by the Taishang Immortal City. With the protection of the special lotus, he could revive. Yiling quickly revived on the lotus. However, he looked pale and his breath was weak. Gabert did not even look at Yiling. Instead, he held the Sanction longsword and pointed it at Lu Ming. He said in a cold voice, "Lu Ming, it will be your turn soon." "That's what I wanted to say to you." Lu Ming replied coldly. "Hee hee." Gabert chuckled. He took a step forward and returned to the lotus. His refined rhizome had grown to 15 meters tall. The competition continued. After a while, it was finally Lu Ming's turn. However, this time, Lu Ming's opponent was very weak. He was not from the heavenly human tribe but from another large tribe. His opponent was a strong man. He was a 9th-level godly god with a 5-star battle power. This kind of ability was considered top-notch among the god thearchs in the universe. However, compared to someone like Lu Ming, the difference was too great. Facing Lu Ming, this person did not dare to fight and immediately admitted defeat. Lu Ming won easily. The lotus roots under Lu Ming's feet had also reached 5 feet. Only a few of the later matches piqued Lu Ming's interest. These matches were between top-notch geniuses. One of them was Di Jiani. Di Jiani was up against a top-notch genius on the Universe Prodigy list. This genius was ranked 15th on the Universe Prodigy list. Without a doubt, he was a top-notch genius with a 9-star battle power. However, when he was up against Di Jiani, he was instantly killed by Di Jiani. Yes, it had only taken one sword strike to kill an absolute genius ranked 15th on the Universe Genius list. At the same time that they were shocked, they also firmly remembered Di Jiani in their hearts. Di Jiani, no one had heard of this name before and no one had seen him before. However, when he attacked, he was extremely stunning. He definitely had the qualifications to compete for the last 130 places. This also made it clear that this time, in addition to the geniuses on the surface, there were also many dark horses. After the 4 Zhongtal competition, it was time for the 2 Zhongtal competition. The second round of the competition also required 18,000 matches, and it also took more than a month to finish all of them. After the competition this time, there were many changes to the scene. There were more areas of different heights. It was mainly divided into 3 areas. There were 9,000 people with lotus roots that reached 15 meters. None of them were 4 zhang tall. Those whose lotus roots were 10 meters long were the most numerous, numbering 18,000 people. He didn't have any with a height of 20 feet. He had 9,000 people with a height of 10 feet. In the first 2 rounds of the competition, no one was really eliminated. However, from the 3rd round onwards, there would be people eliminated. In the 9 Zhongtal area, half of the living beings were destined to be eliminated. This made the people in the 10 Zhongtal area have a strong fighting spirit, revealing the determination to fight to the death. Especially those who thought that they were talented but had bad luck in the first 2 rounds, they were even more eager to fight and were ready to fight. Very quickly, the 3rd round began. This round actually started from the 10 Zhongtal area. In the 10 Zhongtal area, 2 lotuses flew to the fighting ring and the 3rd round of the competition began. However, Lu Ming wasn't interested in watching. There weren't any strong experts in the 10 Zhongtal area. Even if there were people with bad luck, it was very rare for them to encounter strong opponents for 2 consecutive rounds. There weren't many people who could attract Lu Ming's attention. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the lotus, closed his eyes, and calmed his mind to comprehend the secret technique, hoping to comprehend a second secret technique that belonged to him. He could imagine that if he wanted to break through from the God Emperor realm to the Divine Lord realm, he would have to comprehend his own secret technique. Moreover, it would have to be a stronger secret technique to break through the bottleneck and break through to the Divine Lord realm. He didn't want to waste any time. 7 or 8 days later, the competition in the Zhangtal area ended. Among them, 4,500 people failed. The lotus roots completely disappeared, which meant that they were completely defeated. Although the people who were killed were resurrected, they were also sent out of the light barrier to stay with the spectators. The other 4,500 people were raised to 20 feet tall. Then, it was the three Zhangtal area's turn. Lu Ming still didn't open his eyes to watch the competition, continuing to comprehend. There were 18,000 people in the three Zhangtal area. It took more than half a month for the competition to end. 9,000 people were raised to the 4 Zhangtal area, and the other 9,000 were lowered to the 2 Zhangtal area. Finally, it was the 5 Zhangtal area's turn. At this time, Lu Ming opened his eyes and began to observe. Although he had enough confidence now, he couldn't let his guard down. He wanted to see if there were any hidden experts who could pose a threat to him. The competition was carried out one after another. In this round, Autumn Moon and Dandan both met powerful opponents. Among them, Autumn Moon's opponent was a top-notch genius who had a 10-star battle prowess. He was also from the Heavenly Human tribe. But this time, Xianxia directly asked the Heavenly Human tribe genius to admit defeat. Although the Heavenly Human tribe's elite was extremely reluctant, he still admitted defeat after what had happened to Bubble previously. This was shocking. Could it be that Autumn Moon was as powerful as Bubble? Many people remembered Autumn Moon's performance in their hearts. Dandan's opponent was a burly man who had a 9-star battle prowess. He was easily defeated by Dandan. There were also some very powerful people in the prime of their lives. Among them, there were also top-notch geniuses. Of course, some of the top-notch geniuses in the prime of their lives had already stepped into the Divine Master realm. However, there were also some geniuses who suppressed their cultivation and didn't break through. Or because of various reasons, they couldn't break through. This kind of person also had terrifying battle prowess. After all, they had been cultivating for too long. Some of them had been cultivating for almost a star year. Therefore, Lu Ming wouldn't underestimate the prime of their lives. After this battle, Autumn Moon and Dandan successfully entered the eyes of everyone and were remembered. They were also regarded as existences who could almost enter the top 130. In this round, Xianxia and Ling Yue didn't meet any strong opponents and successfully advanced. The lotus root rose to 6 Zhangtal. Lu Ming's luck seemed to be very good. The opponent he met in this round wasn't strong. He easily defeated his opponent and won. In this round, the one who attracted Lu Ming's interest was Dark Knight Rose. She met an opponent with a 10-star battle prowess. This was a top-notch genius who was on the Heaven Destroyer's side. He was even more famous than Yi Ling. However, he was easily defeated by Dark Knight Rose. Dark Knight Rose easily defeated a prodigy with a 10-star battle power, which attracted everyone's attention and discussion. Even the Son of Heaven and Daughter of Heaven revealed shocked and grave expressions. The important figures of the Heavenly Palace who were watching the battle also looked at Dark Knight Rose. To be able to defeat a prodigy with a 10-star battle power so easily, one could imagine how terrifying her own battle power was. It was very likely that she had an 11-star battle power. One had to know that most of the sons and daughters of heaven only had an 11-star battle power. This battle power was comparable to that of the sons and daughters of heaven. There was a bubble that appeared before, which was obviously an 11-star battle power. Then there was a Autumn Moon. Xianxia directly asked a heavenly human prodigy with a 10-star battle power to admit defeat. It was suspected that he had an 11-star battle power. Including Dark Knight Rose now, there were 3 of them. What was going on? Was the world going to change? In the past, the sons and daughters of heaven who had an 11-star battle power were undoubtedly the dominators of their peers. It was difficult to find anyone who could match them in the entire universe. But now, there were 3 of them. Who knew how many of them had not used their full strength and were still hiding their strength? For example, Dandan and Djani had both easily defeated 9-star battle power existences. It was hard to guess how strong they were. In addition, it was unknown whether Gabert's battle power had reached its limit. This was unimaginable in the past. Many heavenly human prodigies' faces were particularly gloomy. This was not a good sign for the heavenly human tribe. The prodigies of the various races and factions were too powerful. They were comparable to the sons and daughters of heaven. In other words, when this group of prodigies grew to the peak, this group of heavenly human prodigies would not be able to suppress everyone. They would have opponents. This would seriously threaten the rule of the heavenly human tribe. If this was the case for every generation, sooner or later, there would be a force that could rival the heavenly palace. No, the heavenly palace, or the heavenly human tribe, would never allow such a thing to happen. Unless it could be used by them. Some divine masters and even heavenly venerables of the heavenly human tribe glanced at the top prodigies and memorized them. No one knew what they were thinking. The third round also took more than a month to complete. After this round, the number of people had decreased by 4,500. The total number of people was only 31,500. These 31,500 people were mainly divided into 3 regions. In the area where the lotus roots were 6 zhong tall, there were 4,500 people. The number of people with lotus roots that were 4 zhong tall was 13,500. There were also 13,500 people with lotus roots that were 20 feet tall. The gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. There were 3 zones, and each zone had a height difference of 20 feet. Then, the third round began. This round started from the 20 feet area. By the time the competition was over, 6,750 people had descended to a height of 10 feet. Another 6,750 people rose to a height of 10 meters. Then, the competition began in the 40 zhong zone. After the competition ended, 6,750 people went down to the 30 zhong zone. In this way, the total number of people in the 3 zhong zone had reached 13,500. The remaining 6,750 people had leveled up to the 5 zhong zone. After the 4 zhong zone ended, it was time for the 6 zhong zone, which was where Lu Ming was. This time, Lu Ming's opponent was still not strong. Without any pressure, he won. This time, Xianxia met a powerful prodigy with 10 stars. He was ranked in the top 10 on the universe prodigy list. This person was naturally not Xianxia's opponent and was defeated by Xianxia. This caused an uproar among the crowd. They were all shocked beyond words. There was one more person who could be compared to the heavenly princess. Yichu Tianji, Yichu Tianyue. A few people were less shocked because they knew Xianxing's strength. Especially Yichu Tianji, who had fought with Xianxing before and knew how terrifying Xianxing was. As for Lu Ming's acquaintances, Dark Knight Rose, Di Jiani, Yin Jiuling, and others, they did not meet any strong opponents. They all successfully leveled up their lotus roots by 10 feet to 20 feet. After this round, according to the height, there were a total of 4 zones. There were 2,250 people in the 20-foot zone. There were 9,000 people in the 50-foot zone. There were 13,500 people in the 30-foot zone. There were 6,750 people in the 10-foot zone. The 4 zones were divided into 4 grades. Lu Ming and the others were in the 70-foot zone, which naturally belonged to the first grade and also the strongest grade. Yi Ling and the others were in the 50-foot zone, which belonged to the second grade. The 30-foot zone belonged to the third grade. The 10-foot zone belonged to the fourth grade. Following that, there would be more and more grades, and the gap would become bigger and bigger. Soon, the 5th round began. In this round, another 3,375 people in the 10-foot zone were eliminated. Then it was the 30-foot zone, and then the 50-foot zone. In this round, Lu Ming still did not meet a strong opponent and still defeated his opponent easily. In this round, there were people who were not very famous, such as Ling Yue and Yin Jiuling, who had defeated strong opponents. After this round, there were still 4 grades. However, there was a big change in the number of people. Lu Ming and the others were in the first grade, and there were only 1,125 people left. The second grade had 5,625 people. Then, the 6th round began. As the competition continued, there were more and more rounds, and there were more and more grades. However, there was basically no point in competing for those at the back. It was impossible for those with real strength to be so unlucky and lose all the time. It was almost impossible for those at the back to compete for the first 130 places. Only those at the first 2 grades could compete for the first 130 places. For example, Yi Ling, Bubbles, or the 10-star prodigies from Autumn Moon, they were all in the second grade and had a high chance of competing for the 130 places. Not many people paid attention to those at the back. Of course, according to the rules, the competition still had to continue. It was just that some people had lost their fighting spirit, and some people still hoped to climb up. The competition went round after round. Of course, in the later rounds, there would be odd numbers. For example, from the 6th round onwards, there were odd numbers in the first and second grades. In this case, the odd number in the second grade would challenge the odd number in the first grade. If the challenge was won, the person in the second grade would successfully be promoted to the first grade. Just like that, round after round went on. Lu Ming's luck suddenly exploded. Since the first round, when he met the 9-star heavenly human, he had not met a strong opponent. The lotus root rose all the way. 80 feet, 90 feet, 100 feet, the number of people in the first 2 levels was decreasing. The number of people in the first level went from 1,125 to 562, then to 281. The number of people in the second level was decreasing as well. When the number of people in the first level was reduced to 70, the old voice sounded again. At this point, the rules of the competition need to be changed. I now announce that the 70 people in the first level will all enter the 130 spots and obtain the opportunity to connect to the Universe C. The remaining 60 people will be selected from the second level. The second level will be a tag team battle. The 60 people with the best battle records will also be selected. After the 130 spots are selected, the specific ranking battle will begin. As for the rest, they will all be eliminated. The old voice announced a series of new rules. Then, starting from the third level, everyone was sent out by a force. Obviously, these people had been eliminated. However, these people did not have any objections. They just sighed. This was because they already knew that it would be difficult for them to rush up and enter the top 130 spots. Then, the second level began the tag team battle. Everyone had to fight with others and then see their battle records. The person with the best battle record would enter the top 130 spots. Fierce battles broke out. This tag team battle went on for more than a month. In the end, 60 people stood out and entered the top 130 spots. These 60 people were the best of the best. Many of them had a 10-star battle power. In fact, most of the 70 people in the first level had a 10-star battle power. In the entire universe, there were many who had a 10-star battle power. For example, the top 10 on the Universe Prodigy list almost all had a 10-star battle power. On the Heaven Destroyer side, there were more than a dozen who had a 10-star battle power. Of course, the Celestial race had the most. There were at least 60 or 70 people with a 10-star battle power. In addition to Dark Knight Rose and the others, there were close to 100 people with a 10-star battle power. These people with a 10-star battle power were almost all guaranteed to enter the top 130 spots. In other words, those with a 10-star battle power and below could only compete for about 30 spots. One could imagine how fierce the competition was. Yi Ling had a 9-star battle power. In the end, after fierce battles, he finally succeeded in entering the top 130 spots. This way, the 130 people who were qualified to connect to Universe Ocean and comprehend the seed of origin were all selected. However, the competition wasn't over yet. This was because when connecting to Universe Ocean, the location was also very important. Different locations had different effects of connecting to Universe Ocean, and there were both good and bad effects. Some positions would be more effective, while others would be less effective. These positions all needed to be competed for. 130 slots, divided into 5 different ranks. The higher the level of the position, the better the effect of connecting to Universe Ocean, and the faster the speed of comprehending the seed of origin, the higher the probability of condensing the seed of origin, and the bigger the seed of origin. Among them, there is only one spot for the first level, and it will be taken by the strongest person. There are 3 spots for the second level, which will be taken by the second to 4th place. There are 9 spots for the third level, which will be taken by the 5th to 13th place. There are 36 slots for the 4th level. There are 81 slots for the 5th level. The old voice gave a detailed introduction. There were exactly 130 slots for the 5 ranks. Many people's eyes lit up, and there was a greedy gleam in their eyes. There were 5 ranks, and they all wanted to rush to a higher rank. They didn't dare to hope for first place or the second level, but they could hope for the third and fourth levels. Among the 130 people, no one wanted the 5th level. This was because the 5th level had already been decided. No matter what, they could get it. Naturally, they wouldn't think about the 5th level, and they all wanted a higher level. It didn't mean that one of the 130 slots would be able to comprehend the seed of origin. No, it wasn't that easy. That was the origin, which could only be comprehended by those in the origin realm. How difficult was that? Even if it was just the seed of origin, the difficulty was very high. It wasn't as if one could comprehend the seed of origin with just one slot. Some people still couldn't comprehend the seed of origin. However, the higher the level of the position, the better the effect, and the higher the probability of comprehending the seed of origin. Even if the seed of origin was comprehended, there were differences in quality and size. Therefore, the higher the position, the better. For example, Yi Chu Tianji and Yi Ling Hongya's eyes shone brilliantly. Their goal was to be first place. For the heavenly daughters like Yi Chu Tianyue, their goal was to be in the second level, the 3 slots. Everyone had their own goal. However, Lu Ming only had one goal. First place, buzz. At this moment, the huge battle platform shook. Lines appeared on the surface of the battle platform. No, they were cracks. These cracks divided the battle platform into 7 pieces. Crack, crack, the battle platform split into 7 pieces along the cracks and flew in all directions. They floated in the air and began to expand. In the end, 7 battle platforms appeared in the air. Next, the 130 people will be divided into 7 groups. There will be 4 groups of 19 people and 3 groups of 18 people. You will take turns to fight against others on the battle platform. The 7 people with the best results on each battle platform will advance to the top 49. The old voice sounded again, explaining the rules of the competition. The top 49 happened to be in the first 4 levels. In other words, if they could win this round, they could at least enter the first 4 levels and surpass the 5th level. As soon as the old voice sounded, the lotuses under everyone's feet began to move. Lu Ming flew to the battle platform in the middle. There were 19 people and 19 lotuses surrounding the battle platform. The other 6 battle platforms were about the same. There were either 19 or 18 people surrounding their respective battle platforms, separated by a distance of 100 miles. The 19 people on the middle battle platform immediately sized each other up. Because they were all opponents, they had to fight one by one. Yue, Gabbert, and Yi Chu Tianyue. What a coincidence! Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he saw a few familiar faces. Ling Yue, Gabbert, and Yi Chu Tianyue were all on this battle platform. Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and Wanshen were on other battle platforms. End of chapter. Fortunately, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Wanshen, Dandan, and Bubbles were not on the same stage. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, your luck is not very good. We are finally going to meet. This time I will make you very miserable. Gabbert laughed and stared at Lu Ming. His eyes were cold and filled with cold-killing intent. When he thought of the pain of losing his wings last time, his hatred for Lu Ming was about to explode. Last time, he had lost his wings and escaped. He was seriously injured and his vitality was greatly damaged. If he had not encountered a great opportunity later, his talent would have been reduced. He was always thinking about revenge and making Lu Ming suffer a fate worse than death. Now, he and Lu Ming were finally on the same stage. His chance had finally come. Everyone in the fighting ring had to exchange blows with each other. He and Lu Ming would have to face each other sooner or later. His chance for revenge had come. Last time, you broke your wings and escaped. This time, I will break your wings with my own hands. Lu Ming said. His voice was indifferent and full of contempt. This made Gabbert's eyes even colder. Yi Chu Tianyue's eyes were also cold. Lu Ming, there are a lot of people who want to kill you. It seems that you will die several times in this round of battle. Yi Chu Tianyue said. His meaning was obvious. Gabbert would kill him once, and he would also kill Lu Ming once. You are all very confident. I look forward to you being able to maintain this confidence until the end. Lu Ming said with a smile. Don't worry, you will see. Yichu Qianyue said. As for Ling Yue, she did not speak from beginning to end. Occasionally, she would look at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. The other stages were similar. They were all sizing each other up. In particular, the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Human Tribe cultivators were exchanging insults with each other. The battle hadn't even begun, and there was already a strong scent of gunpowder in the air. The spectators outside were also discussing, guessing who would be able to enter the top 49, the top 13, and the top 4, however, no one was optimistic about Lu Ming. This was because Lu Ming's cultivation was too low. Even though Lu Ming's fighting strength was terrifying, he had the strength of 12 stars, but he only had the strength of the 8th Great Supreme God layer. Even though Lu Ming had 12-star fighting strength, he was only as strong as a cultivator of the 9th Great Supreme God layer. With such combat strength, being able to enter 130 places was already considered lucky. There was a great element of luck involved. One had to know that among these 130 people, there were close to 100 people who possessed 10-star battle prowess. The other 30 or so people possessed 9-star battle prowess. In fact, there were at least several hundred people who possessed 9-star battle prowess. Only 30 out of hundreds of people had entered 130 places. Apart from strength, there was also a certain element of luck involved. Therefore, most people thought that Lu Ming would stop there. It was impossible for him to enter the top 49. Begin. The old voice sounded again. Afterward, 2 lotus flowers flew toward the fighting ring where Lu Ming and the rest were. One of them was Lu Ming. Coincidentally, the other person was Gabbert. Even Lu Ming himself was a little surprised. Although he knew that he would meet Gabbert sooner or later, he didn't expect to meet him in the first round. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, it seems like God is helping me. Gabbert laughed and landed on the stage. Is that so? Are you sure God is helping you? Lu Ming revealed a mocking smile and stepped onto the fighting ring. Lu Ming, you're very confident. I hope you won't admit defeat. Gabbert said. Don't worry. There's no such thing as admitting defeat in my eyes. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Very well. Gabbert showed a ferocious look. As soon as he finished his word, he rushed towards Lu Ming. On his back, 12 angel wings emitted a dazzling golden light. The golden holy light boiled and turned into 2 golden holy light swords, slashing towards Lu Ming's shoulders. He wanted to cut off Lu Ming's arms to avenge his broken wings. However, before his sword gleam could hit him, Lu Ming moved and disappeared from his original spot. He appeared on the other side of the fighting ring. His speed was so fast that he dodged Gabbert's attack perfectly. Gabbert, use all your strength. Even if you lose, I'll make you admit defeat. Lu Ming said lightly. There was a strong sense of contempt in his voice. Gabbert's anger surged. The golden holy light burned like a golden flame. Holy light judgment, holy light sanction, Gabbert roared. A golden cross appeared above his body. In addition, there was a blood-red longsword. At this moment, Gabbert unleashed his combat strength to its peak. He used 2 origin source secret techniques at the same time. 10-star combat strength. When Gilbert pushed his battle prowess to its peak, he had completely stepped into the 10-star level. Previously, he had used this move to kill Yi Ling in one fell swoop. Lu Ming, I'm going to blast you to smithereens with one move. Die. Gabbert roared. The golden holy light cross pressed down on Lu Ming. Thousands of light beams pierced towards Lu Ming like sharp swords. At the same time, the blood-red sanction longsword was launched. It was mixed in with the thousands of light beams and pierced towards Lu Ming's forehead. The 2 origin source secret techniques complemented each other perfectly. It was very dangerous. However, Lu Ming's expression was normal. He allowed the 2 attacks to approach him. When the 2 attacks were only 10 meters away from him, Lu Ming made his move. Boom, his body erupted like a volcano, releasing a terrifying aura. Then, Lu Ming threw out a punch. The violent energy was like an avalanche as it blasted forward. Wherever the fist energy passed, the holy light beams were all destroyed. Finally, the fist energy hit the Xianxia longsword. The Xianxia longsword shook violently and was shattered. The fist force didn't stop there. It continued to bombard the golden cross of holy light, causing it to explode. With one punch, all of Gabert's attacks were destroyed. Puff, Gabert's body shook violently. He retreated and coughed up blood. Ninth level Divine God, Gilbert let out a roar of disbelief and shock. Indeed, a moment ago, Lu Ming had revealed his cultivation base of the ninth level Divine God layer. In an instant, his strength had increased tremendously. Gabert could not resist at all. He had been severely injured in one move. What? Ninth level Divine God layer? How is that possible? I just observed carefully. Lu Ming's cultivation base is only of the 8th level Divine God layer. He must have used some special method to hide his aura. How terrifying. Lu Ming's cultivation base is of the 9th level Divine God layer. Then, with his fighting strength of 12 stars, at the thought of this, many people sucked in cold breaths of air, revealing deep shock. 9th level Divine God layer, 12 stars of fighting strength, how terrifying was that? Who could defeat him? End of chapter. A 9th level Emperor God with 12 stars of fighting strength. That was terrifying. It was said that there were such people in the heavenly human tribe, but they were rare. Lu Ming had reached such a level? How is this possible? Around the fighting ring, Xianxia's body shook violently. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Such battle prowess was already above his. He found it hard to accept. Because he had acted high and mighty in front of Lu Ming, as if he could defeat Lu Ming. He had even said that he would kill Lu Ming. But now, Lu Ming's fighting strength was not something he could deal with. How was he going to face Lu Ming in the future? For a moment, Xianxia's mind was in a mess. Buzz, around the other fighting ring, the long sword behind Dijiani's back buzzed. The sword chime reverberated through the sky. His eyes were filled with strong fighting spirit. Both he and Lu Ming had come from the small Kiliacosm. They had come from a small place in the primitive universe. Dijiani had always wanted to defeat Lu Ming and prove that he was the first person to come from the small Kiliacosm. But when he saw Lu Ming's current fighting strength, he felt great pressure. Interesting. No wonder I think highly of him. It's a pity. Dark Knight Rose's eyes shone with a strange light. Amazing. Ha ha ha. As for Wan Shen, he clapped and laughed. He was close to Lu Ming. The stronger Lu Ming was, the happier he was. Lu Ming did not care about what the people around him thought. At this moment, he had disappeared from where he was and pounced on Gabert. Fast, too fast. It was so fast that Gabert could not dodge it. Get out of my way. Gabert roared. His 12 wings emitted dazzling holy light and turned into 12 golden battle swords. They slashed at Lu Ming. This attack was very powerful. Gabert had gone all out and burned his divine power. However, Lu Ming's fighting strength had reached 12 stars. His fighting strength was 2 stars higher than Gabert's. 2-star battle prowess was much stronger. It was not something that could be equalized by risking one's life. Lu Ming's fingers formed a claw and grabbed down. His 5 fingers were like 5 spears, incomparably sharp. The claw caught the 12 golden swords. With a clang, the 12 golden swords exploded like rotten wood. The 12 golden battle swords exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, all 12 golden battle swords had exploded. Lu Ming's claws had already grasped Gabert's golden wings. I've said it before, I'll personally break your wings, Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. No, Gabert roared. However, Lu Ming had already made his move and tore with all his might. Puff, blood splattered everywhere as golden feathers fluttered in the air. Gabert's 2 golden wings had been forcibly torn off by Lu Ming. Ah, Gabert screamed. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His aura was rapidly weakening. Wings were the most important part of the angel race. It was also where the angel race's talent and potential condensed. For the angel race, the more wings they had, the stronger their talent and potential. If one's wings were broken, it meant that one's talent and potential were broken. Not only would one's cultivation rapidly weaken, but one's potential would also weaken. The last time Gabbert broke his wings to escape, he was forced to do so. If he didn't escape, he would be killed by Lu Ming. Hence, he could only break his wings to escape. At that time, his vitality was greatly damaged. If he hadn't encountered a heaven-defying opportunity, he wouldn't have been able to recover at all. This time, his wings were broken again. Moreover, they weren't broken by himself. They were broken by Lu Ming. Last time, he encountered a good opportunity and recovered. Would there be such a good opportunity in the future? It was difficult. A heaven-defying opportunity could only be encountered by chance. Even though one could recover if one was killed on the lotus, one's potential that was severed could not be recovered. He was filled with hatred. He roared and stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. Sooner or later, I will take my revenge 10 times or 100 times, Gabbert kept roaring as if he had gone mad. Damn it, among the spectators outside, there were also experts from the angel race. At this time, they were also roaring. Gabbert was an existence who had awakened the Angel King bloodline. Such a bloodline was too rare. In the history of the angel race, there were only a few people who could achieve it. As long as Gabbert grew to the peak in the future, there would be one more overlord in the universe. His strength would be unparalleled. The strength of the angel race would definitely be stronger. They might even be able to suppress the other 8 races of the top 10 seeds. But now, Gabbert's wings were broken. His talent and potential were weakening. This was a huge loss for the angel race. They were heartbroken. Naturally, their hatred for Lu Ming was monstrous. Why are you screaming? I'm not done yet. Lu Ming said indifferently. He immediately grabbed Gabbert's second pair of wings with both hands. Gabbert's scream stopped abruptly. His eyes were filled with fear. Lu Ming wanted to break his other wings. Breaking one pair of wings had already caused irreparable damage to him. Breaking the second pair of wings would cause even greater damage to him. No, 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 Gabbert screamed in horror. However, Lu Ming didn't show any mercy. On the other hand, if he fell into Gabbert's hands, Gabbert would definitely deal with him 10 times or 100 times more ruthless. There was no need to show mercy or sympathy to the enemy. Asterisk puff. Asterisk Lu Ming tore Gabbert's second pair of wings with force. Gabbert was like a deflated balloon. His aura quickly weakened and the light in his eyes dimmed. No, don't, Gabbert screamed in agony. He wanted to admit defeat. However, how could Lu Ming let him admit defeat so easily? A powerful force surged over and completely controlled Gabbert. Gabbert couldn't utter a single word. Gabbert struggled with all his might. There was only fear in his eyes. Lu Ming's claws were already grabbing Gabbert's third pair of wings. Stop it. Stop it. Are you declaring war on the angel race? I swear, if you continue to attack, the angel race will not rest until you are dead. A few divine lords of the angel race shouted. Their eyes were red. If Lu Ming continued to break Gabbert's wings, Gabbert's Angel King bloodline would really be crippled. Not rest until you are dead? I'm so scared. Lu Ming mocked, but his hands didn't stop. He tore off Gabbert's third pair of wings. Gabbert's aura became even weaker. He collapsed to the ground. However, Lu Ming still didn't stop. He reached for Gabbert's fourth pair of wings. Although he couldn't kill Gabbert here, he could cripple him. Lu Ming didn't have the habit of leaving his enemies alive. Splat. Splat. Splat, Lu Ming continued to attack, tearing off Gabbert's last 3 pairs of wings. Gabbert's aura was extremely weak. He was completely crippled. After breaking all of Gabbert's wings, Lu Ming kicked Gabbert's head and killed him. In the next moment, Gabbert came back to life on the lotus. However, his aura was extremely weak and his eyes were dim. There was only fear and deep hatred for Lu Ming. His 6 pairs of wings were all torn apart. It was too much damage to him. Even if he could recover and regain his previous talent, he would be lucky. Now that he had the Angel King bloodline, he could forget about it. Lu Ming, Lu Ming, Lu Ming, Gabbert kept growling. His hatred for Lu Ming was monstrous. However, Lu Ming didn't even look at him. He returned to the lotus and looked at the other battles in the distance. This guy, at this moment, Yichu Qianyue's heart was trembling. When he looked at Lu Ming, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Yes, he was a little scared. He was afraid that he would end up like Gabbert if he fought with Lu Ming. His heart was in a mess. The battle continued. After Lu Ming left the fighting ring, 2 more lotuses flew toward the fighting ring. This time, it was a genius with a 10-star combat strength against a young man with a 9-star combat strength. There wasn't much suspense in this battle. The difference of 1 star of battle power was also a huge gap. Although there was a difference of 1 star of battle power, it was not impossible to make a comeback. However, there were very few people who could make a comeback. It was very difficult to turn the tables when one's combat strength was lower than the others by 1 star, unless their attributes were mutually restrained and they had a secret technique to restrain their opponent. In less than 10 moves, the 9-star combatant was defeated. In fact, there were only 4 9-star combatants in Lu Ming's fighting ring. After all, there were only about 30 9-star combatants in total. They were divided among the 7 fighting rings. There were about 4 or 5 9-star combatants in each ring. The rest of the combatants were all 10-star combatants. It could be said that every battle was a battle between the best. The battles on each battle platform were very exciting. The competition continued one after another. If there was a great disparity in strength, such as the difference in star-level combat power, the victor would be decided very quickly. However, if they had the same star-level combat power, they would usually have to go through a fierce battle to determine the winner. Most of the time, those with a combat strength of 10 stars would run into each other. After all, there were very few who had a combat strength of 11 stars. Not long after, Ling Yue went on stage. Her opponent was a brawny man with 10 stars of battle prowess from the celestial race. This time, Ling Yue displayed an astonishing battle prowess. A holy elven tree appeared and took root in the void. It was as if it had merged with Ling Yue, and a huge amount of essence energy surged into Ling Yue's body. Ling Yue drew her bow and shot an arrow. With merely a single arrow, that heavenly human clan's robust man was killed. The path of archery didn't have so many complicated tricks. What it had was an incomparably terrifying attack power. Once they made a move, life and death would be determined in an instant. This arrow shocked everyone present. Even the heavenly venerables were alarmed. This was because the power of this arrow had completely reached 11 stars. Another peerless genius with a combat strength of 11 stars had appeared. Many people's hearts were unable to calm down. This time, it was really too crazy. Terrifying geniuses kept surging out, causing the people of the celestial race to feel immense pressure. The faces of the people of the celestial race were somewhat gloomy. At the scene, there were also some people from the elf clan. When they saw this scene, they were all ecstatic. This was the elf princess, their princess. The elf princess was so powerful. When her cultivation reached the peak in the future, she would definitely be able to lead the elf clan to become more and more powerful. In the future, perhaps they could squeeze into the top 10 and become one of the top 10 races. How could they not be happy and excited? The hearts of the elf clan were filled with anticipation. Then, it was Yichu Qianyue's turn. When Yichu Qianyue's opponent saw that it was Yichu Qianyue, a son of heaven, he directly admitted defeat. Soon, this round of the competition was over. The second round began, and it was Lu Ming's turn to go on stage again. This time, Lu Ming's opponent was a young man with a 9-star combat strength. When he saw Lu Ming, he admitted defeat very straightforwardly. Lu Ming had a 12-star combat strength. There was no need for him to fight at all. Rather than being killed and losing his essence energy, he might as well save his strength to deal with others. Lu Ming easily won 2 consecutive victories. Lu Ming was not interested in the competition behind Lu Ming's battle platform. This was because Lu Ming already had an idea of who was the strongest. On this battle platform, the strongest should be him, Ling Yue, and Yichu Qianyue. The others only had a 10-star combat strength. Lu Ming did not take it to heart. It was worth mentioning that Gabbert's wings had been broken, and his combat strength had been greatly reduced. He had become the weakest person on this battle platform. After that, he went on stage once and was easily defeated. At the end of this round, Ling Yuwei and Yichu Qianyue had also won. Then, the third round began. In this round, Lu Ming met an existence with a 10-star combat strength. The other party also admitted defeat very straightforwardly. Lu Ming easily won 3 consecutive victories. However, at this time, the battle on another battle platform attracted Lu Ming's attention. In fact, it also attracted the attention of others. This was because a pinnacle battle had unfolded there. Di Jiani was facing a son of heaven. That son of heaven had a combat strength of 11 stars, but Di Jiani also erupted with a shocking combat strength that had reached 11 stars. The two of them fought crazily and fought fiercely. After a few hundred moves, there was still no victor. This shocked everyone present. This was because another peerless monster had appeared, an existence comparable to the Son of Heaven. This was another peerless genius comparable to the Son of Heaven after Bubbles, Autumn Moon, Dandan, Ling Yue, Dark Night Rose, and Lu Ming. This level of genius was originally very rare, but now, one by one, they appeared like bamboo shoots after the rain. It was truly shocking. The key point was this still all? Probably not. Perhaps some people had yet to meet an opponent who could use their full strength and had yet to display their full strength. Some people were already numb. In the end, Di Jiani and that Son of Heaven exchanged more than 500 moves, but there was no victor. Then, that old voice sounded, judging the two of them to be tied. This was the first battle between the Son of Heaven and Daughter of Heaven. And later, the number of battles of this level slowly increased. For example, Bubbles also met a Daughter of Heaven. The two of them exchanged more than 200 moves. In the end, Bubbles relied on the profoundness of the spacetime power to slightly win. In a battle of the same level, the Daughter of Heaven was actually defeated. This made the faces of the heavenly human race extremely ugly. Later on, Dandan also met an opponent. However, his opponent was extremely terrifying. His combat strength had reached the limit of 11 stars. Even among the Son of Heaven and Daughter of Heaven, he was an extremely strong existence. After a great battle, Dandan was finally defeated with a weak disadvantage. After some time, Xianxia finally met a Son of Heaven. There were a total of 9 heavenly daughters in the 4 heavenly palace, and there were only 7 battle platforms. In other words, there would be at least 1 heavenly daughter on each battle platform. Sooner or later, they would encounter each other again. This battle caused a huge commotion. Everyone was stunned, including those in the Origin Realm. This was because Xianxia had defeated the Son of Heaven in an unstoppable manner. It was too shocking. It was too unbelievable. Who in the world could defeat a Son of Heaven in an unstoppable manner? In the past, it was rumored that only the top figures among the heavenly daughters could do so, but now, there was one more. 12 stars of battle prowess. Needless to say, Xianxia definitely had a 12-star battle prowess. There were countless geniuses in the world. After Lu Ming, another 12-star battle prowess had appeared. The faces of the divine masters and heavenly venerables of the heavenly human clan were already as gloomy as water. Lu Ming, Xianxia, 2 such heaven-defying figures had already appeared. Even in the history of the heavenly human clan, there were not many such figures. The current generation of the heavenly human clan could be said to be very lucky. For 2 such figures to appear at once was already a rare occurrence in hundreds of millions of years. But now, outside of the heavenly human clan, 2 such figures had appeared. This meant that the younger generation of the heavenly human clan could no longer suppress the people of the other clans. It was difficult for them to accept such a thing. This was because such a thing had only happened in a few eras in history. For example, in the era of Fei Huang and Tang Feng. In the end, the facts also proved that after the people of that era became successful, they caused a tremendous impact on the heavenly palace. This impact had not disappeared even now. It was still continuing. They would not allow such a thing to happen again. The eyes of the heavenly venerables of the heavenly palace flickered, revealing cold killing intent. We can't let these people go. That's right. Send the news back. No matter what, we have to transfer some people here. After the highest supreme immortal city disappears, we have to kill all these people. The heavenly venerables secretly discussed. Where are we going to find the manpower? Demons are launching frequent attacks in the dark universe right now. There are plenty of Origin Realm demons, so we need many experts to guard against them. I can only transfer them from the ruins of the universe. At worst, I'll give up a portion of the benefits. However, these people must be eliminated. Once they succeed and join forces with Fei Huang, Tang Feng, and the others, the danger is too great. That's right, I agree. Let's spread the news. After several Empyrean-level characters finished their discussion, someone secretly spread the news. After Xianxia defeated a son of heaven, there was another battle that attracted everyone's attention. That was a battle between two heavenly humans. Of the two celestial tribe members, one of them was a son of heaven with an unparalleled battle prowess of 11 stars. As for the other heavenly human tribe member, she was not one of the 9 heavenly sons and heavenly daughters, so she did not attract the attention of others before. But this time it attracted everyone's attention. Facing this son of heaven, not only did he not admit defeat, but he was also very relaxed and calm. After son of heaven's words made the other side concede to no avail, he directly attacked. However, the result of the battle stunned everyone. That son of heaven was actually at a disadvantage. Moreover, it was not just a little, but a complete disadvantage. He was suppressed the entire time. In less than 10 moves, that son of heaven was defeated. He coughed up blood and left the battle stage. Everyone was dumbfounded, and then there was an uproar. Of course, after the heavenly human tribe members were shocked, they were ecstatic. Because a dark horse had appeared in the heavenly human tribe, a peerless monster whose reputation was not very famous before. Even those Empyrean-level characters were ecstatic. What is this child's name? How come I've never heard of him before? A Empyrean asked. A peerless monster who could easily defeat a son of heaven? How come I've never heard of him before? Lord Empyrean, I know this child. His name is Xianxia. In the past, his performance was not particularly outstanding among the younger generation, so he was overlooked by everyone. Now, it seems that this child was too low-key in the past and knew how to endure. But now, he has shocked the world with a single feat and soared into the sky. A divine Lord Realm heavenly human hurriedly replied. Xianxia, good, good. The few Empyreans nodded and said good repeatedly. This Xianxia actually has such combat strength. Yichu Tianji and Yi Ling Hongya both frowned as they felt a strong pressure. To be able to defeat an 11-star son of heaven in just 10 moves, needless to say, Xianxia also had a 12-star combat strength, which was the same as them. Needless to say, the internal competition of the heavenly human tribe would be even more intense in the future. They had another strong opponent. More people were sighing. There were really too many experts this time. They kept appearing as if there was no end to them. In the past, 11-star combat strength was already the peak and was extremely rare in the entire universe. But now, there were one after another. Even 12-star combat strength, which could suppress an era in the universe, kept appearing. First, it was Lu Ming and Xianxia. Now, even the heavenly human tribe had appeared. Many people sighed. This was an era of dazzling stars. It was an extraordinary era. It was very likely that the glorious era of 60 solar years ago would be recreated. 60 solar years ago, that era was also filled with dazzling stars. In the heavenly human tribe, experts were as common as clouds and terrifying skyprides. It was the same for the other tribes. There were even 2 taboos, Tang Feng and Flying Phoenix. That was an era of endless glory. In the end, the War of Annihilation broke out. Was such a glorious era going to be recreated? This person, Lu Ming, carefully sized up Xianxia. For some reason, he felt a strong pressure in his heart. Yes, this was an automatic feeling. He felt that Xianxia wasn't a simple person. He probably hadn't revealed his true strength in the previous battle. Perhaps, this will be a terrifying opponent. A thought emerged in Lu Ming's heart. The heavenly human tribe was indeed not simple and couldn't be underestimated. At this time, Lu Ming had already gone through 9 rounds of the competition. He didn't make a move during these 9 rounds. Those who met Lu Ming directly admitted defeat. After all, the gap was too obvious. The gap between him and the others was at least 2 stars. If there was a gap of 1 star, they might still be able to put up a fight and win. But the gap of 2 stars was too big. The possibility of winning was extremely small. Lu Ming easily obtained 9 consecutive victories. On their battle stage, Ling Yue and Yi Qiuyue also easily obtained 9 consecutive victories. However, at the beginning of the 10th round, Lu Ming finally met an interesting opponent. Yi Qiuyue. That's right. Lu Ming's opponent this round was Yi Qiuyue. Lu Ming took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. Yi Qiuyue also landed on the fighting ring and stood opposite Lu Ming. However, his face was extremely ugly. He stared at Lu Ming with a gloomy and dignified face. His whole body was covered with the power of heaven and he looked very nervous. Yi Qiuyue, we finally met. Very good. Come on. Lu Ming said. However, Yi Qiuyue did not dare to make a move. He stared at Lu Ming motionlessly and prepared himself. He did not dare to make a move because once he made a move, he would expose his flaws. Yi Qiuyue, are you going to admit defeat? I remember that you and Gilbert were singing the same tune as each other. You looked as if you were certain that you'd be able to defeat me. You personally said that you'd kill me once. Where did your heroic spirit go? I'm standing right here, so come and kill me. Lu Ming continued to shout. Damn it, Yi Qiuyue roared in his heart. His face was distorted because of anger. Lu Ming was picking on his scars in public and slapping his face in public. Yes, not long ago, he threatened to kill Lu Ming and make Lu Ming regret offending him. Now, Lu Ming was standing in front of him, but he did not dare to make a move. In fact, he knew that he was no match for Lu Ming. If he made a move against Lu Ming, he would probably be humiliated. The fate of the heavenly human tribesman who fought with Lu Ming was still vivid in his mind. However, if he did not make a move, he would take the initiative to admit defeat. He was the son of heaven. If he admitted defeat without a fight, he would lose all his face. However, if he fought, he would probably be humiliated by Lu Ming. Yi Qiuyue was in a dilemma. The main reason was that he had boasted before. No matter what choice he made now, combined with the previous one, the degree of humiliation would be doubled. If he did not have his previous words, he would have fought with all his strength. Even if he lost, it would be fine. But with his own words, things were different. No matter what choice he made, his reputation in the heavenly human tribe would definitely take a huge hit. His strength was considered the weakest among the 9 heavenly daughters. He had yet to master one of his 2 heavenly forces. If his prestige suffered another blow, it would be very detrimental to his future development. He really hated Lu Ming. He believed that all of this was caused by Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't care what Yi Qiuyue thought. He sneered and said, since you refuse to admit defeat, let's fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming stepped out. His body was like a phantom as he rushed toward Yi Qiuyue. Yi Qiuyue's face was extremely solemn. Finally, he gritted his teeth and retreated rapidly. As he retreated, his body began to tremble, and then other figures began to appear. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Yi Qiuyue appeared on the fighting ring. Dozens of figures were wandering around the fighting ring. At the same time, streaks of white lightning were constantly striking toward Lu Ming. Yi Qiuyue knew that he was no match for Lu Ming in a head-on confrontation. Therefore, he planned to fight with Lu Ming in a guerrilla way. Then, he would find a chance to admit defeat. If that was the case, he would lose less face. However, how could Lu Ming not know what he was thinking? Would he give him a chance to do so? Whoosh, Lu Ming rushed into the sky and then dived down toward the fighting ring. The moment he dived down, Lu Ming performed the heaven-breaking move. His whole body turned into a long spear. The long spear swayed and endless spear radiance burst out toward Yi Qiuyue's dozens of figures. The long spears were densely packed and shrouded all of Yi Qiuyue's figures, making it impossible for him to escape. Seeing that he could not avoid the spear radiance, Yi Qiuyue roared and unleashed the 2 supreme heavenly forces to the extreme to resist the spear radiance. However, Lu Ming had unleashed 12-star battle strength. Yi Qiuyue was considered weak among the 11-star battle strength. He could not withstand Lu Ming's attack in a head-on confrontation. The spear radiance pierced through Yi Qianyue's figures, turning them into energy and disappearing. In the end, there was only one figure left on the fighting ring. He was constantly moving and dodging the spear radiance's attack. This figure was Yi Qianyue's real body. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He condensed a long spear with the forbidden force in his hand and threw it out with all his strength. The long spear turned into a dazzling radiance and stabbed toward Yi Qianyue. It was too fast. Yi Qianyue wanted to dodge but found that he was locked on. It was impossible to dodge. Ah, block it for me! Yi Qianyue roared. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. The two supreme heavenly forces burst out crazily and converged into an attack to block the long spear. Boom! The two attacks collided with each other. There was an earth-shattering roar and energy overflowed. However, the confrontation between the two attacks did not last for long. In merely a few moments, Yi Qianyue's attacks were unable to withstand the attacks of the long spear and were continuously defeated. In the end, the long spear successfully penetrated Yi Qianyue's attack and pierced through his chest. The long spear pierced through Yi Qianyue's chest. If the fighting ring was not so hard, Yi Qianyue would have been nailed to the fighting ring. Even so, the powerful force of the long spear still dragged Yi Qianyue to the distance. Yi Qianyue was dragged by the long spear. He spat out a mouthful of blood and exerted all his strength to resist the terrifying energy of the long spear. If he did not resist, the energy of the long spear was enough to blow him up. Even so, Yi Qianyue was seriously injured. Lu Ming followed closely behind. He caught up with Yi Qianyue and stepped on his head. Ah, I admit defeat, Yi Qianyue shouted crazily. If he did not admit defeat, his face would be stepped on by Lu Ming in public. It was an unbearable humiliation for him. At least it would be better to admit defeat. He thought that Lu Ming would stop after he admitted defeat. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Lu Ming did not intend to stop. With a bang, Lu Ming's foot stepped on one side of Yi Qianyue's face. The violent force pressed Yi Qianyue's head and smashed it into the fighting ring. The other side of Yi Qianyue's face was smashed into the fighting ring. It shook violently and his face was badly mutilated. Yi Qianyue struggled crazily and screamed crazily as if he had gone crazy. He was really stepped on by Lu Ming in the face. Moreover, this was in public. He was the son of heaven. This was a great humiliation. Yi Qianyue was not the only one who found it hard to accept. The other members of the heavenly human tribe also found it hard to accept. Their eyes were red and filled with cold killing intent. Lu Ming, you broke the rules. Yi Qianyue has already admitted defeat. You still stepped on him. Spirit of Taishang Immortal City, please punish him. There were rules in the battle for the origin seed. Once one side admitted defeat, the other side could not continue to attack. Once they broke the rules, they would be punished. That was why the Lord of Heaven shouted. Nonsense, I didn't break the rules. Before Yi Qianyue admitted defeat, my foot had already stepped out. When he shouted at the last minute, how could I stop my foot? Due to the inertia, I continued to step forward. I didn't do it on purpose. He can only blame himself for admitting defeat too late. Lu Ming said indifferently. You're lying. The Lord of Heaven shouted. Lu Ming didn't break the rules. At this moment, the old voice of the Taishang Immortal City sounded again. The people of the heavenly human tribe almost vomited blood. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, the people of the heavenly human tribe kept shouting in their hearts. Their burning anger seemed to be burning them. However, they couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. Get lost, son of heaven, that's all you can do. Lu Ming waved his hand and a force rolled out. Yi Qianyue's body was sent flying out of the fighting ring. Lu Ming, don't be too arrogant now. I'm waiting to fight with you. Yi Qianyue shouted from the other fighting ring. This was because Lu Ming's words had also included Yi Qianyue. He had belittled Son of Heaven to be worthless. Oh, Yi Qianyue, you want to challenge me? I advise you to think twice before you speak. Don't be like Yi Qianyue, who is in a dilemma and slaps his own face. Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming's meaning was obvious. He didn't want Yichu Tianji to be so full of himself so that he wouldn't be embarrassed later. However, his voice was full of sarcasm. How could Yichu Tianji not hear it? Lu Ming, although you also possess a 12-star combat strength, there are differences in strength even among the 12-star. I will suppress you, Yichu Tianji said confidently. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never tasted defeat at the same level. Even Xianxia was only on par with him. He had long cultivated the belief that he was invincible. Even if Lu Ming also possessed 12-star battle prowess, even if Lu Ming controlled the taboo physique, he was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming. Ultimate power of the heavens might not necessarily be weaker than taboo power. Is that so? I hope you can do it. Lu Ming smiled and returned to the lotus. Just like that, Lu Ming obtained 10 consecutive victories, while Xianxua's winning streak came to an end. The battles on the various battle platforms continued. But from time to time an exciting battle would break out. On each battle platform, there were terrifying experts. Those heavenly maidens weren't invincible, they weren't without opponents. Behind them, Dark Night Rose, Yin Jioling, Autumn Moon, and the others all attacked the heavenly daughter. Among them, Dark Night Rose easily won, shocking everyone once again. 12-star battle prowess, yes, another peerless genius with 12-star battle prowess had appeared, and that was Dark Night Rose. Not long after, Wanshan also defeated a son of heaven and also displayed 12-star battle prowess. Everyone at the scene was already numb. Since when did 12-star battle prowess become so worthless? Until now, the heavenly human tribe had already produced 3 12-star battle prowess. They were Yi Qiuxian, Yichu Tianji, and Xianxia. Outside of the heavenly human tribe, there were even more 12-star battle prowess. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Wanshan, Dark Night Rose. In the past, those with 12-star battle prowess were enough to suppress the universe for an era. But now, 7 of them had appeared at the same time. It was really rare since the birth of the universe. And there were even more with 11-star battle prowess. The 7 heavenly maidens of the heavenly human tribe. Dandan, Bubbles, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Emperor Jianni, Yin Jioling, and Heaven Destroyer. It was worth mentioning that on the Universe Prodigy list, there was also someone with 11-star battle prowess. This was also out of everyone's expectations. Previously, everyone thought that the strongest person on the Universe Prodigy list only had 10-star battle prowess. This person was the number 1 on the Universe Prodigy list, an exceptional demon from the Spirit Tribe, one of the top 10 races, Ling Heng. This person was very talented and controlled the 2 origin ancient words fire and wind. This way, there were more than a dozen people with 11-star battle prowess. On average, there were more than 3 people with 11-star battle prowess on each battle platform. One could imagine that the competition would become more and more intense. However, on Lu Ming's battle platform, there were only 3 people with 11-star battle prowess, Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Yichu Tianyue. After defeating Yichu Tianyue, Lu Ming had no opponents. Every opponent who saw him would admit defeat immediately. Lu Ming won all the way and quickly reached 16 consecutive victories. There were still 2 more battles before Lu Ming's battles on this battle platform were all over. In the 17th battle, Lu Ming finally faced Ling Yue. On the battle platform, the 2 of them stood facing each other. Ling Yue looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. It was as if she was sad and resentful, as if she was in love and hate. Lu Ming sighed in his heart and then said, Lu Ming wanted to admit defeat directly. Although it was impossible for Ling Yue to be his match in a real battle, in his heart, he still felt that he owed Ling Yue. In this battle, he would not fight with the other party. He wanted to give the victory to the other party. I admit defeat. However, before Lu Ming could say anything, Ling Yue's voice had already sounded first. As her voice fell, Ling Yue had already turned around and left, returning to the lotus. Lu Ming was in a daze and then returned to the lotus. This guy is really showing mercy everywhere. Not far away, Xianxia muttered. The expressions of Lu Ming and Ling Yue naturally fell into Xianxia's eyes. With her intelligence, how could she not see the problem? However, after experiencing so many things, Xianxia was no longer the young girl from before. She had already seen through many problems. She knew that it was impossible for her to tie Lu Ming to her side by herself. A person like Lu Ming was destined to have more than one woman. It was exactly the same as her father in her previous life. Just like that, Lu Ming obtained 17 consecutive victories. When the 18th round began, there was no suspense. Lu Ming's opponent directly admitted defeat. This way, Lu Ming maintained his 18 consecutive victories on this battle platform, just like Ling Yue. However, Ling Yue still had one last battle to fight, and that was Yichu Qianyue. The two of them faced each other in the last match. Kill. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Yichu Qianyue attacked with all his might. The power of the heavenly punishment in his right hand and the power of the heavenly extermination in his left hand transformed into a terrifying attack that attacked Ling Yue from the left and right. Ling Yue let out a light shout, and a towering ancient tree appeared behind her. Its roots were rooted in the void, and a huge amount of essence chi flowed into Ling Yue's body. A battle bow appeared in Ling Yue's hand. An arrow condensed and pierced through the air, shooting towards Yichu Qianyue. Ling Yue and Yichu Qianyue pushed their combat strength to the peak at the same time, unleashing their strongest attacks. A dazzling arrow pierced through the air, as if it could pierce through everything, and collided with Yichu Qianyue in the air. With a boom, it was as if a star had exploded, erupting with dazzling multicolored light. With a violent explosion, the arrow exploded. However, Yichu Qianyue's attack was also blocked. His body shook violently as he was pushed back by the powerful force. In a head-on confrontation, Ling Yue actually had the upper hand. The single point of attack of the Tao of Archery was simply too strong. After shooting an arrow, Ling Yue once again drew her bow. A huge arrow condensed and aimed at Yichu Qianyue. Yichu Qianyue's eyes flickered with a cold luster. His body trembled and split into several figures, rushing towards Ling Yue. His speed was extremely fast, constantly flickering. When Ling Yue's arrow rushed past, he successfully dodged it and then quickly rushed towards Ling Yue. The best way to deal with people who cultivated the Tao of Archery was to close the distance between the two sides. Once the distance was closed, the power of the Tao of Archery would not be able to be fully displayed. In a head-on confrontation, the Tao of Archery was too strong and extremely unwise. Yichu Qianyue was clearly aware of this point. Ling Yue's expression changed slightly as she retreated. At the same time, she continued to pull on her bowstring. With a buzz, an arrow flew out. However, after the arrow flew out, it didn't continue forward. Instead, it kept changing, turning into many other arrows. In an instant, dozens of arrows appeared in the air. These arrows all flew towards Yichu Qianyue's figures. Moreover, these arrows were controlled by Ling Yue. They could freely turn in the air and change as they pleased. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, dozens of arrows, like dozens of flying swords, chased after Yichu Qianyue. Each of the figures that Yichu Qianyue had split into seemed to be his real body. Furthermore, each of them possessed a powerful attack power. He used the power of the heavenly punishment to condense a battle sword. With a slash of his sword, dozens of pure white lightning bolts burst out and attacked the arrows. Once an arrow approached, it would be blocked by the power of the heavenly punishment. The distance between Yichu Qianyue and Ling Yue was constantly shrinking. He didn't ask for merit, but he didn't ask for any mistakes. He wholeheartedly wanted to close the distance between him and Ling Yue, and for a moment, Ling Yue couldn't do anything to him. Finally, the distance between the two sides was only less than 1,000 meters. A distance of 1,000 meters was nothing to them. However, this distance was too short for Ling Yue. The arrows he shot were unable to display their full power, which was very disadvantageous for Ling Yue. Kill, kill. Yichu Qianyue shouted loudly as he circulated the two supreme heavenly powers to the extreme. The two supreme heavenly powers intertwined together and turned into beams of light that shot towards Ling Yue. At such a close distance, Yichu Qianyue's attack speed had surpassed Ling Yue's. Ling Yue could only continuously dodge and occasionally counterattack with her bow. However, it did not affect Yi Qianyue too much. She was completely at a disadvantage. He's going to lose. Lu Ming thought to himself. In a one-on-one confrontation, Ling Yue was at a disadvantage. It wasn't that Ling Yue wasn't strong, it was just that Ling Yue was restrained. In terms of attack power alone, Ling Yue even surpassed Yi Chu Qianyue by a bit. However, the weakness of the path of archery was too obvious. The difference in strength was great. Once the arrow was shot, the opponent wouldn't be able to dodge in time. However, in a situation where one's strength was about the same, in a one-on-one battle, the path of archery was at a disadvantage. It was easy to be restrained, and once the distance was pulled closer, the situation would be very disadvantageous. Those who cultivated in the Tao of archery were best at cooperating with others. For example, Ling Yue and Lu Ming cooperated. Lu Ming stepped forward to attack and block the others, while Ling Yue continued to draw her bow from behind. The power of the arrow would be unleashed to the extreme, and the threat would also be greatly increased. Many paths of cultivation might not be strong in a one-on-one battle, but when combined with others, their power would be extremely terrifying. The Tao of archery was like this, Danden's Tao of array formations, and Bubble's Tao of spacetime were even more so. For example, Danden's attack power in a one-on-one battle would not be particularly strong. This was because setting up a formation required time. The longer the time, the stronger the formation would be. Therefore, in a one-on-one battle, Danden was at a disadvantage. If he cooperated with others and was given sufficient time to set up the formation, the power he could unleash would be extremely terrifying. Of course, Danden's life-saving ability was top-notch. As for the power of time and space, it was known as the king of support. It wasn't that these paths of cultivation weren't strong, but that they needed to be coordinated with others in order to unleash their strongest power. Ling Yue was at a disadvantage on this point. The two sides exchanged a few more moves. Ling Yue was careless and was struck by a pure white bolt of lightning. A charred black hole appeared in her abdomen, and the powerful force caused her to explosively retreat. Only after retreating 10,000 meters did she stabilize her body. However, after Ling Yue stabilized her body, she did not stop. She took a step forward and rushed out of the stage at an astonishing speed. Ling Yue was planning to admit defeat. She was already clear that under the circumstances of being restrained, she would definitely not be able to win against her opponent. She might as well admit defeat. Open your mouth and admit defeat. Yi Chu Qianyue shouted and continued to rush towards Ling Yue. Although rushing out of the stage and admitting defeat were both admitting defeat, the meaning was different. He wanted Ling Yue to personally admit defeat. However, Ling Yue clearly did not intend to open her mouth. As she retreated, she continued to draw her bow and arrows flew towards Yi Chu Qianyue. This way, he could stop Yi Chu Qianyue's speed. After blocking for a while, Ling Yue had already rushed out of the stage and returned to the lotus flower. This way, Yi Chu Qianyue could not continue to attack. Humph! Yi Chu Qianyue coldly snorted and also retreated to the lotus flower. In this battle, Yi Chu Qianyue won. After a few more matches, all the matches on this stage came to an end. The results of this battle were also out. Lu Ming had won 18 consecutive matches and was ranked first. Yi Chu Qianyue had won 17 matches and lost one match, ranking second. Ling Yue had won 16 matches and lost 2 matches, ranking third. However, there were still a few battle stages where the battles were still not over. They needed to wait. After all, each battle would take a different amount of time. Some battle stages would take a longer time while others would take a shorter time. This was normal. They waited for another 2 days. At this time, all the battles were finally over. Alright, now that the 7 battle stages have all ended, the top 7 of each battle stage can enter the top 49 and obtain the 4th grade position, allowing them to better connect to the cosmic sea. The old voice sounded again. The top 7 of each battle stage naturally revealed looks of joy, while those who did not enter the top 7 shook their heads and sighed. Now, I'll announce the rules for entering the 3rd tier. There are a total of 14 slots for the first 3 tiers, 4 slots for the first 2 tiers, and 1 slot for the first tier. In the later rounds, we'll decide the rankings from the 1st to the 14th. The old voice sounded again. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that the top 14 would be decided in the later rounds. The following battle would be the final battle, the most important one. However, not all 49 of you are qualified to participate in the later rounds because it's not necessary. I've decided that the top 3 of each battle platform will be qualified. To participate in the final round, the old voice continued to announce. What? Many people's expressions changed. Only the top 3 rankers of each battle platform would be able to participate in the final battle. The others would have to stop there and be eliminated. Some people were unwilling to accept this, especially those who possessed 11-star combat strength. Among them, there was a son of heaven. According to the rules announced by the old voice, only the top 3 of each battle platform would be qualified to participate in the later rounds. The 7 battle platforms added up to 21 people. However, there were more than 21 people with 11-star combat strength and above. Now, those who were suspected to possess 12-star combat strength were Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dark Knight Rose, Wan Shen, Yichu Tianji, Yi Ling Hongya, and Yiqiu Xin. There were a total of 7 people. There were a total of 17 people with 11-star combat strength. Adding them up, there were 24 people. In this way, 3 people with 11-star combat strength were excluded. The 3 of them were unwilling to accept this and thought that they still had a chance to compete. Before these people could say anything, the old voice rang out again. I know that some of you will feel indignant and think that you are just unlucky. There are too many experts on your battle platforms. Hence, I will give you all a chance. The 4th to 7th place of each battle platform will have a chance to challenge one of the 21 people. You can choose any one of the 21 people. As long as you can defeat your opponent, you'll be able to replace your opponent. Remember, everyone only has one chance, and you can't challenge the same person all the time. Now, let's begin. The old voice announced. When the old voice sounded out, the 7 battle stages in the air started to gather together and eventually formed a single battle stage. And the top 3 of each battle platform surrounded the battle platforms. As for the 4th to 7th rankers of each battle platform, they retreated, distancing themselves from the battle prowess of their opponents. However, they weren't teleported out of the light barrier. This meant that they still had a chance to challenge their opponents. There were 28 people who had one chance to challenge. These 28 people immediately swept their gazes over Lu Ming and the others. Of course, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Wan Shen, Dark Knight Rose, Yiqiu Xin, Yichu Tianji, and Yi Ling Hongya, the 7 suspected to have 12-star battle prowess, were directly ignored. A 12-star battle prowess wasn't something that they could deal with. Thus, there was no need to even consider it. Their targets were the other 11 stars, especially Ling Yue, Dandan, and the others. If they fought alone, it would be easy for them to be restrained. I'll go first. Immediately, a voice rang out. It came from an existence on the Universe Prodigy list. This person was ranked 2nd on the Universe Prodigy list. His name was Ning Tai, and he was also very powerful with a battle prowess of 10 stars. His reaction was very fast. While others were still observing, he directly issued a challenge. Aloud. The old voice rang out, and the lotus beneath Ning Tai's feet automatically flew out. Damn it, he beat me to it. Damn it, I hope he doesn't choose those people. The others roared in their hearts, especially the 3 prodigies who possessed a battle prowess of 11 stars. They were roaring in their hearts, and their hearts were filled with annoyance. They secretly blamed themselves for being one step slower. They had already targeted Ling Yue, Dandan, and the others, secretly praying that they wouldn't be chosen by Ning Tai. Because if they were chosen by Ning Tai, they wouldn't have a chance and could only challenge others later. I choose her. Ning Tai pointed at Ling Yue. As expected, many people nodded in their hearts. Ning Tai had indeed chosen one of these people. Damn it. The 3 11 stars prodigies roared in their hearts. They were very unwilling. An easier person to deal with had been chosen. The lotus beneath Ling Yue's feet flew forward and towards the battle platform. The 2 of them flew onto the battle platform and faced each other. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Ning Tai's body. His glabella glowed, and a golden light burst out. His entire body was enveloped by the golden light, and his body seemed to have turned into a piece of metal. This is the origin ancient character. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Looking at it from a close distance, and with the other party using all his strength, Lu Ming could easily see that the other party also controlled the origin ancient character. There was an ancient character between Ning Tai's eyebrows that was faintly discernible. If one looked carefully, they could see that it should be the word gold. With a swoosh, Ning Tai rushed towards Ling Yue. He was also using Yi Chu Qianyue's tactic to close the distance between the two of them. He only had 10 stars of battle prowess, and Ling Yue had 11 stars. If he didn't close the distance between the two of them, he probably wouldn't even be able to block an arrow from Ling Yue. Only by closing the distance and attacking the opponent's weakness would he have a chance of winning. However, this time, Ling Yue didn't retreat. Behind her, a towering tree took root in the air, and a huge amount of essence qi continuously flowed into Ling Yue's body, continuing to provide her with strength. She didn't attack either, allowing Ning Tai to approach. Soon, the distance between the two sides was less than 1,000 meters. A good chance. Ning Tai's eyes lit up. He let out a light shout and a golden light burst forth. Densely packed metal weapons appeared around his body. These were not divine armaments brought from the outside world, but evolved from the gold word. Dozens of weapons charged towards Ling Yue. At this moment, a dense number of arrows suddenly burst out from Ling Yue's body. These arrows were actually shot out from the pores all over her body. It was unknown how many tiny arrows had gathered together to form a shield. Clang! 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 Ning Tai's attack landed on the shield formed by the arrows, causing a violent vibration. However, it was blocked in the end. 10 stars of battle prowess. Do you think it's useful just by closing the distance? How naive. Ling Yue's slightly cold voice rang out, and then, her body arched. His body bent backwards, his hands and feet connected. His entire body was like a bow. With a buzzing sound, Ling Yue's body trembled like a bowstring, and then her entire body shot out. The moment she shot out, she turned into an arrow and shot towards Ning Tai. Ning Tai's expression changed drastically. From between his brows, the ancient character gold flew out. Metal weapons condensed one after another, slashing towards the arrow that Ling Yue had transformed into. Boom! With a violent explosion, the weapons that Ning Tai had slashed out continuously shattered. In the blink of an eye, all of the weapons shattered into pieces. Although the arrow that Ling Yue had transformed into was slightly dimmer, it still retained some of its power and continued to shoot towards Ning Tai. With a bang, a large hole appeared in Ning Tai's chest. He retreated backwards until he reached the edge of the stage. His face was pale as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. 11 stars of battle strength might be useful to me if I close the distance. 10 stars of battle strength, and you want to use the same method? How laughable. Ling Yue said, as if she wanted to vent all her resentment towards Lu Ming on others. Her long skirt fluttered as a battle bow condensed. An arrow appeared. And aimed at Ning Tai. At such a distance, Ling Yue's arrow was able to unleash its strongest power. Ning Tai felt his muscles tense up as a strong sense of danger enveloped his entire body. He was already injured from that move just now. Now that he had pulled away, he definitely wouldn't be able to block Ling Yue's strongest attack. It was very likely that he would be instantly killed by an arrow. Although they could revive after being killed here, no one wanted to personally experience the feeling of being killed. I admit defeat. Ning Tai shouted loudly, directly admitting defeat. Seeing that Ning Tai had admitted defeat, Ling Yue also dispersed her bow and arrow and retracted her aura. Lu Ming nodded silently. This scene was within his expectations. After all, Ning Tai and Ling Yue were 1 star apart. The same method might be useful against Yi Chu Qianyue, but it might not be useful against Ning Tai. Although Ling Yue's close compatibility wasn't strong, she would be at a disadvantage against an opponent of the same level and star rank. However, that didn't mean that she would be helpless against an opponent whose star rank was weaker than hers. Although her close compatibility couldn't deal with Yi Chu Qianyue, it was enough to deal with Ning Tai. Therefore, Ning Tai failed. The challenge has failed. Get out. An old voice sounded, and then a force acted on Ning Tai's body. In the next moment, Ning Tai's body disappeared from his original spot and appeared outside the light barrier. He had been eliminated. From a participant, he had become a bystander. As for Ling Yue, she had stabilized the first 21 spots. The others were unable to continue challenging him. I'll challenge you. I challenge you. At this moment, 5 or 6 voices sounded at the same time. This time, 5 or 6 people issued challenges at the same time, fearing that the person they liked would be chosen by others. You're the first to speak. Go ahead and challenge him. The old man's voice rang out, and a lotus flower flew out. This was a son of heaven, possessing 11 stars of battle prowess. This person was overjoyed. As for the others, they were inwardly furious. They were just a bit slower than the other party, but in the end, the other party was one step ahead of them. I want to challenge him, that world turtle. The emperor pointed at Dandan. As expected, he chose Dandan. In a one-on-one fight, Dandan was indeed not strong. Mother Kerr, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Dandan was extremely displeased and gritted his teeth. However, Dandan could not refuse a challenge. The two of them stepped onto the battle platform, and the battle began. Dandan retreated from the beginning and then frantically set up formations. Runes flew out from every pore of his, and one formation after another appeared. In an instant, the entire battle platform was filled with formations. However, these formations were only set up in a short period of time. Although there were many of them, their power was ultimately limited. This son of heaven of the heavenly human clan also controlled 2 types of supreme heavenly powers. When combined, the power was extremely shocking. Every time he blasted out a move, a large area of array formations would be destroyed. Although Dandan kept setting up formations, the speed of setting up formations was still not as fast as the speed of the other party breaking them. The two of them fought for more than half an hour. In the end, Dandan was at a disadvantage. He was no match for the other party and was defeated. Mother Kerr, if you give me a little more time, I will definitely beat you into a bastard. Bah, beat you into a dead dog, Dandan cursed and was finally teleported out. Then, the challenge continued. Next, another expert with a combat strength of 11 stars challenged Bubble. However, in the end, this person was defeated by Bubble. Then, the third person with a combat strength of 11 stars also issued a challenge. He challenged a monster from Heaven Destroyer. However, it still ended in failure. Since then, the 3 people with a combat strength of 11 stars had all challenged each other. There were still some people with a combat strength of 10 stars left. Those people looked at each other with a solemn expression. Those who were easy to deal with had all been defeated. None of the remaining people were easy to deal with. In the end, a few people with a combat strength of 10 stars were unwilling to give up and issued challenges one after another. However, in the end, they were all defeated in a crushing manner. Some of them were even killed on the spot. In this way, the remaining people shook their heads and gave up on the challenge. It was meaningless. The gap was too big. Even if they challenged, they would not succeed. Just like that, the 21 people who were qualified to participate in the next competition were determined. The next rules are very simple. Just like before, each person will take turns to fight with the other 20 people. In the end, the strongest 14 people will be ranked according to the results of the battle. The first place will obtain the first tier position. The second place to the 4th place will obtain the 2nd tier position. The 5th place to the 14th place will obtain the 3rd tier position. Let's start the competition. As his voice fell, 2 lotuses flew toward the fighting ring. It's Yichu Tianji. The other person is from Heaven Destroyer. The spectators outside were discussing animatedly. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming whispered. That's right. The first round was between Autumn Moon and Yichu Tianji. Autumn Moon, you don't have to fight this round. Just admit defeat. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon had a combat strength of 11 stars while Yichu Tianji had a combat strength of 12 stars. He had mastered 3 types of ultimate heavenly power. Previously, Autumn Moon and Yichu Tianji had fought. The gap between them was indeed huge. Autumn Moon was definitely not a match for Yichu Tianji. If he insisted on fighting, he would definitely be injured or even killed. There was no need for that. It was better to conserve his strength and fight with those who also had a combat strength of 11 stars. With Autumn Moon's strength, he might be able to enter the top 14 and obtain the 3rd tier position. Autumn Moon nodded. I admit defeat. As soon as Autumn Moon stepped onto the fighting ring, he admitted defeat. Humph. Yichu Tianji snorted unhappily. He had wanted to seize the opportunity to suppress Autumn Moon and attack Lu Ming. Obviously, Autumn Moon would not give him the chance. In the first round, Autumn Moon lost. The second round was about to begin. In the second round, Di Jiani was against Yichu Tianyue. The two of them fought fiercely. However, Di Jiani lived up to his name as an exceptional character from a small kiliacosm. He was also the main character of a small kiliacosm. He was extremely powerful. After the two of them fought for over 100 moves, Di Jiani defeated Yichu Tianyue. Yichu Tianyue's combat strength was not the best among the 9 heavenly daughters. He was ranked at the bottom. In the first match of the first round, Autumn Moon admitted defeat and Yichu Tianji won. In the second match, Di Jiani defeated Yichu Tianyue. Then, it was the third match. In this match, the number 1 genius on the Universe Prodigy list faced a genius from the Heaven Destroyer. After more than 200 moves, the number 1 genius on the Universe Prodigy list, Ling Heng, won. In the fourth match, it was Xianxia's turn. His opponent was a daughter of heaven who had a battle power of 11 stars. This daughter of heaven was unwilling to admit defeat when facing Xianxia. Instead, she launched a fierce attack to find an opportunity to win. However, in the end, she was suppressed by Xianxia and defeated in a few moves. Then, those who were suspected to have a battle power of 12 stars appeared one after another. Wan Shen, Dark Knight Rose, Yi Qiuxin, Yi Ling Hongye, they won without much effort, because everyone who met them admitted defeat one after another. Bubble's opponent was Dark Knight Rose. Bubble also admitted defeat. Of the 7 who were suspected to have a battle power of 12 stars, Lu Ming was the last to appear. His opponent also stunned Lu Ming. It was Ling Yue. He met Ling Yue again in the first match. Lu Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. I admit defeat. Ling Yue was very straightforward. She admitted defeat and returned to the battle stage. Soon, the first round ended. In this round, the 7 who were suspected to have a battle power of 12 stars didn't meet each other and won easily. There were also a few who had a battle power of 11 stars who won. Di Jiani, the number 1 genius on the Universe Prodigy list, and a son of heaven from the celestial race. Of course, there were a total of 21 people. In one round, there were 20 people fighting and 10 matches. There would be an extra person. Of course, this person wouldn't be free. He would also meet an opponent, and his opponent would be one of the 20 people in front of him. However, it didn't matter. Everyone would eventually fight with the other 20 people. It was the same sooner or later. They just had to take turns. After the first round, it was the second round. In the second round, the 7 who were suspected to have a battle power of 12 stars still didn't meet each other. On the other hand, Lu Ming's opponent was Bubbles. Bubbles, of course, admitted defeat. For 2 consecutive matches, Lu Ming had encountered his own people. Without moving a single finger, he had obtained 2 consecutive victories. And in the second round, other than the 7 existences that were suspected to have 12-star battle prowess that had won, there were 4 other people that had won. The other son of heaven had obtained victory. On the other hand, Emperor Jiani and the number 1 on the Universe Genius list had also won. The last one was the Mid-Autumn Moon. In this match, Autumn Moon had defeated a son of heaven. After 2 rounds of fighting, other than the 7 who were suspected to possess 12-star battle prowess, a few particularly powerful people in the 11-star battle prowess area had already emerged. They were Emperor Jiani, number 1 on the Universe Genius list. There were also 2 sons of heaven, Autumn Moon and Autumn. These 5 people were believed to be the ones who could enter the top 14. Of course, he couldn't be completely sure. It was just an estimate. This was because some people were unlucky and encountered people with 12-star battle prowess in 2 consecutive rounds. However, this did not mean that they were weak. The final ranking would only be known after all the battles. The second round ended, and the third round began. The 7 people with 12-star battle prowess still did not encounter each other. And Lu Ming's opponent for this round was actually the Mid-Autumn Moon. The Mid-Autumn Moon naturally admitted defeat. This made Lu Ming rather speechless. Why can't I fight against my own people? I have a body full of power, but I can't unleash it. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. His face was filled with grief as he lamented the unfairness of fate. If other people were to know his thoughts, they would probably vomit blood from anger. It was impossible for others to win easily. Who knew how many people were envious of Lu Ming? This Lu Ming, why is he so lucky to encounter so many beauties, and they all seem to be with him? That's right, what kind of luck is this? It's really infuriating. Many of the onlookers were unhappy. How many beauties were there among the 21 people participating in the competition? More than half of them had a close relationship with Lu Ming. How could people not be envious? The competition was carried out one by one. From the third round onwards, someone who was suspected to have a 12-star battle prowess finally met. That was Lu Ming and Xianxia. I admit defeat. Xianxia smiled slightly and returned to the lotus. The onlookers were speechless. Everyone was speechless. Without looking, they knew that Xianxia and Lu Ming had a close relationship. Otherwise, Xianxia also had a 12-star battle prowess. Why would he admit defeat without a fight? Admitting defeat was equivalent to giving up the qualification for first place. Who would give up easily when both of them had a 12-star battle prowess? However, Xianxia gave up. Everyone was prepared to watch an exciting peak battle. Unfortunately, it was over before it even started. I'm jealous. I hate it. Many people wailed. No matter what kind of emotions they had, the competition would not stop. After a while, the 5th round ended and the 6th round began. Lu Ming's opponent for this round was actually someone he knew. Wan Xin, although his opponent for this round was not a woman, it was actually Wan Xin. No matter what, they are all on the same side. It must be intentional. Even Lu Ming muttered to himself. This was too much of a coincidence. If it was not intentional, how could it be so coincidental? Lu Ming himself could not believe it. Lu Ming and Wan Xin stood opposite each other on the fighting ring. They will probably fight in this round. Although Wan Xin and Lu Ming are considered members of the Heaven Exterminating Army, neither of them will give up easily in the fight for the top spot. There will be an intense battle between the heavenly sons and daughters. They will definitely take action. Wan Xin is suspected to be a pure primordial god, while Lu Ming has a taboo body. Once they clash, it will be very exciting. Who do you think will win? Everyone was discussing animatedly, looking forward to an exciting battle. Lu Ming, are you confident of getting first place? In the arena, Wan Xin asked Lu Ming through voice transmission. I'm 80% confident. Lu Ming replied through voice transmission. The reason why he did not say he was 100% confident was because he was not sure if anyone was hiding their strength. It was easy to tell one's cultivation, but it was difficult to tell one's strength unless it was revealed. Among them, was there anyone who was hiding their strength? Dark Night Rose, Yi Chu Tianji, Yi Ling Hongya, Yi Qiuxian, especially Yi Qiuxian. Lu Ming could not see through him. He felt that he was hiding his strength very deeply and even made him feel a little pressured. 80% confidence? That's enough. I don't even have 20% confidence. I'll let you win this round. I'll leave first place to you. Wan Xin replied through voice transmission. Then he said loudly, I admit defeat. As his voice rang out, Wan Xin had already stepped back onto the fighting ring. The onlookers, end of chapter, the onlookers were completely speechless. However, their envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Lu Ming had reached its peak. Another person admitted defeat. There were a total of 7 people who were suspected to have 12-star battle prowess, and 2 of them had already admitted defeat to Lu Ming. How much strength could this save for Lu Ming? Even Yi Chu Tianji, Yi Ling Hongya, and the others revealed looks of envy. How much effort would it take to defeat an existence with 12-star battle prowess? How much strength would it consume? It would definitely be a tragic battle. However, Lu Ming won 2 matches in a row without drawing blood. Just like that, Lu Ming easily won 6 consecutive matches. As for the other 12-star battle prowess, he had yet to meet them. However, after 6 rounds of confrontation, some of the more outstanding ones in the 11-star battle prowess region slowly revealed themselves. They were believed to be the most likely to enter the top 14. Di Jiani, Ling Heng, the number one on the universe prodigy list, Autumn Moon, the three sons of heaven, and Bubbles. These 7 people were the most optimistic and believed to be the most likely to enter the top 14. As for the others, their battle records were slightly worse. For example, Ling Yue was easily fought over and ranked at the bottom. Of course, Ling Yue was not without victories, and there were also people who would be restrained by her. For example, those who were slow and had strong defense. It was very difficult for such people to close the distance between them and Ling Yue, and they became a moving target. However, Ling Yue's attack power was extremely strong. Under Ling Yue's continuous attacks, even a strong defense could be broken through. However, there were not many people like her. As for Bubbles, although she was the king of support, her ability to fight alone was also very strong. Time and space could also unleash extremely strong attack power. The key was that it was very difficult for others to attack Bubbles. Even if Bubbles used this move, she could exhaust her opponent to the point of exhaustion. Bubbles won a few matches, and they were all defeated after exhausting her opponent to the point of exhaustion. As for Di Jiani, Ling Heng, and Autumn Moon, the three sons of heaven, they all had terrifying attack power and almost had no shortcomings. In a battle of the same level, their battle prowess was extremely strong. Soon, the competition entered the 7th round. This time, there were finally other powerhouses who were suspected to have 12-star battle prowess. Yi Qiuxian, Yi Chu Tianji, Celestial Clan's 2 exceptional monsters actually faced off against each other. Many people looked expectant. This time, there should be a pinnacle showdown. Who would win and who would lose? Yi Qiuxian and Yi Chu Tianji stood opposite each other on the battle platform. Their eyes met and sparks of electricity shot out. Yi Qiuxian, you actually possess a 12-star battle prowess. This has truly exceeded my expectations. This is also the fortune of my heavenly human tribe. My heavenly human tribe will become more and more powerful. Yi Chu Tianji's voice reverberated in all directions. However, his tone suddenly changed as he said, however, even if we are of the same level, there is still a difference in strength. You are no match for me, so it's better for you to admit defeat so that you don't consume too much energy. I don't agree with you at all. Yi Qiuxian said indifferently. You don't agree? What do you disagree with? Yi Chu Tianji said. I don't think you're my match. Yi Qiuxian said very seriously with a faint smile on his face. Yi Qiuxian, you're very confident. Yi Chu Tianji said coldly. His gaze was a little cold as he stared at Yi Qiuxian like a sharp sword. However, Yi Qiuxian was not afraid at all as he looked back at Yi Chu Tianji. This made Yi Chu Tianji very unhappy. He had some impression of Yi Qiuxian. In his impression, Yi Qiuxian was just an ordinary skypride of the heavenly human tribe. He was the strongest son of heaven. An ordinary skypride of the heavenly human tribe was no different from trash in his eyes. However, the trash in his eyes was now standing in front of him confidently as his opponent and even said that he was no match for him. This was outrageous. Yi Chu Tianji's anger continued to spread. I hope you have the right to be confident. Yi Chu Tianji said coldly as a powerful aura erupted from his body. 3 types of energy erupted from his body. Heavenly punishment, and heavenly annihilation. The 3 types of powerful heavenly energy whizzed around him and condensed into 3 different beasts. As soon as he attacked, Yi Chu Tianji pushed his combat strength to the peak. However, at the same time, a powerful aura erupted from Yi Qiuxian's body as well as 3 types of energy erupted. They were also 3 types of heavenly energy. Heavenly punishment, and heavenly wrath. Unlike Yi Chu Tianji, there was one type of heavenly energy that was different. At the same time, the form of the condensation was also different. Yi Qiuxian's 3 types of heavenly energy condensed into 3 battle swords. The battle swords vibrated and sword chi surged into the sky. Kill. Fight. The 2 of them shouted at the same time as their bodies turned into phantoms and charged at each other. The heavenly energy also blasted at each other. A great battle between the 2 of them had erupted. Boom. Boom, boom. Shocking explosions rang out as the terrifying power caused the battle platform to shake continuously. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Although the 2 of them had mastered 3 types of heavenly energy, the way they used them was very different. The way they attacked was also very different. Yichu Tianji used the heavenly energy to transform into a ferocious beast that roared like thunder. On the other hand, Yi Qiuxian used the heavenly energy to form a sword that could move mountains and rivers. They had different forms, but their power was equally shocking. Soon, the two of them had exchanged more than 100 blows. At this time, Yi Qiuxian actually started to gain the upper hand. That was because Yi Qiuxian's attack power was stronger. The three battle swords worked together seamlessly as if they could split the entire universe apart. Yichu Tianji felt immense pressure and started to retreat. Damn it! Yichu Tianji roared in his heart as his eyes were filled with rage and killing intent. He really wanted to kill Yi Qiuxian. Because once he was defeated by Yi Qiuxian, he was destined to lose the right to compete for first place. Without a doubt, if he wanted to obtain first place, he had to win all of his battles. Once he lost, it would mean that his battle power was inferior to someone else's. If someone was stronger than him, it would be impossible for him to obtain first place. And his goal was to obtain first place. But now, he was being suppressed by Yi Qiuxian. He really wanted to use his status as the son of heaven to suppress Yi Qiuxian and make him admit defeat. But he knew that it was useless. Although Yi Qiuxian was not the son of heaven yet, he could predict that after this matter was over, Yi Qiuxian would definitely be promoted to the son of heaven. Using his status as the son of heaven to suppress Yi Qiuxian was clearly not going to work. Yichu Tianji could only push his strength to the limit, hoping to find Yi Qiuxian's weakness and win in one fell swoop. But he was thinking too much. The more Yi Qiuxian fought, the braver and stronger he became. He suppressed Yichu Tianji until he was forced to retreat. How could he find Yi Qiuxian's weakness? Even if he found Yi Qiuxian's weakness, he did not have the strength to launch a counterattack. Finally, after dozens of blows, Yichu Tianji was sent flying out of the fighting stage. End of chapter. Yichu Tianji was sent flying out of the arena, defeated by Yi Qiuxian. D****, Yichu Tianji roared, his heart was filled with anger and unwillingness. The spectators were also in an uproar. Yi Qiuxian had defeated Yichu Tianji, making the originally simple and confusing battle situation clearer. Originally, it was hard for outsiders to determine who was stronger among the 7 exceptional talents with 12-star fighting power. It was really hard to determine who was stronger without having fought with someone of the same star level. Anything could happen. Now, there was finally some progress. Yi Qiuxian's fighting power was obviously stronger than Yichu Tianji's. Yichu Tianji and Yi Linghongya had always been on par. This meant that Yi Linghongya wasn't Yi Qiuxian's match either. Obviously, Yi Qiuxian's ability was stronger. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Wan Shen, and Dark Knight Rose, could they be Yi Qiuxian's match? Although they hadn't fought, everyone's heart started to lean towards Yi Qiuxian. They felt that Yi Qiuxian had a higher chance of winning. After Yi Qiuxian defeated Yichu Tianji, the competition continued. Now, everyone had their own goal in mind. 7 beings with 12-star fighting power would enter the top 14 without any suspense. They were competing for the top 4. As for those with 11-star fighting power, they only had one goal, which was to enter the top 14 and step into the 3rd tier, which would allow them to better connect to Universe C. Hence, once they met someone with 12-star fighting power, they would almost always admit defeat. Only when they met someone of the same star-level fighting power would they fight with all their might. During this period, there were many exciting battles. For example, Di Jiani vs. Ling Heng. It was a peak battle between swords with 11-star fighting power. Both of them were the elites of the elites. Ling Heng was the spirit of fire in the spirit tribe. He controlled 2 origin ancient words, fire and wind. They complemented each other seamlessly and their power multiplied. However, Di Jiani wasn't weak either. Although Di Jiani only controlled 1 origin ancient word, the origin ancient word was the word sword. However, Emperor Jiani's talent in sword principle was too high. After he had the word sword, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. He did not need any other origin ancient characters. 1 was enough. He unleashed the might of his way of the sword to its limits. After exchanging a few hundred blows with Ling Heng, he actually managed to defeat him with a slight advantage. There was also a top-level battle between Autumn Moon and a Son of Heaven. This son of heaven was one of the three that was deemed to be most likely to enter the top 14. His battle prowess was a level higher than Xianxia's. Autumn Moon went through a difficult battle. The Nine Orifices' Sacred Heart was pushed to the extreme by Autumn Moon. In the end, he defeated his opponent with a slight advantage. The peak showdown between 11 stars of battle prowess also caused the spectators to cry out in satisfaction. After all, in the past, 11 stars of battle prowess represented the peak, and 12 stars of battle prowess were extremely rare. In most eras, it was hard to find a monstrous genius with a 12-star battle prowess. In this round, Lu Ming met an old acquaintance. Xianxia. Xianxia was shrouded in an evil aura. His body was illusory, which was very strange. His aura was many times more terrifying than before. His eyes were cold, and his evil aura was soaring. However, Lu Ming was no longer the Lu Ming of the past. Although Xianxia was much stronger than before, Lu Ming had made more progress than Xianxia. No matter how strong Xianxia was, he only had 11 stars of battle prowess. Xianxia, do you want to admit defeat? Lu Ming said lightly. The last time he saw Xianxia, he joined forces with the battle god Yuanwen to fight against him. But now, Lu Ming did not put Xianxia in his eyes. Xianxia's eyes flashed coldly, as if he was thinking about whether there was a way to defeat Lu Ming. If you don't admit defeat, then I will make a move. Lu Ming said. He took a step forward and rushed towards Xianxia like a lightning bolt, striking down with his palm. The forbidden power was activated, and a brilliant light burst out. The terrifying power suppressed Xianxia. Xianxia's pupils contracted sharply, and the evil aura around his body quickly became dense. With a bang, Xianxia's body exploded, turning into several evil auras, and retreated rapidly. However, Lu Ming's power was too strong. Under the suppression of the violent power, the sinister aura kept exploding, being annihilated, and being distorted. Rumble, after a series of explosions, the evil aura weakened a lot, and Xianxia's body was recondensed. However, Xianxia's face was even paler, and his aura was much weaker than before. He was seriously injured in one move. Bang, Lu Ming stepped forward again and rushed towards Lu Ming and Xianxia. Xianxia's body exploded again. This time, he turned into dozens of evil auras, which were scattered all over the fighting ring. The temperature of the entire fighting ring dropped sharply, and it was shrouded by the evil aura. He just wanted to use this move to consume Lu Ming's power, and then wait for an opportunity to counterattack. However, would this move work on Lu Ming? The answer was obvious. Boom, Lu Ming slapped the middle of the fighting ring, and countless tiny spear lights rushed out in all directions from his palm. Every space in the fighting ring was shrouded in it. The core of these spear lights was the forbidden power. The forbidden power was so powerful that even if Xianxia turned into evil aura, he could still be hit and seriously injured. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The dense spear lights pierced through the evil aura, and Xianxia screamed in the evil aura. Dozens of evil auras exploded one after another, and in the end, only 7 or 8 of them were still flying around. Boom, Lu Ming dashed over and pressed down with his big hands. More than 10 powerful forces suppressed the 7 to 8 wisps of sinister aura. Ah, I admit, in the evil aura, Xianxia's shrill and panicked scream came out. However, before he could finish his words, he stopped abruptly. Because all the evil aura on the field was annihilated by Lu Ming's powerful force. Xianxia was directly killed by Lu Ming. The next moment, Xianxia was resurrected on the lotus, looking at Lu Ming with horror on his face. He originally wanted to test Lu Ming's strength, which was secretly instructed by Dark Knight Rose. He didn't expect that he would be killed by Lu Ming after just a few moves. In addition, those with 11-star battle strength were horrified and secretly decided not to fight with a 12-star battle strength. Xianxia was not weak among those with 11-star battle strength. His evil aura was very difficult to deal with, but in the face of Lu Ming, he had no power to fight back. Although he was restrained by the forbidden power, it was enough to prove that a 12-star battle strength was really terrifying. End of this chapter. End of chapter 44:11. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.